Xie Ling clicked her tongue and laughed. Xiao Yi is getting prettier and prettier. Xiao Xin, seeing her familiar siblings, started babbling. Everyone laughed. She Huan couldn't resist his chubby little niece, scooping her up and stroking her fuzzy head, then tapping her cute face. Zheng Xiaoyi's eyes sparkled as she watched him play with Xiao Xin, her face turning even redder. Where did this handsome brother come from? How could he look so good and have such a great vibe? Zheng Duoduo, seeing Zhao Chong drinking milk, squeezed in next to Shui Huan to play with Xiao Xin and asked with a smile, "Brother, isn't Xiao Xin cute?" Shui Huan smiled warmly. "Yes, super cute." Zheng Senyuan introduced his daughter and son. "You all know Shui Heng, and this is his younger brother, Shui Huan. He's a chief doctor at the city hospital, very capable." "Wow, you're amazing, brother," Zheng Duoduo said, blinking. "I think you and Xiao Xin look a bit alike," Shui Huan laughed. "Really? Do we look alike?" Everyone gathered around to take a closer look, and soon they were all laughing. "Hey, we wouldn't have noticed if Duoduo hadn't said it." They really do look a bit alike, especially around the eyes and brows. "Yeah, nephews take after their uncles. Even cousins can look alike." She Huan lifted Xiao Xin up, putting his big nose next to her little one. Xiao Xin giggled happily, her eyes and brows full of cuteness. She Huan didn't have kids of his own yet, and there weren't any other little ones at home, so seeing her innocent smile melted his heart. He was absolutely delighted. "Oh, our Xiao Xin is so adorable." Meanwhile, Zheng Xiaoyi blushed and kept sneaking glances at him. But She Huan was too busy playing with his niece to notice. Seeing that Xue Zhilan was quite drunk, Chen Shi said, "You two brothers, help your dad back to rest. I'll stay here and have a bit more tea." So Shui Huan handed Xiao Xin to the waiting Zheng Duoduo, then he and Shu Heng helped their father back. Zheng Sanyuan chuckled. "Looks like your dad had quite a bit to drink today." "A lot," Zheng Tianyuan explained with a smile. "Uncle Zhilan was really happy today. He had several drinks with me. I'm glad I stuck to tea, or I'd be dizzy too." Zheng Sanyuan saw his daughter and son playing with the little ones and laughed. "My 3 kids love children the most. Every time we come home, they have to come play with Xiao Xin and Xiao Chong." Chen Shi smiled. "People who love kids usually love family too. That's good upbringing." No, Zheng Sanyuan laughed. "I don't really know how to raise them, just taught them to listen and study hard." Chen Shi asked, "Isn't that enough? Are their grades good?" "Pretty good," Zheng Sanyuan replied. "My daughter's in her 2nd year of high school, often top of her class. My son's still in junior high, and his grades are decent too." "That's great." Chen Shi couldn't help reminiscing about her own son's school days. "My Shui Heng did well in school, but not as well as his brother. His brother skipped 3 grades in elementary school and finished his master's at 24 because he started early and skipped grades." Zheng Sanyuan asked, "How old is he now? He looks so young, like he's just in his 20s. "He's almost 30. Chen Shi laughed. 29. "Time to get married," Zheng Sanyuan said. "Exactly," Chen Shi agreed. "I was just telling my sons it's time to find someone, time to have kids. Don't wait too long. They're all busy, especially the younger one. Sometimes he doesn't come home for a month or 2, busy with work and research. He even has an assistant, but he's still swamped." "Young and accomplished," Zheng Sanyuan gave a thumbs up. "Handsome, well-educated, capable, he's perfect," Chen Shi joked. "Old Zheng, you must have eaten too much sugar today. Your mouth is so sweet." Everyone laughed. Zheng Xiaoyi, her face still red, kept glancing toward the door, shyly hoping to see Shui Huan again. But he didn't reappear. Zheng Duoduo took Xiao Chong next door, while Xiao Yi stayed with Xiao Xin, waiting. But after nearly an hour, he still didn't come back. Eventually, Xiao Xin fell asleep. Xue Ling carried her into the bedroom to sleep. Knowing Xue Ling was easy to talk to, Zheng Xiaoyi quietly followed her in. "Ling Jie, why did your cousin Shui Huan become a doctor?" Xue Ling was surprised by the question, then smiled. "It must be his ambition. Both his parents are in the field, so he grew up around it and naturally chose this path. Oh. Xiao Yi blushed, not daring to ask more. Xueling was busy changing her daughter's diaper and didn't notice, continuing, "He studied abroad after college and came back after his master's. He's even more accomplished than his brother. His brother just studied abroad but didn't get a high degree. When Xue Huan came back, several big hospitals wanted him. My third uncle helped him choose the People's Hospital. It's the best in the capital, with great research opportunities, perfect for his long-term career." Zhao Yi whispered, Does he have a girlfriend?" He seemed so gentle with Xiao Xin. He must be a caring boyfriend. "No," Xueling replied. "He used to date a foreign girl when he was abroad, but it didn't work out." Zhao Yi's face turned even redder. Xueling tucked her daughter in, turned off a light, and led Zhao Yi out. Just then, Xue Heng arrived, wearing a black leather jacket, and asked with a grin, "Are you staying up late tonight?" "Where would I go?" Xueling shook her head. "I have to watch the kids. Can't go anywhere." Xue Heng pouted, disappointed. "When we were kids, we used to stay up at the old house, set off firecrackers and fireworks. It was so lively." "Ah, Fang is on duty tonight," Chen Shi teased. "Look at you. No wife to keep you company and you're all deflated." Everyone laughed. Cheng Tianyuan said, "Firecrackers and fireworks are too loud. They'll scare the kids." "Boring." Xue Heng flopped onto the sofa, peeling a tangerine. Chen Shi asked, "Did you settle your dad in?" "He's asleep," Xue Heng replied. "Ah Huan's at home watching TV. He'll take care of Dad." Xie Ling glanced at the clock. It was just after 9. "Still early. Staying up means midnight. If we go out, it'd have to be after 11. Xie Heng sighed. "No one to hang out with. It's no fun alone." Tonight the TV station was hosting a gala, so all staff had to work. Cheng Tianfang wouldn't be home until after 2, so he was told not to wait up and to go to bed early. Liu Ying brought out sunflower seeds and peanuts for everyone. Zheng Sanyuan laughed. "We're all so busy. When we finally have free time, it feels strange not knowing what to do." Xie Ling shook her head. "I have to go back to the main factory the day after tomorrow. Some workers volunteered to start overtime on the second day of the new year. Young people without families get bored at home, so they'd rather earn some money." Xue Heng yawned. "We have to work overtime too. Overtime starts on the 3rd and regular work resumes on the 5th. Cheng Tianyuan said gently, "Let's just stay home and rest these 2 days. Tomorrow we'll go to the old house to pay respects and celebrate, and the rest of the time we'll just eat and relax at home." Xue Heng said. "Ah Huan has 2 days off and goes back to work the day after tomorrow." Nearby, Zheng Xiaoyi listened carefully, remembering everything. Liu Ying said to Chen Shi, "You're never home to cook, so just eat here these days. Haitang's family isn't home for New Year, and her dad's not here either. It feels so empty." "All right," Chen Shi smiled. "I bought some barley and water chestnuts. Tomorrow morning I'll make sweet soup for everyone. The first meal of the new year should be sweet, for a sweet year ahead." "That's great," Liu Ying said. "Ah Chun also prepared some meaningful dishes. I can't even name them all. Tomorrow let her introduce them to you." "Really?" Chen Shi put down her teacup. "Did Ah Chun go home?" "Mother and son went downstairs," Zheng Sanyuan said, cracking sunflower seeds. "Little Ironhead dragged her down. There's a show in the square and he wanted to take his mom to watch the dancing." Liu Ying praised. "Don't be fooled by how young little Ironhead is. He's only 11, but he's so filial to his mother. He can do all the housework at home and listens to everything his mom says. Little Ironhead really is a good kid. He's so sensible for his age. They say children from poor families grow up fast. I heard he could cook for himself when he was just a few years old. During the holidays, that kid's been downstairs collecting cardboard boxes to sell. I heard he makes several yuan every day. He used the money to buy himself a new outfit, got his mom a sweater, and spent the rest on notebooks and pens. He even lends books to my youngest son, and at night he practices his handwriting and studies at home. He's such a well-behaved kid." Zheng Sanyuan added, "That child is very energetic, but he can also settle down and be quiet. He really is a good kid." With the main character not present, everyone started chatting freely. Madam Chen said, "Achun looks to be just in her 30s, and she's good-looking with a nice figure. Getting divorced doesn't mean she has to spend her whole life just raising her child. She should find someone reliable while she's still young. People need a home. Otherwise, there's no sense of belonging. When her child grows up and goes off to study or work, she'll be all alone, too lonely." "That's right." While she's still young, Xueling nodded in agreement. "Sister Achun is educated, gentle, and virtuous. I think she's blessed. Her future won't be bad." Cheng Tianyuan said warmly, "She's hardworking and kind, and she's raised her child well. People like that will always find happiness, even if it takes some time." Liu Ying, who spent time with Ju Achun every day, already treated her like a younger sister. "She's very shy and reserved, doesn't like going out, and even if she wanted to find someone, she wouldn't have the chance. You all are out and about all the time. If you meet someone suitable, introduce them to her. As long as he's honest and reliable, he doesn't need to be rich. Just treat little Ironhead and Achun well." Madam Chen nodded quickly. "Yes, let's all help her find someone." Xueling giggled. "There are plenty of people at the factory. When I go back, I'll pick out a few suitable ones." Cheng Tianyuan was a tough guy and didn't like joining in on this kind of gossip. Off to the side, Zheng Sanyuan's eyes flickered and his face turned red. Xue Heng, munching on peanuts, glanced over and asked curiously, "Uncle Zheng, what's up? Are you hot? Why is your face so red?" Zheng Sanyuan got up awkwardly, stammering, I just had some wine earlier. Maybe it's hitting me now. I'll go home and drink some water. Zhao Yi, Duo, stop watching TV, let's go home. You can come play again tomorrow." Zheng Xiaoyi and Duo stood up and followed their dad home. The Zheng family left, and Xueling closed the door. "What we just said, maybe we didn't mean anything by it, but I bet someone was listening with interest." Everyone finally caught on. Zheng Sanyuan had also divorced his wife last year and was now struggling to raise 3 kids on his own. "He's only in his early 50s, Madam Chen said. "He could still find a companion. It's just that he has a lot of kids, and some people might mind. Luckily, the kids are older, but more kids means more trouble. People with good conditions probably wouldn't be interested." "Over 50? That's a bit old." Xue Heng lowered his voice. "Uncle Zheng is probably planning to wait until his kids are grown and settled, then spend the rest of his life alone." "That won't do," Madam Chen shook her head. "Right now, with the kids around, it's lively and not so bad. But when they grow up and leave, being alone will be too hard." "Don't worry," Xueling said. "He can always come play chess or cards with my dad and father-in-law, so he won't be lonely. Besides, the sweater factory still needs him. Daitong is just taking a 2-year break from school. He'll go back to studying later. Maybe Zheng will want to work somewhere else in the future and not inherit the 2 factories." Cheng Tianyuan said quietly, "It's up to him. We can't decide for him. If he finds someone he likes and she doesn't mind his kids, that would be best." "There's no chance of remarrying his ex-wife?" Madam Chen asked curiously. "Didn't she regret it? I heard she did." Xueling shook her head and said softly, "She's already remarried, several months ago." Madam Chen clicked her tongue. "See, his ex-wife has already moved on. He can't stay stuck in the past. Once he's healthier, he should find someone soon. Of course, the kids have to agree. Some kids are very attached to their moms and would object to a new stepmother." "I don't think his kids are that attached to their mom," Liu Ying said quietly. "When old Zheng divorced, all the kids supported him. That gambler was like she was possessed. She didn't care about her family or kids. The kids were heartbroken and didn't want anything to do with her." "That makes things easier," Madam Chen said quietly. "Old Zheng's health is much better now. He even walks with a spring in his step. He's doing well financially too. If he marries a companion, she can take care of him, which would be great." Liu Ying said honestly, "If she's too young, she definitely won't want him. Old Zheng's health isn't what it used to be, and having more kids isn't possible." Xue Heng and Cheng Tianyuan chuckled quietly. Xueling said awkwardly, Mom, you're overthinking it. At most, Uncle Zheng just wants a companion. He already has 3 kids. He could be a grandpa. He's not thinking about that kind of thing. I meant the woman. Liu Ying giggled. If she's young and doesn't have kids, she'll definitely want her own. Cheng Tianyuan quickly pulled his mom away, smiling wryly. Mom, stop talking and eat some sunflower seeds. These peanuts are good too. Xue Heng squinted, humming a tune, and stared blankly at the New Year's Eve program on TV. Madame Chen, feeling tired, went home. Cheng Tianyuan stayed with his little daughter and son, not daring to go to bed too early. Just then, there was a knock at the door, and Chen came in. She was wearing a sweater and nylon pants, smiling as she greeted everyone. Madame, you must be tired from all the New Year's preparations. Tonight I'll watch the kids with the old lady. You and Sir should go rest early. No, Xue Ling shook her head with a smile. It's New Year's Eve. You should have the night off and relax. It's no trouble, Zhu Chen said softly. I'm just sleeping with the kids. It's not tiring at all. Little Ironhead is already asleep. I'd be too lonely by myself. Seeing she insisted, Cheng Tianyuan took Xue Ling across the hall. Xue Heng wanted to wait for Cheng Tianfang, so he lay on the sofa watching TV. Liu Ying told her son-in-law, I'll go in with Chen to sleep with Zhao Xin and the others. If Fang comes, just take out the food from the steamer for her. Okay, Xue Heng said. You go to bed. I'll wait for her. Zhu Chen quickly brought out a quilt and said gently, This is for the old gentleman. You use it. Even though there's heating, you might get cold if you fall asleep. Thank you, Sister Chen, Xue Heng said with a smile. Liu Ying turned off most of the lights and went into the room with Chen to keep the grandkids company. Across the hall, Cheng Tianyuan boiled some water, and he and Xue Ling soaked their feet and chatted in the living room. The couple hadn't spent much time together lately, so their reunion felt like a second honeymoon. Cheng Tianyuan missed her a lot and pulled her into bed early. With no kids around, the couple had the night to themselves and enjoyed each other's company until late into the night. So, unsurprisingly, they both slept in the next morning. Cheng Tianyuan was doing well. After washing up, he was full of energy and went to check on his little daughter and son. Xue Ling, on the other hand, stayed curled up under the covers, feeling weak all over and not wanting to get up at all. Cheng Tianyuan soon came back and said softly, Breakfast is ready. Mom's calling you to come eat. Zhao Chong is awake and was taken next door by Uncle Zheng's family. Xiao Xin is still sleeping. I just want to sleep more. Xue Ling didn't move an inch. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled indulgently and kissed her on the forehead. Eat something first, then you can nap again this afternoon. We have to go to the old house this morning to pay respects to the ancestors. We're meeting Heng and the others at 9:30. Xue Ling didn't open her eyes and mumbled, What time is it? It's almost 8, Cheng Tianyuan explained. Heng and the others haven't come for breakfast yet, but they should be here soon. Then I'll sleep for another half hour. Xue Ling pulled the blanket over her head and muttered, I'm so tired. Cheng Tianyuan knew he'd worn her out with his own greediness and couldn't bear to wake her again. He gently tucked the blanket around her forehead and went out to sweep the floor. Sister Chen was always diligent. Usually, when the 2 kids were asleep, she'd clean the rooms. He swept for a while but found there wasn't much dust, so he just put the broom away. At that moment, footsteps sounded outside. The father and son, Xue Huan and Xue Jilian, both dressed smartly in suits and leather shoes, walked in, chatting quietly. Cheng Tianyuan went out to greet them and asked, Uncle Jilian, were you all right last night? You seem to have had a bit too much to drink. I'm fine, Xue Jilian replied with a smile. I didn't drink much, just drank a bit too quickly, so I felt dizzy. But after a good sleep, I'm fine and feeling great. Xue Huan was the first to go inside and called out with a laugh, Mother-in-law, Auntie, I'm hungry. Can we have breakfast now? Of course, Liu Ying replied cheerfully. Everything's still hot. Come in and eat. Wah, wah, wah. Suddenly, Xiao Xin's cries came from the room. Zhu Chen hurriedly rushed in. Xue Jilian glared at his younger son and scolded, There are kids at home. Why are you shouting? That's rude and you scared the child. Liu Ying quickly said, It's all right, it's all right. Xue Huan felt terribly guilty and hurried after them, coaxing, Don't cry, Xiaoxin. It's Uncle's fault. Uncle is sorry. Zhu Achun smiled. She's not crying anymore. Uncle Huan can hold her and I'll go make some formula for breakfast. Xue Huan quickly took Xiaoxin in his arms. The little one had just been crying, her big eyes still wet as she blinked at Xue Huan. His heart melted, and he kissed her soft black hair. Our Xiaoxin is so cute. Xiaoxin thought he was playing with her and giggled. Cheng Tianyuan came over and reached out to hold his daughter. Brother-in-law, let me help a bit longer, Xue Huan said with a smile. It's rare for me to be home on holiday. I'll help you guys out. All right, we'll leave Xiaoxin to you for these couple of days, Cheng Tianyuan replied without hesitation. You can even take her to sleep with you tonight, one on each side. Xue Huan laughed. Let's skip tonight. I don't know how to change diapers or make formula. Everyone laughed. Xue Jilian went to the kitchen to help bring out bowls, plates, and rice cakes. Liu Ying couldn't help but ask, Where's your mother-in-law? Wasn't she going to make barley and water chestnut soup? Xue Jilian paused and smiled. She just woke up. If we relied on her, my son and I would be left hungry. Liu Ying shook her head. No worries, we have plenty to eat. Whoever's here can eat first. All right. Xue Jilian nodded. What time did Ah Feng get off work last night? The TV station is so busy at year-end she must be exhausted. Mother-in-law, since she's on holiday these days, make her some nourishing soups to help her recover. After I finish eating, I'll bring over some fish maw and bird's nest. Liu Ying quickly shook her head. No need, that stuff is too expensive. Save it for when she's pregnant. Xue Jilian chuckled. It's fine. When she's pregnant, I'll have Ah Heng buy more. The kids work hard, they need to be taken care of. You all work even harder and need it more, Liu Ying said. You're only home a few days a year, and you eat at the hospital cafeteria most of the time, which isn't nutritious. Now that you're older, you should take better care of yourselves. No need. We're too old for too many supplements, Xue Jilian replied. 3 meals a day is enough. Liu Ying smiled wryly. Don't work so hard. The kids are grown. Let them earn the money. Yes, yes, Xue Jilian said softly. Almost retired, just a few more years to go. Liu Ying reminded. There are still some steamed buns in the steamer. Achun made them earlier. They smell great. All right, Xue Jilian replied. Zhu Achun fed Xiaoxin her milk, while Cheng Tianyuan brought Xue Huan to eat breakfast. Looking at the festive spread, Xue Huan couldn't help but laugh. Looks like most of these are sweet dishes. That's what we eat for New Year's, Liu Ying reminded him. The steamed buns and rice noodle rolls aren't sweet. Try them. Xue Huan was surprised. Rice noodle rolls? That's a southern snack, right? Haven't seen those in ages. He picked one up and ate it with relish. Liu Ying smiled. Xiao Yi brought them over earlier. She steamed them herself this morning. Xue Huan guessed it must be Zheng Sanyuan's child from next door and asked curiously, Is their family from the south? No, Cheng Tianyuan explained. They're all northerners. Uncle Zheng said Xiao Yi learned to cook during winter break, and this is a southern snack she picked up. She's been making them for her family whenever she has time, and everyone says they're delicious. Today she made some for us to try. They're really good, Xue Huan smiled. We used to eat these in the provincial capital, and they taste just the same. Little sister did a great job. Very nice, Xue Jilian agreed after trying one. It's great to have a daughter. She's so thoughtful. Liu Ying smiled. Xiao Yi is in high school and has a lot of homework, but she's a good kid. Whenever she's home, she helps with the chores. There's no mom at home and she's the only girl, so she learned to cook during winter break. Good kid, Xue Jilian praised with a smile. She's 18 this year and getting prettier. Just then, Zhu Achun came over with Xiaoxin in her arms. The little one looked around with big bright eyes and then grinned at Xue Huan. Xue Huan laughed happily. Wait for me, little one. Uncle Huan will hold you after he's eaten. Liu Ying couldn't help but praise, I think our Xiao Xin will be very pretty when she grows up. Of course, Xue Jillian smiled. With good-looking parents, the kids are bound to be even more handsome and beautiful. Cheng Tianyuan ate quickly and was the first to finish, taking his little daughter into his arms. Every mother praises her own child. No matter what, your own kids always look the best. Everyone laughed. Xue Jillian reminded, It's already 8 o'clock. We can't leave too late. Your brother isn't up yet, right? Let him sleep another half hour, then go wake him. Okay, Xue Huan replied. Just then, a child's cry came from the doorway. It was Zheng Xiaoyi, all dressed up but looking a bit flustered, carrying Xiao Chong and calling out, Brother Cheng, Auntie Achun, Xiao Chong is upset and crying. Zhu Achun hurried over and took Xiao Chong, saying, He's probably hungry. I'll go make him some formula. Cheng Tianyuan waved. I'll hold him. You go make it. It'll be faster. Zhu Achun handed the child to him and rushed off to make the milk. Seeing his dad and little sister, Xiao Chong quickly stopped crying, though his eyes were still wet with tears, and looked around curiously. Zheng Xiaoyi blushed in embarrassment. Why did he stop crying all of a sudden? We were just playing with him, and then he suddenly started crying and scared us all. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. It's nothing. Kids are always like this. He was having fun, then suddenly remembered he was hungry, so he cried to remind you to bring him back. Xue Huan added with a smile, That's his way of sending you a signal. Zheng Xiaoyi's face turned even redder, and she snuck a glance at Xue Huan. Xue Jilian, having finished eating, came over to take Xiao Xin in his arms. Little Chong noticed his sister being carried away and looked a bit disappointed, turning his head to watch Xue Huan eat. Xue Huan raised his chin at him and joked, Little guy, are you hungry? Too bad none of this food is for you. For now, you can only drink milk. Little Chong looked at him pitifully and made a couple of yaya sounds. Zheng Xiaoyi whispered, He's mad. You're tempting him. Xue Huan burst out laughing, his handsome face lighting up. Zheng Xiaoyi stared at him, a bit dazed. Xue Huan gently tapped Little Chong's chubby cheek and coaxed, In a couple of months, when you can eat solid food, Uncle Huan will feed you. If you wait for him to feed you, you'll be hungry every day, Cheng Tianyuan teased. He's only home for a couple of meals a month. How much time will he have to feed my Xiao Wang? Xue Huan chuckled. Soon, Zhu Achun came over with the formula, smiling. I've checked the temperature, it's just right. Zheng Xiaoyi asked softly, Auntie, can I feed Xiao Chong? Zhu Achun nodded. Of course. Come, sit down, I'll show you how. Liu Ying laughed. Girls all have to get married and have kids one day. If you learn now, you'll know how to feed your own baby in the future. Zheng Xiaoyi blushed furiously and lowered her head. Liu Ying couldn't help but add, No need to be shy. In our rural hometown, girls your age are already getting married. It's just that people here in the capital tend to marry later. Xue Jilian, rocking Xiao Xin, smiled. If you study more, you naturally get married and have kids later. Most people finish university at 23 or 24, then work for a year or two before settling down, so they get married at 25 or 26. That's just right. Cheng Tianyuan agreed. In the countryside, people don't value education as much, so kids tend to marry and have children earlier. Most of my peers in the village were married by 20. I was 25, which was considered late. That's still too early, Xue Huan laughed. Getting married means taking on family responsibilities. It's too hard if you're too young. Xue Jilian shot him a look and asked, Is that why you've never dated? Are you avoiding responsibility because it's hard? I'm not avoiding it, just postponing it, Xue Huan replied with a cheeky grin. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. There's no need to rush. The education system has changed. People spend more years in school now. Young people who value education finish university, work, and then get married. That's not considered early anymore. But Huan, you're almost 30. If you delay any longer, it'll be too late. Exactly, Xue Jilian chimed in. It's already a bit late. Xue Huan, having finished eating, pretended not to hear, wiped his mouth, and picked up Xiao Xin. Don't take her from me, Xue Jilian complained. I've only held her for a little while. It's my turn, Shuehuan laughed. She smiled at me just now, and I promised to hold her after I finished eating. Xue Zhilian glanced at the clock on the wall and said, I'd better go wake your mom, or we'll be late. It's the first day of the new year. We all have to go to the old house to pay respects. She better not fall back asleep after waking up. He said this as he walked out. Cheng Tianyuan remembered his wife was still in bed and quickly got up to go next door. Liu Ying and Zhu Achun were busy, one tidying the kitchen, the other working inside. In the living room, only Xue Huan and Zheng Xiaoyi were left, each holding a baby, one with Zhao Chong, the other with Zhao Xin. Blushing, Zheng Xiaoyi carried Zhao Chong over. Brother, can we switch? I like holding Zhao Xin more. Xue Huan raised an eyebrow and asked with a smile, Why? They're exactly the same. Zheng Xiaoyi pouted, Girls should hold girls, boys should hold boys. Xue Huan laughed, teasing, That's not right. Opposites attract. Boys should hold girls. It's only fitting that I hold my little girl. Zheng Xiaoyi was too embarrassed to say anything else and lowered her head to comfort Zhao Chong. Xue Huan lifted Zhao Xin high, making her giggle. Seeing this, Zhao Chong, maybe because of his boyish nature, looked on enviously. Stretching his neck and chubby hands toward Xue Huan, Zheng Xiaoyi got flustered, struggling to manage the little one. Brother? Zhao Chong wants you. You hold him. Xue Huan, young and strong, easily scooped up Zhao Chong with one big hand. Now he had one child in each arm, playing with both. Zheng Xiaoyi edged closer and whispered, Then I'll hold Xiao Xin. Nope, Xue Huan said. They're both mine now. Zheng Xiaoyi grew anxious, her girlish charm showing as she pouted, No, give me one! I want Xiao Xin! Finding her adorable, Xue Huan couldn't help but tease her. Nope, not giving her up. Zheng Xiaoyi, frustrated, hugged his arm and protested. One for each of us. You can't hog them both. I like Xiao Xin the most. Let me have her. Xue Huan shook his head, joking. What can I do? I like Xiao Xin the most, too. But Zhao Chong likes me best. I can't give up either. I want both the fish and the bear's paw. You can't have both, Zheng Xiaoyi pouted. That's not fair. You have to choose. My dad and the others are waiting for Xiao Xin to come play. Xiao Xin, do you love your uncle? Xue Huan teased the little one. Xiao Xin, easily amused, giggled at the sound of his whistle. Xue Huan turned to Zhao Chong. Xiao Chong, do you love your uncle? Zhao Chong, also fond of the whistling, blinked at him. Xue Huan grinned. See, they both love me. You... Zheng Xiaoyi blushed and scolded. You're too greedy, too bad. Xue Huan laughed heartily. Zheng Xiaoyi, staring at his handsome face, was momentarily dazed. Realizing it, she shyly ran out. Hey, Xiaoyi! Madame Chen saw her rushing out and poked her head in. What's wrong? Is Xiaoyi upset? Did you make her mad? No, Xue Huan shrugged. I was just teasing her. Madame Chen shook her head with a smile and went to the kitchen. Xue Zhilian followed and promptly took Zhao Chong from Xue Huan's arms. Not daring to compete with his own father, Xue Huan was left holding Xiao Xin, whom he carried around by the window. This new year wasn't too cold. Outside it was about 15 or 16 degrees. Since the kids were still little, the house was kept warm, at over 20 degrees. Cheng Tianyuan came in and explained, It's still a bit chilly outside. Xiao Xin and Zhao Chong should stay home, not go with us to pay respects to the ancestors. Liu Ying, drying her hands, said, No problem, you all go. Achun and I will watch them. Xiao Xin will probably nap soon. She's been up for almost 3 hours already. Shh, Xue Huan said softly, looking at the little one slumped on his shoulder. She's about to fall asleep. Cheng Tianyuan tried to take his daughter back, but Xue Huan wouldn't let go. He cradled the little one in his arms and saw her slowly close her big eyes, her chubby face nestled against his chest as she drifted off to sleep. Xue Huan squinted at the little one, a surge of fatherly pride welling up inside him. Surrounded by his happy family, gazing out at the city center, a sudden thought flashed through his mind. Maybe it was time for him to start a family of his own. Xie Ling glanced sideways, guessing that her cousin was feeling emotional because of the memories. Cousin, today we're here to pay respects to our ancestors. If uncle and aunt see you coming to honor them, they'll be happy in heaven. It's the first day of the new year. We should be cheerful. Xue Kong wiped the corners of her eyes and forced an apologetic smile. I just got too emotional for a moment. I can't help it. I really am in that situation where a child wants to care for their parents, but they're no longer around. Your parents only have you, and my parents only had me. But my parents passed away early. When they died, my career was just starting out. I couldn't take care of them or give them a comfortable life. In the past 10 years, my career has taken off. My husband's done well too, and our life has improved year after year, but my parents never got to enjoy any of it. I still remember before my father passed, he told me he wanted to see the sea in the south. But I couldn't fulfill that wish. I tried to take leave and apply for time off, but before it was approved, he was already gone. Xie Ling sighed softly and changed the subject. Uncle must have really loved the sea, right? Yeah, Xue Kong replied quietly. My mom's ashes were scattered at sea. I know he missed her. Xue Ling gave a wry smile to herself. She'd just said the wrong thing at the wrong time. Cousin, I'm sorry. Xue Kong sniffled and shook her head. You're luckier than me. After your parents retired, they could live the life they wanted. You're also more capable than me. You've managed to make it so your parents don't have to worry. They can spend their own money and enjoy life without thinking about whether their children are doing well financially. Back then, I was still struggling, and even as my father was dying, he was still worried about me. I really wasn't a good daughter. You don't have to worry about that now, Xue Ling comforted her. You have a good, comfortable life now. Uncle and aunt would be happy for you, wherever they are. Xue Kong gave a wistful, bitter smile. It's all just on the surface. It only looks good on the outside. Now Xue Ling didn't dare ask any more and said softly, Try to look on the bright side. Cousin, you're in your 40s now. They say at 50 you understand your fate. Some things you just have to let go. Sigh. I can't let go, Xue Kong murmured, eyes half closed. My husband has never once come with me to the old house, not even once. He couldn't even make it to my parents' funerals. I've yelled at him, fought with him, even threatened divorce, but all he ever says is, I'm sorry, and then nothing else. Xie Ling thought of her cousin's husband's special job and tried to comfort her. He has a special job, cousin. He serves the country and the people. We should try to be understanding. But who understands me? Xue Kong choked up. Our child is studying abroad. There's no spring festival over there, so he can't get time off to come home. My husband can't come home either, not even for New Year's Eve dinner. Other families are lively and together for the holidays, but I'm sitting alone in a fancy villa, upstairs and downstairs, inside and out, all cold and empty. I don't even have anyone to talk to. Xie Ling couldn't help but feel sad and squeezed her cousin's hand. Her hand was cold, her palm chilly. Xue Kong sniffled. She wasn't crying, but her expression was bleak. People only ever see the good on the outside, but they don't know the pain and helplessness inside. When I was younger, everyone was working hard. I was busy with my job and raising a child. His job was special, and I always supported him. Back then, at least I had my child for company. Even if I missed him, I just had to bear it. But it hurt. Year after year, always the same. How many more years do I have to wait for a companion? I never married him for money or status. I just thought he was steady and responsible. But his sense of responsibility was never for me. Even a little bit of family responsibility would have been nice, but he never put our little family first. Now I'm older, the child is grown and gone, and I'm lonely. I need a companion. But when will he ever truly belong to me, to our family? Xie Ling sighed and said softly, Cousin, try to look at it differently. He's almost 50, right? He'll retire soon, and then he'll be able to spend many years with you. I want a divorce, Xue Kong said, eyes narrowed. I told him before the new year. He was very quiet on the phone, silent for 5 or 6 minutes, and I just hung up. If a relationship can only be maintained by a phone line, then there's nothing left. Sometimes it's 10 days, half a month, or even a month or two without a single call. What's the point of being married like this? She looked toward the main hall, leaning against a pillar with a sigh. There's a saying. If you don't listen to your elders, you'll suffer for it. Elders have seen more, and they see things more clearly. My dad told me back then, he's a good man, but if you marry him, you'll have to hold up the family on your own. My mom didn't want me to suffer either, and tried to persuade me to give him up. But I was stubborn. Call it independent if you want, but really it was just stubbornness. I thought the person I chose was the one I loved, and I wouldn't regret it. But I do regret it. In the end, I really do. Love is subtle, but you can't live on love alone. My love for him was worn away by all the exhausting chores and lonely nights. I used to think everything in the world would eventually fade, but not love. That love was eternal. But that was just a foolish idea from my youth. If there's no one there, if you never see them, how can there be so much love? Waiting and waiting, day after day, month after month, the occasional rushed meeting, a quick goodbye, and then the cycle starts again. Even the deepest love can't withstand the wear of time. So my heart grew cold, my feelings faded, and my love disappeared. I'm tired, really tired and worn out. I just want to find a place that isn't so lonely, to have someone to talk to. I don't want flattery or empty words. I don't want fake comfort. I don't even need reassurance because I honestly don't need stability anymore. Xie Ling lowered her head and rolled her eyes. Then I won't try to comfort you. Honestly, if it were me, I could never have lasted as long as you. I have even less patience, and I'm even worse at being alone. Xie Kong gave a low laugh. I can't do it anymore either. But divorce doesn't really solve anything. Xie Ling couldn't help but analyze. You're basically living alone now, and if you get divorced, you'll still be living alone. What's the difference? Unless you've already found someone new. No, Xie Kong said quietly. Making one mistake is foolish enough. Why make another? I regret it, I'm tired, and I'd be crazy to go looking for a second chance at love. Then there's even less reason to get divorced. Xie Ling shrugged. Either way, you're still alone. If you don't get divorced, at least your child still has a complete family. Xue Kong was stunned, momentarily speechless. Xie Ling continued. What would you gain from a divorce? Money? You don't need his money. Power? Your career has nothing to do with him. What do you want to get out of it? Have you thought about it? I don't need anything, Xie Kong said softly. I'm not lacking for money or anything else. Exactly, Xie Ling shrugged. What you want is his companionship, but he can't give you that. Even if you get divorced, he still can't give you that, so what's the point? Xie Kong murmured. This kind of marriage is meaningless and pointless. I just want to end it sooner, not keep up the pretense. It's too painful for me. Xie Ling knew her cousin didn't need comforting, but she felt she did need some advice. Kongjie, to be honest, I don't think you're completely over your husband. You're just tired of this lonely life. If you make a few changes, things could get better right away. On the other hand, if you really had no feelings left for him, you'd still want to keep the marriage in name at least. As long as you two are still husband and wife, the family exists, and the marriage is secure, for both you and your child. If you don't expect anything from him anymore, then just keep going as you are. You're both in your 40s now. If you're not looking for a passionate second chance at love and just want a peaceful, ordinary life, then there's no need to stir things up. Think about it. Whether you divorce or not, your life won't really change much, so why bother? Maybe in a few years, things will get better. Kongjie, don't just focus on work. When you have time, go out shopping or eat with friends or meet up with relatives. Being around people and in a lively atmosphere will naturally lift your mood. Like you said, as we get older, love fades, and what we really need is companionship. Friends and relatives can be your companions too. Maybe they're not as close as a husband, but they can still share life with you. Xie Ling continued. Like right now, the two of us are sitting here, And you're pouring your heart out to me because you're feeling emotional. This is a kind of companionship and emotional sharing. Kongjie, calm down. Divorce doesn't really matter to you anymore, so just keep the marriage in name. You're not losing anything. Shekong didn't reply, her expression hard to read, as if she was deep in thought. He probably can't get divorced either. Xue Ling knew her cousin's husband was a high-ranking official, and that marriage was important for him too, but she didn't ask more. Kongjie, your husband probably has no choice. If he's loyal to the marriage, loyal to you and only thinks of you, but his job forces him to neglect you, then try to forgive him. When he's older and retires, he'll come back to you, and you'll still have each other. Xue Kong closed her eyes, basking in the warm sun, and said nothing. The sunlight shone on her carefully made-up face, highlighting the exhaustion and helplessness in her eyes. Xue Ling could see the traces of time on her face, but also imagined how stunningly beautiful she must have been when she was young. She guessed her cousin's husband must have been quite extraordinary too, or else her cousin wouldn't have insisted on marrying him even knowing about his special career. Kongjie, you've waited for him for over 20 years. Why not wait a few more? He's already in his 50s and retirement isn't far off. I'm sure he knows all the sacrifices and grievances you've endured for the family. Xue Kong nodded. He knows. But all he ever does is sigh and say, "I'm sorry" or "thank you." In his heart, there's only loyalty. He can't betray that. He values his beliefs and reputation more than his own life, so of course he's loyal to his marriage. I absolutely trust him on that. He loves me, but he just can't say it, and he's not good at expressing it. But he can't do more. Someone who can't even spare a few days to be with you doesn't really have the right to say he can do anything for you. Xue Ling gently patted her hand and said softly, "Sis, in that case, just hang in there a few more years. If you get lonely or tired, come stay with us. My house is always lively with 4 kids. Don't go home for lunch. Come with us to Ronghua Mall. We're meeting third uncle for lunch, and after that, he and Uncle Jillian are going upstairs to play chess. Me, Afang, and the others will play cards and take turns watching the kids. You should join us." "All right." Xue Kong managed a smile and explained, "My colleagues and friends are all busy. It's the new year. Everyone's busy visiting relatives and hosting guests, so I don't want to bother them. Since you all have a big group, I'll join in." Xue Ling smiled and pulled her up. "Let's take a walk around the old house. Sitting around isn't good for your mood. It can even make you depressed. I haven't really looked around since the renovations." Xue Kong walked with her, strolling slowly and chatting quietly. By noon, third uncle led the younger generation in bowing and paying respects to the ancestors. "Wishing everyone all the best. May all your wishes come true. Those who want to eat or play cards, let's go together. I'm going with Jillian and the others to Ronghua Mall. Anyone free can join us." Everyone laughed and left with their families. Cheng Tianyuan took Xue Ling's hand and led her out. Xue Ling glanced back and saw Xue Kong walking with third uncle, chatting happily. She breathed a sigh of relief and explained to Cheng Tianyuan that Xue Kong would be joining them for lunch. Cheng Tianyuan was a little surprised but quickly nodded. In his mind, cousin Xue Kong was always a serious, reserved, and elegant high-level professional. He never expected she'd want to join in with the group, but he was a hospitable person and was glad she wanted to come. Everyone got in their cars. Third uncle rode with Xue Kong, the others in their own cars. The cars left the old house in a line, heading for the city center. The city center was as lively and bustling as ever, even more so than usual. The plaza outside the mall was packed, and the Ronghua Hotel restaurant was crowded too. Luckily, Xue Ling had reserved 2 tables in advance, and the manager had saved them a big private room. As soon as they arrived, the food started coming out. The private room was nice and quiet, separated from the noisy crowds outside. Everyone chatted and ate, and it took almost an hour for everyone to finish. Xue Kong ate happily and said quietly to third uncle, "It's been so long since I've eaten with so many people. I feel like my appetite is so much better." "That's always the way," third uncle explained with a smile. "When I eat alone at home, I barely finish half a bowl of rice. When I eat with Ah Huan and the young people at the hospital, I can eat a whole bowl. When others eat more, I unconsciously eat more too. Xue Kong asked about his research lab and said with concern, "You're already retired, so you're just helping out. Don't overdo it. Don't tire yourself out." "It's fine, I know my limits," third uncle said with a squint. "But you look even thinner than before. At your age, you shouldn't be too fat or too thin. Exercise more and your complexion will improve." "All right," Xue Kong smiled. "I'll pay attention." Third uncle nodded in satisfaction. This niece had always been strong and capable, very self-disciplined, and never needed anyone to worry about her. Xie Jilian came over with a smile. "Third brother, let's go upstairs and play chess. There's sunlight in the corridor right now. We can play chess and soak up the sun at the same time? How about it?" "Absolutely!" Third uncle grinned. "I have to win a few games this afternoon. Last time I played you, I lost 2 rounds. "I'm always ready for a challenge," Xue Jilian said, pulling third uncle along. Third uncle waved to Xue Kong. "Want to come upstairs? You should at least come up and see the place." "Kongjie, come play cards with us," Xue Ling said with a smile. "We just agreed. 5 yuan a round, and whoever wins the most has to treat everyone tonight." "We're eating here again," Xue Heng laughed. "The food today is great. If I win, I'll treat everyone to 2 bowls of soup each." All right, you can win," Xue Ling called out with a laugh. "I want a few more bowls of bird's nest soup." "Hey, that's too much. Maybe I shouldn't win after all." Everyone burst out laughing. The New Year's first month was always the liveliest, with everyone visiting relatives, gathering for meals and parties, eating and drinking, bustling in and out. But Xue Ling was different. She returned to the main factory on the 2nd day of the New Year. Her secretary also came in to work overtime, reporting, "About a third of the workers have come back for overtime, and a large number said they'll be back tomorrow. The latest will be back by the 5th day." "All right," Xue Ling smiled. "Tell the kitchen staff to add more dishes and meat for the workers and make plenty of good food." "Okay." The secretary nodded, then asked, "What about the kitchen subsidy?" "Take it over now," Xue Ling replied. The secretary hurried off to get it done. In the evenings, with nothing pressing, Xue Ling would drive home to have a big family dinner and play cards. The festive atmosphere was strong, and in the blink of an eye it was already the 5th day of the new year. Third uncle had little to do and spent most days at the mall. Xue Kong had a 7-day holiday, but found it too lonely at home, so she came along with third uncle to visit. She loved Xue Ling's twins. Their chubby, adorable 4-month-old faces were irresistible, and she couldn't help but reach out to hold them the moment she saw them. A house with children is always extra lively. It had been a long time since Xue Kong had been around babies. As she held them, she was reminded of holding her own daughter when she was young, and her eyes filled with tears. Third uncle teased, "All mothers are like this. Holding a child always brings back so many memories." Xue Kong laughed softly. Little Shin babbled, waving her chubby hands and giggling at third uncle. His old face broke into a wide, chrysanthemum-like smile as he held the little one's hand and joked, "What is it? Do you think Auntie Kong Kong looks funny when she cries?" Little Shin didn't understand a word, just kept laughing. Third uncle laughed. "This little one isn't afraid of strangers at all. So cute." Xue Kong smiled tenderly. "My child was very shy as a baby. She only wanted me or her dad. Strangely, even though her dad was rarely home, every time he came in, she'd cling to him and wouldn't let go." Third uncle nodded. "That's the mystery of blood ties. Children are the continuation of their parents' lives, their own flesh and blood. That bond is in their bones. Nothing can change it." Xue Kong's eyes flickered, and she hugged little Shin tighter, saying nothing more. Chung Tianyuan came out of the kitchen with a plate of sweet potato pancakes, urging everyone to eat while they were hot. Little Shin saw her dad and waved her hands, reaching for him. Chung Tianyuan smiled, picked up his daughter, lifted her high, then held her gently in his arms. Watching this, Xue Kong's eyes reddened again. Back then, he would come in and hold their child just like this. Then, with one hand holding the baby, he'd anxiously grab her hand with the other, gripping it tightly. Chung Tianyuan said warmly. Kongjie, have some sweet potato pancake. Thank you. She Kong took the bowl and chopsticks, gave a piece to third uncle, then took one for herself. Third uncle noticed the sky was getting dark and explained. The radio said it would get colder and snow tonight. There hasn't been any snow since the new year, but with clouds this thick, I bet we'll get a heavy snow tonight. Chung Tianyuan suggested, why don't we have hot pot tonight? Eat early, get warm and full, then you can head home. No, Sua Kong said. It's hard to drive when it's snowing. I'll take third uncle home first, then go back myself. Third uncle nodded in agreement. Right. Visibility is bad in the snow, and it's not safe. Chung Tianyuan didn't insist. My mom thought we'd have dinner together tonight, so she prepared a lot of braised beef and rice cakes. Since both of you usually eat alone, don't bother cooking dinner. Take some home, otherwise it'll go to waste. Sua Kong felt a bit embarrassed and smiled. I'm already half full. How can I take more? We're family, don't be polite, third uncle said gently. A Yuan is straightforward. He doesn't say empty words. Lingling and Aheng aren't coming home for dinner, and Jillian and his wife are back at work, so there's too much food left. Let's just take some home and not waste it. Chung Tianyuan had already called Sister Achen to pack up the rice cakes and beef. Sua Kong smiled. Then I won't be polite. The sky was darkening, and though it was only around 4 in the afternoon, the roads were already hard to see. Sua Kong turned on her headlights, dropped third uncle off at his little courtyard, then slowly drove back to her villa. The neighborhood was small, with only about a dozen villas. She'd chosen it for its peace and elegant luxury. He, on the other hand, hadn't liked it much, thinking it was too flashy and extravagant. But he respected her wishes and let her decide. She'd thought the quiet would be nice, but sometimes it was so quiet it made her restless. As she approached her villa, she saw 2 military vehicles parked at her door. She was stunned for a moment. He was back? She parked the car, her mind swirling with thoughts of that phone call the other night. She almost didn't want to see him. She didn't know how to face him. The guards at the gate had already spotted her and quickly reported inside. A moment later, the gate opened, and a tall, broad-shouldered, familiar figure appeared. Time seemed to have left no mark on him. Life had been kind to someone who exercised regularly. His stride was as steady as ever, his face still dignified and handsome, and he walked toward her car with deep, unreadable eyes. He tried the car door, but it wouldn't open. He tapped gently on the window. Sua Kong kept her head down, not wanting to move. He waited patiently by the car, his eyes quietly fixed on her. Suddenly, snowflakes began to fall, swirling down onto the car window and onto the broad-shouldered man standing outside. Sua Kong felt the car getting stuffy, the faint aroma of braised beef in the air. She glanced at the basket beside her. She thought of Xie Ling's adorable twins and the warmth of their family. She looked up through the car window at the man's tense face and the snowflakes landing on it. The next moment, she couldn't hold back her tears. She opened the car door, jumped out, and threw herself into his arms. He held her close, shielding her from the snow with his head, his voice deep and steady. It's snowing hard. Let's go inside. Sua Kong nodded, turned to get the basket from the car. He took it from her and led her inside. The guards all stood at attention, nodding respectfully. Madame. Sua Kong nodded in return. He didn't pause, leading her upstairs to their private space. He set down the basket, brushed the snow from her coat with gentle, careful hands. Whatever he did, he always did it with meticulous care. Sua Kong's eyes were red, but she didn't say a word for a long time. He took off his overcoat, hung it up, and changed into slippers. The heat's on full. Take off your coat, I'll get you some water. It's cold outside. Have something warm to drink? Sua Kong numbly took off her coat and tossed it aside. He came over, handed her a glass of water, picked up her coat and hung it next to his. She took a sip, staring at the steam rising from the cup, unmoving. He sat down beside her. He said quietly, I really couldn't get away for the New Year. I rushed here as soon as I got off the plane, and it's already the 5th day. Sua Kong set down her cup and said softly, Time passes quickly for you. But for me at home it feels unbearably slow. Especially when I'm alone. It's cold and quiet, and every second seems to drag on forever before the next one comes." The man sighed softly, his warm, large hand wrapping around hers. His hand was rough, covered in old scars, but as warm as ever. Her hand was cold, slender and pale, marked by the years, the skin slightly wrinkled. Neither of them spoke. The room was so quiet that only the low hum of the heater could be heard. He held her hand and said quietly, "Akong, after we hung up that night, I didn't sleep at all. At dawn, I sent a request to my superiors, asking to be transferred back to the capital within half a month." Kong was startled, staring at him in disbelief. Why did you do something so impulsive? All those years of hard work could go up in smoke. You're being too rash." He smiled a little, his big hand clumsily stroking her hair with familiar tenderness. "I can't always live just for myself. I have to take some responsibility for you, for this family. All these years, you've raised our child alone, supported the family alone, carried all the burdens alone. I couldn't share any of it, and you and our child still had to worry about me." He paused. He wasn't a man of many words, not one for grand speeches or sweet talk. He swallowed, then said gently, "I'm coming back, to be closer to you, to spend more time with you and with our family." Kong was stunned. After a long moment, her eyes reddened and tears streamed down her face. His words were simple, but she knew exactly what he was giving up, how much he was sacrificing. He was ambitious, passionate, and patriotic, but he hadn't forgotten his family or his responsibilities at home. Kong buried herself in his arms and sobbed. She cried hard, as if pouring out all the grievances she'd bottled up over the years. Ling was right. If she still loved him, she shouldn't give up so easily. But after more than 20 years, she was so tired of this lonely life. In the empty villa, she was always alone, her footsteps echoing at night. She liked to keep the TV on just to fill the house with voices, so she wouldn't start hearing things. Without someone beside her, the bed was cold year after year. She knew how hard things were for him, how difficult his choices were, so she kept silent and endured. But this new year had been too painful, so she acted on impulse and made that call. He held her, letting her cry, saying nothing, his big hand gently patting her back in comfort. Outside, night had fallen and snow was swirling down. Inside, the heater was warm, but her sobs were muffled and sorrowful, making his brow furrow and his heart ache. All his life, he'd served his country and his people, and been loyal to his brothers in arms, but he'd let down his wife and daughter. Since they married, his wife had managed the whole family alone. After their child was born, he tried to come home more, but in a year, he'd only be home a few days. When the child was little, she'd giggle happily when she saw him. But as she grew, every time she saw him, there was a kind of awkward unfamiliarity, a distance built up over time. She'd think hard, finally remember he was Dad, and then timidly come over to speak to him. "Dad, why are you never home? Dad, why don't you ever pick me up from school? Dad, the other kids in the neighborhood say I don't have a dad." At those times, his heart would ache, and he never knew what to say. His wife would glance at their daughter and gently say, "Daddy's just too busy. When he's not busy, he'll come spend time with us." He felt sorry for his child and even more for his wife, because they were the only two people he'd ever truly let down. He was nearly 50 now, approaching old age. Who knew how much time he had left? He wanted to spend more of it with the people he loved. His parents had died young. He'd regretted not being able to care for them for years. If he missed out on this time too, he might lose his wife as well. Then what had all his years of hard work been for? Honor is glorious, of course, but I can't just chase after honor. I'm getting old, and I can't always be at the front. It's time to let the young people have their chance and for me to rest a bit. From now on, I'll make more time for you and our child. When we retire, we'll go abroad to visit our daughter, we'll enjoy our grandchildren, take leisurely walks every day, and grow old together." Kong couldn't stop crying, unable to say a word. He smiled gently, took out a handkerchief to wipe her tears, and said softly, "Akong, I'm hungry. Let's make dinner. Give me another 10 days or so and I'll be able to come home more often, have dinner with you in the evenings, and breakfast with you in the mornings." She sniffled and nodded hard. He took her hand and stood up, glancing at the little basket on the table. "What's this? Something tasty? Have you eaten?" Shekong shook her head. "I just had some snacks. This is braised meat and rice cake from my cousin's husband. I've been visiting my cousin Xue Ling's house with third uncle these days. She lives in Ronghua Mall in the city center, and her house is always lively with kids. She keeps inviting me over to help with the children." "How old are the kids?" he asked, his eyes softening at the mention of children. "She has 4. The oldest and youngest boys are traveling with their grandparents, and the youngest 2 are twins, just 4 or 5 months old, chubby, fair, and adorable." He chuckled. "If you like it, go visit more often. Our Huayer was adorable when she was little, too." Shekong nodded. "She's already 21. He turned on the gas stove. "What should we make?" She brought over a pot. "The rice cake is freshly made, just needs to be steamed. I'll slice the braised meat for you to eat with it." He didn't leave, staying by her side to help. Soon, the steaming rice cake was ready. He picked up his chopsticks, tasted it, and nodded. "Delicious." Shekong smiled gently and pushed the sliced braised meat toward him. "This cousin is my youngest uncle's only daughter. You probably met her when she was little at the ancestral hall. She's very capable, built Ronghua Mall in the city center, runs a great business. Her whole family lives on the 18th floor of the mall, with her in-laws across the hall, my uncle and aunt next door, and her uncle's family are also relatives by marriage, living nearby. They have a nanny to help with the kids, and the house is always bustling. Everyone's happy, the elders laugh, the kids laugh, the family atmosphere is wonderful." He saw the envy in her eyes and said gently, "They're all family. Visit whenever you like." Shekong smiled. "Third uncle loves going there, playing chess, chatting, and getting a free meal. Her mother-in-law's braised meat is delicious. You should try it." He picked up a piece and tasted it. Very flavorful, rich taste." Shekong added, "My cousin is always busy, and her husband, after work, rushes home to help with the kids. I've noticed he actually does most of the childcare and housework. His business is doing well, but not as well as hers, and he's not the type to care about appearances. When she's busy, he takes care of everything at home. He's warm, responsible, and good to everyone." The man's eyes flickered slightly, as if he'd picked up on something in her words, but he just gave a gentle, honest smile and continued eating the rice cake. Shekong didn't eat much and explained, "I had some sweet potato pancakes over there, so I'm not really hungry. After dropping third uncle off, I saw how dark the sky was getting and hurried home, worried the snow would get heavy." The man paused with his chopsticks and reminded her, "If it's snowing, don't drive too fast. The roads are slippery and the tires don't have enough grip. Be extra careful." Shekong nodded. They finished eating quickly. The man went downstairs, while Shekong boiled some water and washed all the dishes. He soon returned and explained, "I told them to go back first. I'll stay home tonight." Shekong wiped her hands and said softly, "If you're too busy, you should go back. Wait for the transfer order, then come back to the capital." "There's an important meeting here tomorrow," he said. "I'll go back tomorrow evening." Shekong lowered her eyes. "I have to work tomorrow too. Can we have lunch together?" "Probably not," he replied. "The meeting will be long. Should finish around 3 in the afternoon." A hint of disappointment flashed in Shekong's eyes, but she nodded. "That's fine. I'll just eat at work." They hadn't seen each other in 5 months and 16 days, and he could only stay one night at home. Oh well, she was used to it by now. There was nothing to complain about. He squeezed her hand gently. "Just wait a little longer. Tomorrow I'm handing over my work." Shekong smiled softly, leaning against his broad shoulder, squinting at the swirling snow outside the window. "There's been so much snow this year." He hummed in agreement. "There's even more up north, a thick layer so deep your legs sink in. This isn't much. It'll probably stop before midnight. She Kong seemed to remember something and chuckled quietly. Remember when we were young, my dorm didn't have heating, so I had to burn charcoal every day. Every letter you wrote ended with, "Remember to leave a crack in the window and don't sleep too deeply." He remembered too and said softly, "The dorm was small, and burning charcoal was dangerous. I always wanted to come and build you a little heated bed, but he waited and waited, and when he finally got leave to go back, a new assignment came up and he had to cancel his vacation and rush off. By the time he finished and got leave to visit her, she'd already moved out of that dorm and been transferred to a radio station on the outskirts of the capital. His busy life had made him miss so much, and he'd never really taken care of her. She Kong just smiled and said quietly, "It's all in the past. Let it go. If you keep dwelling on it, you're only making yourself miserable. My cousin told me, divorced or not, I'd still be living alone, so I might as well keep a little hope and wait for you to retire. If there's still love, don't give up so easily." His eyes grew deep as he pulled her closer. "We've come so far together. It hasn't been easy. I'd never agree to a divorce. When I married you, I promised a lifetime of loyalty. A man keeps his word. That phone call the other day, I've already forgotten it. You should too, okay?" She Kong leaned into his shoulder, smiling as she closed her eyes. The night outside was cold and icy, but inside was as warm as spring. In the freezing weather, the best thing was to hide out at the factory and work overtime. At noon, Xue Ling would go home to hug her 2 little ones, but spent the rest of her time working at the main factory. When the weather finally cleared and temperatures rose, everyone suddenly realized the Lantern Festival had arrived. Xue Ling gave the workers a half-day off and had the cafeteria aunties cook tangyuan and dumplings for everyone at lunch. Southerners loved tangyuan. Northerners loved dumplings. Everyone picked what they liked. After tidying up, Xue Ling drove off to pick up her parents and sons. Cheng Tianyuan had wanted to go, but Xue Ling said she was free, so she drove to the airport alone. After waiting for over half an hour, she finally saw her father-in-law and father pushing luggage carts, with her mother on either side holding the 2 boys' hands. "Mom! Mommy!" "Mom!" Renan and Yang Yang let go of their grandma's hands and ran over to hug Xue Ling. She looked at her 2 tanned sons and burst out laughing. "You've both gotten so tanned at the seaside, and so much sturdier." Not only the kids, but all 3 elders had gotten much darker, and they all looked energetic and healthy. "Wow, looks like the Southern Islands climate is really good for you." Chung Muhai grinned. "We ate and slept well every day, played and ran on the beach morning and night, and were happy every day. Of course we're all in great shape." Xue Ling's parents saw their daughter had lost weight, but her complexion was rosy and she looked well, so they were reassured. "I heard both factories had to work overtime during the new year. Were there really that many orders? How much did the branch help?" Xue Ling smiled, knowing her dad, even after handing over the factory, still worried about the business he'd run for so many years. "We had to work overtime. Started on the 2nd day of the new year, and we're running 3 shifts. Orders come in almost every day, and we're always urging suppliers to deliver fabric and rushing to ship goods." Her parents exchanged a look, a bit incredulous. Even in the best years, orders didn't come in until after the Lantern Festival. But since their daughter took over, she'd boldly switched fabrics and focused only on jeans, and business had suddenly boomed. Her dad eyed her suspiciously and asked in a low voice, "Is business really that good? It's not just a flash in the pan, is it?" "No," Xue Ling explained. "I've already revised the summer product designs with the designer several times, and we finally settled on them yesterday. I just faxed them to a few big clients, and they called right away to ask about orders. They all want to place new ones." "Oh." Her dad nodded. Her mom giggled. "As long as you're making money, that's all that matters. Your dad and I are retired now. If you make money, it's your skill. If you don't, it's your problem. We won't interfere." Xue Ling stifled a laugh and said, "If I ran the factory into the ground, you'd have started scolding me already." Chung Muhai and her dad both laughed. The family got in the car and headed for the city center. "Renan, school starts the day after tomorrow. You need to settle down and stop playing. Get your books out, and if you don't understand something, ask your brother Ironhead. Okay, Renan said happily. Mom, I found a big seashell for Ironhead. He said he's never seen one before. Yang Yang chimed in excitedly. Mom, I bought you a necklace, all made of seashells. I'm giving one to Grandma, too. An auntie and little sister, and Auntie Achan. Zhe Ling nodded quickly, laughing. Great. Remember, when you go out, always bring back gifts for everyone. They don't have to be expensive, but it's the thought that counts. Yang Yang giggled. We're taking brother back to school for a few days, then we're going to Spring City in the southwest. Spring City? Zhe Ling was surprised. You're only staying a few days? Yes, her mom explained. I heard the flowers are already blooming there. When spring comes, all the flowers will be in full bloom. It's such a beautiful sight, we can't miss it. That's right, her dad said. We'll see the flowers in Spring City first, then next month we'll fly to Luocheng to see the peonies. Muhai is coming with us too. When we get back, we'll show you the photos. Zhe Ling, who could only look at photos while working overtime, gave a wry smile. All right, as long as you all have fun. The Lantern Festival is the first major holiday of the new year, a time of full moons and blooming flowers, a day for family reunions. So it always feels especially important. Zhe Ling was worried that with 2 little ones at home, dinner would be hectic, so she arranged for everyone to eat downstairs and asked the lobby manager to set up 3 banquet tables. Third uncle and both of my older male cousins are coming, so I booked an extra table, she explained. Her father smiled. That's right, get them over here. I've got a gift for third brother, so he has to come. Cheng Tianyuan, holding little Shin, added, Datong is out with classmates. Duo has extra lessons tomorrow and couldn't come home. Uncle Zheng and Xiao Yi are just at home, so I invited them to join us for dinner too. Good, Xue Ling's mother said with a smile. Xiao Yi is such a pretty and sweet girl. I haven't seen her in a while. I'll have to give her a red envelope later. She Heng, holding little Chong, said with a wry smile. The TV station has a Lantern Festival gala tonight, and some of the segments are live, so Afeng's whole department has to stay on duty and can't join us. That's all right, Liu Ying said. Work comes first. I'll save 2 bowls of tang yuan for her. When she gets home, I'll cook them up for her. Thanks, Mom, Xue Heng said. You should go to bed early tonight. She might not get home until 2 or 3 in the morning. If I'm awake, I'll make them for her. Cheng Muhai asked his son-in-law, Heng, what about your parents? Are they on duty too? No, Xue Heng explained. They're older and can't stay up late, so they arranged with the hospital to work day shifts only. They should be getting off soon. Ah Huan will pick them up and bring them over. Just then, Xue Jilian and Xue Huan walked in. I heard Wu Ge and his wife and the in-laws are coming back today, so I kept an eye on the clock at work. Where's my gift? Renan? Yang Yang? Where's Uncle's present? Everyone laughed. Renan quickly pulled out a conch shell and explained, Uncle, this conch is orange. Pretty, right? I heard it takes years to grow this big. Wow, Xue Jilian pretended to be amazed. That long? It's small but very pretty. Thank you, Renan. Xie Huan picked up Yang Yang and asked, Where's my present? You said something about a necklace on the phone last time. I've been waiting. Uncle Huan, you're a boy. You can't wear a necklace, Yang Yang said seriously. I got you a little piece of coral. It's really pretty. You can put it on your desk. Oh. Xie Huan pinched his nose and laughed. That actually makes sense. What does the coral look like? Show me. I've never seen real coral before. We bought it at the beach, Xue Ling's father explained. Fishermen dive for it and sell it on the shore. There isn't much coral there, but sometimes small pieces wash up. We found a couple when the tide was out. They're really pretty. Yang Yang ran to get a piece and shouted, Uncle Huan, this blue and white one is for you. Isn't it pretty? Wow. Xie Huan blinked. It's beautiful. I didn't know coral was so hard. It looks like a little tree. So cute. I love it, thank you, Yang Yang. He gave the little guy a kiss on the head. Renan called out, Uncle Huan, I helped wash it. My hands almost got hurt. She Huan clicked his tongue and joked, "What should I do? Should I kiss you too?" Renan giggled and ran away. "No way, I'm a big boy now." Everyone burst out laughing. She Huan put the gift in his pocket. "I'll put it on my desk when I get home." Just then, Zheng Sanyuan arrived with his daughter Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi was wearing trendy jeans, her long hair loose over her shoulders, shyly following behind her father. Everyone greeted them. Xue Ling's mother pulled out a big red envelope for Xiao Yi, patted her hand and said, "You're getting prettier every year, almost 19 now, right? Like a flower." Xiao Yi smiled. "I'll be 19 in a few days. My birthday's the 20th of the first lunar month." "Our Ah Huan was born in the first month too," Madame Chen chimed in. "His birthday is the 19th. "Oh, just one day apart?" Zheng Sanyuan laughed. "One's the 19th, one's the 20th, right?" Madame Chen nodded. "Yes, he's been working for a few years now. He skipped a grade in elementary and again in middle school, so he finished his master's at 24. Zheng Sanyuan gave a thumbs up. "Impressive." Nearby, Xiao Yi blushed and snuck a glance at Xue Huan, who was busy playing with little Xin and hadn't heard any of this. Xue Ling checked the time and called out, "Everyone, time to go downstairs for dinner." Zhu Chun came out and explained with a smile, "Little Chong didn't nap much this afternoon, so he's sleeping soundly now. You all go eat. I'll stay home with him." "What about your dinner?" Zheng Sanyuan asked with concern. "Isn't Ironhead still downstairs?" "He just got back," Zhu Chun replied gently. "I asked him to make some dumplings. We made plenty earlier. There's enough to eat." Hearing this, no one insisted, and they all gathered their things and headed downstairs. Xue Ling's father and Xue Jilian chatted happily as they left the elevator and entered the restaurant, heading to their private room. "Ling, why isn't third uncle here yet? Are you sure you got the time right?" "I did," Xue Ling guessed. "Maybe they're waiting for everyone to arrive." Everyone took their seats. Just 2 tables were filled, still waiting for third uncle's family. After a while, third uncle and his group hurried in. His 2 sons and a grandson and granddaughter came, but the 2 daughters-in-law were missing. With them was Xue Kong, dressed smartly with a small bag on her shoulder, looking like she'd just come from work. "I got off work and got a call from third uncle inviting me to dinner," Xue Kong said with a smile. "He said the 2 sisters-in-law weren't coming, so there'd be empty seats and food would go to waste, so I came to help out." Xue Ling laughed. "We'd never get you to come otherwise. Don't be polite. Sit down." Her father was delighted to see his niece, holding her hand and asking all sorts of questions. Her mother quickly pulled out a snow-white pearl necklace and handed it to Xue Kong. "It's a gift from the southern island. Not expensive, but it looks nice and will be cool to wear in summer." Xue Kong happily accepted it. "Thank you, uncle and auntie." Once everyone was there, the food was served and the conversation flowed. Xiao Yi sat next to Xue Huan, secretly watching what he ate and picked up. Cheng Tianyuan held little Xin, using one hand to feed his 2 sons, while Xue Ling made the rounds with her wine glass, chatting with everyone. Xue Kong noticed the role reversal between men and women and couldn't help but laugh quietly. Meanwhile, third uncle sat with a gloomy face, looking listless and clearly unhappy. Xue Ling noticed her 2 cousins weren't talking much either, and with the 2 sisters-in-law absent, guessed the wives had quarreled again. She asked her mom for 2 pearl necklaces and handed one to each cousin. "Mom brought back a bunch of souvenirs. Since your wives aren't here tonight, take these home to cheer them up." The cousins thanked her and turned to chat with her parents, asking about the southern island. Xue Ling switched seats to sit next to third uncle. "How do you like the food tonight, uncle?" He forced a smile and said quietly, "As good as ever. Plentiful and delicious." Xue Ling grinned. "If it's good, why aren't you eating more?" "No appetite," third uncle replied with a wry smile. "I'm just feeling troubled." Xue Ling patted third uncle on the shoulder and said, "What's left for you to worry about? You're getting on in years, your hair's all white. What can't you see through by now?" Third uncle shook his head with a wry smile. I see through my own troubles, but I just can't figure out what you young people are thinking these days. Xie Ling lowered her voice. Every generation has its own blessings. You don't need to worry so much. The two brothers get along well, and the sisters-in-law will come around in time. There's no end to worrying about these things. It's not worry, third uncle frowned. It just frustrates me. Why does a family have to be so petty, always nitpicking about this and that? If you could really settle every score, why would there be so much unfairness in the world? Xie Ling stifled a laugh. You're so wise because you're older. When they get older, they'll see things more clearly too. Third uncle shook his head, still smiling bitterly. It's not about age, it's about intelligence. Your eldest cousin has seniority at work, got a raise and a bonus after the new year, and the whole family was happy. That's a good thing, Xie Ling said. Third uncle snorted. But your eldest cousin's wife started showing off, bragging about how great her department is and how bright the future looks. Then your second cousin's wife got upset, came to me with a sour tone, saying I gave the eldest a better job and the second a worse one with no prospects, and accused me of favoritism. Xie Ling could only smile wryly. Third uncle went on, So I thought I'd make it up to the second and gave him 2 old paintings from my collection. Then the eldest got upset, saying why should the second get both paintings when they didn't get any? The job and salary are the company's business, but as their father, I'm accused of favoring the second. The paintings aren't worth much, just old, with some collectible value, but not worth a lot of money. Now I've lost 2 paintings and still ended up being accused of favoritism by both sides. I can't win. Xie Ling shook her head and laughed quietly. You really have it tough, uncle. Third uncle looked at her curiously. Ling, what would you do if you were me? I'd ignore them, Xie Ling said. Let them be. People who love to compare will always have a scale in their hearts that never balances, and whatever you do will be wrong. But that's just who they are. People don't change. If you can't change them, just stop worrying about it. Third uncle nodded. Maybe. I really should listen to you. Nearby, Xue Kong had caught most of the conversation and said softly, Uncle, Lingling's right. Family matters are always messy and hard to untangle. Sometimes it's better not to get involved. The more you try, the worse it gets. Let them sort it out themselves, and if they can't, so be it. Third uncle nodded. All right, I'll stop meddling. The 3 of them raised their little cups and drank together. Xie Ling reminded them, even though this is low alcohol, don't drink too much. Everyone still has to drive later. Xie Kong put down her cup. From her manner, it was clear she could hold her liquor. Xie Ling couldn't help teasing, Sis, how much can you drink? Xie Kong laughed, Not much. About a gin and I'm tipsy. Third uncle seemed to remember something and leaned in. A Kong, is your husband being transferred back? Is it just temporary? Some short-term assignment? No, Xue Kong smiled. He couldn't bear to see me so lonely at home, so he's planning to transfer back to the capital. That way he can spend more time with me. Third uncle was shocked, staring in disbelief. Why didn't you stop him? Who knows what the consequences will be? His base isn't even here. Pulling him away like this could have serious consequences. Xue Kong didn't know how to explain, her eyes flickering. Third uncle grew more agitated, lowering his voice. Did something happen? Why such a big change all of a sudden? Is there something unusual going on up top? No, Xue Kong lowered her eyes and said softly, I was in a bad mood recently, resented him, and called him to talk about divorce. Third uncle was stunned. Then his face fell. Nonsense. Absolute nonsense. A Kong, do you know how hard he's worked to get where he is? How could you ask him to make such a sacrifice? Are you willing to see his future ruined? He has such a bright path ahead, you know that. How could you suddenly be so thoughtless? You've always been the calmest, most level-headed of the younger generation. Xue Kong's eyes reddened at his scolding. I was impulsive, but I don't regret it. Uncle, who knows how long life is? In a blink, I'm over 40. We've been married more than 20 years, and I've spent most of it alone. I get tired. I get weary. Third uncle was taken aback, then sighed softly. Xue Kong choked up. When we got married, both our names were on the certificate, but I've always been alone. When I served his parents, I was alone. When I gave birth in the hospital, I was alone. I earned money, raised the child, did everything by myself. I took the child to and from school, helped with homework, went to parent-teacher meetings, all alone. At least when the child was home, I had company, but since she went abroad to study, I've been so lonely. The house is empty. My heart is empty. Uncle, I don't care about his career or power. I just want him to love me, to care for me, to be a responsible man, just like when we first married. Third uncle's eyes reddened and he said softly, I know. When you went to the countryside and lived in his hometown, you suffered a lot. It hasn't been easy for you all these years. I'm not greedy. Xue Kong shook her head. I just want him to spend a little more time with me. Even 1 day a week or 1 day a month would be enough. Third uncle nodded. I was too harsh just now. This is between you and your husband. If he's willing to do this for you, it means you're his top priority. As long as you two have talked it through and are happy, that's all that matters. I shouldn't have said what I did. No, Xue Kong quickly took his hand. You care about me and you care about him. If you didn't scold me, I might act on impulse too easily. You're right. I was impulsive and I've blamed myself, but I don't regret it. Xue Ling smiled quietly. All that matters is no regrets. If it feels right, do it. If brother-in-law is willing, it shows he's confident in himself. Uncle, life is full of twists and turns. When you lose something, you gain something else. Maybe this change will bring him even greater opportunities. That's true. Third uncle smiled. Sometimes, the tighter you hold on, the more afraid you become. If you can let go, see things more clearly and change your mindset, it might be for the best. Xue Kong smiled happily and clinked her glass with Xue Ling's. Well said. Thank you. Third uncle pretended to be annoyed. What, I don't get any thanks? Wasn't I right too? Of course. Xue Ling and her cousin both laughed, quickly raising their glasses to toast third uncle. Here's to blessings in disguise. After the meal, everyone was in high spirits, except for third uncle's 2 sons. They forced smiles as they ate, watching everyone else enjoy themselves in pairs, while the 2 of them sat alone. Luckily, they had their own son and daughter with them, or they might have become the butt of jokes. On a day meant for family reunion like the Lantern Festival, their wives were at home sulking, refusing to cook, wash clothes or tidy up, and starting arguments the moment they walked in the door. How could anyone look forward to going home to that? The 2 brothers exchanged glances and sighed. Third uncle glanced at them, but had no intention of going over. Xue Zhilian, who was always observant, quickly noticed the tension between the 3 and used the excuse of a toast to make his way over. Third brother, everything all right? It's just after New Year, shouldn't be too busy, right? Not busy, third uncle replied. The hospital project is ongoing, but this is a slow period. Things won't pick up until next month. Ah Huan is free too, just busy with surgery. He did a big operation recently. Quite impressive. I'm not here to ask about him, Xue Zhilian said, glancing at the 2 sons and lowering his voice. What's going on? Both brothers look so glum. Third uncle rolled his eyes and, as before, gave a brief explanation. Lingling already talked to me. Even if I can't figure it out, I have to let it go. There's nothing I can do. They can't control their wives. If their wives want to fight, what am I supposed to do as their father? Everyone should mind their own business. Each generation has its own blessings. My hands can't reach that far, nor should they. Xue Zhilian sighed. No matter how old your sons get, they're still your sons. When it comes to life experience, you've got 20 years on them. You had them in your 40s, so you're even more experienced. You should still give them advice when needed. Haven't I given enough advice? Third uncle grumbled. They don't learn, can't do better. Am I supposed to nag them like an old woman? They're grown men. If someone else can talk sense into them, that's good enough. Xue Zhilian chuckled. Don't be upset. Sometimes an outsider sees things more clearly. I'll go have a word with them, maybe it'll help. Go ahead. Third uncle clinked glasses with him, then put his cup down. I've had 2 already, can't drink more. That's my toast done. Xue Jillian smiled and went to sit between the 2 nephews. Hello, Uncle Jillian. Hello, Uncle. He smiled. Where are the kids? Weren't they just here? Where'd they go? The older nephew smiled. They went shopping in the mall together. Xue Jillian nodded. It's good the cousins get along and have company. The younger nephew added, they're close in age, always got along. Xue Jillian took the chance to ask, and you two? I remember you were always close. Ate together, slept together, went to school together. The brothers exchanged glances and smiled. Uncle, we've always been good. Xue Jillian smiled knowingly. That's because you're brothers, sharing the same blood. When the family is harmonious, everything prospers, right? They both nodded. So, you not only need to get along as brothers, but also help your wives get along. You brought them into the family, so how they get along affects you too. If things aren't good between them, you'll feel it. Your dad's in a bad mood tonight because your wives had a spat. The brothers sighed, looking helpless. You're right, Uncle. But we really can't do anything. We've tried everything, but they always compare and argue. We're 2 brothers, not the same person. How can we be compared all the time? But that's what they do. If they're not comparing with others, they're comparing with each other. If my brother does a little better, my wife's unhappy. If I do a little better, my sister-in-law's unhappy. How can they get along? We're different people with different jobs and personalities. How could everything be the same? But they just can't see it. Uncle, it's just like my brother said. We both have our own families and jobs now. How could everything be identical? Dad has only us 2 sons. How could he favor one over the other? He loves us both. What's he supposed to do? Stand in the middle with a scale, weighing everything. If Dad's unhappy, we're responsible too. Xue Jillian chuckled. Our Xue family values harmony and reason, and we're all honest people. Being honest doesn't help, the older nephew said with a wry smile. I'm too honest. That's why my wife walks all over me. She never listens and even picks fights. If it's just at home, I can handle it, but when she takes it to Dad's courtyard, I can't stand it. The younger nephew sighed. If both people are stubborn, it's even worse. She said a lot of disrespectful things in front of Dad, always accusing him of favoritism. Dad only has us 2 sons. How could he favor one? Uncle, you have 2 sons too. Would you favor one over the other? Xue Jillian laughed. You understand, but your wives don't. Your main job now is to talk sense into them. Even if the sisters-in-law don't get along, don't let it spill over in front of the elders. Your dad raised you, and now you're parents yourselves. Your kids are teenagers. You should know how hard it is to be a parent and try not to make your dad worry. Yes, they both agreed. He patted their shoulders and said quietly, If your wives keep thinking the other has it better, tell them to swap jobs and homes and see if they want to. And tell them, if they keep causing trouble at your dad's place, he'll stop getting involved, and if your families have problems, don't expect him to help. The brothers exchanged glances, looking a bit uneasy. Uncle, did Dad say that? Was he really that angry? Wouldn't you be? Xue Jillian shook his head. He was definitely upset. After hearing this, both cousins looked a bit uneasy. It seemed they'd really made their father angry this time. Uncle, I'll go talk to my wife as soon as I get home. I'll go scold mine. If she hadn't started all this, Dad wouldn't be caught in the middle, getting blamed by my sister-in-law. Xue Jillian nodded with a smile. I'm sure you'll handle it well. Come on, let's have another drink. After chatting for a while, Xue Jillian packed up, ready to go play chess with third uncle and Xue's father. Zheng Sanyuan suggested, Why not come to my place? It's quiet tonight, just me and my daughter. Xue's father agreed. Too many people make it hard to focus on chess, and the kids can be noisy at home. Let's go next door. They quickly settled on the location. Zheng Sanyuan looked around and saw his daughter sitting next to Xue Huan, listening intently. He called out, Xiao Yi, time to go home? Xiao Yi looked up, her face falling. Dad, can't we stay a bit longer? I'm asking Brother Juan about study methods. Shi Jillian laughed. You can always ask him upstairs. We all live in the same building. It's not hard to find him. Exactly. Zheng San Yuan laughed. Juan, you're staying here tonight, right? Please help her out. I didn't go to school much, so I can't help with her studies. Shi Huan smiled. We can talk more upstairs. I can't help much, but I can share some study tips. Zhao Yi blushed with happiness. She Kong had chatted with Xue Ling for a while and, seeing that third uncle wasn't leaving yet, decided not to stay. I'll head home. I have work tomorrow morning. Cheng Tianyuan, holding little Xin, came over and said, Sister Kong, we made a lot of dumplings in Tangyuan upstairs. You're busy with work and probably don't have time to cook? Why not take some home for your husband? Xue Kong was always busy and rarely cooked at home, so she hadn't made any herself. She shook her head. That's too much. You've already fed me. I can't take more. Xue Ling grabbed her hand. Don't be polite. We made too much, and it'll go to waste if you don't take some. Come on, let's go get some. So Xue Kong went upstairs with them. Xue's mother and Liu Ying took Ranan and Yang Yang to the mall to buy some spring clothes. Third uncle's 2 sons said goodbye and went to find their kids in the mall. Everyone soon went their separate ways. Cheng Tianyuan, holding little Xin, went to the front desk to settle the bill. The manager smiled. Boss Xue already paid a deposit. There's probably still some left. We've been busy and haven't tallied up the private room charges yet. Next time Boss Xue comes, we'll settle everything together. All right then, Cheng Tianyuan agreed. The manager looked at the adorable little one in his arms and asked, Is this one of the twins? So cute. Is she a girl? Cheng Tianyuan nodded with a smile. The manager clapped. She's just too pretty. When she grows up, she'll be a beauty. Those big eyes, that cute nose and little mouth, just perfect. He reached out to hold Xin's hand, but the little one, not used to strangers and startled by his loud voice, quickly pulled her hand back. Xue Huan came over after washing his hands and saw this. Xin, come here. Uncle will hold you. He scooped her up and walked out of the restaurant. Cheng Tianyuan nodded to the manager. We'll be going now. The manager bowed and waved goodbye. Zhao Yi hurried after them. Xue Huan was already waiting by the elevator, holding Xin. He stepped in first. As the elevator doors closed and they rose, Xue Huan said quietly, Brother-in-law, little kids have weaker immune systems, so try not to let strangers touch them too much. The hotel manager meets a lot of people every day. His hands and clothes carry a lot of germs. Xin sometimes puts her hands in her mouth, and that can bring germs into her body. If it's someone you don't know well, especially someone who's around a lot of people, it's best not to let them touch her hands. Cheng Tianyuan hadn't thought of that and quickly said, You're right. Thanks for the reminder. I wouldn't have thought of it. Zhao Yi chimed in. Brother Huan really is a doctor, always thinking about hygiene. Xue Huan smiled and turned to play with Xin. Xin giggled, her chubby little hands patting his handsome face. He laughed and rubbed her hand with his nose. Xin quickly patted his nose in return. Xue Huan flinched and laughed. The elevator reached the 18th floor and the 3 stepped out. Xue Kong had already picked up dumplings in Tangyuan, and Xue Ling saw her out. Xue Huan asked, Sister Kong, did you drive? Need a ride? No, Xue Kong smiled. I drove myself. Third uncle said he might stay here tonight. Remember to take him home tomorrow. Will do, Xue Huan said. Leave it to me. They watched Xue Kong get in the elevator, then headed to the suite. Xue Ling took Xin to feed her. Cheng Tianyuan pulled Xue Huan aside to make tea. Third uncle says your tea is the best. Later, you're in charge of bringing tea to the elders next door. Got it. Xue Huan walked a few steps, then turned and called, Xiao Yi, come help. We can chat while we make tea. Xiao Yi grinned and hurried after him. The early spring weather was warming up. With the heat on, some watched TV, some played chess, some chatted, and by 10 o'clock, everyone was ready for bed. Cheng Tianyuan took little Chong back to their room, while Xin slept with her grandparents. Renan yawned. Dad, why isn't little brother asleep yet? Cheng Tianyuan explained, He napped too long this evening. He'll need another hour before he's tired. Yang Yang asked, Does he always stay up late? How can a little kid go to bed so late? Cheng Tianyuan smiled. He's still little, so he doesn't have a routine yet and doesn't know the difference between day and night, but he sleeps deeply in the second half of the night and rarely wakes for milk. You two were the same at his age, so don't laugh at your brother. Really? Renan snorted. I bet I wasn't. Yang Yang protested. Me neither. She Ling, tidying up, laughed. You both were. Your dad and I can vouch for it. Cheng Tianyuan laughed too. Renan and Yang Yang ran off, not wanting to face the truth. As Shui Ling tidied up, she asked about their trip to the southern island. By the way, how long did Uncle Shan Yu and Aunt Chen stay with you? Renan thought for a moment. About 5 days. Shui Ling asked, Did you have fun with your cousin? Yang Yang shook his head. Uncle and Aunt wouldn't let her go in the sun. They said she'd get tanned. They wouldn't let her go in the water either, said she'd catch a cold. We just played by ourselves. Shui Ling thought of how protective the Shan Yu couple were with their daughter and wasn't surprised. You're boys and Yo-Yo is a girl. It's different. Yang Yang muttered. But she must have been bored. I asked her and she said it was dull and she wanted to go out. In the evening she could go to the beach, but she couldn't even get her feet wet. What's the point? Exactly, Renan said. We just left her alone. She couldn't play anyway. Yang Yang asked, Mom, wasn't Yo-Yo supposed to come to the capital for school? Why didn't she? Shui Ling explained. Her parents think the winters here are too cold and worry she won't handle it, so they're still undecided. She'll start elementary school next semester, so they haven't made up their minds. What does that mean? What's undecided? Yang Yang asked. Cheng Tianyuan came over holding little Chong and explained, Being undecided means not having made up your mind yet, not knowing which choice is best. Yang Yang looked at his little brother and wiggled his hips at him. Little Chong seemed to sense his brother's enthusiasm and giggled happily. Ranan glanced over, a bit disgruntled. Third brother seems to like Yang Yang more. I tried to make him laugh earlier and he didn't. So disloyal. Hey, I'm your big brother. Your big brother, you know. Shui Ling laughed and teased. You don't know how to make him laugh. If you pinch his cheeks, he's too busy feeling the pain to smile. Exactly. Yang Yang nodded vigorously at little Chong and declared loudly, Third brother loves me best. Loves me best. Little Chong didn't know what love best meant, but he liked his second brother's enthusiasm, so he babbled and waved his hands, reaching for him. Renan, a little jealous, made an excuse for himself. Well, Shin likes me more. I'll just spoil her extra from now on. Cheng Tianyuan glanced at him and said, What do you know? Chong and Shin are still so little. They don't understand who spoils them or who they like. If you play with them more, they'll be close to you. Renan had grown taller and lost his baby fat, and after all that time in the sun at the beach, he looked even sturdier. Got it. Anyway, I'm staying home to study, and Yang Yang is going traveling with Grandpa and Grandma. Soon, Chong and Shin will only be close to me. Yang Yang got mad, his round face puffing up. What are you talking about? As soon as I come back, they'll love me best. Renan snorted. Stop flattering yourself, always bragging. Enough, Shui Ling said, putting on her mom voice. It's just a little thing. What are you arguing about? You're the big brothers. Your little brother and sister will need you to look after them. If they don't like you, who will they like? Cheng Tianyuan smiled. That's right. You're all siblings, brothers and sister. Of course, you should be closest to each other. Yang Yang, chastened, quietly took his little brother's hand and played with him. Renan, being clever, changed the subject. Ironhead says school starts the day after tomorrow. I finished all my winter homework and he said he finished his ages ago and even started studying 5th grade stuff. Cheng Tianyuan admired Ironhead's work ethic and nodded. He's very responsible. During the day, he collects cardboard boxes from the mall downstairs to sell, and at night he sits in the living room reading and writing. He even collects newspapers and reads them by the window every morning. Renan was amazed. So hard-working. Learning takes hard work, Xueling said, ruffling his hair. You're in second grade now, so you can't slack off. I'm not slacking, Renan grinned. I do all my reading and studying. But not as hard-working as Ironhead, Cheng Tianyuan pointed out. He's 2 years older and much more mature. Renan shrugged, pretending not to hear. Xueling liked Ironhead too, but she knew her own kids had grown up in a more comfortable environment and couldn't match his drive and sense of responsibility, so she didn't worry about it. Just study hard. If you do well on your exams, you can go traveling with Grandpa and Grandma again in the summer. Yang turned and grinned. When summer comes, we'll come pick you up. Renan grumbled. Why doesn't Yang have to go to kindergarten? He should be going by now. No, Cheng Tianyuan explained. You had to go to kindergarten because we were too busy back then. Now Grandpa and Grandma are traveling, and that's a great way for your brother to learn and see new things. Kindergarten is just singing and dancing. He'll learn more traveling with them. Renan pouted. Then why didn't you take me traveling when I was little? I want to see more of the world, too. Xueling and Cheng Tianyuan exchanged a smile. If we could play without working, not have to take care of the family, and just travel, we'd love that, too. Back then, your mom and dad were too busy. Grandpa and Grandma were busy, and so were your other grandparents. Now that your mom helps out at the factory, Grandpa and Grandma have time to travel. We hired Aunt Achin to help with your little brother and sister so Grandpa can go too. If the elders want to travel and take Yang, we're happy with that. Xueling added, Once our business is stable, we'll take you all traveling during the school holidays. How long will that take? Renan asked. Xueling thought for a moment. A few more years? Renan flopped onto the sofa. A few more years? That's so long. Xueling laughed. When I was your age, my parents never took me anywhere. Why not? Because we didn't have the money or the time. Yang giggled. I'm only 6. If I wait until I'm 8 to go to kindergarten, I get to play for another year or 2. No, Cheng Tianyuan said. You'll start school at 7. At most, you get 1 more year. Yang shrank back, not daring to argue. Xueling playfully smacked him. If you get the chance to travel, make the most of it. See more of our beautiful country, learn about different places. When your little brother and sister are older, we'll all go together during the holidays. All right, Yang muttered. Having a plan is better than no plan. At least there's something to look forward to, right? Cheng Tianyuan and Xueling both laughed at his old soul tone. Renan climbed up and leaned against his dad's leg. Dad, I want to go to the southern island again. The beach was so much fun. Here we have to wear thick coats, but there you can just wear shorts. Grandpa and Grandma will probably want to go again at the end of the year, Cheng Tianyuan said. You can go with them then. Me too, Yang grinned. The beach is the best. Little Chong got excited and babbled along. Cheng Tianyuan picked him up and laughed. What, you want to go to? Ju Achin blushed slightly and kept mopping the floor. Has your ex-wife ever come back? She asked softly. After all, you have 3 kids. She must still miss them. I don't know. Zheng Sanyuan's face darkened and he lowered his voice. She's remarried and has never called. Maybe she did feel some regret, but the kids refuse to talk to her and she's angry at them too, so she just doesn't call at all. Ju Achun couldn't help but ask, You never taught your kids to hate her, did you? No. Zheng Sanyuan shook his head quickly. I'm not that kind of person. She made mistakes, but she's still their mother. That will never change. No matter how wrong she was, I never badmouthed her in front of the kids. But they're old enough to know right from wrong. They saw how she almost destroyed our family, how her gambling nearly drove her mad. They're angry and resentful toward her. Ju Achun sighed. They're older now, and at that age it's easy to hold a grudge. It's understandable. The two exchanged a glance and shared an awkward smile. Both of them had incomplete families, both missing a half, and their children had all been hurt in ways that still hadn't healed. Zheng Sanyuan said, Achin, just do a quick clean. When I come back with the kids on the weekend, I'll have them help out. Ju Achin nodded. If I'm free, just call me and I'll come help. We're neighbors. No need to be so polite. Thank you, really. Thank you. Jung Sanyuan smiled. You've helped us so much. Ju Achun blushed again, turned, and left with her mop. Jung Sanyuan watched her go, wanting to say something, but in the end, he held back. Lately, Xue Heng had been extremely busy, leaving early and coming home late, sometimes not even making it back at night. Cheng Tianfang had gone south for training and wouldn't be back for half a month, so Xue Heng packed some clothes and stayed at the branch factory office. With 2 fewer people at home for meals and Xue Ling always busy at the main factory, and the Zheng family next door also away, things felt much quieter, especially at dinner, when it was often just Liu Ying, Cheng Tianyuan, and Renan. One evening, Xue Heng came by to grab a light jacket and stopped in to say hello. Mom, bro, Renan, you're having dinner? Liu Ying smiled. You're back? Have you eaten? Come join us. Xue Heng shook his head. I have to work overtime at the factory tonight, so I ate at the canteen. I just came to get a light jacket. I wore too little yesterday and now I feel a bit dizzy. Oh no, Liu Ying said. You must have caught a cold. The weather's still chilly in the mornings and evenings. You can't dress too lightly. Xue Heng's voice was a bit nasal. I know, Mom. I won't come in. I've got a bit of a cold and don't want to pass it to the kids. Cheng Tianyuan reminded him. If you catch a chill, boil some ginger water and drink it. Will do. Xue Heng waved. I'm off. Renan chased after him, calling, Uncle, Dad wants to know if you want some cold medicine? If you're sick, you should take some. Xue Heng laughed and ruffled his hair. No need. Your uncle's tough. I'll just drink more water and I'll be fine tomorrow. Back at the branch factory, he was too tired to go upstairs and just slept on the sofa with a light jacket. But in the middle of the night, a strong wind from the window woke him up, chilled to the bone. The next morning, he woke up groggy, sneezing, and feeling terrible. His secretary noticed, You really don't look well, manager. Maybe you should go to the hospital and get some medicine. The factory's busy. You can't afford to get sick. Xue Heng's throat hurt. His head was spinning, and he could barely hold on. All right, I'll go get some medicine. He knew he'd been careless, and if his parents found out, he'd get a scolding for sure. So, with strong self-preservation instincts, he didn't dare go to the central hospital where his parents worked. Instead, he drove straight to the small courtyard to find Third Uncle. But Third Uncle had already started working at the People's Hospital and wasn't home. Not wanting to delay, Xue Heng forced himself to drive to the People's Hospital. He went straight to Xue Huan's office, but he wasn't there. His assistant greeted him. Director Xue is in surgery, probably another half hour. He's not seeing patients today. Are you here for a checkup? Xue Heng smiled. I'm his brother, just here to see him. The assistant suddenly remembered and apologized. Sorry, my memory. Let me get you some water. Xue Heng thanked her. With so many people coming and going, it's impossible to remember everyone. The assistant smiled. You and Director Xue look so alike. I should have recognized you. Mr. Xue, if you don't mind me saying, you don't look well. Just a cold, Xue Heng said. I came to get some medicine. Is my uncle here? He's in the lab at the back, the assistant explained, but it's off limits, especially since you're sick. Xue Heng nodded. No problem. I'll just wait for Huan. The assistant quickly poured him another glass of water. Drink more water if you have a cold. Xue Heng thanked her. Over half an hour later, Xie Huan finally returned, just out of surgery, changing into his white coat and hurrying in. Bro, what are you doing here? Whoa, you look terrible. Where do you feel bad? Xie Heng held his head, his voice thick. Don't ask. I was careless, caught a chill twice in a row. Xue Huan snorted, grabbed a jacket and handed it over. Put this on. It's only spring, not summer. Why are you wearing just a shirt? Xie Heng grinned. It was warm at noon yesterday, so I switched. People get sick because they're careless, Xie Huan said, taking his temperature and handing him a mask, then listening to his chest and lungs. Xie Heng rolled his eyes. Is this really necessary? Just give me some medicine. Xie Huan replied, Your lungs are a bit inflamed. If you don't take care of it, you might get a fever. Don't think a cold is nothing. Just the other day, a young guy came in with a cold, ended up in a coma with a high fever, and now he's in the ICU. Sheheng was startled. A cold? Seriously? How old was he? A young man, Shehuan said. He had a cold for over 10 days, ignored it, thought he was fine. Even went fishing in cold water. Then he got a fever and cough, but still didn't come to the hospital. By the time he passed out, his family rushed him in. His whole lungs were inflamed, tonsils too. If they'd waited another day or two, he might not have made it. That's way too careless, Sheheng said. I already feel awful, so I came to the hospital. Shehuan snorted. Don't make a small problem into a big one, but don't ignore it either. Treat it early. If you let a small illness drag on, even the strongest body can't take it. Being careless only hurts yourself. I'm here, aren't I? Sheheng patted his chest. Go ahead. Check whatever you need. Give me whatever medicine I need. I'm ready. Shehuan didn't go easy on his big brother. He drew blood, did a urine test, and prescribed a whole pile of medicine. Take these, and then these. Altogether, it's 46 yuan. Sheheng stared in disbelief. Did I get diagnosed with a terminal illness or something? Get out of here! Shehuan laughed and scolded him. Why are you cursing yourself? You want to live less? Sheheng grinned. If it's not a terminal illness, why so much medicine? It's just a cold. Isn't this a bit much? No. Shehuan explained. Part of this is for your cold, but the rest isn't. I checked. Lately you've been staying up late a lot and your liver's a bit overworked. This is to help with the after effects of all those late nights. Try to rest more and don't keep burning the candle at both ends. Sheheng gave a wry smile. You think I want to stay up late? The last few nights I had to supervise late-night shipments. I just haven't been getting enough sleep, but it's not a big deal. If you keep it up, it will be, Shehuan said. Is business at the branch really that good lately? It's booming, Sheheng replied. You have no idea how amazing your cousin Lingling is. She started that denim line, and as soon as the spring orders were done, the summer orders came pouring in like a blizzard. We're already running 3 shifts, almost 4, and still can't keep up. Shehuan lowered his voice. So you guys must be making a killing, huh? Sheheng grinned. Not bad at all. But compared to your cousin Lingling, I'm way behind. The main factory is bigger with more staff and higher output. I only get a small cut at the branch. She gets 80%. If I make $1 million, she probably makes 10 or even 20 million. Shehuan's eyes widened. That much? Sheheng replied mysteriously. Once the summer line is done, it'll be even more. She's always working overtime and the output is insane. No one else in the country is doing this style yet, so she's pushing to get the first batch out and make the big money. She's even planning to license 2 other factories to help. If this keeps up till the end of the year, she could easily make 70 or 80 million. No way! Shehuan was stunned. Is that even possible? You're exaggerating. You don't get it, Sheheng said quietly. Before Uncle made money on volume, a couple yuan per piece. Lingling makes 5 or 6 yuan per piece and the volume is huge. One order is at least 50 or 60,000 pieces. She's bringing in more factories, so the numbers just keep going up. How could she not make a fortune? Shehuan finally understood and praised. Impressive. High profit, high volume, and she caught the trend at the perfect time. Everyone's crazy about jeans now. Even the nurses in my department are always talking about her denim line. Just finished buying spring clothes and already planning for summer denim skirts. Wrong, Sheheng said. She didn't just catch the trend, she created it. She had third uncle help with the trademark, and now no one else dares copy her. They have to design their own and get approval before producing. This period alone is enough for Lingling to rake it in. That's what makes her amazing, Shehuan explained. Uncle always followed others, but Lingling surpassed him. She created her own line and made real money. Sheheng couldn't help but think of Lingling's decisiveness in business. Yeah, I'm really not as good as her. Sometimes I feel like she's been in business for decades. I majored in business, but I'm still not as sharp as her, a non-business major. You can't say that, Shehuan smiled. Lingling grew up around Uncle, learning by osmosis. We're different. Our family's all doctors. Red dates, goji berries, and calcium tablets are our daily routine. Xue Heng nodded. True. She admits she's standing on Uncle's shoulders so she can see farther than others. She's humble, Xue Huan smiled. Lingling is low-key, warm, and never acts like a rich person. She's generous, too. Every time we have a family dinner, she pays. And how many times have we gone to her place to eat and drink? Her family is always welcoming. Yeah, Xue Heng agreed. We're all family. She never fusses about it. Xue Huan said quietly, You don't need to be jealous. A couple years ago, you and Uncle's business wasn't great. You almost switched careers. Now Lingling's new line is enough for both of you to make good money for a few years. You just follow her lead, take no risks, and rake in the profits. What you make in half a year is more than I'll make in a lifetime. What's there to be dissatisfied about? Is it really that dramatic? Xue Heng laughed. You and Third Uncle's herbal medicine project has a lot of potential too. Just wait. Once it's on the market, you'll be making money. No way, Xue Huan said. The manufacturer makes the money, not us. We're just researchers on a fixed salary. Don't worry, Xue Heng said quietly. It'll take at least 10 years for the medicine to hit the market. By then I'll have money, you'll have the tech, and I'll open a pharmaceutical factory. We'll make money together. Sounds good? Xue Huan said. But the technology isn't just mine, it's the whole research team's. I can help you with the process and you can give me a share? No problem. Xue Heng gave a thumbs up. It's a deal. We'll all get rich together. Xue Huan reminded him. But a whole set of equipment costs a fortune. You'd better keep making money. No worries, Xue Heng laughed. If it's not enough, we'll get Lingling to invest. She loves joint ventures. She's a big shot now, money's no issue. The brothers both burst out laughing. Then Xue Huan remembered something. Bro, is your wife back yet? She's been away for training for quite a while, hasn't she? Almost 10 days, Xue Heng replied. She should be back next week. Xue Huan looked at his brother's messy hair and wrinkled shirt and teased, No wonder you're looking so scruffy. When your wife's home, you're all polished up. When she's gone, you're a mess. Is it that bad? Xue Heng glared at him. I'm still as handsome as ever. Yeah, right? Xue Huan replied. You ever seen a scruffy guy who's handsome? Looks are 3 parts natural, 7 parts grooming. Xue Heng laughed, then lowered his voice. I almost forgot to ask. Didn't Third Uncle want to set you up with a pretty tall nurse over the new year? Don't even mention it. Xue Huan quickly shook his head. Not my type, really. I took one look and made an excuse to slip away. Xue Heng snickered. Didn't Third Uncle scold you? Nope, Xue Huan said proudly. He spoils me. He'd never scold me. He just said, if this one's not right, wait for the next. Pooh, ha ha ha. Xue Heng burst out laughing. That's not miserable enough for you? Xue Huan rubbed his nose, his eyes darting away. At the moment, I really am a bit miserable. Xue Heng chuckled. A lot of people are trying to set you up? You can't handle it? Xue Huan lowered his gaze and sighed softly, then shook his head. Bro, if it's someone introduced by others, someone I don't know, then I think if I like her, I'll say yes. If not, I'll say no. It's actually pretty simple. We're all adults, not young anymore, nothing complicated. But when it's someone familiar, it gets tricky. Xue Heng immediately caught on and eagerly gossiped, Who is it? Who's making things so hard for you? You know her, Xue Huan said with a wry smile. She's not far from us right now. Xue Heng looked around and muttered, Who? Your assistant? Don't you just have a male assistant? When did you get a female secretary? Or is it one of the young nurses in your department? I don't think I know any of them well. No, Xue Huan chuckled. She lives right next door. Uncle Zheng's daughter. Xue Heng's eyes widened in surprise, then he asked, You mean little Yi? Yeah. Xue Huan nodded. It's her. Once Xue Heng realized, he burst out laughing. You're kidding, right? She's just a kid, a little girl. Xue Huan said quietly. She says she's not a kid anymore. She's already 19. She's in her last year of high school, preparing for the college entrance exam. At such a crucial time, she's thinking about this kind of thing. I told her to focus on her studies and get into university first. Sheheng blinked and asked, "Are you serious? She's already 19? I guess so. She's gotten pretty tall." "She wrote me a letter," Shehuan said with a bitter smile, lowering his voice. "She even pretended to be sick to come see me, but I saw through it. At first I was shocked, but then I found it funny. When you're young, it's easy to get impulsive. She's still a kid, doesn't understand these things. I couldn't say much, just told her to focus on her exams, and after she gets into a good university, I'll take her out to have some fun during the summer." Aren't you just stringing her along?" Sheheng glared. "When she comes to cash in on your promise, you'll turn her down? Isn't that giving her hope, only to let her down later? At such a critical time, if I reject her now, wouldn't that be even worse?" Shehuan said with a wry smile. "That's why I said when it's someone you know well, it's even harder to make a decision. You hesitate. You can't just reject them outright." Sheheng thought about it and agreed, recalling how little Yi had grown more beautiful and charming over the past 2 years. "I haven't seen her much, but she really has grown from a little girl into a young woman. She's 19, you're 29, that's a pretty big age gap, but she's probably your type, right?" "That's a different matter." Shehuan's handsome face flushed slightly. "Didn't you just say? She's still a kid. The age gap is too big. Besides, she still has to study. How could I? Definitely not." It was true, Zheng Xiaoyi's looks and figure were exactly his type, but that was a different matter, not something to be discussed together. Zheng Xiaoyi was only 19, as delicate as a flower, and she'd been pampered and protected by her father Zheng Sanyuan all her life. Even if he liked her, he wouldn't dare get involved. He was long past the age of playing around. Now he just wanted to find someone suitable, someone he liked, and spend his life together. Sheheng nodded. "If it's not possible, then wait until after her exams to gently turn her down. After all, you know each other, and you live close by. You'll run into each other from time to time, so try not to be too harsh. Don't break her heart, or it'll be awkward in the future." "You think I'm a saint?" Shehuan retorted. "Reject her but don't hurt her feelings? Is that possible? How can you reject someone without hurting them?" Sheheng was momentarily speechless, then stammered, "Then just try to use gentle, tactful words. She's a delicate girl and Uncle Zheng's precious daughter, basically like a little sister next door. Just tell her you see her as a sister." "Yeah," Shehuan said softly. "That's what I was thinking. But she said she wants to study medicine to be with me, and she's determined to get into the medical school in the capital, so we can see each other often in the future." Sheheng clicked his tongue and gave a wry smile. "So the girl's serious. You'd better handle this carefully." "I'm really in a bind." Shehuan shrugged. "Otherwise I wouldn't be talking to you about it." "Telling me won't help," Sheheng replied. "I can't go talk to her for you. I'm a grown man, rough around the edges. I don't understand how young girls think. If you really can't handle it, I'll ask your sister-in-law or Lingling to help. They're women, more sensitive and definitely more tactful and considerate than us men." "That's a good idea." Shehuan lowered his voice. "After her exams, I'll ask my sister-in-law and Lingling to help." Sheheng thought for a moment and said, "It's already the end of February, just 4 months until the college entrance exam." "I told her to focus on her studies and not overthink things," Shehuan said quietly. "I hope she does well, gets into university and enjoys a colorful campus life. She'll meet lots of guys, maybe she'll forget all about this." "Yeah!" Sheheng stretched and laughed. "You're an old man. How can you compete with those young guys full of energy?" "Get out!" Shehuan snorted. "I work out every day, keep myself healthy. I'm way better than you. You think I'm like you?" Sheheng replied lazily. "I don't know. Ever since I got married, I've been too lazy to exercise." "That's not a good attitude," Shehuan teased. "Soon your wife will be all glamorous and you'll be a middle-aged man with a beer belly. Just wait to be disliked every day." "Get lost." Sheheng grabbed the medicine on the table. I'm heading back. Wait, Shehuan said. I've got water here. Take your medicine first. Take a nap on my sofa, and when Uncle gets off work, I'll take you both out for dinner. Sheheng's head was still a bit dizzy. He said quietly, Just the medicine is fine. Forget dinner. Shehuan poured some water and handed it to him, then helped get the pills out. It's almost 11. You should eat too. Uncle's in the lab. We usually eat together at noon and in the evening. If you go back, you'll just eat in the cafeteria. What's so great about that? There's a new Southern-style snack shop nearby. They have rice noodle rolls. Really tasty. All right. Sheheng quickly swallowed the pills. When you're sick, your mouth gets so dry nothing tastes good, and you can't eat spicy food. The soy sauce on rice noodle rolls is good, goes down easy. Let's go together then, Shehuan said. Uncle will be here around 11:40. I'll do my rounds. You take a nap first. Sheheng couldn't help but ask, Is there a thin blanket? There is, Shehuan replied. In the metal cabinet, just open it and you'll see. Then he left, closing the door behind him. Sheheng looked at the cabinets and had to open them one by one, only to find a big glass jar. The jar was exquisite, filled with pink envelopes. Love letters from girls, I bet. Sheheng shook his head, whistled and hummed. What a ladies' man, so popular. He closed it, opened another cabinet, and finally found a blanket. He took out the blanket, hummed a little tune as he walked to the sofa, lay down, covered himself, yawned hugely, turned over, and was almost asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. Spring passed and summer arrived, and the weather was getting hotter by the day. Every evening, Sheling would hurry home, coming and going in a rush. Most of the time, she was there to spend time with her two children, helping Ranran with his homework or having dinner with them. Her younger son and daughter were still little and couldn't go long without seeing their mother, so she'd rather work extra hours in the mornings and evenings, squeezing her schedule as much as possible, just to make it home for a bit in the evening. Ranran felt sorry for his mom and would always hug her around the waist. Mom, if you're too busy, you don't have to come back. I promise I'll finish my homework properly. If my little brother or sister cries, I'll play with them right away. I've learned how to make them laugh. All I have to do is whistle and they start giggling. Xue Ling patted his shoulder and said, It's all right, Mom has to come back and spend time with you all. I work hard to earn money, but it's also our family can have a better life. Ranran didn't fully understand, but he was still happy that his mom could come home to be with him. Mom, there's a sentence I don't know how to make today. Can you help me? Sure, go get your workbook. I'll go get your little sister. As soon as little Shin saw her mom, she broke into a smile, her chubby little hands wrapping around Xue Ling's neck, her short legs curling up, as if she wanted to hide herself completely in her mother's arms. Xue Ling laughed and patted her daughter's bottom. What's wrong? Let's go keep your brother company while he does his homework. But little Shin wouldn't have it, reaching toward the door and babbling away. Xue Ling turned her head and saw Cheng Tianyuan at the door, wearing a t-shirt and big shorts, slipping off his shoes. It was the first time she'd seen him dressed like that, and she couldn't help but laugh. What's with this outfit? Where did you go? Cheng Tianyuan smiled and explained. Dad bought these shorts on the southern island, and I got the t-shirt downstairs. The warehouse was being cleaned today, and I was afraid long pants would get wet, so I wore these big shorts. The warehouse is being cleaned? Xue Ling asked. There's no stock inside? Cheng Tianyuan explained. The goods that arrived a few days ago have all been shipped out, and the next batch won't arrive until tomorrow. So while there's time, we're cleaning the warehouse. It's better for hygiene, and it looks tidier. Xue Ling was curious. How come there haven't been any deliveries for a few days? Recently, the factory in Shanyu said their machines broke down, Cheng Tianyuan explained. The shipments have been irregular, coming in fits and starts. I asked what was going on, and they said they've got someone fixing the machines, but it's not sorted yet. Xue Ling could only say, It's fine, take a break now and then. But if there's not enough stock, it's hard to explain to customers, right? Yeah, Cheng Tianyuan looked a bit troubled. Some people are in a hurry for goods, so I have to source from elsewhere. Little Xin saw her dad and reached out her chubby hands for him. Cheng Tianyuan quickly went to wash his hands, then picked up the little one. Liu Ying had just finished bathing little Chong and brought him out, smelling fresh and clean. Xie Ling hurried to take little Chong from her. Little Chong spoke quickly, calling out, "Mom! Mama! Mama!" Xie Ling kissed his chubby little hand and carried him to keep his big brother company with his homework. Cheng Tianyuan came over with their daughter and said, "Chen Min called yesterday and said last quarter's rent has been collected and transferred to your account. He also said there was a tenant who owed 3 months' rent and wouldn't pay, so he kicked them out." "It's fine." Xie Ling didn't mind at all. "If that happens, just kick them out. If they try to play tricks, let him call the police." "Yeah," Cheng Tianyuan added. "I also got a call from Ahu last night. He said denim skirts are selling really well lately and he's been super busy." Xie Ling nodded. "I'll send him more stock next week. I really can't manage it these past few days, just can't get it done." Cheng Tianyuan noticed she'd lost some weight and couldn't help but remind her, "Don't overdo it. Make sure you rest at night." "It's fine," Xie Ling explained. "I sleep in the second half of the night. I also nap at noon when I can, so I don't get too tired. If my head gets tired, I get dizzy, and then I can't think straight. There's so much accounting to do every day, plus all the goods coming and going, I can't afford to be dizzy." Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. "Someone else called too. It was the night before last, but I forgot to tell you yesterday." "Who?" Xie Ling asked. "If they're looking for me, you can give them the office number at the factory." Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. "I didn't give it. It was Xiao Jiasu. She wanted to ask you out for a meal, but you're so busy you barely have time to come home, let alone go out for a meal and a chat. She didn't have anything urgent, just wanted to talk about her weight loss struggles, so I didn't let her bother you." Xie Ling laughed. "That's a bit of an exaggeration. She's probably just missing her old friend." "If it was important, she'd keep trying to reach you," Cheng Tianyuan said quietly. "But she said herself it wasn't anything urgent, just wanted to eat and chat. You're so busy you barely have time to sleep, so I didn't want her to bother you." Xie Ling thought for a moment. "She should know the address of the main factory. If she really wants to chat, she'll come find me. She's from the capital, knows her way around everywhere." Ranran called out, "Mom, I still don't get how to use although in a sentence." Cheng Tianyuan nudged her away. "I'll help him." With nothing else to do, Xie Ling took little Chong outside for some fresh air. At that moment, Zhu Achun was busy in the kitchen, and the smell of food wafted out the window. Xie Ling greeted her, then took her son outside to cool off. Suddenly, there was a banging sound from next door. Curious, Xue Ling went over and saw the door half open. Inside, Zheng Sanyuan was in the kitchen, busy with something. "Uncle Zheng, what are you doing? It's so noisy in there." Zheng Sanyuan, wearing a thin shirt and long pants, looked up with a smile. "Ling Ling. Oh, and little Xin Xin." "No, it's little Chong," Xue Ling corrected him with a grin. Zheng Sanyuan quickly corrected himself. "Ah, it's little Chong Chong, sorry. Sometimes I get mixed up. It's Saturday, and Zhao Yi and Duo Duo will be back after their tutoring. I thought they've been working so hard at school, so I went to the market early and bought an old hen to stew for them to give them a good meal." Xue Ling nodded. "Kids are under a lot of pressure with their studies, it's tough. The food at the cafeteria isn't very nutritious. It's good to make something special for them on weekends. It really helps." "Exactly." Zheng Sanyuan shook his head and sighed. "They're always buried in books. Their faces are so pale. Especially Zhao Yi. She's still studying hard even on weekends. She gets up at 6 in the morning to recite her lessons, and she's still reading and writing at midnight. It really breaks my heart to see it." Xue Ling smiled and asked, "She's in her second year of high school, right?" "No, she's in her third year now," Zheng Sanyuan explained. "Last year she was in second year, now she's in third. The college entrance exam is in just over 2 months. She's always been diligent, but with the pressure of the exam, she's working even harder. Her face has gotten so much thinner." Xue Ling played with her son's chubby hand and said, "The college entrance exam is the biggest test in life, so of course she has to work hard. Don't worry. Once it's over and the pressure's gone, she'll fill out again soon. I need to make more chicken soup for her, Jung Sanyuan said. Old hens are the most nourishing, and I'll add some American ginseng to help her relax. Yeah, Xueling said. It's hot. Just don't make anything too heaty. No, Jung Sanyuan explained. Just a bit of ginseng, that's all. Xueling glanced outside. It's almost 6:30, and Xiao Yi and the others aren't back yet? Duo's back, Jung Sanyuan explained. His tutoring ended at 4, and he took the bus home. He just went downstairs to buy an ice cream. Xiao Yi must still be studying after her class. Xueling played with her son's hair, teasing the little guy. Uncle Zheng, has Xiao Yi filled out her college application form? Which school did she choose? Jung Sanyuan answered while busying himself. I went to a parent-teacher meeting last month. The teacher said her grades have always been steady, and lately she's been working even harder, moving up several spots in the rankings. With her grades, she can't get into the very top schools, but she can still get into some good ones. Which schools? Xueling asked. Is she only considering universities in the capital? Yes, Jung Sanyuan explained. There are so many universities in the capital, so she can pick one she likes. I don't want her to go too far away. She's a girl, after all. It's better if she stays close to home so I can look after her, and she can come home on weekends. If she were a boy, I wouldn't care where she went. Xueling teased with a laugh. So, by that logic, when Xiao Yi gets married in the future, she can't marry too far away either, or you won't be able to let her go. Ha ha, Jung Sanyuan laughed heartily. Of course I'd hate to see her go far. She chose the Capital University of Traditional Chinese Medicine. It's not the hardest to get into, but the scores aren't low either. Her teacher said as long as she performs normally, she should get in. But she insists on that school, so to be safe, she's working extra hard. Later, I heard from her teacher that the major she picked is the highest scoring one in the whole school, so it's a bit of a stretch. That's why she's studying like crazy right now. Xueling was surprised that Xiao Yi chose medical school. She's always been gentle and delicate. I never thought she'd pick medicine. I didn't expect it either, Jung Sanyuan said, turning his head while washing up. I told her that studying medicine is tough, and being a doctor is even tougher. But she said she likes it and wants to save lives. When she said that, I didn't try to stop her. As long as she likes it, I think it's great. Being a doctor is a noble profession, helping people in need. My own life was saved by doctors, so I'm grateful to them. It's just that it's a busy job and she'll have to rely on herself to get through the hard times. As her father, there's a lot I don't understand. Her future is something she'll have to figure out on her own. You're so modest, Xueling giggled, then asked her son. Isn't that right, little Chong? What do you think? Little Chong burst out laughing. Jung Sanyuan couldn't help but laugh too. So, little Chong, do you agree or not? Just laughing along. At that moment, Zhu Achen's voice came from outside. Brother Zheng! Brother Zheng! Jung Sanyuan hurried out. Zhu Achen greeted Xueling, then said warmly, Brother Zheng, we made 2 extra dishes this evening. The old lady asked me to let you know. Once they're ready, I'll bring them over for you. That's too much trouble for you, Jung Sanyuan said, blushing. But I won't say no. Zhu Achen smiled and left. Xueling, sharp-eyed, immediately noticed Jung Sanyuan's red face and quickly guessed what was going on, but pretended not to see anything. Uncle Zheng, Sister Achen is really capable, isn't she? She's diligent, patient, and careful with the kids. Yes, Jung Sanyuan said, listing her virtues. She's hardworking, gentle, kind, and treats people well. She often helps me with chores and cooks for me and my son. Xueling stifled a laugh and slipped away with her son, hoping something would blossom between them in the near future. The next day at noon, Xueling was busy in the workshop when her secretary hurried in. Miss Xue, you have a friend waiting for you at the office door. Xueling was a bit surprised and quickly went to the office. She saw Zhao Jiaxu standing at the door from a distance, her figure imposing, big arms and legs, as if she was wondering whether she could fit through the small office door. Jiaxue! She called. Zhao Jiaxu turned around, her eyes crinkling with a smile. I knew you'd be here making money. You. Even on weekends you can't stop. You're practically buried in a pile of cash and can't get out. Xue Ling pulled her into the office. It's too hot outside, come in. Jiao Jiashui basked in the cool air conditioning, happily moving right under the vent. In this summer heat, anywhere without AC is like the 18th level of hell. Now that the office has AC, I actually like working overtime, especially sitting right under the vent. The director says I'm the only one whose body heat is double everyone else's. So unfair. Xue Ling burst out laughing. Come on, want some tea? The canteen has sour plum juice. I can have someone bring you a bowl. No! Zhao Jiaxi held up 3 fingers. At least 3 bowls! Xue Ling poked her head out and called, Auntie, 3 bowls of sour plum juice. Zhao Jiaxu lounged under the AC, looking around. Such a big office. And it's all yours? That's awesome. There are secretaries and a few accountants outside, Xue Ling explained. The team leaders each have a small office out there too. This is my private space. Upstairs is the 2nd floor where I live. There's a living room and several rooms, plenty of space. My parents used to live here. It used to be a small office, but we rebuilt it into an office building. Living here makes it easier to manage things. No need to run back and forth. Nice! Zhao Jiaxu clicked her tongue. You must have made a killing these past 6 months. I only realized a few days ago when I saw the label on a coworker's denim skirt that all those jeans and skirts are your doing. You money-making fiend, you! Xue Ling washed her hands to make tea, laughing. What's got you so worked up? Is it because you can't find your size? Exactly, Zhao Jiaxu huffed. Ever since those jeans came out, I've been searching everywhere, but I can't find any that fit me. How can I not be mad? Why do you only make clothes for skinny people? Are fat people supposed to go around naked? Xue Ling couldn't stop laughing. So, you came all this way today just to find a denim skirt that fits? Do you have pants too? I want those as well, as long as I can fit into them, Zhao Jiaxu said. Xue Ling put a hand to her forehead. Are you sure you're not just here to cause trouble? Come on, I spent 7 yuan on the bus, came all the way from the city to the suburbs, Zhao Jiaxu said, sweating. It's the weekend, and I braved the heat just to see you. Why else would I come out in this weather? Xue Ling laughed even harder. I'll figure something out for you. I can give you some denim fabric and you can find someone to make it for you. Don't you have a tailor here? Zhao Jiaxu grumbled. How can anyone else compare to a professional? Xue Ling explained. Everything's made on an assembly line now. Each worker only does one part and it all comes together at the end. It's more efficient and easier to fix mistakes. Your size would need special measurements and cutting, so unless you find a dedicated tailor, it's not possible. Zhao Jiaxu knew her figure was unique and sighed. All right, I'll take the fabric and find a tailor myself. Just then, the canteen auntie came in with a basket, smiling as she set down 3 bowls of sour plum juice. Zhao Jiaxu grabbed one and grinned. Thank you, auntie. The auntie glanced at her large frame in surprise, then smiled and left. As Xue Ling rinsed the teaware, she asked, Been busy at work lately? The publishing business must be good, right? It's great, Zhao Jiaxu muttered. Everyone's obsessed with learning foreign languages, so there are tons of books to publish. It's exhausting. I finally got a weekend off and rushed over to complain to you. I'm busy too, Xue Ling laughed. Who can I complain to? You? Complain? Zhao Jiaxu snorted. With all that money, what's there to complain about? Just the denim craze across the country these past 6 months is enough for you to make a fortune. Xue Ling giggled and said, Everyone suffers in their own way. You have your struggles, I have mine. We're all working hard for a living. The hardships are just different, but in the end it's all pretty much the same. Not even close, Zhao Jiaxu muttered as she sipped her sour plum juice. My parents told me I have to get married this year. There's this poor guy, a local from the capital, lives in the old part of town, sells shoes in your mall. And then? Xue Ling asked. Is it all set? Your parents' arrangement? Do you agree? Zhao Jiaxu's eyes turned red as she spoke softly. My dad said, What right do you have to be picky? He doesn't mind that you're fat and you don't mind that he's poor. That's enough. They don't want any bride price. Just hope I can marry a reliable man. My mom scolded me too, saying I'm already in my 30s. Do I want to stay home and be an old maid? She said she and my dad would never look down on me. But now that my brother's married, things are different at home. My parents are in charge, so it's fine, but if it were my sister-in-law, I'd definitely get the cold shoulder. Xue Ling couldn't help but sigh. So, what do you think? What's the guy like? If he's really honest and reliable, maybe you could get to know him better. He's so awkward he can barely say a word. Zhao Jiaxu choked up. How am I supposed to get to know him? I don't even have a chance. My mom says if I don't lose weight soon, I'll be 40 before I know it, and then no one will want me. Since someone's willing to marry me now, I should just say yes. I know I'm fat, but I still have my dignity. It feels like I get rejected everywhere I go. Even your genes reject me. Xue Ling felt a bit wronged and said quietly, That's not fair. The genes are all made to order. I just produce what people ask for. I can't control the sizes. Zhao Jiaxu couldn't drink anymore and set her bowl down. I just can't control myself. I always want to eat, and once I start a meal, I can't stop. I can't help it. I get judged for being fat, and I never expected even my own family would start to look down on me. My parents can't wait to marry me off. The guy isn't good-looking, just tall, and there's really nothing else to recommend him. His family's poor, just an old house, and now he rents a tiny shop in the mall, hired someone to help him sell shoes, does a bit of small business, says the income is steady, but that's about it. Xue Ling sighed softly. If you really don't like him, then don't do it. You have money and a stable job. If you're worried about your sister-in-law's attitude, just buy your own place and move out. Marriage isn't a transaction. If you keep weighing this and that, you'll end up losing what really matters, and marriage won't be a support for you anymore. Zhao Jiaxu sniffled, her voice trembling. But my parents say I don't have a choice. There's a whole world out there, so many people on this planet. Xue Ling shook her head. What do you mean, no choice? I don't agree. You're a modern woman with a stable job and your own mind. You should have your own ideas. If you don't like him but settle just because you think you have no choice, that marriage won't last, then you'll be stuck. Divorce or not, either way it'll be real pain. Take a breath. Keep looking. Zhao Jiaxu mumbled, But I'm so fat. There are countries where being fat is considered beautiful, Xue Ling countered. Didn't you tell me about that tribe where the fatter the woman, the more desirable she is? With your figure, foreigners wouldn't even call you fat. Why not broaden your horizons? You're not the type to settle. If you give in now just because you're feeling down, you'll regret it for sure. I'm not even married yet, and I already regret it, Zhao Jiaxu grumbled. A man I can't even talk to who makes me want to gag just looking at him. Spending my life with him, that would kill me. Xue Ling shrugged. See, I was right. You're not someone who can just settle for less. Zhao Jiaxu took another sip of her sour plum juice and said quietly, Then I'll listen to you. I'll go home and turn him down. I've saved up a good amount over the years. I'll use it to buy my own place. But don't give up on finding someone, Xue Ling said. Don't just hide at the publishing house or at home. Get out and about when you can. And you can't stay overweight forever. Go for walks, exercise a bit. It's fine to be chubby, but you have to stay healthy. You look a lot more tired than before. How could I not? Zhao Jiaxu sighed. I'm being pushed to get married every day. I can't eat, I can't sleep. Xue Ling patted her on the shoulder and joked, If you can't eat, how are you still so chubby? Get lost, Zhao Jiaxu laughed and scolded her. I'm in a terrible mood, don't tease me. Xue Ling laughed and urged her to keep drinking the sour plum juice. It's hot outside, make sure you stay cool. The sun's brutal. Zhao Jiaxue wiped her sweat and asked, Summer break's almost here, right? Are your kids off school yet? Not yet, Xue Ling replied. 2 more weeks. My parents are coming to take my son to Spring City. Spring City? Zhao Jiaxu perked up. I've heard it's spring all year round there. The weather's great. Beautiful mountains, clean water, fresh air, and the scenery is amazing. Yeah? Xue Ling smiled. My parents, my father-in-law, and my younger son have been living there for half a year now, and they don't want to come back. They moved around a bit and finally settled by a mountain. My dad wants to bring my older son over for the summer, and they'll come back when school starts. Must be nice to have money, Zhao Jiaxue muttered. Go on vacation whenever you want, stay as long as you like. Xie Ling snorted. My parents worked hard until they were over 60 before they retired. How old are you? And you already want to do whatever you please? Heh heh, Zhao Jiaxue laughed, tapping her bowl. Talking to you really makes me feel better. I'll go home and have a proper talk with my parents, then look for a good place to buy. Does your company provide housing? Xie Ling asked. Zhao Jiaxue shook her head. The older employees got housing, but not our generation. Still, there's a subsidy for buying. I've been saving for over 10 years, so I have enough. Apartments near the publishing house aren't expensive. I'm thinking of buying near the Foreign Language Institute. Lots of teachers live there, so the neighbors are all educated people. Intellectuals don't usually judge you for your weight when it comes to making friends. Xie Ling smiled. You know the capital better than I do, so you'll know where to buy. As long as it's close to work and convenient, that's a good place. The two chatted until evening before Zhao Jiaxue reluctantly left. Xie Ling gave her over 10 meters of denim fabric, and Zhao Jiaxue happily thanked her. Since Xue Ling was heading home, she drove Zhao Jiaxue back to the city, dropped her off near her place, and then turned around to head back to the city center. Summer vacation arrived, and Dad and Mom Xue, along with Cheng Muhai, brought Yang Yang back home. Yang Yang had grown taller and sturdier, his features becoming even more handsome and his looks more and more like his father's. He clung to his dad's arm, chattering excitedly about everything he'd done and seen, absolutely delighted. Ran watched enviously from the side and grumbled, "It's my turn now. Let's do it together." Yang Yang pulled out a gift and handed it over. "Brother, this is for you. I made it myself. Do you like it?" Ran looked at the crooked little water wheel and still nodded. "It's pretty nice." The two brothers happily put their arms around each other's shoulders and went off to play. Cheng Muhai smiled and said, "I won't go with them to Spring City this time. Xin and Chong are both crawling everywhere now, and they need more people to watch them. Soon they'll be walking, and they'll need even more attention." Cheng Tianyuan said, "If you want to go, just go. Sister Achun helps out at home, so it's not too busy. Xin and Chong are both well-behaved and easy to look after." "I'll wait until they're older, then go have some fun." Cheng Muhai laughed. "No rush. I also want to spend more time with Uncle Chang. He probably misses me. He called a while back to ask when I'd be home." Dad Xue had lost weight, but he looked more energetic and healthier than before. Mom Xue had also slimmed down and tanned a bit, but she was quick and nimble, and her spirits were high. "We've been living on the outskirts of Spring City, busy every day planting vegetables and flowers. Life is wonderful. As soon as the sun comes up, we grind soybeans for fresh soy milk and eat flour cakes, real flower petals in the cakes. At noon, we go into town for lunch, eat fish and fruit. There's so much fruit there, and it's all sweet and fresh. We go to the orchards and pick and eat as we go." Cheng Tianyuan listened with great interest. "Just hearing about it sounds amazing." Dad Xue smiled and asked, "Where's old Zheng? His house is all locked up." "Uncle Zheng is living at the factory now, only coming home on weekends," Cheng Tianyuan explained. "The kids only come back on weekends, too. Lately, Xiaoyi's been busy preparing for the college entrance exam. Uncle Zheng sometimes comes home to make some nourishing soup to take to her at school, but otherwise he's hardly around." "Oh, Xiaoyi's about to take the college entrance exam?" Mom Xue asked. "That soon?" "Next week," Cheng Tianyuan replied. Dad Xue chuckled. "Other people's kids always seem to grow up so fast. In the blink of an eye, it's the college entrance exam. Then she'll graduate from university, and before you know it, she'll be ready to get married." Cheng Muhai couldn't help but add, "Back where I'm from, girls her age would already be engaged." "She's only 19, that's a bit early," Mom Xue said. "Girls in big cities usually marry later. Old Zhang wants his daughter to study more, so she won't settle down so soon." Dad Xue went inside to wash his hands, looking for Xin and Chong. "They're probably across the street," Cheng Tianyuan said. Dad and Mom Xue hurried over, and soon each came out carrying a child. Ju Achun followed behind with a smile, explaining, Granny Lu heard you were coming back this afternoon, so she went out to buy extra vegetables and meat. She should be back soon. Chung Muhai saw Shin and Chong and rushed over. Wow, I almost didn't recognize them. They've grown so much. The two little ones didn't recognize their grandparents and grandpa, staring at them with big eyes, looking them up and down, and then suddenly burst into tears. Cheng Tianyuan and Achun quickly came over to take them. Dad Shu was disappointed and asked with concern, What's wrong, sweethearts? Don't you remember Grandpa and Grandpa? Chung Muhai was also distressed. Strangers now? They never used to be like this. Mom Shui gave a wry smile. We've been gone for over half a year. The kids are still little, of course they don't remember us. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. Don't worry. After a couple of days, they'll get used to you again. Dad Shui couldn't help but ask, Where's Ling Ling? Is she always at the factory? The kids probably don't recognize her either. No, Ju Achun quickly explained. She comes home every evening, sometimes at noon too. The kids are very close to her. Cheng Tianyuan added with a wry smile. She's busy, but she worries the kids will miss her if she's gone too long, so no matter how busy she is, she always makes time to come home. She's really that busy? Mom Shui asked. She hasn't had a break since the new year? Yes, Cheng Tianyuan explained. It's 3 shifts a day with only a few hours for the machines to rest. The rest of the time, everyone's rushing orders. A few months ago, Ling Ling found 2 other factories to help with the orders, and now sales are huge. She's always running back and forth checking the goods. She really is busy. Dad Shui was surprised and delighted. So many orders. 2 factories aren't enough, and you had to hire 2 more? How many people? Are they small factories? They're all big factories, Cheng Tianyuan explained. Ling Ling and I went to check them out. Each factory has supervisors overseeing the work, and all the goods are inspected by the supervisors before they go out. Dad Shui grinned. That's really impressive. Mom Shui couldn't help but ask, Still selling those jeans? I've seen lots of young people wearing them at airports and bus stations in the south. Not just jeans, Cheng Tianyuan explained. In summer, there are lighter jeans and denim skirts. Now we're already making fall clothes. And there are denim jackets for both men and women. Wow, Dad Shui laughed. So you're doing spring, summer, autumn, and winter? That's a lot. Cheng Tianyuan smiled and lowered his voice. It really is a lot. We've already got a lot of fall orders, and Ling Ling keeps pushing to get them done. Ah Heng is also super busy this year. He hardly comes home for meals. Mom Shui felt both proud and worried for her daughter. She must have lost weight again. Dad Shui was also concerned and said gently, When she gets home, tell her to take a break. She doesn't need to push so hard. When we ran the factory, we only worked overtime 3 or 4 months a year, and always took a month or 2 off before the end of the year. If she works overtime all year, neither the workers nor she herself can keep it up. No, Cheng Tianyuan explained. The factory hired more workers and added another shift. We even put extra beds in the dorms, and now there are over 100 more workers. The branch factory also hired more people months ago, so the workers work in shifts and don't have to do overtime every day. They get 1 day off every 2 days. Dad and Mom Shui exchanged a look and asked, Aren't there not many dorms at the branch factory? Is there enough space? Ling Ling allocated funds and had new dorms built right away, Cheng Tianyuan said. They finished in a month, and once the supplies were moved in, the workers moved right in. Seeing that his daughter had everything so well organized, Dad Shui couldn't find a single fault and felt truly gratified. Your mom and I retired so you and Ah Heng could take over. If you two can do even better than us, nothing would make me happier. I used to worry about that denim business, but who would have thought it would take off like this? Mom Shui chuckled softly. If you'd known earlier, you'd have made a fortune yourself. She'd seen the factory herself, and with business booming like this, she could roughly estimate how much her daughter was making in a year. Dad Shui shrugged and laughed. I couldn't have done it, but my daughter did it for me. That's good enough. Mom Shui ignored him and turned to Cheng Tianyuan. Let's not cook tonight. Let's all go downstairs to eat. I haven't had the chef's food in ages. I really miss it. All right, Cheng Tianyuan smiled. Uncle Jalan and the others all know you're back today, so they'll probably come over too. It's been a long time since the house was this lively, we should make the most of it. Cheng Muhai didn't even bother unpacking his luggage. He pulled his son aside into a corner. Has something happened with Uncle Chang lately? I've moved several times and he must have asked you for my number and then called me, right? I don't know if he called again after that. Is there something going on at his place? Cheng Tianyuan nodded. He did ask me for your number, but he didn't say anything else. Is it that Tianshuan is pestering him to go back again? Cheng Muhai's face darkened and he cursed. That brat! Heartless little bastard! Cheng Tianyuan explained. I'm not sure if that's it, but Tianshuan probably did pressure him. Uncle Chang didn't dare say much, and I didn't want to pry. Ever since last year, that brat's been trying to get Uncle Chang to go back, Cheng Muhai said. But it's not because he wants his dad home. It's because he wants money. Disgusting. When his dad had no money, he never cared if he came home. Now he's pestering him, it's definitely for money. Cheng Tianyuan didn't have a good impression of this cousin either. You and Uncle Chang are close. If something's up, he'll tell you. Go see him in a couple of days and talk to him. If he insists on going back, I can't really stop him. Cheng Muhai shook his head. That's not good. If he goes back, he'll just end up homeless again. When he has money, he's still dad. When he doesn't, he's just a burden. Cheng Tianyuan lowered his voice. I pay him a salary every month, and we make sure he's fed. He should have saved up a bit over the past 2 years. If he wants to go back to see his grandkids, he'll have enough to get by for a while. He's been here so long he must miss his grandkids. If he runs out of money, he can always come back and earn more. I'll always welcome him. Cheng Muhai frowned and said quietly, Still, he shouldn't go back. Dad, Cheng Tianyuan said, pointing at little Chong in his arms, you haven't seen Chong and Shin for half a year. Don't you miss them? Tianshuan may be unfilial and can't control his wife, but the grandkids are probably still close to Uncle Chang. He's been away so long he must miss them. Cheng Muhai thought about it and finally nodded. He reached out and took little Chong's chubby hand, saying softly, Let him do as he wants. He can come and go as he pleases. There's always a place for him at the warehouse, with food and a bed. Little Chong stared at him curiously, pulling his little hand back. Cheng Muhai saw his wary look and burst out laughing. I'm your grandpa, you little rascal! Little Chong was startled by his loud voice, yanked his hand away and hid in his dad's arms. Cheng Tianyuan hugged his son and walked outside. A while later, Liu Ying came back, holding Yang Yang and refusing to let go. My darling, you've grown so much. You're almost as tall as Ran Ran. My good grandson, you're already up to Grandma's shoulder. Almost there, Yang Yang said. Grandma, I made a gift for you. It's full of fragrant flowers and it keeps mosquitoes away. Really? Liu Ying was overjoyed. What a good boy. Mom Shui and Liu Ying quickly got to chatting, laughter filling the air. When Zhu Achen heard they weren't cooking dinner and would eat downstairs, she suggested, There's still some bone broth in the kitchen. Why don't we all have some to quench our thirst? Great. Everyone headed to the kitchen. The kitchen now had a ceiling fan and 2 wall fans, blowing a steady breeze. But Dad Shui still felt hot. The weather over there is so much better. No cold winters, no damp springs, and the summers aren't hot. It's so comfortable. When the mountain breeze blows, it's cool and you don't even need fans. Exactly. Cheng Muhai agreed. The environment there is really beautiful, and the climate is great. Mom Shui said, After traveling around, I realized the capital's climate isn't that great, especially in winter. It's just too cold. Ha! Dadsha teased. And you're a native. We used to think winters were cold, but not like now. It's just that we're getting old. Our bodies aren't what they used to be, so we're more sensitive to cold and heat. That's true, Mom Shui sighed. We're not as strong as we used to be. I actually think the 3 of you look much better than before, Zhu Achen said honestly. You look a bit thinner, but you're all so much more energetic and healthy. Thank you. Thank you. Dad and Mom Shui both laughed. Shin and Chong sat on their dad's lap, looking around curiously. From the living room, Yang Yang called, "Dad, put my brother and sister down. I brought a ball for them to play with." Cheng Tianyuan carried the little ones over. Ran was playing with the water wheel, and Yang Yang was bouncing a ball. Jin and Chong weren't afraid of their second brother at all, maybe because he was little like them, so they quickly warmed up to him. Yang Yang bounced the ball, making them laugh. Shin even clapped her hands. "Wow! Little sister is so sweet." Yang Yang kissed her chubby cheek. "Second brother gives you this red ball. Third brother is a boy, so he gets the green one." Shin hugged the red ball and giggled. Chong didn't like the green ball, tossed it aside, and tried to grab his sister's. Shin was startled and started yelling, even reaching out her chubby hands to smack her brother's arm and face. Yang Yang was stunned. "Dad! Chong and Shin are fighting!" Cheng Tianyuan laughed indulgently. "Of course they are. You and your brother were 3 years apart and still fought. They're the same age, so it's even easier for them to fight over things." Ran took Shin's hand and pulled her away. Jin saw the water wheel in her brother's hand and got curious, tossing her red ball aside. Chong quickly crawled over, grabbed the red ball and started playing with it, laughing. Then he saw his siblings all together, so he tossed the ball aside and joined them. Chong stared at the spinning water wheel, eyes wide, and grabbed it with his chubby hand. Ran was alarmed. "Don't mess with it. Put it down." He snatched the toy away and put it to the side. Shin saw and quickly grabbed it too. Ran was overwhelmed, and with both siblings attacking and tugging at his clothes, he finally gave in. Fine, you can have it." Yang Yang burst out laughing at the scene. Ran grumbled, "What are you laughing at? Come help me hold them." Yang Yang, only 6, struggled to hold his chubby brother, barely managing to lift and drag him. Ran easily picked up Shin, holding her in front of him and coaxing, "Don't fight, play with the ball. The red ball is so pretty, right?" Shin looked at the red ball and quickly forgot about the water wheel, playing with the ball instead. Cheng Tianyuan watched his children playing together, his eyes full of gentle affection. In the blink of an eye, the kids could already play and laugh together. Just a year ago, his wife was still in the hospital, heavily pregnant. How quickly time flies. A few days later, unable to stand the heat, Dad and Mom Shui took Ran and Yang Yang south. Cheng Muhai stayed behind to help look after Shin and Chong. Shui Ling still made time every day to come home and be with the little ones, busy as ever. She Heng and Cheng Tianfang were both busy too, one at the branch factory, the other often out for training. In the blink of an eye, it was August. Autumn arrived, and the weather started to cool. One day, Shi Ling was in the main office checking accounts when Zheng Sanyuan hurriedly pushed the door open. Shi Ling looked up at him and quickly smiled. "Uncle Zheng, you haven't come by for tea these past few days. I was just thinking about you. Give me 3 minutes, I just need to finish checking these accounts." Zheng Sanyuan looked troubled, hesitating to speak, then stopped himself and slowly walked over to sit on the sofa. Shi Ling sped up her work, finishing in just over a minute, then put away the account books and stretched lazily. "Uncle Zheng, what kind of tea would you like? Pu'er or Tiguanyin? I've been drinking pu'er lately. It tastes richer." Zheng Sanyuan looked up, wanting to say something but stopping himself. Shi Ling glanced at him and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" She walked over and sat down across from him. "Everything seems stable on your end. What's got you so worried?" Zheng Sanyuan ran a hand through the hair that had grown back last year, looking frustrated. He spoke in a low voice. "Ling, Xiao Yi, Sai, I don't even know how to tell you." "What's wrong with Xiao Yi?" Shi Ling raised her eyebrows. "She did so well on her exams. She should have gotten into the College of Chinese Medicine, right?" Zheng Sanyuan nodded. "A couple of days ago, we got the notice. She's been accepted. But these past 2 days she's been crying non-stop, not eating or drinking. I'm really worried." "She got in? Then why isn't she happy?" Shi Ling asked, puzzled. "Didn't she want to study medicine? What, did she suddenly change her mind?" Zheng Sanyuan slowly shook his head, voice low. "It's not that. She said she wanted to study medicine because of Xue Huan. Xue Huan told her to study hard, so she did her best and got in, and then Xue Huan rejected her. Xue Ling was confused. Xue Huan? What about him? He encouraged Xiao Yi to study medicine? Zheng Sanyuan took a deep breath and quickly shook his head. No. Xiao Yi said, she likes Xue Huan and confessed to him. Xue Huan told her to focus on her studies and get into a good school. Xiao Yi got in and went to see him. He told her there was no way they could be together, and that she should focus on her studies and find someone more suitable in the future. Xue Ling blinked rapidly, almost laughing, but quickly held it back. Xiao Yi had a secret crush on Ah Huan? Since when? Zheng Sanyuan said in a troubled, low voice. She said it's been a long time. I guess Ah Huan didn't want to distract her from her studies, so he put off rejecting her until she got into college. I just didn't expect this girl to be so stubborn. She's locked herself in her room, not eating or drinking, just crying. It's been 2 days. Both Daetong and I have tried to talk to her, but she just sits there, not saying a word. I'm really worried. Xue Ling asked, where is Xiao Yi, at home? Yes, Zheng Sanyuan explained. She's been home since the holidays started. Lingling, I can't go talk to Ah Huan about this, and I don't know what to say to her. Seeing her like this, I just don't know what to do. Could you help me talk to her? Xue Ling nodded quickly. My car's outside. Let's go together. The two of them hurried out and soon arrived downtown. The elevator took them smoothly up to the 18th floor. Zheng Sanyuan asked, Ling, do you want to stop by your place first? It's fine, Xue Ling said. I'll go with you to see Xiao Yi first. At this time, the kids and my in-laws should all be napping. Zheng Sanyuan opened the door and let her in. The place was spotless and quiet. Zheng Sanyuan sighed. She's in the innermost room. She only had a few sips of soup at lunch. Nothing else. Health is most important. If she keeps this up, she'll get sick. Even if you can't talk her out of it, at least try to get her to eat and sleep. She can't go on like this. Xue Ling nodded and said softly, Uncle Zheng, I was a girl once too. I know how sensitive people are at this age. Let me go in alone. You wait in the living room. All right, Zheng Sanyuan said gently. I'll boil some water. Come out for tea when you're done. If you need anything, just call me. Xue Ling agreed and headed to the small room at the end. She knocked. No response. She knocked again, calling softly, Xiao Yi? Are you there? It's Ling Ji. Can I come in? After a moment, the door opened a crack, and a small head peeked out. Xue Ling's heart ached at the sight. In just a few days, the usually radiant, energetic girl looked haggard and pale, her face drawn, much thinner, her eyes sunken and lifeless. She stared blankly at Xue Ling and murmured, Ling Ji. Xue Ling couldn't help but sigh and took her hand. Your dad said you weren't feeling well. I happened to be home, so I came to check on you. Zheng Xiao Yi whispered, Thank you. Xue Ling stood at the door and asked softly, Can I come in and sit for a bit? No. Zheng Xiao Yi forced a strained smile. It's too messy inside. I'm afraid you'll mind. Xue Ling didn't push, just leaned against the door frame. Xiao Yi, I heard you got into university. Congratulations. Xiao Yi's eyes reddened, her lips trembling. Thank you. Xue Ling asked gently, What's wrong? Wasn't it the school you wanted? No. Xiao Yi's eyes filled with tears. I just don't have any motivation to go anymore. I used to want so badly to be a doctor, to save lives. But now I don't want to. Xue Ling squeezed her hand. There are many kinds of motivation in life. It doesn't have to be just one. Your dad always hoped you'd get into college so you could have a stable job and income. That must have been part of your motivation too. And your brothers, one leading the way, one looking up to you, they're your motivation as well? Xiao Yi bit her lip and started sobbing. I've let them down. I only thought about myself, never about them. I worked so hard, pushed myself so much, all for someone else. Now he doesn't want me, and I feel like I've lost all hope, like I have nothing left. Xue Ling shook her head. Don't say that. Your life is just beginning. University is about to start, and it's going to be full of new experiences. How can you say you've lost hope? There are so many good men in the world, there's plenty of fish in the sea. You're still young, with so many chances to meet someone you like. No! Xiao Yi cried miserably, choking on her sobs. He's the best in my heart. I really, really like him. I don't think I could ever like anyone else. Don't be like this. Xue Ling comforted her gently. He knows how you feel, I'm sure. But maybe he just can't return those feelings, so he had to be firm and turn you down. Xiao Yi, love is a two-way street. It's about both people. If only one person is giving, it's a one-person show, and that never ends well. Do you understand what I mean? Xiao Yi broke down, sobbing uncontrollably, and retreated into her room. Xue Ling followed and saw the room really was a mess. Papers covered the desk and vanity, all filled with writing. Even the floor and the bed were covered. Xue Ling sensed these were important to her, and was careful not to step on anything, standing in a corner by the bed. Xiao Yi sat on the edge of the bed, crying her heart out. Xue Ling moved closer and gently patted her shoulder. Suddenly, Xiao Yi threw herself into Xue Ling's arms in a burst of emotion. Lingjie, my dad must have told you everything. I want to listen to him, to you, but I just can't. My heart and mind are full of him. Please help me, Jie. I'm really in so much pain right now. Hearing Xiao Yi's heartbroken cries, Xue Ling couldn't help but feel a deep ache for her. 19 years old, and her first crush had ended in rejection. It was no wonder she was so devastated. Xiao Yi, don't be like this. How do you want me to help you? I can only do what your dad and brother have done. Encourage you to look forward, because there's someone better and more suitable waiting for you ahead. Fate is mysterious. It brings all kinds of people into our lives. You have to believe in yourself. If this feeling was misplaced, be brave, let it go, and keep moving forward. You'll soon find your true happiness. Very few people end up with their first love. You should think of it that way. Xiao Yi shook her head, choking with sobs. No. Jie. He's the only one I've ever felt this way about. I felt it the first time I saw him. I really like him. Just one word from him. And I worked so hard, just so I could get into a better school, stand by his side, share the same ideals and career. Jie, help me. Xue Ling gave a wry smile. How can I help? What did he say to you? Xiao Yi sniffled and said softly. He wouldn't look me in the eye, wouldn't say it to my face. He turned away and told me to study hard, to find someone my own age, and not to think about him anymore. Xue Ling's eyes flickered, and she said quietly, There is a big age gap between you. Ah Huan is young, accomplished, and very good-looking. Lots of girls like him. Xiao Yi, maybe you were just swept up in the moment. Maybe once you calm down, you'll feel differently. No, Xiao Yi sobbed. It's not just his looks or his charm. I just like him. Really like him. I can't explain it, but I know he's the one for me. Xue Ling felt troubled. Feelings have to go both ways. If only one person is holding on, it just leads to more pain. Xiao Yi clung to her hand as if it were a lifeline. Jie, Lingling Jie, you're my idol. You're strong, beautiful, and so capable. In my heart, you're perfect. You must have a way to help me, right? Gee, I'm really hurting right now. I feel like I can't take it anymore. Please help me. Seeing how upset she was, Xue Ling couldn't bear to keep persuading her. She quickly wiped away Xiao Yi's tears. Don't cry. Don't cry. If you want my help, you have to pull yourself together first. Don't make us worry. Do you know how worried your dad is? You're not eating or drinking, you look so worn out. For a parent, that's as painful as having their heart cut out. Xiao Yi calmed down a little, sniffling. Xue Ling smoothed her messy hair and said softly, Go wash your face, eat something, and get some sleep. I'll go talk to Xue Huan for you, pass along a message or two, okay? Xiao Yi's eyes lit up, as if she'd found hope. Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll do whatever you say, Xue Ling said gently. Get up, wash your face, and tidy up your room. I'll ask your dad to make you a bowl of noodles. Eat and rest for a bit. When I come back, I don't want to see you looking so down and out. Okay. Xiao Yi, still half a child, was quickly soothed by her words. Seeing her so obedient, Xue Ling said, Go on then. Xiao Yi got up and went to the bathroom. Xue Ling went out and found Zheng Sanyuan sitting in the living room, smoking, surrounded by a haze. She frowned and walked over. Uncle, do you think you can smoke like this? Xiao Yi's already upset. If you get sick too, what will Datong do? Zheng Sanyuan was startled, quickly put out the cigarette and waved his hands. I was just too worried and couldn't help it. Ling, I really don't smoke much anymore, I promise. Xue Ling nodded. I know you have self-control. Go make Xiao Yi a bowl of noodles. Keep it light. Don't ask her anything, just tell her to eat and get some sleep. I'll be back soon. Where are you going? Zheng Sanyuan asked anxiously. She's finally willing to eat? What did you say to her? Xue Ling said quietly. She asked me to talk to Xue Huan to help her. She's too emotional for me to refuse. I'll go see him. Even if it's just to pass along some encouraging words, it's better than nothing. Don't, Zheng Sanyuan said awkwardly. He's so busy every day he doesn't have time to deal with kids' stuff. Xiao Yi is really being too childish, and if you pass along more words of rejection, won't it just hurt her again? How can we let her get her hopes up over and over? Xue Ling shook her head. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Zheng Sanyuan trusted her completely. All right, go ahead. Sorry to trouble you with all this running around. Don't mention it, Xue Ling said, grabbing her bag and hurrying out. Passing by the neighbor's door, she saw it was still half open and quiet inside. Figuring the kids were napping, she didn't go in. She went downstairs, straight to the parking lot, and drove to the People's Hospital in the capital. Xue Ling had given birth at the city hospital and was familiar with it, but she rarely came to the People's Hospital. After parking, she asked several people before finally finding Xue Huan's office. His assistant explained, Director Xue is in a seminar. It'll be about an hour before he's done. Who are you? Here for a consultation? He only sees patients Monday to Thursday, 8 a.m. to noon. Xue Ling smiled and shook her head. I'm his cousin. I have some personal matters to discuss. He lives at the hospital and rarely goes home, so I came here. It's fine. I'll wait for him to finish work. The assistant said, It's too hot outside. Come in and sit. I'll get you some water. Xue Ling hesitated. Is that okay? It's still work hours. No problem, the assistant said. Director Xue rarely has visitors. I've worked with him for 2 or 3 years, and only his brother came by a few months ago. You're the second. This is his private office. Make yourself at home. Xue Ling knew her cousin was outstanding and highly valued by the hospital leadership, but she hadn't expected he'd have his own private office. She went in and sat on a small stool by the side. The assistant brought her a glass of water. Xue Ling thanked her and drank. It was autumn, but still hot and stuffy, and after running around all day, she was parched. She picked up a medical journal from the table and started reading. The assistant came in with a stack of medical records and began copying them. The office was quiet, each person busy with their own tasks. After more than half an hour, the assistant left with the records, and Xue Huan strode in, white coat billowing, long legs moving briskly. Director Xue, someone's here to see you. A very beautiful, elegant lady. She has lovely features. Xue Huan paused, frowning slightly, his heart skipping a beat. The assistant asked curiously, Director, what's wrong? Xue Huan's eyes flickered. He said quietly, Tell her I'm busy. I can't see her. Ask her to leave. The assistant glanced toward the office, embarrassed. But your cousin has been waiting a long time. Almost an hour. What? Xue Huan asked. My cousin? Why didn't you say so earlier? The assistant gave a wry smile. Didn't I say that just now? Xue Huan rolled his eyes and said quietly, You said some beautiful, elegant lady. Why couldn't you just say it straight? I didn't! I said lady! The assistant muttered. But your cousin really is beautiful and elegant. Looks like a total boss. Xue Huan let him go and said a bit smugly, All my cousins are boss ladies. Every one of them is beautiful and elegant. He strode forward, pushed open the door, and then smiled. Ling Ling Jie, it's you? Sorry to keep you waiting? The assistant looked bewildered and went to pour water. Ling put down the magazine in her cup, smiling. Juan, sorry, did I interrupt your work? Not at all. Juan smiled. It's the end of the workday anyway. Why did you come all the way here? You could have just called. Are you feeling unwell? No. Ling stood up gracefully. I just wanted to talk to you. It's already evening. Why don't we chat over dinner? Sure, Juan said. Let me change first. This white coat needs to be washed and disinfected. No rush, Ling said as she walked out. I'll wait for you in the hallway. Juan agreed and quickly changed clothes. The assistant came in and set down a glass of water. Director, have some water. Juan nodded, opened his locker, and picked out a shirt and vest. The assistant, young and chatty, couldn't help teasing. Director, you're going to dinner with your cousin, but you're dressing up like it's a date. My cousin is super busy, Juan said. She rarely comes by, so I have to treat her to the best restaurant nearby. For a formal occasion, you have to dress the part. The assistant could tell he really valued this cousin and asked, Director, where does your cousin work? She really has that boss vibe. Juan buttoned up quickly and explained, She doesn't work at a company. My brother works for her, and both my house and my family's apartment were half given, half sold by her. Whenever I go home, I eat all my meals at her place. She may not have a formal job, but she's definitely one of the wealthiest women in the capital. Wow, really? The assistant looked incredulous. Juan grinned. You know the Ronghua Mall you like to visit on weekends? That's hers. And all those denim products you rave about? Her factory makes them. The assistant. Juan put on his vest and took a sip of water. Now do you believe me? After a sip, he set the cup down and instructed, You can head home now. Tomorrow morning there are 2 surgeries. Double-check the anesthetist and support staff lists and remind them again. There's a discussion at 3 in the afternoon. Make 11 copies of the materials. You can join the session, but don't be late. Got it, the assistant nodded quickly. Juan washed his hands and hurried out. Ling took out her keys and smiled. I know you're busy, and so am I. So let's just eat nearby. By the way, is third uncle around? No, Juan explained. He's staying home these days, reading and preparing medicine. Ling nodded, secretly relieved. One less elder around made it easier to talk. Juan led the way, and after a couple of blocks, they stopped at a Western restaurant. He was clearly a regular, quickly finding a window seat and ordering. You don't have any dietary restrictions, right? Do you like onions? I'm not picky. Anything's fine, Ling replied. Juan nodded and gave a few instructions to the waiter. Soon the waiter brought 2 glasses of lemon water. Ling took a sip and got straight to the point. Juan, we're both busy people. I didn't come just to have dinner with you. I have something to talk about. I figured, Juan smiled. You're a businesswoman. Time is money. I'm just curious what you wanted to discuss. Ling smiled knowingly. Juan, you're pretty popular with girls, aren't you? Do you often turn down confessions? No, Juan forced a smile. I'm not some legendary beauty, nothing that dramatic. He felt a jolt inside, guessing what Ling was here for. Ling raised an eyebrow, smiling. Not a single one you liked? You turned them all down? Juan gave a half smile, half sigh. I have turned down quite a few. Xiao Yi is really heartbroken, Ling said honestly, lowering her voice. I tried to comfort her, but she's so worn out and miserable. It's hard to watch. Juan's eyes froze, his handsome face darkening. Seeing his expression, Ling raised an eyebrow. You feel bad too, don't you? Xiao Yi is such a cheerful, sweet girl. The age gap is just too big. Juan lowered his gaze, staring at the lemon slice in his glass, looking uncomfortable. I had to turn her down. Ling's eyes flickered as she watched him, thinking there might be more to it. What if the age gap didn't exist? What if she'd already graduated, had the same career and ideals as you? She Huan gave a faint smile and said quietly, "But that's not reality. She's young and vibrant, and I'm almost 30. I'm saying if. Then I'd probably say yes," She Huan admitted softly. Her looks and personality are exactly my type, but there's no if in reality. Zhe Ling blinked, then smiled. If it's just age, that's not so hard to solve. As long as she doesn't mind you being older, what's the problem? Come on, Ye, Xue Huan said, half exasperated, half amused. The gap is huge. She's still a girl, just at that age where feelings are intense and fleeting. What if she likes me today and someone else tomorrow? She's too young, I can't, and I shouldn't. Xue Ling made a shushing gesture. Just be honest with me. Do you have feelings for her? Tell the truth, no need to be embarrassed. Xue Huan's handsome face flushed a little, and he grumbled, "Jie, what is this? A love consultation?" You think I have time for that? Xue Ling's face turned serious. You're my dear cousin, and she's my business partner's precious daughter. If Uncle Zheng hadn't come to me, I wouldn't even know. Don't try to dodge, just be honest. It'll make things easier. Xue Ling was used to being diplomatic in business, but with family, she preferred to be direct. Xue Huan immediately became more obedient, lowering his voice. She really is sweet and special. Her height and looks are exactly my ideal type. But you're not truly moved yet, and she's so young and familiar to you, Xue Ling concluded. So you don't dare get involved, don't dare say yes, right? Xue Huan nodded honestly. Yes. Zheng Xiaoyi really was beautiful and adorable, his ideal type, but he was long past the age of youthful infatuation. He just wanted to find someone he liked, settle down, and have a steady relationship leading to marriage. If she were a few years older, if she'd already graduated and started working, he would probably accept her, happily so. Xue Ling nodded in understanding. If that's the case, have you considered giving her a chance? You don't have no feelings for her, and she cares deeply for you. If you both give it a try, who knows what might happen? Jie. Xue Huan gave a wry smile. Wouldn't that just get me scolded and maybe even beaten? She's a delicate young girl just about to start university. If I started pursuing her, wouldn't Uncle Zheng hate me? My dad and Uncle Zheng are so close. He might not actually hit me, but he'd definitely curse me out behind my back for ages. Xue Ling lowered her voice. Just hear me out. If Xiao Yi's feelings are just a passing crush, and you two try dating but it doesn't work out, you can part ways peacefully. What's hurting her most right now is your cold rejection and a sense of regret. It's rare to meet someone who fits your type. Aren't you even a little curious to try? Wouldn't you regret it if you never did? Xue Huan fell silent, staring at the lemon slice in his glass. Xue Ling continued, Honestly, I didn't come here to play matchmaker. I just wanted you to say a few comforting words to Xiao Yi so I could go back and reassure her. But from the way you talk, it doesn't sound like you're completely indifferent to her. That's why I'm saying this. Xue Huan nodded. Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, All these years you've been busy with work. You must have female colleagues, nurses. Surely some have liked you or confessed. Was there ever anyone you actually liked? He shook his head. No. Even the ones relatives and friends introduced, none of them felt right. Xue Ling hesitated, then asked quietly, But with Xiao Yi, it's different, isn't it? A little, Xue Huan admitted, embarrassed. I was young once, and I've been romantic. She's very close to the kind of girl I used to imagine. Pretty, sunny, cheerful, warm, and even good at little chores. Earlier this year, she got sick and came to me for medicine. She looked so pale and pitiful, just like the little puppy I had as a kid. It made me feel protective. Later, she sent me letters, sharing her studies and little thoughts. I found it odd. Didn't really get what she meant, so I only replied once, telling her to study hard and get into college. She wrote back quickly, saying she'd work hard and try to come to me soon. He smiled a little. I didn't dare reject her directly then, afraid it would affect her studies. About a month ago, she told me her exams were over and she was confident. Then she came to the hospital to see me and I was a bit exasperated, sent her away and told her to focus on her studies, that I could only treat her as a little sister. Honestly, I had to turn her down. Xue Ling raised an eyebrow. So there's really no hope? You don't want to give yourself or her a chance? It's just dating, not marriage. You're just seeing if the other person is really the one. Gee, better not, Xue Huan said apologetically. I'm afraid if I really fall for her, I won't be able to pull back. Xue Ling paused, suddenly remembering his ex-fiancée. Back then, they were already engaged and living together, but the woman had ulterior motives and didn't truly love him. He lost not only his fiancée and his love, but almost his job and his freedom. That was his first love, and the pain had left a deep scar. Unless he was sure of a relationship, he didn't want to risk his heart again. He was afraid of being hurt. Xue Ling nodded in understanding. All right, let's just pretend I never said anything. I'll go back and try to comfort her. Tell her not to be too upset. How is she? Xue Huan asked, concerned. I didn't think she'd be so heartbroken. Xue Ling said quietly. She's locked herself in her room for days, barely eating or drinking, in really bad shape. There are letters all over her room. I didn't read them, but I'm sure they're about you. Xue Huan's face darkened, at a loss for words. He'd thought it was just a fleeting crush, that she'd get over it in a day or two. He hadn't expected her to take it so hard, still hurting even now. He couldn't help but recall her bright, sunny smile and the way her eyes curved sweetly when she called his name. The food arrived. Xue Ling ate heartily, but Xue Huan picked at his food, barely able to swallow. Xue Ling didn't linger, since she needed to get home. Ah Huan, for now, just avoid going home. Xue Huan nodded. I've been living at the hospital for months, hardly going back. Xue Ling waved and drove off. Night had fallen, and the autumn wind was cool and brisk. Xue Huan walked slowly back to the hospital. Xue Ling drove to the city center, took the elevator to the 18th floor. From a distance, she saw Cheng Tianyuan bent over, holding little Chong in one hand and little Xin in the other, teaching them to walk. The two chubby little ones wobbled along, sometimes hugging their dad's leg and giggling. Cheng Tianyuan's face was full of doting smiles as he juggled the kids. Seeing this, Xue Ling's mood instantly lifted. Cheng Tianyuan sensed her gaze, looked up, and smiled at her. Look, Mommy's here. Little Xin and little Chong looked over and broke into smiles. Mama, me. Xin, still unsteady on her feet, let go of her dad's hand and plopped down, then crawled quickly. Chong, seeing his sister rush ahead, hurriedly let go too, chubby limbs scrambling to reach their mom first. Xue Ling quickly stepped forward, squatting down to scoop them up. The hallway's clean, but the floor hasn't been mopped. It's still dirty. Xin giggled, hugging her mom's neck. Chong was a bit slower, grabbing his mom's arm. Xue Ling tried to pick them both up, but realized they'd grown too big and heavy to carry together. Careful! Cheng Tianyuan came over, scooping up Chong and giving her a playful scold. How can you try to carry them both? You'll hurt your back. Xue Ling grinned and kissed Xin's cheek. Got it. Have you all eaten? We waited for you for a while, Cheng Tianyuan explained. But then Uncle Zheng came by and said you were out, so we ate first. Xue Ling nodded. I'll take Xin over to Uncle Zheng's. Are you staying tonight? Cheng Tianyuan asked. It's almost 8. Xue Ling thought for a moment. I've finished all the accounts over there. Nothing urgent tonight. I'll call my secretary and stay here. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. All right. I'll take Chong for some water. Xin just had porridge, so wait half an hour before giving her water. Take her to Uncle Zheng's first. Xue Ling handed him her bag and carried Xin next door. The door was half open, the lights bright, and the place quiet. She peeked in, and Xin babbled. Zheng Sanyuan poked his head out of the kitchen and smiled. Xiao Shui, Xin, come in. I was just waiting for you. He wiped his hands and brought out a plate of fruit, explaining quietly, Xiao Yi ate her noodles, tidied up her room, and fell asleep. I had dinner by myself and didn't wake her. Xue Ling nodded and said softly, "It's good that she's sleeping. Don't wake her." Zheng Sanyuan quickly invited mother and daughter to sit, lowering his voice. "She's been much better since you came. She even ate and went to sleep." Xue Ling gave a wry smile. "But I didn't really bring any good news." "Sigh," Zheng Sanyuan replied quietly. "I know. Xue Huan is such an outstanding young man. How could he fall for a little girl like her? Besides, she's not really at the age for romance yet. If she'd already graduated, was in her 20s, I might have some hope. I'm not surprised Ah Huan turned her down. Honestly, if I were him, I couldn't accept a little girl like that either." Xue Ling smiled. "Uncle Zheng, you've seen a lot in life and you understand how things work. But Jiao Yi is just a teenager. She doesn't understand." "No need to lie to her," Zheng Sanyuan said gently. "Encourage her when you can, but say what needs to be said. You can't just tell her what she wants to hear to comfort her. Sooner or later the truth comes out, and lying only hurts her more." Little Xin didn't understand, but she watched Zheng Sanyuan and her mom intently, sensing they were discussing something very important. Xue Ling sighed. "Uncle Zheng, Ah Huan really does care about her as a little sister. Hearing how upset she is, he feels guilty and sad too. But I don't dare let him see her. I'm afraid it would just give her false hope and make things worse." "I understand," Zheng Sanyuan said. "Just comfort her. Tell her Xue Huan will always treat her as a sister and that they can still get along as usual. No need for grudges." Xue Ling lowered her voice. "Ah Huan really is exceptional. No matter where he goes, he's a catch. It's only natural Xiao Yi would be drawn to him, especially at her age, when feelings are new and she's easily attracted to someone so successful. You can't blame her for that." "No." Zheng Sanyuan smiled, a little wistful. "I've been through a lot. Even snatched my life back from the brink. After last year's big surgery, I see things more clearly and appreciate what I have. Now, I just want to manage the factories and watch my kids grow up. Life isn't always sweet. There are hardships and joys, and both are part of growing up." He paused, then said with a bitter smile, "I just worry she'll be too heartbroken. As her father, it pains me. If her mother were here, well, never mind. If it were her brother or little brother, I'd just pat their shoulder and tell them to tough it out. But Zhao Yi's a girl. She's been pampered since she was little, so she's not as strong. It's hard to say too much." Xue Ling shook her head. "It's not that bad. Zhao Yi's actually a cheerful, lively girl." Zheng Sanyuan sighed. "I just don't know what to do with her right now. The factory's busy, her brother's helping out during the break, so I'm staying home to look after her. But I don't think this environment is good for her. Being so close to Xue Huan's place, she's bound to be reminded of him." Xue Ling suddenly had an idea. "Why not let her fly to Spring City? My dad can pick her up and she can have a little vacation there. With my parents and the kids around, she won't be lonely. The scenery is beautiful, the air and sunshine are great, and there are flowers everywhere. Girls love that kind of place." "That's a great idea," Zheng Sanyuan clapped, then hesitated. "But I can't fly." His heart condition meant he couldn't fly or travel long distances. His health couldn't take it. With his daughter like this, he especially couldn't risk falling ill. Xue Ling said, "No need for you to go. You stay in the capital. Let Xiao Yi fly to Spring City and my dad will pick her up. It's easy to keep in touch by phone." Zheng Sanyuan still looked worried. "But she's never traveled alone. She's only taken the train a couple of times, never flown." "Then let Datong go with her," Xue Ling suggested. "He's steady, older, and has business experience. With him there, you can relax." Zheng Sanyuan nodded quickly. "I just worry she'll refuse. If she says no, it'll be hard to persuade her." "Ya ya!" Little Xin suddenly piped up, startling both adults. Zheng Sanyuan laughed, taking Xin's chubby hand. "What is it? Do you have any good ideas, Xin?" Xin grinned, showing 4 little white teeth, and waved her hand at Zheng Sanyuan, then threw herself into his arms. He quickly scooped her up, patting her back gently. In the blink of an eye, Xin is almost a year old. Life goes by so fast. Just the other day I saw Xiao Yi crying in her room and couldn't help but remember when she was little. She's always been timid. Her brother had his own little bed and so did she, but she always wanted to squeeze in between us. When her mom was pregnant with Duo, we were afraid she'd kick her brother, so we made her sleep alone. She'd cry quietly after getting into bed, wiping her tears and even complaining that we only loved her brother. I'd just laugh, standing by her bed until she fell asleep. Now she's all grown up, but when she cries, if I stand by her bed, she quickly wipes her tears and pretends nothing's wrong. She won't tell me her troubles anymore, Xue Ling said gently. That's because she's grown up. Zheng Sanyuan looked at Xin, who was babbling happily, and smiled. Yes, we always wish they'd grow up quickly, but once they do, their troubles multiply. And as parents, we can only worry and feel helpless. Xin patted his face with her chubby hand, even trying to grab his beard. Xue Ling quickly took her back, gently tapping her little hand. That's not polite, Zheng Sanyuan scolded with a smile. Why are you scolding her? She doesn't understand. Xin, a little aggrieved, turned her head away, but soon forgot and crawled off. Zheng Sanyuan worried she'd get into trouble and crawled after her. Just then, Cheng Tianyuan called from outside, and Xue Ling got up to leave. Zheng Sanyuan followed Xin, crawling through 2 rooms to the far end. Xin didn't like the dark. When she saw the dim balcony, she turned around and crawled straight back into Zheng Sanyuan's arms. He whispered, "Shh, don't be too loud. Auntie Xiao Yi is sleeping." Xin found his tone funny and giggled. At that moment, the light in Xiao Yi's room came on, and the door opened quietly. Xiao Yi saw her dad sitting on the floor, holding chubby little Xin, who was staring at her with big, curious eyes. She couldn't help but smile. So it was Xin who came to visit? Zheng Sanyuan hadn't seen his daughter smile in a long time, so he happily lifted little Xin high in his arms. Your cousin Shi just came by, and Xin came along too. Look, she crawled over to find you herself. Zheng Xiaoyi gave a faint smile, crouched down, and took Xin's chubby little hand. Xin, did you forget your little aunt? Why are you staring at me like that? Xin blinked her big eyes, then broke into a giggle. Zheng Xiaoyi brightened. Dad, Xin still remembers me. Zheng Sanyuan didn't want to spoil the moment. After all, Xiao Yi had been away at school for months, even weekends spent studying, so she hadn't been home much. Xin was easy to please, so as long as Xiao Yi made the effort, the little one would smile right back. He smiled. Xin likes her Aunt Xiao Yi. Delighted, Xiao Yi scooped Xin up and hurried to the living room, with Zheng Sanyuan following. Xin babbled and waved her chubby hands, making both father and daughter smile unconsciously. Suddenly, Xiao Yi asked, Dad, was I ever as cute as Xin when I was little? Of course, Zheng Sanyuan replied with fatherly affection. You were chubby too, with big eyes, just like Xin. Really? Xiao Yi asked in surprise. Really. Zheng Sanyuan nodded. In a parent's eyes, their own child is always the cutest and most beautiful. He was no exception. Xiao Yi stroked Xin's soft, dark hair. But Xin soon got restless, wriggling out of her arms and reaching for the floor. Zheng Sanyuan reassured her. I already swept and mopped. The floor's clean. So Xiao Yi let Xin go. The little one wiggled her chubby bottom and crawled toward the door, with Zheng Sanyuan and Xiao Yi following. Just then, Xue Ling came over carrying little Chong. Chong saw his sister and giggled with delight. Cheng Tianyuan followed, scooping Xin up. Xue Ling handed Chong to Zheng Sanyuan, smiling. Uncle Zheng, Sister Achen just made mung bean soup. Go have a bowl. It's cooling off but still muggy. Mung bean soup is good for clearing heat. All right, Zheng Sanyuan agreed, knowing Xue Ling wanted to talk to Xiao Yi privately. Xue Ling added, Bring a bowl back for Xiao Yi when you're done. Okay, Zheng Sanyuan, holding Chong, left with a smile. Watching Cheng Tianyuan's back, Xiao Yi said with a soft laugh, Ling Lingji, you and brother-in-law really have a great relationship. My dad says after living with you all this time he's never heard you two argue or even raise your voices. Zhe Ling shrugged. There's nothing worth fighting or getting upset about. Zhao Yi couldn't help feeling a pang of envy. Thinking of that heartless person, her mood sank again. Xie Ling led her inside to sit in the living room. Zhao Yi quickly went to pour water. Xie Ling let her be. Keeping busy was good for her, better than sitting quietly and brooding. Zhao Yi handed her a cup of water. Xie Ling thanked her and took a few sips. The living room was quiet. Zhao Yi looked like she wanted to say something but didn't dare. Xie Ling gave a wry smile. You've probably guessed the answer already, so I won't say much, but he did ask me to pass on a few words. He hopes you'll really listen and remember them. Zhao Yi asked anxiously. What did he say? Xue Ling replied, he hopes you'll study hard, not be sad, and live a full, colorful life. It's not that he doesn't like you, but you're still too young, and your future is full of uncertainties, so he can't accept you. Zhao Yi's eyes reddened and she bit her lip, not daring to speak. Xue Ling said gently, if you'd already graduated, if you were at a stable age for a relationship, he would accept you, definitely. But you met at the wrong age, the wrong time, so you have to let each other down. Zhao Yi lowered her head and cried softly. Xue Ling patted her shoulder. He's very worried about you, but he can't come see you. He just hopes you'll be okay, not sad, and finish your studies. If fate allows, maybe you'll end up together in the future. If not, you'll always be his dearest neighbor girl. Zhao Yi hugged Xue Ling's arm, choking out. So in the end, he just doesn't believe me. If I love him, I'll never change. I mean it, for life. Xue Ling hugged her, heart aching. He can believe you, but you're both moving forward. Your feelings aren't enough for him to stop in his tracks. After all, you two have no real foundation. I can grow up faster, mature faster for him. Zhao Yi sniffled very seriously. Can he give me a chance in 3 years, please? Xue Ling felt awkward. Zhao Yi, you're growing, but so is he. You can't ask him to wait 3 years and then try. He's almost 30. That's not fair to him. Zhao Yi sobbed. Why can't he just give me a chance, right now? If he really doesn't have feelings for me, I'll give up. But I know I can feel it. He does care about me. Xue Ling's eyes flickered. Are you sure? Ah Huan had only said Zhao Yi was his type, not that he truly liked her. Zhao Yi nodded, choking back tears. Yes, the way he looks at me is different. When I was sick, he was so gentle and caring. Even the other patients noticed and said he treated me specially. I'm not stupid. I know what that look means. Xue Ling was at a loss. Zhao Yi said softly, I want to see him, to ask for a chance. If it really doesn't work, I won't bother him again. But if we do have feelings, why not let go of all the worries and try? I'll work hard to grow up, to be by his side as soon as I can. Xue Ling asked, Did you just think of this? Is it impulsive? No. Zhao Yi shook her head. It's not impulsive. I know my feelings for him are hopeless. I can't control them. If I let this pass, I'll regret it forever. But it hurts that he won't even give me a chance to see him, to talk. Xue Ling gave a wry smile. Zhao Yi, he's not like you. He can't take risks. You're still a student, in the throes of youth. But he's different. He's successful, almost 30. At his age, he can't just act on impulse. Even dating you means taking on responsibility, facing gossip, and being accountable to your family. Do you understand? Zhao Yi was stunned. Gee, I never thought about all that. I just thought, if I like him and he likes me, even if I like him more, I can't just let it go. I'd regret it for life. Xue Ling was at a loss for words. Zhao Yi said urgently, I can talk to my dad. He doesn't have to feel any pressure. Just date me. If he doesn't try, how does he know I'm not the one? He can't just sentence me like that. Don't panic, let's talk this through, Xue Ling said. This, you'll need to discuss with your dad, and I'll have to check with Ah Huan again. There's nothing harder than being the go-between. Xue Ling not only had to mediate between father and daughter, but also between the two of them and Xue Huan. So she went to find Zheng Sanyuan first. Xiao Yi is still very emotional and refuses to give up. She insists on giving it a try with Ah Huan, or she'll regret it for the rest of her life. She's even convinced that Ah Huan has feelings for her too. Zheng Sanyuan frowned, thinking it over. So, she still won't let it go? Does Ah Huan really? Xie Ling shook her head and explained. Ah Huan only said she's his type, but he didn't say he likes her. I think he's holding back, maybe afraid to try. Uncle Zheng, you know if we let things develop, Ah Huan will be under a lot of pressure. I understand, Zheng Sanyuan said, wise and far-sighted. He's not at an age to mess around. His status, his job, these things could all be affected. Xie Ling said quietly, Uncle Zheng, here's my suggestion. If Ah Huan does have feelings for Xiao Yi, why don't we just pretend we don't know and let them figure it out themselves? That way, Ah Huan will feel less pressure and might be more willing to open up. If they get along, let things develop naturally. By the time Xiao Yi graduates, maybe they'll end up together. If not, it's their own business. Let fate take its course. This way, Xiao Yi won't have lifelong regrets, and Ah Huan won't miss out on a girl he likes. Zheng Sanyuan thought for a while, then nodded. That's a good plan. Ling, I'll trouble you to talk to Ah Huan. Tell him he doesn't need to feel any pressure. Just follow his heart. As her father, I'll pretend I don't know anything. Their fate is theirs to decide. All right, Xue Ling smiled. Uncle Zheng, I really can't compare to you in this. Zheng Sanyuan chuckled and waved it off. I've just been through a lot, so I don't cling to things. Your dad is right. Children have their own blessings. As parents, we do our best, but their future is their own. Xiao Yi is my daughter, and of course I love her. But I can't make every decision for her. If I stopped her, she might resent me forever. Why put myself through that? Ah Huan isn't a bad man. He's outstanding, handsome, and capable. Because of our family's relationship, I know his family well, and I trust them, and him. If it were someone else, I might turn a blind eye, but with him, I shouldn't stand in the way. Xie Ling smiled softly. With your blessing, I'm relieved. Zheng Sanyuan waved his hand. Tell him, if he likes her, don't overthink it. If you worry too much, nothing gets done. Some people, if you miss them, it's for life. If he really doesn't like her, then tell her clearly so she can move on and focus on her studies. I'm old, my kids are grown and sensible, I won't meddle too much. Xie Ling nodded. All right, I'll go see Ah Huan again tomorrow. If possible, bring that girl along too, Zheng Sanyuan said. It's their business after all, they should face it themselves. You're busy enough as it is, you don't have time to run around for them every day. No problem. Xie Ling glanced at the time. It's already past 10. Let's all get some rest. Zheng Sanyuan nodded. I'll go tell Xiao Yi my decision. Let's all sleep early. Good night. Xue Ling went back to her mother-in-law's place and found little Chong already asleep, the elders dozing in front of the TV. Ah-chun had gone home, and their lights were off. Xue Ling whispered, Mom, you should get some rest too. Liu Ying yawned. You too. I'll sleep with the third one tonight, you just watch Xin. Okay. Xue Ling closed the door and went across the hall. She found Cheng Tianyuan on the sofa watching TV, with Xin leaning against him, lazily kicking her little feet, also watching. When Xue Ling came in, father and daughter were so absorbed in the nature show they didn't even notice her. She went to wash up, then came back and pinched her daughter's little feet, whispering, Daddy's little sweetheart, you've stolen my spot. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled, glancing at the clock. It's late. Go shower. Xin needs her milk in half an hour before she'll sleep. Xue Ling, unable to break up the father-daughter pair, went to shower. When she came back and tried to pick up Xin, the little one pushed her away and snuggled deeper into her dad's arms. Feeling left out, Xue Ling grumbled, Next time you want Mommy, I just won't come. Xin didn't understand, fearlessly clinging to her dad. Cheng Tianyuan laughed, stretching out his arm. Xue Ling snuggled up to him, draping herself over his shoulder. Xin stared at her mom, then giggled. Ling watched TV, and Xin crawled over, chubby hand patting her mom's head, then pushing hard. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but laugh. Ling, feeling defeated, hugged her husband's neck and pouted, "Hey, he's mine. We're married, you know." Xin, undeterred, kept pushing with her chubby hand as if to say, "I don't care if you're married, I'm still pushing you away." Ling, both amused and exasperated, scooped her up and set her on the sofa, then dove into Cheng Tianyuan's arms. Cheng Tianyuan, arms full of his soft, fragrant wife, didn't mind at all. He glanced at his little sweetheart, who had already moved on to chase a ball on the floor, so he moved on too, hugging his wife and kissing her ear and neck. Ling giggled, hugging his neck. "Who'd have thought I'd end up competing with my daughter for your affection?" Cheng Tianyuan kissed her neck and whispered, "It's fine. You two can fight over me all you want." Ling playfully punched his chest. "You just love stirring up trouble. Careful, or my daughter and I will team up and leave you out." Cheng Tianyuan laughed. "Is that possible? I'm her favorite right now." Ling rolled her eyes. "Her favorite can't even compete with a ball on the floor." Cheng Tianyuan tried to prove himself, calling to his daughter. But Xin was already focused on her ball, crawling after it and ignoring her dad's call, soon disappearing into her brother's room. Ling burst out laughing. Cheng Tianyuan sighed, feeling a little defeated, and immediately turned to comfort his wife. Xin, meanwhile, found her ball had rolled under the bed. It was dark under there, and after a few glances, she instinctively decided not to go in, turning around and crawling back out. After crawling for a bit, she realized she was hungry and headed back toward her dad. But her parents were cuddling and didn't hear her babbling. After a while, when no one responded, she finally burst into loud tears. The one who cries always gets priority, so Dad let go of Mom and hurried to make milk, while Mom picked her up and soothed her gently. And so, little Xin, the boss, finally fell asleep, full and content. It was already bright outside when Ling woke up. Little Xin was sleeping in the corner, sprawled out in a commanding pose, sleeping soundly. Ling leaned over and kissed her chubby little hand. Just then, Cheng Tianyuan came in, lowering his voice. "I just woke up too. Breakfast is ready at Mom's. Eat before you head to the main factory." Ling replied. "I've got things to do this afternoon, so I can't be late this morning." Cheng Tianyuan knew she'd been in and out of Uncle Zheng's place last night, guessing it was about Zhao Yi, but since his wife didn't mention it, he figured it wasn't his place to ask. As Ling changed, she asked, "How's business lately?" "A bit of a lull," Cheng Tianyuan explained. "Not sure why, but over in Shanyu, they keep saying the machines are acting up. Production is on and off. They say they've had them fixed, but it never seems to work. The clients are pushing hard, so I've had to source from elsewhere to fill orders." "Do you have a steady supplier? How's the quality?" Ling mused. "If Shanyu can't deliver, we can't keep relying on them or we'll lose clients." "It's not a fixed source, but the quality's decent. Mostly from the Northeast, but the profit margin is lower. Still, clients are waiting, so I didn't mind." Ling nodded. "The supply chain can't break. Everything else is secondary. What's going on with Shanyu? They're making money but not fixing their machines? They should be upgrading. If someone else comes out with a better product, they'll be out of the market. They haven't released anything new in years. If they weren't early in the game, they'd have been eliminated already." Cheng Tianyuan agreed. "Shanyu keeps dodging the issue. There's probably more to it. He won't say, so I don't push. Anyway, if I find a better supplier, I'll switch. You get what you pay for. Clients know that." Ling shook her head. "That couple is such a hassle. Their daughter can't get used to the capital's weather, so they just up and leave, abandoning the house and her studies. It's cold in winter, but there's heating. She could just stay in more. Adapting takes time." Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. "You don't get it. You have 4 kids, but they only have 1, so of course they dote on her and can't bear any risk." Ling laughed. "That's not true. I dote on all my kids, but you can't overprotect them. Too much is as bad as too little. The boys are older. If it's not dangerous, I let them try things. Look at Yang Yang. After a year out, he's grown so much. You can't keep kids sheltered forever or there'll be problems. You're right. But not everyone thinks like you, Cheng Tianyuan said. With only one child, they're bound to be extra careful. Xie Ling shook her head. That's not good for the child either. Girls can be pampered, but too much is counterproductive. Kids can't live in a greenhouse forever. They have to grow up and adapt to society. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. But there's nothing you can do. It's their daughter. Xie Ling turned and leaned into his chest. What about you? You agree with me, right? Cheng Tianyuan doted on her, tapping her nose. Of course. I agree with you on everything. He kissed her forehead. Don't rush when you drive. Take your time. There's no need to hurry. Okay, Xue Ling replied sweetly. Just then, Xin started crying. Cheng Tianyuan quickly let go and went to pick up his little sweetheart. Xue Ling shrugged, unable to compete with her daughter for affection, and hurried to eat breakfast before heading to the main factory. Recently, competitors had started copying their denim fabric and selling similar products. But as the original developer and the largest manufacturer, their reputation and scale still gave them the edge. Still, Xue Ling knew their product couldn't stay hot forever. She focused on innovation, especially in design, to keep the trend going as long as possible. At most, she figured, they had another year before they'd have to rely on their brand to survive. Shi Heng was confident. He said a year was enough, and they could develop something new by then. Xie Ling was less optimistic, explaining that right now, volume was key, but in the future, only high-quality, high-output products would work. She had some ideas, but they weren't feasible yet. There were too few designers. She'd asked her designer to look for talent, but it was tough. Maybe they'd have to recruit from abroad. Xie Ling told her to keep looking, but wasn't ready to go all out just for a designer. She toured the factory and warehouse. The denim smell was strong, so she reminded workers to wear masks and keep windows and doors open for ventilation. Even so, with so much new stock, the smell lingered. Xie Ling put on a mask and randomly checked some items. After inspecting all departments, she returned to her office to check the accounts. With 3 support factories helping with production, the books were massive, so she'd hired 2 more accountants. Even so, she checked the accounts herself whenever she had time. It was a habit. She had lunch in the canteen and took a short nap. But then her secretary reported a new batch of fabric was too light in color and much thinner than required. She hurried to the fabric warehouse. After checking, she smiled. Tell the supplier what happened and see what they say. We'll keep this batch and use it for next spring's summer line. The secretary agreed and went to contact the supplier. Soon she returned. The supplier apologized, said it was a production error. If we insist on returning it, they'll replace it. If we keep it, they'll refund 30% as compensation and hope we'll renew the contract. Xie Ling smiled. Tell them we're sincere too. 20% refund is enough. The other 10% can go to bonuses for the workers. The secretary gave her a thumbs up. Miss Xue, you're the best to negotiate with. Xie Ling waved her off and returned to her office. A while later, the accountant rushed in. Director Xue, you have a call. Xie Ling answered on the extension. Hello? This is Xue Ling. There was a pause, then a familiar low voice. Jie, it's me, Ah Huan. Xue Ling raised her eyebrows, thinking, just the person I was about to hunt down at the hospital. Hey, Ah Huan, I was just about to come find you. Ah Huan asked quietly. Gee, I wanted to ask. Is Zheng Xiaoyi all right now? Is she at home? Xie Ling chuckled softly and countered, What do you think? After being completely rejected, how could she not be heartbroken? Shi Huan sighed, clearly troubled. Jia, I barely slept last night after I got home. I was busy all day today, but my mind's been a mess. I wanted to call her and say, I'm sorry, but going over in person felt too abrupt. I don't even know if Uncle Jing is home. He is, Xue Ling explained. She's at home now, and Uncle Jing is there most of the time. Ah Huan, do you have time to meet? Maybe there's a compromise that could work for everyone. What? Xue Huan was a little confused. Xue Ling laughed lightly. It's actually good news. How about this? Let's meet at the same place as last night for dinner. Are you free? I am, She Huan replied. I can definitely make time. Jie, what time works for you? I'll wait for you at the restaurant. In about half an hour, Xue Ling said. I'm not hungry yet, so if you are, go ahead and eat first. Xue Huan agreed and hung up. Xue Ling put down the phone and went upstairs to change. As she came back down, the phone rang again. Most calls were for her, so she hurried over and picked up. Hello? Hi, I'm looking for Xue Ling. It was a woman's voice, vaguely familiar, but Xue Ling couldn't place it right away. She replied warmly, This is she. May I ask who's calling? Oh, you're Xue Ling Jie. Hello. I'm Liu Xincheng. Not sure if you remember me? I know important people are forgetful, so let me introduce myself. I'm the troublesome daughter of old Liu, the editor at Rongcheng News. Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh. Of course I remember. You have a lovely name. I've always remembered it. Wow, I can't believe you still remember me. It's been almost a year, and this is the first time I've called you. I'm really flattered. Xue Ling chuckled. Yes, time flies. What have you been up to lately? Still in the capital? Yes, I told my dad. Unless I make a name for myself here, I'm not going back. Last New Year, I didn't even go home to save on travel costs. My dad said I've got backbone and told me to hang in there. Xue Ling laughed. Parents always love their daughters most. I bet you only tell him the good news, not the bad. Otherwise, he'd have come looking for you already. You're so sharp, Xue Ling Jie. To my parents, I'm a willful daughter. The only thing I can do now is make them worry less and be stronger myself. Xue Ling praised her. That's great. Xiaolu, did you call because you need something? Don't worry, just say it. Your dad and I are old friends. If you need help and I can do it, I will. Thank you, Xue Ling Jie. Can I come see you? I have an investment opportunity. Not a huge amount, but the profit is over 200%. But it's urgent. I have to get it done before Mid-Autumn Festival. Xue Ling thought for a moment. I'll be in the city later. After I meet my cousin, I'll be free. I have a car. Tell me where you are and I'll come to you. No, I can't trouble you to come all the way to the suburbs. I'll wait for you at the entrance of the big mall downstairs from your place. Is 8 p.m. okay? Xue Ling agreed and asked, Can I ask in advance, how big is this investment? How much do you need? About 30,000 yuan. I don't dare risk too much. Originally it should be 50,000, but I want to try it first. If it works, I'll take bigger risks at the end of the year. Xue Ling smiled. That's good. It's best to take things step by step when you're young. Jie, see you at 8 tonight. Xue Ling agreed and hung up. She gave a few instructions to her secretary, signed a remittance slip, and then hurriedly drove toward the hospital. There was no traffic from the suburbs to the city, so she arrived smoothly at the restaurant from the previous evening. It was already dusk, and there were a few tables of guests inside. She Huan had reserved a semi-private booth by the window and was absent-mindedly stirring his coffee. Xue Ling smiled quietly. She Huan turned quickly, breaking into a smile. Jie, you're here. Come, sit. I'm not eating, just here to talk for a bit, Xue Ling explained. I have another meeting at the mall later. Xue Huan, a little embarrassed, waved for the waiter to bring a milk tea. It's really good here, you should try it. Xue Ling teased, Ah Huan, you'd make a very considerate boyfriend. Xue Huan gave a bitter smile and shook his head. Whenever this topic comes up, I can't help but feel down. Don't be, Xue Ling grinned. I actually have good news for you. She told him everything about her conversation with Zhao Yi and what Zheng Sanyuan had said. Uncle Zheng said he'll pretend not to know and won't interfere. You two can try dating quietly. Don't feel pressured, just follow your heart. If you really think she's worth it, don't give up. Otherwise, you'll regret it, just like Zhao Yi said. Xue Huan's eyes lit up, but he hesitated. Gee, it's not just that. If word gets out, my parents will kill me. There's my colleagues, my boss, and... Xue Ling interrupted with a laugh. There aren't that many what-ifs. Don't overthink it. Keep it quiet for now. If you and Zhao Yi are really right for each other, once she graduates, you can get married right away. The age gap isn't a big deal. If you both agree, Who cares? If it doesn't work out, just keep it secret and move on. All right. Shehuan took a deep breath. You're right. I was just worried about gossip and Uncle Jung's reaction, so I didn't dare say yes. But after spending time with her, I do like her. Xie Ling nodded. That's great. She likes you. You like her. What are you waiting for? She has 3 years of study and 1 year of internship. If you get along, in 3 years she'll be by your side. You'll only be in your early 30s and she'll be in her prime. No one will say much. Age gaps like that are common. Shehuan finally smiled, apologizing softly. Gee, sorry I kept things from you yesterday. It's fine, Xue Ling said gently. Xiao Yi was sure you had feelings for her. She could see it in your eyes. A woman's intuition is often right. That's why I made this suggestion to Uncle Zheng. Thank you, Ji. Shehuan, usually so composed, actually blushed a little. Xue Ling patted his shoulder, laughing. If you two end up together, don't forget to give me a big red envelope. 3 years will fly by. Okay. Shehuan nodded, lips pressed together. Xue Ling finished her milk tea, still not hungry, and declined his offer to eat. You have her contact info, right? Call her tomorrow. I'll call as soon as I get home, Shehuan replied softly. Then go. Xue Ling laughed, waving as she left the restaurant. She drove to the mall's underground parking lot. Seeing she still had over half an hour before her 8 p.m. meeting, she went upstairs to have dinner first. The weather was still a bit hot, so dinner at home was later than usual. Since Xue Ling had been coming home for dinner more often lately, Liu Ying deliberately pushed back the mealtime, waiting until she walked in before starting. Sis-in-law! Cheng Tianfang came running out holding a delicate little box. This is for you. Xie Ling took it with a smile. When did you get back? How was the training? It went really well, Tianfang explained. I learned a lot of new things. I flew back this afternoon. The director gave us 2 days off to rest at home. Xie Ling said, a whole month away. You definitely need a break, or you'll have no energy for work. Tianfang nodded quickly. Exactly. Xue Heng, playing with little Xin, poked his head out. You've been a bit freer lately, right? More or less, Xue Ling replied. Everything's stable, and with more people hired, it's easier for me. Xue Heng smiled. I hired another person for my office too, otherwise I just couldn't keep up. He'd been sleeping at the factory almost every day lately. Now that his wife was home, he could finally come back too. Sleeping alone in an empty house was worse than staying at the factory and working a few more hours. Cheng Tianyuan, holding little Chong, called out, Time to eat? Let's eat first? Aunt Achen had made braised pork and several other dishes, explaining, The old lady made extra dishes today. Tianfang grinned. I knew Mom loves me best. Yeah, right, Liu Ying scolded with a smile. Always flattering yourself. I'm just worried about Heng and your sister-in-law working too hard. Tianfang giggled. Aunt Achen picked up little Xin and said, Ironhead and I already ate. You all go eat. So Achen stayed in the living room to play with the 2 little ones, while everyone else went to the kitchen for dinner. Xie Ling ate a bit quickly. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but whisper, Really hungry? Don't eat so fast. She muttered, I have an 8 o'clock meeting with old Liu's daughter, Xiao Lu. Not much time, so I have to eat fast. I don't want to keep her waiting. Cheng Tianyuan vaguely remembered a slightly chubby figure. She needs something from you? Yeah, Xie Ling said. I'm staying home tonight. I already told my secretary to be on night duty. I'll come back after meeting her. All right, Cheng Tianyuan said gently. A few minutes won't make a difference. Don't eat so fast. She'd been staying up late and worrying lately, losing some weight, and her stomach wasn't great. People with sensitive stomachs shouldn't eat too fast, or they might get sick. Xie Ling nodded. Tianfang started sharing funny stories from her training, making everyone laugh. Our instructor got along really well with us. He said he and his wife were once teacher and student. She'd admired him in secret, but never dared say it. After she graduated, she applied to work with him, and kept finding excuses to do nice things for him. Eventually, he was moved and fell for her too. Now they're happily married with 2 adorable kids. Xue Heng asked with a grin. Teacher-student? That must be quite an age gap? Tianfang replied, About a dozen years, I think, but the teacher looks young and handsome. You'd never guess he's over 40. Xue Heng snorted. Classic old bull eating young grass, and he's proud enough to tell everyone. What's wrong with that? Xie Ling laughed. If they truly love each other, who cares about the age gap? As long as the young grass is willing, right? Exactly. Tianfang's eyes sparkled. His student must really love him. She folded 999 paper cranes for him. That's pretty romantic, Xue Ling smiled. When a girl chases a guy, it's like a thin layer of gauze. If she's proactive, she'll almost always succeed. Go on, Xue Heng teased. Did you research that? How do you know? I just know, Xue Ling said confidently, chin up. Liu Ying chimed in. A 10-year age gap is nothing. Back in our village, a woman married a man 20 years older and was thrilled. People said it was a flower stuck in cow dung, but she didn't care. The man doted on her for marrying him so young, and they lived a wonderful life. Everyone was jealous. Exactly, Xue Ling said. Age isn't a problem, and height isn't a distance. Sis-in-law, that's a classic line, Tianfang giggled. I have to remember it. Xue Ling put down her bowl, grabbed a napkin. I've got things to do, you all take your time. She went next door, opened the innermost cabinet, dug out a piece of clothing, then pulled 3 stacks of cash from a bag and put them in her purse before heading downstairs. The elevator made it quick. She was soon at the ground floor. As she walked out of the mall, she saw a young woman waiting. Sure enough, it was Liu Xincheng. Xiao Liu, Xue Ling called out. Liu Xincheng turned, beaming, and hurried over. She was a bit thinner than before, but her round face was still cute. Ling Ling Jie, hi, you're so punctual. Xue Ling smiled. How long have you been here? Not too long, I hope. Have you eaten? Liu Xincheng nodded. I had 2 steamed buns in the car. I'm full. Xue Ling smiled. When you're out and about, make sure to eat and sleep well. Take care of yourself. Liu Xincheng quickly got to the point. I've been working at a small recording company this past year. The factory's in the suburbs. As long as we have a master tape, we can copy a new one in seconds. The costs are low and the equipment isn't expensive. But master tapes are rare, mostly school English tapes. The kind of pop music tapes you see on the street are really rare in China. There's a former army singer who's amazing. She recorded a few songs and they're really good. The songs are all about love, but young people love that stuff, so I think they'll sell. But our boss won't approve it. He says love songs are decadent and won't sell, maybe even lose money. But in other cities there are tons of love song tapes, and young people love them. Xue Ling immediately saw the key point. So you want me to invest in this? Yes, Liu Xincheng lowered her voice. I've done the math. 2 tape duplicators cost 2,000 or 3,000. Blank tapes are cheap, and with production and musicians it's just over 2,000. Tapes sell for a few yuan each and our profit could be over 200%. Really? Xue Ling thought for a moment. Let's find somewhere to sit and talk in detail. I'm always interested in this kind of investment. Liu Xincheng's eyes lit up and she nodded excitedly. Great. Xue Ling gave Liu Xincheng 30,000 yuan and let her handle things herself. Xiao Liu, you know I'm extremely busy and really don't have time to follow up on this investment, but I trust you. You have a good eye and experience in this field. I'll put up all the initial capital, and as for the profits, You 60, me 40? Liu Xincheng said with a bright smile. You're the first person to really trust my abilities. I'd feel bad taking more. If we make money, you get 60, I get 40. But if we lose, though I don't think we will. Xue Ling smiled and explained. Don't worry. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. If there's a loss, I'll take it all. If we make money, we split it 50-50. If this works out, we can keep working together on the same terms. Liu Xincheng was moved. Thank you, Ji. You trust me just on my word. I really don't know what to say. Don't worry. Once I pay you back the principal, we'll split all the profits 50-50. I'll do my absolute best. I won't let you lose money. She pulled out a piece of paper and wrote up a simple agreement. They both signed it, and Liu Xincheng handed it to Xue Ling. Jia, you keep this. If we make money this time, let's keep working together. Xueling smiled. I'll be waiting for your good news. Liu Xincheng waved and left, full of energy. Xueling headed back upstairs with her bag. Cheng Tianfang and Xue Heng had already gone back to their place across the hall. Liu Ying was on the phone with Aunt Chen, asking why she hadn't come by lately. Aunt Chen explained that she'd caught a cold recently and, since there were 2 kids at Xueling's place, didn't dare come over. She'd taken time off to rest in her dorm, but being older, her recovery was slow. It took her quite a few days to get better. Worse, Xue Zhilian had caught it from her and was coughing nonstop, so she was staying in the dorm too. Liu Ying frowned. Why didn't you say something? I could have sent a Yuan to check on you. Tianfang just got back from training and said you were coughing on the phone. Aunt Chen laughed. No need, it's just a minor illness. When you're older, your immune system isn't as good, so it drags on. But I'm not coughing anymore and feeling much better. We're all in this business, big or small, we can handle it. Liu Ying chuckled. Come back when you can. Haiteng called and said they'll be back next weekend to bring Ranran for school. Aunt Chen said, We'll be back in a couple of days, so we'll definitely see everyone. It's been almost 2 months. I really miss her and Wu Ge. They chatted a bit more before hanging up. She Ling had already washed her hands and was playing with little Chong and Xin. Cheng Tianyuan was nearby, going over the accounts. Liu Ying asked, Where's Achun? I just saw her. She Ling replied, She left after I got back. She said little Ironhead wasn't home yet and it was getting late, so she went to look for him. Liu Ying laughed. That little Ironhead knows every corner around here. He's like the local king. No need to worry. She Ling asked, Mom, why didn't I see Dad today? Where did he go? Liu Ying sighed. Where else? Off to eat and chat with Uncle Chang again? She Ling couldn't help but ask, Isn't Uncle Chang at the warehouse? He is, Liu Ying replied. He's got nowhere else to go. He went back home a while ago because his son kept calling and telegramming, insisting he return to Rongcheng. Your dad tried to stop him, but Uncle Chang went anyway. In the end, his son and daughter-in-law took all his money and sent him back here to keep earning. Can you believe it? That's not a son, that's a debt collector. She Ling, not knowing the details, asked, What happened? You've been busy lately, so you didn't hear from Ah Yuan's dad, Liu Ying explained. His son kept calling and sending telegrams, insisting he come home. Uncle Chang thought he should go back for a visit, but your dad tried to stop him. Uncle Chang sneaked off anyway. In the end, his son and daughter-in-law took all his money and sent him back to keep working. Xue Ling frowned. He's an old man. How can they shamelessly take all his hard-earned money?
They've been shameless for years, Liu Ying said angrily. They made him sell his old house and land, then took all the money, leaving him homeless. He worked hard to save 2,000 yuan, and they tricked that out of him too. Said they needed it for their son's wedding, but then kicked him out to keep earning. Imagine, making the old man pay for the wedding and not spending a cent themselves.
Xue Ling sighed. Uncle Chang really has a hard life, stuck with such a useless son.
Useless and stubborn, Liu Ying grumbled. He listens to that fat wife of his for everything. She's so fat and eats like a queen, but doesn't care for the old man at all. When they were poor, she was a bit more restrained, but after Uncle Chang bought them a house, she got arrogant and spent all of Tianshuan's money. Now their son's grown and getting married, but she claims they have no money, so they made Tianshuan trick his dad out of more.
Xue Ling shook her head.
Forget them. People that unfilial will get what's coming to them.
Liu Ying was pleased to hear that.
Let me tell you, your dad said Tianshuan called crying, saying his son and new daughter-in-law wouldn't let them live in the apartment at Wangjiangyuan, told them to rent their own place. Now all the kids are fighting over the inheritance. Besides the apartment Uncle Chang bought them, what else do they have? Uncle Chang told him, "Serves you right," and hung up. Xue Ling laughed too. The way they treat their elders, their own kids will treat them the same. Children learn from their parents. If they don't know gratitude or filial piety, how can their kids? You reap what you sow. As they chatted, little Xin took advantage of her mom and grandma being distracted and crawled over to her dad. Her chubby little hands grabbed his pant leg and she climbed up his leg. Cheng Tianyuan, busy with his work, smiled indulgently, stretched out his long leg and kept a hand nearby in case she slipped. Shin was already an expert crawler, moving steadily upward until she reached his arms, then giggled proudly. Cheng Tianyuan had no choice but to put his work aside and play with her. Xueling noticed and hurried over to scoop her up. "Don't bother Daddy, he's working!" Shin, upset, burst into tears, wailing, "Daddy, Daddy!" Cheng Tianyuan's heart melted and he rushed over to take her back. There, Daddy's here, Daddy's got you!" Xueling rolled her eyes and went back to play with little Chong. "Third brother is the best and most obedient. Jin is just too naughty." Jin didn't understand a word, rubbing her tears all over her dad's collar as she clung to his neck. Cheng Tianyuan, however, didn't mind at all. He patted her back and coaxed, "Xiaoxin, are you ready to sleep? Daddy will feed you your milk, and then you can go to bed, okay?" The little one immediately perked up at the mention of milk. Liu Ying quickly went off with a smile to prepare the formula. A little while later, Dad fed the little one her milk and then soothed her to sleep. Xiao Chong was very well behaved. After finishing a bottle of milk, he snuggled into his mother's arms and fell asleep too. Liu Ying said, "I'll watch one, you two watch the other." "No need," Xueling replied. "Why don't we take care of both tonight? That way you can get a good night's sleep for once, and you won't have to keep waking up." "That's not a good idea," Liu Ying explained. "If both are together and one starts crying, the other will wake up too, and then it'll be chaos. Don't worry, they usually sleep until 4 or 5 in the morning. I'm always up by then anyway." Cheng Tianyuan said, "Then let's leave Xiao Chong with Mom." "No," Xueling objected. "Let's leave Xiao Xin with Mom." Liu Ying nodded and took Xiao Xin from Cheng Tianyuan's arms. Xie Ling carried Xiao Chong back to the other room. Cheng Tianyuan quickly tidied up the account books and followed. "Wife, I think you're starting to get jealous of Xiao Xin," he teased. "In your dreams," Xue Ling laughed. "I'm just worried you'll spoil her, so I'm trying to give her fewer chances to cling to you. Or do you disagree? If you spoil this youngest daughter of yours, can you take responsibility for the consequences? You'd only be hurting her." Cheng Tianyuan chuckled softly. All right, whatever you say. At times like this, it was always best to agree with your wife." Once Xiao Chong was asleep, the couple took turns showering, then settled in for the night and soon drifted off into sweet dreams. Meanwhile, in the suite diagonally across, the young couple, who should have been enjoying a reunion sweeter than a honeymoon, were having a fight, even raising their voices. Xue Heng's face was dark as he said in a low voice, "Have you thought about it? We've been married almost 2 years, and you still haven't given me any news. Now you're telling me you want to use birth control. Don't you realize, if your belly doesn't start showing soon, people are going to start questioning my manhood?" "What are you talking about?" Cheng Tianfang snapped. "I'm in the prime of my career right now, with one training after another. I'm already a team leader. If I keep learning for another half year, I could be promoted to deputy director. Once I reach that level, we can have a baby. It's just half a year. What's the rush? It's not like I'm refusing to have kids with you. Is your pride really more important than my career?" Xue Heng sneered. "Your career is important? What about our family? Have you really thought about what matters most? Without a child, how can our family be stable? My mom has already asked me about it countless times. She cares about you, so she tries not to bring it up in front of you. Both my parents are understanding. Why can't you be a little more considerate of them?" "How am I not considerate?" Cheng Tianfang raised her voice. "Tell me. I'm just postponing it for a while. Is it really that serious? I think your parents are more reasonable than you." "Consideration goes both ways," Xue Heng said gruffly. "They understand you're at a critical point in your career, so they don't pressure you. But have you thought about them? My mom can retire at the end of the year. She's so eager for you to have a baby so she can help take care of it. She could have delayed her retirement, but she insisted on retiring early so she could be at home ready to help us. Because you're working and the baby will need help, she has to prepare in advance. She's thinking of you. Have you thought of her?" Cheng Tianfang rolled her eyes and snorted. I already said let's talk about it in a few months. I might have 2 more major training sessions coming up. I'm busy all the time. How can I find time to get pregnant and take care of a baby? Is a few months really going to make such a difference? We've only been married a little over a year. Why are you in such a hurry? I'm already over 30, Xue Heng said. Don't think I'm still young. A man's physical prime is in his 20s and 30s. I've already missed it. You're younger, you have a few more years, but having a child isn't something that happens overnight. After you have a baby, you'll need time to recover, right? We can't keep putting it off. Some things can't be planned. We've been married over a year, and we didn't use birth control at first. Did you get pregnant? It's not something you can just decide and make happen instantly. Cheng Tianfang's face darkened. But what if? Have you thought about that? Sometimes things happen when you least expect them. What if I get pregnant now? Wouldn't I have to give up a great opportunity? If you get pregnant, then have the baby. What's there to hesitate about? Xue Heng said. Life is long. There are plenty of chances to learn and improve. Why are you so hung up on this? You have no idea how competitive my job is, Cheng Tianfang retorted angrily. If I don't get promoted while I'm young, when will I ever get another chance? Wait until I'm older? How could I compete with others then? I don't believe it. Xue Heng was angry now too, raising his voice. If you can't handle it, then quit. I'll support you. I could work hard for a year or two and earn what you'd make in decades. I'm more than capable of supporting you. Lingling brought me into the denim business for 10 months, and I made nearly $1 million. If I work another 6 months, how could I not support you? Shut up, Cheng Tianfang said coldly. If my sister-in-law hadn't brought you in, you wouldn't have made that much. When I was a kid, a penny could buy a lot of treats. Now a dime buys nothing. Your $1 million now might not even be worth 10,000 in a decade. If you don't plan for the future, you'll have worries soon enough. Your income is high, but it's not stable. Last year, you barely made enough to get by. A good day doesn't mean every day will be good. I can still support you, Xue Heng said, frustrated. I married you, so I'm confident I can take care of you. You can be ambitious and work hard, but there's no need to go to extremes. Take advantage of your youth and have a child or two. I'm not greedy. 2 kids is enough. But you keep making excuses, not even fulfilling your basic duty as a wife. I'm really disappointed. Then go ahead and be disappointed, Cheng Tianfang snorted. I absolutely won't quit my job. I love this job and it has a great future. Even if we get divorced, I won't quit. You... Xue Heng was furious. So, in your heart, our marriage isn't as important as your job. My love for you means nothing. Shut up, I never said that, Cheng Tianfang shouted. You clearly mean it, Xue Heng yelled. You're my wife, my woman, but you'd rather have a job, even divorce me for it. I'm not asking you to quit, I just want you to focus on family for a while. Once the kids are born and grown, you can work as hard as you want. Cheng Tianfang rolled her eyes. If you don't seize opportunities when they come, do you think they'll wait for you? Is that possible? If you don't work hard when you're young, you'll regret it when you're old. You can't always have things your way. If you try to please everyone, you'll end up with nothing. Their argument grew louder and louder, waking Liu Ying and even Cheng Tianyuan and his wife. Liu Ying groggily got up, squinting at little Xiao Xin beside her. Seeing the child sleeping soundly, she finally relaxed. She glanced outside and couldn't help but mutter, What are they arguing about in the middle of the night? Gone for a month, and now they come back just to fight? Autumn came early in the capital, and the nights were already a bit chilly. Liu Ying nudged her husband and whispered, Did you hear that? Ah Heng and Ah Feng are fighting. Cheng Muhai had come home late and was still very sleepy. He listened for a moment, then shook his head. Don't worry about young people. Every family has its spats. They'll fight at the head of the bed and make up at the foot. Why get involved? They'll probably be fine by tomorrow. Liu Ying thought that made sense, so she lay back down, but she didn't expect the young couple's argument to go on, getting louder and louder with no sign of stopping. Unable to sleep, the old lady simply got up, put on a coat, slipped into her slippers, and went out. She opened the door. Across the hall, her son opened his door too, light spilling out and illuminating the corridor. Liu Ying squinted and asked, Ah Yuan, you're awake too? Yes, Cheng Tianyuan replied.
still half asleep. Then he turned and reminded, "Wife, put on another light jacket like Mom." Xueling yawned and agreed, heading back inside. Cheng Tianyuan said quietly, "Mom, you should go back to your room. Lingling and I will go see what they're arguing about. You're older now, and Ah Heng might feel embarrassed if you show up. If they say something unpleasant in the heat of the moment, it'll only upset you. Please, just stay here." Liu Ying glanced at the clock on the wall and frowned. "It's past 2. They must have nothing better to do." She didn't say yes or no, just closed the door, which was as good as agreeing to her son's suggestion. By then, Xueling had already put on her coat and come out. Cheng Tianyuan pulled the door to and hurried off with her, hand in hand, toward the suite diagonally across. Living so close made it easy to visit, but it also meant there wasn't much privacy. For example, in the middle of a heated argument, the brother-in-law and cousin showed up, so the young couple had to stop fighting and awkwardly go open the door. Xueling frowned and asked, "What's going on? Are you trying to wake up the whole building?" Cheng Tianyuan glared at his sister and said sternly, "You've just come back after a month away and you're already making a scene? Don't you want to live a good life?" Cheng Tianfang had already been upset, and now her big brother was scolding her as soon as he arrived. Her sense of grievance swelled and she quickly burst into tears. Seeing her cry, Xue Heng had no choice but to fall silent and mutter, "It's nothing. You two should go back to sleep. It's already past 2. "You know it's past 2? Cheng Tianyuan's face darkened. "If you can't agree on something, can't you wait until morning to talk it out? Why argue in the middle of the night?" Xue Heng mumbled, "We just can't agree. I wanted to talk calmly, but we couldn't, so we ended up fighting." "What's really going on?" Xueling walked in, grabbed some tissues from the table and handed them to her sister-in-law. Cheng Tianfang cried even harder, her voice low and full of grievance. "Sister-in-law, you don't know. It's so hard being a woman. We have to earn money just like men, and we also have to have children and raise them. Men are supposed to be the backbone of the family, so everything revolves around them. But women have to sacrifice their careers and everything for the family and kids. Why? Just because we're women." Xueling glanced at her cousin, then forced a smile. "It's not that bad. He's an educated man. His thinking isn't that old-fashioned." "No!" Cheng Tianfang choked out. "He's a man, so he thinks that way. It's a flaw all men have. He tells me not to work so hard, to hurry up and have kids while I'm young, but work is so competitive. If I don't seize opportunities, I'll be left behind. I told him just wait half a year, let me get promoted to deputy director, and then we can think about kids. But he won't listen. Just keeps saying he can support me, that my job is just a job, nothing important." Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling exchanged a look, realizing the root of the argument. He cleared his throat and said, "You two have been married almost 2 years. It really is time to think about having a child. Kids don't just grow up overnight. It takes years. Look at Yang Yang and Ranan. They can go out and play now because Ranan is almost 10 and Yang Yang is nearly 7. Ah Heng is already over 30 and you're 26 or 27. Don't think you're still that young. Some things are better done sooner rather than later." Xue Heng nodded eagerly. "That's what I think too. You can't just have a baby whenever you want. If you keep putting it off, who knows when it'll happen?" Cheng Tianfang huffed. "But I have 2 more training sessions coming up. Can't we just wait half a year? It's not like we're 40 or 50. Why the rush? You're busy, I'm busy. If we have a kid now, can we even handle it?" "What's there to worry about?" Xue Heng said quietly. "Didn't I just say my mom can retire at the end of the year? She was going to retire early, but the hospital asked her to stay, so she postponed it. We're busy, but we have the elders to help. Lingling doesn't have to take care of the kids herself. Most of the work is done by the elders and Aunt Chun. Things will work out. What are you so worried about?" Cheng Tianfang snapped. "What am I worried about? Of course you don't have to worry. You're not the one who has to be pregnant for 10 months, stuck with a big belly, having to make compromises and adjustments at work." Xue Heng looked to Cheng Tianyuan for help. "Brother, you see her attitude. I really can't not argue with her." Cheng Tianyuan stayed silent. Xue Ling had to step forward and comfort Cheng Tianfang. Don't be so anxious. You've only been at the TV station for a little over a year, and you've already been promoted to team leader. That shows you're capable and your bosses appreciate you. Cheng Tianfang, eyes red, said softly, Sister-in-law, it hasn't been easy for me either. It's a whole new work environment, not even my field of study. Even if my colleagues are friendly, I have to rely on myself. I'm not short of money. The bakery makes me a few hundred a month even when business is bad, which is more than my salary. But I have to move up while I'm young. In the workplace, if you're not moving forward, you're falling behind. It's like rowing upstream. If you don't paddle hard, you'll only drift backward. I understand, Xue Ling said gently. But you really don't need to be so tense. Afeng, you're putting too much pressure on yourself. Being so stressed will only lower your work efficiency, and too much stress can also affect your ability to conceive. There's a time for everything, and you can plan, but you can't control every detail. Plans never keep up with changes. Try to relax, work when you need to, train when you need to, and if you get pregnant, then just cancel the out-of-town training and focus on work here. When the baby's almost due, the TV station will give you maternity leave, and you can rest at home. Exactly, Xue Heng quickly agreed. Don't overplan, and don't talk about birth control. Just let things happen naturally. If you don't get pregnant, I won't pressure you, right? But using birth control really isn't good for you. You know those things can harm your body. Cheng Tianfang shot him a cold glare and huffed. You make it sound so nice now, but what were you yelling at me just a moment ago? Why don't you dare say those things in front of my brother and sister-in-law? Xue Heng mumbled. I was just worked up. It doesn't count. I don't even remember what I said. Cheng Tianyuan wasn't the type to harp on people's faults. He said calmly, Afeng, don't make a fuss. Things said in the heat of an argument don't count. We all need to be more forgiving. No one's perfect, right? Cheng Tianfang had always been a little afraid of her big brother, so she didn't dare say anything, just sat there with a sullen face. Xue Heng grinned apologetically. Sorry for making you come over in the middle of the night. We're family, what are you talking about? Xue Ling said. Go pour some water. You both must be thirsty after all that arguing. Have some water and get some sleep. Xue Heng said, Wait here. I'll go to the kitchen. Xue Ling sat down beside Cheng Tianfang and said quietly, Afeng, look at your kitchen. You've lived here for a while now. Have you ever cooked a meal yourself? Cheng Tianfang was taken aback, then shook her head. Ever since she married Xue Heng and moved in, she'd eaten at her parents' place for breakfast and dinner and had lunch at the work canteen. When she went out for training, she didn't have to cook either. Cheng Tianyuan frowned and asked in a low voice, How would you rate yourself as a wife? Ah Heng doesn't know how to cook, and you do, but you don't. He's always busy, sometimes even busier than you. When you go away for training, you're gone for a month at a time, and he stays at the factory. Think about it. You're married now, you have your own family, and you need to have a sense of responsibility for it. Your job is important, but so is your family. Look at this place. The floor is covered in dust. Has he ever blamed you? No. When he comes home, he helps clean up too, but he's just too busy to keep up. Have you ever thought about how much you've contributed to this home? Cheng Tianfang fell silent, not daring to speak. Cheng Tianyuan continued, He's the man. He earns money, bought the house and the car, even your car. Whatever you need, he buys it. Whatever the family needs, he pays for it. You say your job is important, your career and your income matter? But have you ever asked yourself where your money goes? It all goes into your own pocket, right? You've never contributed to the household. Cheng Tianfang lowered her head and nodded. Cheng Tianyuan gave a cold laugh. So why should he have to fully support your career and ambitions? The less you give, the less you get. Have you ever asked yourself what you're working for? Why do you want promotions and raises? Cheng Tianfang was at a loss for words. Cheng Tianyuan said seriously, If you can't figure out what you really want, what's most important to you, you'll just keep making mistakes. Xue Ling quickly tugged at her husband's sleeve and said softly, All right, that's enough. Cheng Tianyuan sighed. Your career is important, but it's just a job. You earn money for your life, for your family. If you ignore your family, what's the point of earning money? You should work hard at your career, but family is your lifelong happiness. It should come first. Right now, you don't have kids yet, and the elders are still healthy and able to work. This is the easiest time for your family. If you're still dissatisfied now, what will you do in the future? When you have young kids and aging parents to care for and you're not young anymore, how will you handle it all? Xue Ling took Cheng Tianfang's hand and said gently, "Your brother's words are a bit blunt, but he has a point. You've done really well at the TV station this past year, which is why you got promoted so quickly. That's recognition from your boss. You can keep working for more promotions in the future. There's no need to rush. That can be planned step by step. But having a child isn't something you can plan so precisely. You're still young, I know, but getting pregnant isn't always as easy as you think. Before I had Zhao Xin and Zhao Chong, I was super busy, always at the mall, under a lot of stress. I didn't get pregnant for a long time, even though we weren't using birth control. Some things just can't be planned out step by step, so don't try to force it." "Exactly," Cheng Tianyuan added. "Taking birth control is bad for your health. If it harms your body, it'll be even harder to have kids later. Medicine can help, but who knows what the future holds. Right now, your in-laws are still healthy and can help with the kids. If you wait until you're satisfied with your career and then have a child, by then the elders might be old and need your care, and you'll have a young child and a job to juggle. How will you balance it all? Have you thought about that?" Cheng Tianfang's eyes were red as she shook her head. Xue Ling said softly, "Don't cry, it's not a big deal. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. Go to work, eat well, sleep well. When it comes to kids, just let things happen naturally. Don't rush, don't avoid, and don't stress." "Okay," Cheng Tianfang choked out. "Thank you, sister-in-law. Thank you, brother." At that moment, Xue Heng still hadn't come back. Cheng Tianyuan went to the kitchen and saw him standing by the electric kettle, waiting for the water to boil. Xue Heng apologized. "There's no water in the thermos. I'm boiling some now." Cheng Tianyuan stood at the kitchen door and said, "Look at you two. What kind of life are you living? Imagine if you didn't have the elders' help, or if we didn't live so close. What would you do then?" Xue Heng gave an embarrassed smile. Cheng Tianfang had no answer. Xue Ling shrugged and smiled. "Good thing we live nearby." "But it can't always be like this," Cheng Tianyuan said. "My parents will get old, and so will Uncle Zhilan and Auntie. You two need to learn to manage your own little family first, then you can take care of the bigger family. If you don't prepare now, you'll be at a loss when something happens in the future." Xue Heng nodded quickly in agreement. Cheng Tianfang got up and went to the kitchen to help wash the cups. Xue Heng hurried to help. The tension between them had faded. Though things weren't quite sweet yet, they were clearly better. All right, Cheng Tianyuan said, taking Xue Ling's hand. "Who knows how long we'd have to wait for your water to boil. We've got water at home. Let's go back, have a drink, and get some sleep. You two should get some rest, too." Xue Heng watched them leave before closing the door. Cheng Tianfang wiped her hands and said softly, "The water's not even boiled yet." "Just wait a bit," Xue Heng said gently. "You go back to the room first. When the water cools a little, I'll bring it in for you." Cheng Tianfang, eyes still red, walked out and hugged him around the waist. "I'm sorry. I've been so focused on work that the house is a mess. There isn't even any water to drink. I just kept arguing with you, venting my anger and stress." Xue Heng chuckled softly and stroked her hair. "I was wrong too. I got too worked up. The house is my responsibility too, and I haven't done my part." Cheng Tianfang said quietly, "Let's both do better from now on." Xue Heng kissed her forehead and said softly, "Don't put so much pressure on yourself. Work isn't something that happens overnight. Look at my parents. They worked for decades before they got their titles and positions. When I was little, they were just ordinary doctors. You have to take it step by step, no need to rush." Cheng Tianfang buried her head in his shoulder and nodded hard. Early the next morning, after washing up, Cheng Tianyuan saw that his wife and young son were still sound asleep, so he went across the hall to help with breakfast. Cheng Muhai was simmering millet porridge, while Liu Ying was making meat buns. Xiao Xin woke up around 5 for some milk, then fell back asleep. I changed her diaper and now she's sleeping like a log, Liu Ying reported. Cheng Tianyuan glanced into the room, then stepped back out. Seeing that his father didn't need help, he sat down to help his mother make buns. Liu Ying gave a little snort and asked, "What were the young couple fighting about last night? Did you scold them?" Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. "Nothing serious. It's impossible for a couple to live together without the occasional argument. I said a few words and told them to get some sleep. They're both reasonable people. There's nothing to get hung up on." Liu Ying gave a wry smile and shook her head. "They've been apart for a month, and instead of being all lovey-dovey when they get back, they're up in the middle of the night fighting? Honestly." "Don't get too involved," Cheng Muhai said quietly. "It's their business. We can give some advice, but that's enough. If they need our help, we'll help. If not, just pretend we don't know anything." Liu Ying scoffed. "Me get involved? I can't be bothered with that girl." "What kind of talk is that?" Cheng Muhai retorted. "Who curses their own daughter like that? First thing in the morning talking about life and death." Liu Ying huffed. "You don't know, do you? That girl's been out for training almost every day for the past 6 months. Her mother-in-law is understanding, always calling to remind her to take care of herself and study hard. Do you know what she said to me yesterday? She said her mother-in-law is too naggy, that a single phone call can last half an hour going on and on. That girl is just too much. She takes the elders' concern for granted, even finds it annoying." "That really is out of line," Cheng Muhai said seriously. "She's had it too easy, hasn't she? Living close to her parents, coming over for meals every day, even bringing her husband along. Her in-laws both work so she doesn't have to look after them. She's got it too easy. Saying things like that. Good thing I didn't hear it or I might have slapped her." Cheng Tianyuan said quietly, "All right, maybe she was just joking and didn't mean anything by it. She's your daughter. You know her best. She just says things without thinking, but she's not a bad person." "Still, she shouldn't disrespect her elders," Liu Ying insisted. "After all, they're Ah Heng's parents. Her in-laws are always so understanding, never say a bad word about her, and treat her so well. It's your sister's fault. Your dad's right. She's had it too easy. Too many people spoil her, and now she's gotten arrogant." Cheng Tianyuan understood that his sister was acting spoiled because she was so well-loved, and nodded. "I'll talk to her when I get the chance. She probably didn't mean anything by it, so don't take it to heart." Cheng Muhai urged his son, "You make sure to talk to her." Liu Ying pouted. "I can't be bothered with her. She's the type who can't be spoiled too much." Just then they heard Auntie Jua Chun's voice outside, instructing her son, and then she came in. She greeted everyone and went to wash her hands before helping out. Cheng Muhai smiled and asked, "You and your son already had breakfast?" "We did," Ju Achun replied. "I made porridge early and a couple of pancakes. Zhao Tietu said he wanted to go downstairs to help with cleaning, so I told him to listen to Director Liao." Cheng Tianyuan asked curiously, "Why is he helping with cleaning? Aren't there enough workers downstairs?" Ju Achun explained, "Auntie Chin, who's in charge of the East Wing, got sick a few days ago, so Director Liao told her to go home and rest, and had others fill in. Then, the day before yesterday, old Chen, who's in charge of the West Wing, twisted his ankle and had to take leave too. Director Liao didn't want to bring in too many new people at once, so he's been handling both areas himself. Zhao Tietu saw this and went to help. It's just sweeping and mopping. He can handle it. Director Liao can't do it all alone, so he's glad for the help." "Zhao Tietu is such a hard-working kid," Liu Ying said with a smile. "He studies at night, helps out downstairs during the day, and even helps with meals. With a son like that, you're sure to have a blessed old age." Jua Chun smiled shyly. "He still needs to study hard." Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment and said, "I'll mention it to my wife. If they're short-staffed, maybe they can hire a backup." "No need," Ju Achun said. "There are still enough workers. I've worked there, so I know. If there are too many people, it's easy for everyone to shirk responsibility. Director Liao is very good at managing the staff. If he says it's not needed, then it's not needed. Madame is busy enough already. No need to trouble her with this. Chung Tianyuan nodded and said quietly, Mainly, Director Liao also has to help collect rent. At the start and end of each month, he's busy for at least 10 days. Zhu Achun smiled. Xiao Tietu can help out. He works as hard as any adult. Exactly, Liu Ying added. He's so efficient, much better than your useless sister. Zhu Achun was a bit embarrassed and said softly, You're too kind, madam. Miss Cheng is an intellectual. She does technical work. Xiao Tietu just does manual labor. Sweeping and mopping, that's all. But that's real work, Liu Ying said. Every household needs to sweep and mop, needs to clean. She only cares about her job and leaves all the housework behind. That's what I can't stand about her. Zhu Achun tried to smooth things over. Maybe she's just too busy. When she's away for training for a month at a time, it's hard to keep up at home. Business trips are one thing, Liu Ying said with a wry smile. But even when she's not away, the house is a mess. She used to be diligent, but now she's getting lazier. Zhu Achun chuckled. It's fine. It's just the two of them now. Life is simple. When she becomes a mother, she'll have to be more diligent. While she's young, it's understandable to slack off a little now and then. That won't do, Liu Ying said. I've already told her brother. He has to give her a good talking to. Life is easy now, but what about when there are kids and elderly to care for? If she's this lazy now, it'll be chaos later. You can't be lazy. Once you start, there's no saving you. It's a bit blunt, but it's true, Chung Muhai agreed. Once you get lazy, all sorts of problems start. Even your heart can go bad. My cousin Chang's daughter-in-law is like that. She's lazy, doesn't work, just eats and does nothing. Over time, she only cares about herself. When you get selfish, your character goes bad. Chung Tianyuan said quietly, Uncle Chang is back now, so don't talk about him too much. He only has one son. Who else would he care for? He's happy to give his money to his son, no one's forcing him. You can't blame him for that. I'm not saying he shouldn't care for his son, Chung Muhai sighed. I just think he should save a little for himself. He's over 70. How long can he stay healthy? Every winter his limbs ache. Luckily, you put in heating in the small house so he can be comfortable. But can he avoid getting sick forever? Can he keep working forever? He needs to save some money, or who will take care of him if he gets sick? If Tianxuan were reliable, would he still be working in the capital at his age? Chung Tianyuan couldn't argue with that. That's something he needs to be persuaded about. But he says, for minor aches and pains, he'll just bear it. If he gets seriously ill, he'd rather just die than burden anyone. Hearing that just makes me sad, Chung Muhai said. Hearing this, Chung Tianyuan frowned and said quietly, That won't do. Next time I'm at the warehouse, I'll have a word with him. A few days ago, Uncle Old Chen asked if everyone could get a 10 yuan raise per month. I think it's reasonable. The cost of living in the capital has gone up, and wages have risen accordingly. 10 yuan per person isn't much, so let's add it. Chung Muhai thought for a moment and said to his son, How about this? Don't pay a Chung his wages on time every month, hold back 2 months' worth. Since his food and lodging are covered, he just saves his wages anyway. If he ever gets sick, you can make him go to the hospital and use that money for treatment. Chung Tianyuan waved his hand. Don't overthink it. If he really gets sick, I can cover the cost. He earned that money, so it's not right to withhold it. Exactly, Liu Ying reminded. It's not just Uncle Chang, there's also Old Chen. You have to treat everyone the same, no special treatment, or who knows what Uncle Chang might think. Fine, Chung Muhai said, shaking his head. Just do what you think is best. We can't control everything. Zhu Achun brought the millet porridge to the table and smiled. Some things really aren't worth overthinking. Life changes faster than you can plan for. Just then, little Zhao Xin's babbling came from the bedroom. Chung Tianyuan quickly washed and dried his hands. I'll go check on Zhao Xin. Zhu Achun hurried off to help make more buns. Liu Ying explained, There's only a little dough left, at most 3 or 4 buns. I'll go get the steamer ready, Zhu Achun said. Good, Liu Ying replied. It's hot today, so once they're shaped, they can go straight in. The ones in the corner were made first. Start steaming those. Chung Tianyuan came out holding Zhao Xin. The little one was still sleepy but giggled as she clung to her dad's neck. Zhu Achun said fondly, "Our Xiao Xin really is a cheerful little girl." Liu Ying laughed. Of course, she knows she's the lucky one. With so many boys in the family and only one girl, of course she's the most spoiled. Cheng Muhai quickly washed his hands. "Here, let me hold her. You go get her some water. Once the porridge cools, she can have some." "No, no!" Xiao Xin's chubby little hands pushed Grandpa's hands away. Cheng Muhai looked surprised and a bit hurt. "Why don't you want Grandpa? Grandpa loves you the most." Xiao Xin just giggled and clung tightly to her dad's arm. Liu Ying shook her head. "They say daughters are always closest to their dads. So true." So Grandpa went to get water and Dad fed her himself. After drinking, Dad took her to wash her face and hands, then brought her back to join everyone for millet porridge. Just then, Xue Ling came in with Zhao Chong. She was already dressed and Zhao Chong had washed up and had some water. "Daddy!" Zhao Chong called, reaching for Cheng Tianyuan. "No, no!" Xiao Xin immediately protested, angrily swatting at her brother's hand. Everyone burst out laughing. All Xiao Xin can say besides Mama and Papa is no, no, no. But honestly, that's all she needs. Xiao Xin claimed her spot in Daddy's arms, grinning triumphantly. Xue Ling rolled her eyes. "Achun, take her and feed her some porridge. Her dad can feed Xiao Chong. The more you let her have her way, the more she'll think she can always get it." Cheng Tianyuan didn't dare go against his wife's orders, so he handed Xiao Xin to Achun. At first, Xiao Xin was reluctant, but Achun quickly coaxed her with some breadcrumbs. With food in hand, she soon forgot about losing her dad to her brother and munched away happily. The whole family enjoyed a cheerful breakfast. Xue Ling had things to do, so after eating, she hurried back to the main factory. Cheng Tianyuan had to pick up goods at the train station, so he drove off as well. It wasn't until nearly 9 that Xue Heng hurried in for breakfast. "Dad! Mom! Achun, morning!" Liu Ying pulled the steamer off the stove and frowned. "It's almost 9? Still calling it morning?" Xue Heng grinned sheepishly. Achun, holding Xiao Xin, smiled. "Go wash your hands and eat. There's water on the table." Cheng Muhai, holding Zhao Chong, poured him a cup of water. Xue Heng thanked him, took the cup, and held Zhao Chong's chubby hand, playing with him. Liu Ying couldn't help but ask, "Where's Afang? Still not up?" Xue Heng glanced around and said quietly, "We argued last night and went to bed late. She's been traveling a lot lately, so I told her to sleep in." Liu Ying snorted. "You'll spoil her sooner or later." Xue Heng didn't dare say anything, just lowered his head and ate. The millet porridge was soft and sweet, the meat buns fluffy and fragrant. He ate 3 bowls of porridge and 4 buns before he was finally full. Cheng Muhai said gently, "If you're busy, go ahead. Will you be back for dinner?" Xue Heng smiled. "I will. There are a few more managers at the factory now, so I don't have to stay late every night. Now that Afang's back, I should spend more time with her." He wiped his mouth, said goodbye, and hurried off to work. Achun handed Xiao Xin to Liu Ying, then went to clear the table and put the steamer away, leaving the porridge to stay warm on the stove. Mr. Xue is really considerate of his wife. No matter how busy he is, he makes time for her when she's home, Achun said. Liu Ying shook her head and snorted. That girl still finds so much to complain about. I really don't get her. Cheng Muhai said quietly, All right. Bring Xiao Xin over to play in the living room. While the sun's not too strong, go to the market and buy some meat and vegetables. We'll need more tonight with Ah Heng, Afang, and Ling Ling all here." "Oh, right," Liu Ying said. "My in-laws and Jilan are coming tonight too. They both caught colds a while back, so we haven't seen them in over 2 weeks. They said since Afang's back they want to visit." "Then buy 2 more pounds of beef," Cheng Muhai reminded her. "We'll make braised beef this afternoon. And prepare some rice cakes or veggie dumplings. Jilan loves those." Liu Ying nodded and headed downstairs with her shopping basket. At the start of every month, Chen Lan would go to the post office to wire over the previous month's photo studio earnings. Cheng Tianyuan would collect the money, no matter how much, and hand it to his parents to manage the household meals. Liu Ying and Cheng Muhai knew the younger generation worked hard, so they always made sure to buy plenty of meat and vegetables, never letting anyone go hungry. The photo studio's income was usually more than enough, sometimes with 300 or 400 left over each month, sometimes a bit less. The old couple saved whatever was left, just in case. As for the rent from Wangjiangyuan Phases 1 and 2, Chen Min handled the collection and management, sending it over every 2 months, directly into Shui Ling's account. The pig farm's income was also steady. Every time pigs were sold, the accounts and remittance would be sent over, and Sister Jinhua would call Shui Ling to report. At noon, Cheng Tianyuan was playing with the 2 kids in the living room when the phone rang across the hall. He quickly asked his parents to watch the children and hurried over to answer. "Hello? Who's calling?" A familiar voice came through. "Yuan? Is that you? It's Liu Xiaoyu." Hearing the anxious tone, Cheng Tianyuan quickly replied, "Yes, Boss Liu, it's me, Yuan." Liu Xiaoyu had originally planned to stay in the capital, but his kids and wife all wanted him to come home. The main issue was that it was hard to transfer the kids' school registrations. None of them had local household registration in the capital, and transferring schools was expensive and complicated. So, Liu Xiaoyu had no choice but to return to Rongcheng. After Liu Xiaoyu returned to Rongcheng, he discovered that his wife and brother-in-law's pig farm was doing extremely well. Just the share his wife received each month was over 2,000 yuan. He immediately decided to join his wife in the farming business. They expanded the pig farm, raising an additional 100 pigs, increasing the scale and making even better profits. Over the past 2 years, Liu Xiaoyu bought 2 more apartments, a new car, and a truck for transporting pigs. His eldest son and daughter were both attending university in the provincial capital, and the 2 younger ones were in high school. Life was getting better and better. He would occasionally call Cheng Tianyuan for a chat or ask Shui Ling about this or that. But today, his anxious tone was a first. Cheng Tianyuan sensed something was wrong and quickly said, "Is something up? Don't be nervous, just tell me slowly." Liu Xiaoyu, breathing heavily, explained, "There's an outbreak of swine fever here in Rongcheng. Most of our pigs have died." Cheng Tianyuan was shocked. "Did you call a vet? You have to get a veterinarian." Liu Xiaoyu replied, "Of course we did, but it didn't solve the problem. Just yesterday, over 200 pigs died. We followed the vet's advice, cleaned and disinfected the other pigsty, and moved the remaining pigs over. But over the past few days, more than 500 pigs have died in total. It looks like there will be more. We're really worried. We've tried everything, but nothing has worked." "Don't panic. Just follow the vet's instructions for now," Cheng Tianyuan said. "We're all able to handle some risk now, so don't lose your head." Liu Xiaoyu asked, "Is your sister-in-law there? Please let her know. The losses this time will be serious." Cheng Tianyuan quickly reassured him. "I'll tell her. She's at the main factory right now, very busy every day. She probably won't be back until evening." Liu Xiaoyu said quietly, "Some people from the countryside came to buy the pork, but I didn't dare sell it. My wife said if they want it, just sell it and make up a little money. But I don't think it's right. What if someone passes off this pork as good meat and people get sick? We can forgo the money, but we can't risk people's lives. The swine fever came so suddenly, and so many pigs died in just a few days. Who knows what would happen if people ate the meat? We can't take that risk." "Exactly," Cheng Tianyuan said gently. "You're absolutely right. If you sell questionable pork and someone gets sick, your farm will be held responsible. Contact the agricultural authorities and ask how to properly dispose of the dead pigs. Don't be tempted by a little money and end up doing something harmful." "Right. We're not the type to make money at any cost," Liu Xiaoyu said. "I already turned them away and told them to wash up and change clothes before leaving. Swine fever can spread to other pigs, so we can't be careless." Cheng Tianyuan said, "Just do your best. The rest can wait." Liu Xiaoyu said quietly, "My wife said last month's profits haven't been split yet. With so many pigs lost, we'll need to buy more piglets. We should save the money for that, and if it's not enough, we'll have to add more." "No problem," Cheng Tianyuan said. "But don't buy any piglets for now. Swine fever is contagious. We don't even know if the pigs you moved will survive, so just wait for now. But, Liu Xiaoyu said softly, it takes time to raise a new batch. If we wait, we might lose all our income for the second half of the year. Cheng Tianyuan sighed. We just have to wait. Don't rush. All right, Liu Xiaoyu said. Let's get through this first. Cheng Tianyuan added, if you need extra money, just let me know and I'll transfer it right away. Chen Min always has our rental income. If you're short, you can take some from there, however much you need. No rush, Liu Xiaoyu said. If I need it, I'll let you know. After hanging up, Cheng Tianyuan went back to look after the kids. That evening, Xueling came home, exhausted. I'm going to shower first. I spent all afternoon in the warehouse and I'm drenched with sweat. Cheng Tianyuan, holding Xiao Chong, waited outside the bathroom, chatting with her. Xueling said, don't rush to make up the losses. There's no need to panic. Swine fever is a disease. You can't be careless. Cheng Tianyuan sighed. Liu Xiaoyu said there's swine fever not just in Rongcheng, but even in the provincial capital. All the slaughterhouses are being strictly controlled. Unless the pigs are lively and healthy, they won't slaughter them. There are lots of people wanting pork, but not much for sale. The price has already gone up by a yuan per jin, and it'll probably get even higher. Scarcity drives up prices, Xueling said. That's just how it is. Cheng Tianyuan said, Liu Xiaoyu wants to go out and buy pigs to sell. He thinks he could make a lot of money. I told him not to overthink it. Transporting pigs is a skill. If you don't do it right, you could lose money. Xueling laughed. Why not contact Sister Chen and Shan Yu? Pork prices are lower over there than in Rongcheng. If you can ship pigs by water, you might really make a profit. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. I don't know anything about pig farming, and shipping by boat takes experience. Pigs aren't just cargo. You can't just load them into a hold. You need special ships and equipment. Just ask, Xueling said. There are all kinds of boats on the southern islands. Maybe there's something suitable. If there is, have Liu Xiaoyu handle the receiving. Let Shan Yu help buy pigs and load them. Split the profits, and it could be a good business. Right now, so many cities around the provincial capital and Rongcheng are short on pork. If you ship a few batches over and sell at a fair price, you could make a quick profit. Cheng Tianyuan was intrigued. As soon as Xueling finished her shower, she saw that Xiao Chong had been left to crawl around the living room while Dad was already on the phone with Shan Yu. She smiled helplessly and took her son next door. Cheng Tianfang called out in delight, Sister-in-law, come quick! Zhao Xin just stood up from a squat all by herself. Dad says she might be walking soon. Xueling laughed happily and encouraged Zhao Chong to try too, but Zhao Chong, a bit chubby, just plopped down and didn't try to stand. Xiao Xin saw her brother and crawled over, babbling away. Who knows what she said, but the two of them started crawling toward the door. Cheng Tianfang quickly scooped them back. Oh no! Too heavy? Xueling saw and quickly took Zhao Xin. Liu Ying rolled her eyes and snorted. The two kids together are just over 30 jin, and look at you. If you don't use your arms, you'll be useless soon. Cheng Tianfang didn't dare talk back. Liu Ying lowered her voice and explained to Xueling, This lazybones slept until after 11. We were about to have lunch when she finally came for breakfast, so I scolded her. The house hadn't been cleaned in a month. It was filthy. She couldn't manage it herself, so she called Achun to help. Achun and I swept and mopped for over 2 hours before it was done. Xueling chuckled softly. Mom, she just got back from training. She must be tired from the trip. If you can help, just help her out. There's nothing urgent this afternoon anyway. Liu Ying shook her head helplessly. No, she's gotten way too lazy. I have to say something. Cheng Tianfang giggled. Mom, I finally get to stay home for 3 days. Give me a break, will you? Liu Ying ignored her. A little while later, She Jilian and Mrs. Chen came back, carrying bags and packages. Both looked a bit thinner, especially Mrs. Chen, whose complexion still wasn't great. Liu Ying frowned with concern. Still not fully recovered? I'm fine now, Mrs. Chen explained. But the coughing kept me from sleeping well, so I lost my appetite. A few days of poor sleep and eating, and I lost some weight. Oh well, I'll just treat it as a diet. At my age, I really shouldn't be too heavy anyway. You were never heavy to begin with, Liu Ying sighed. Now that you're better, you need to eat more and get your strength back. That's why I'm here. Mrs. Chen pointed to a bag of mushrooms. A colleague went home and picked these, wild mountain mushrooms, very fragrant and tasty. It's enough that you came. Why bring so much? Liu Ying said. If you're better, go home and rest. Come here for meals. I'll make more nutritious food to help you recover. All right, Mrs. Chen replied with a smile. We've already brought our clothes back. It's livelier at home, and we really missed you all. Shi Jilian and Cheng Muhai had already agreed to play chess after dinner. He looked at Cheng Tianfang and frowned. In-law, you should make sure Afang eats well too. She's been away for a while, probably had a tough time, and looks thinner. Cheng Tianfang smiled. Dad, it's fine. Young people can afford to be a little thin. Mrs. Chen took her hand and smiled. It's better to be a bit plump. According to the WHO, people who are slightly plump are the healthiest and live the longest. We don't want to be fat, but a little fullness looks better. Exactly, Liu Ying agreed. Skinny as a stick isn't attractive at all. Shi Ling came over with Zhao Xin, greeting everyone warmly. Shi Jilian exclaimed, Wow! Our Zhao Chong can walk now? Amazing! He bent down to pick up the little one, only to realize it was Zhao Xin. Oh dear, Uncle's getting old and can't see straight. Mistook our little girl for her brother. Zhao Xin looked at him curiously, reached out and gave his face a playful swipe. He laughed. No grabbing the glasses. Without them, Uncle really can't see you. Mrs. Chen picked up Zhao Chong and played with him happily. Cheng Tianfang went to the kitchen to help set the table, and Xue Ling joined her. Jua Chun had already finished cooking and explained, The rice cakes and dumplings are in the steamer, and there's a big fish that needs a while longer to steam. Let's take out the rice cakes and dumplings first, Xue Ling suggested. Ju Achun nodded. Let everyone start eating. I'll bring out the rest as it's ready. The beef is cooling outside, just needs to be sliced. Just then, Cheng Tianyuan arrived. With his help, 2 plates of dumplings, 2 plates of rice cakes, and some zongzi were quickly brought out. Hey, how come there are zongzi? Xue Ling asked. Ju Achun blushed. Xiao Tietu was craving them, so I made some. I made over 20 this afternoon and brought 8 for you. My skills aren't great, so just make do. At that moment, a voice called from outside. It was Zheng Sanyuan. He waved a small bag at everyone. They quickly invited him in to eat. He shook his head with a wry smile. I'm just here to grab some clothes. I have to catch a bus south in half an hour. There was a problem with a shipment. The driver got detained and the goods were seized. I need to take the paperwork and go sort it out. Can't stay for dinner, but I'll be back in 3 days at most, and then I'll come for a drink. Ju Achun quickly packed 2 zongzi and some dumplings in a lunchbox for him. If you get hungry on the road, you'll have something to eat. Zheng Sanyuan was surprised, then grinned widely. Thank you, Achun. Thanks, everyone. He waved and hurried off. Cheng Tianfang nudged Xue Ling and whispered, Sister-in-law, I think Achun is pretty nice to Uncle Zheng. Xue Ling raised her eyebrows in surprise, then smiled. Don't overthink it. If it's true, that's great. But maybe it's just neighborly kindness. By the way, where's Ah Heng? Cheng Muhai asked. Did you save some for him? He loves rice cakes. There's a small plate left in the steamer, Ju Achun replied. Xue Jilian smiled. He's probably still busy. Let's start. Everyone began eating. Ju Achun had already eaten, so she played with Zhao Xin and Zhao Chong in the living room, tossing a ball and watching TV. Mrs. Chen asked, Ling Ling, are you still making the denim line? It must be autumn styles now, right? Yes, Xue Ling replied. In another week, we'll start on winter clothes. Denim jackets and thick jeans. Denim's so stiff, I doubt it's warm enough for winter, Mrs. Chen said. Xue Ling laughed. The designer added a layer of fleece inside. Very soft. Young people will love it. It's perfect for the South where winters aren't too cold. Here, of course, you still need thick cotton pants. Lots of orders from the South? Xue Jilian asked. Ah, Heng said business is booming. Pretty busy, Shueling nodded. Looks like we won't get a long break for New Year's again this year. If we get a week off, that'll be lucky. Mrs. Chen praised. You're making a fortune this year, Lingling. I'll treat everyone to a feast every day at New Year's, Shueling said with a laugh. Mrs. Chen nodded eagerly. Wonderful. If your parents come back, it'll be even livelier. They'll be back next weekend, Chung Muhai explained. Renan's starting school. That's great, Xue Jillian said happily. Xue Ling added, they'll stay here for 2 or 3 months, then head to the southern island for winter. How nice, Mrs. Chen said enviously. That's real retirement. You can do it too, Liu Ying said. Mrs. Chen smiled wryly. I have 2 sons. I have to help both with their kids. Hopefully when the kids are older, we can take them traveling, just relax and enjoy life. Xue Jilian smiled. Don't worry, you'll get there. Xue Ling thought of Zheng Xiaoyi and Xue Huan and couldn't help but smile to herself. If those 2 really get together, it'll be years before anything happens. By the time the kids are grown, it'll be another 7 or 8 years, at least a decade. The road is long. After everyone finished eating, Jua Chun and Liu Ying quickly cleaned up. Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan helped too. Zhao Xin and Zhao Chong went downstairs for a walk with a few elders. Just then, Xue Heng came back, looking exhausted. Cheng Tianfang quickly brought out the leftovers and a plate of rice cakes for him. Xue Heng smiled. Thanks, honey. Cheng Tianfang beamed. Cheng Tianyuan, sweeping the floor, couldn't help but tease. It was Mom who made the rice cakes, not your wife. Xue Heng grinned. Mom's not here. I'll thank her later. At that moment, the phone rang across the hall. Cheng Tianyuan handed the broom to Xue Ling and hurried over. A moment later, he returned with a smile. Xue Ling raised an eyebrow. What's up? Did you get an answer? Cheng Tianyuan lowered his voice. Shan Yu said he found an old ship just for transporting pigs. It can hold over 200. I told him the price in Rongcheng, and he immediately said this business will make money. He's going to buy pigs and load the ship tomorrow. Xue Ling raised her eyebrows. Shan Yu's that eager? Yeah, Cheng Tianyuan replied. He said he's going to look for pig farms tomorrow. Apparently he knows some people in the business. Xue Ling thought for a moment, finding it a bit odd. Is he still supplying you with goods? What about the tissue business? No more deliveries, Cheng Tianyuan said. It's been half a month since the last one. He didn't explain anything? No, Cheng said. He just said he couldn't get raw timber, so the factory can't operate for now. Do you believe that? Xue Ling pressed. South Island is huge, sparsely populated, and has plenty of vegetation. How could it be impossible to get raw timber? Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. That's what he said, so that's what I have to believe. If he wants to lie to me, there's nothing I can do. I buy from him, he makes money. If he doesn't want to make money, what can I do? Xue Ling handed him the broom and said quietly, Something must have happened. I'll call Sister Chen. You watch the kids. Cheng Tianyuan explained, The kids aren't back yet. I'll clean up the kitchen, you go make your call. Xue Ling didn't hesitate and dialed Chen Shuiyu's number. At first, no one answered. Then, little Shan Yu picked up. The child's voice was sweet and soft. Auntie Xue, I miss you. Did your babies arrive? Mom said you had a boy and a girl. They must be adorable, right? They're very cute, almost walking now, Xue Ling replied with a smile. The boy is the older brother. The girl is the younger sister. The brother looks like big brother Ranan, but the little one, who knows, she's just growing however she wants. Little Shan Yu giggled. Xue Ling asked, Are your mom and dad home? Shan Yu answered quietly, They're busy. Lately they come home really late. I watch TV and wait for them. Grandma is here with me, she cooks and keeps me company. Mom hasn't eaten at home for days and she doesn't cook anymore. Xue Ling asked, You're starting primary school this year, right? I'm already registered, Shan Yu replied. School starts the day after tomorrow. Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, And your parents still aren't home? It's almost 8. Not yet, Shan Yu said softly. They don't get home until after 10. Grandma takes care of me. Mom hasn't eaten at home for days. Xue thought for a moment and gently probed. Do you know what they're so busy with? I don't know. I heard the factory caught fire and got damaged. Mom and Dad were angry and fought a lot. Mom cried really hard. Xue frowned immediately, just as she suspected. Something really had happened over there. But it was strange. They'd still been sending goods off and on recently, so the factory must have been running, just not as steadily as before. Then the fire happened, and things got worse. Maybe it was beyond saving, and that's why Shan Yu was suddenly so eager to jump into the pig business. But Shan Yu was just a child, so Xue didn't ask more. She said she'd call back later to talk to her mom, then hung up. Cheng Tianyuan came over, and when he heard, he was shocked. The paper factory caught fire? Unless they caught it early, once it starts burning, there's nothing left. Xue gave a wry smile. It's probably all gone. Cheng Tianyuan frowned. Why didn't they say anything? What's there to hide? Xue shrugged. How should I know? I'm waiting for them to call back. Cheng Tianyuan was a bit upset. We've worked together for years. If something happened and he couldn't supply us, he could just say so. Why hide it? What's wrong with Shan Yu? Doesn't he even trust his friends anymore? Xue thought for a moment and said quietly, Maybe he's got his reasons. Maybe, Cheng Tianyuan said, still looking unhappy. The last few months, deliveries have been on and off, never reliable. Good thing I found other suppliers in advance, or the business would have been dead. Xue nodded. You can't rely too much on others. Not everyone is always dependable. Last year when Shan Yu came, I had a feeling he'd changed. He was flashy, arrogant, not like before. Probably made too much money, Cheng Tianyuan said. Get rich, get cocky. Xue changed the subject. Let's shower while the kids are still out. We'll have to take care of them soon. Cheng Tianyuan said, Chun is bathing them now, and Mom's helping. Let's go quickly so we can take over. Xiao Xin played downstairs for a while, practiced walking, then crawled around the living room for ages, with Xue teasing her into crawling even more. Eventually, she got so tired she fell asleep on the floor. Cheng Muhai quickly picked her up. Ju Achun hurried to make formula so the little one could drink while sleeping. Xiao Chong wanted milk too, and after drinking, he fell asleep as well. Cheng Tianyuan took Xiao Chong next door, leaving Xiao Xin with Grandma and Grandpa. Xue Heng and Cheng Tianfang went home. Mrs. Chen and Xue Jilian were still cleaning, so Xue Heng went to help. Cheng Tianfang grabbed her own mop and broom to help too. The family chatted and laughed as they cleaned. Xue sat in the living room, feeling drowsy. Cheng Tianyuan tossed clothes in the washing machine and came over, turning on the TV. Xue yawned, snuggled into his arms, and hummed the TV show's theme song. Cheng Tianyuan gently stroked her hair. If you're tired, go to bed. I'll wait for their call. Xue glanced at him. It's almost time. Shan Yu said it's usually after 10. By the way, does the little one still sing? Cheng Tianyuan asked. She's almost 8, right? Starting school? Yeah, Xue said. Chen Jie already registered her. School starts the day after tomorrow. So fast, Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. In another 8 years, she'll be a beautiful young lady. Xue laughed. In a blink, Ranan will be a handsome young man, and our daughter will be getting married. Cheng Tianyuan grinned. Just then, the phone rang in the living room. Xue glanced at the closed bedroom door. It's quiet anyway. Put it on speaker so we can both hear. That way I don't have to repeat everything. Cheng Tianyuan answered and pressed speaker. Hello? Ling? It was Chen Shuiyu's voice, tired and hoarse, with a hint of tears. It's Chen Jie. Xue quickly said, Chen Jie, it's me. I called earlier but Shan Yu said you weren't home. A Yuan said there haven't been any deliveries from South Island for weeks, so I wanted to check if something happened. Are you just busy, or have you made enough money and decided to stop? Chen Shuiyu gave a bitter laugh, then choked up and started to cry. Ling,
I'm so exhausted from being angry, I can't even be angry anymore. All I can do is cry in silence. I don't know what else to do. Shi Ling and Cheng Tianyuan exchanged worried glances. Chen Jie, did something happen at the factory? Chen Shuiyu sobbed, then suddenly wailed. That bastard Shan Yu! He hid it from me and went gambling. He gambled away everything. Our whole family is ruined. Everything's gone. It's all gone. Ah? Cheng Tianyuan and Shui Ling were both completely shocked. What happened? He went gambling? Chen Shuiyu sobbed, choking on her words. That bastard hid it from me. He's been secretly taking money from the factory to gamble for months. Not just gambling, he even started using drugs. He got mixed up with a bunch of scumbags, his mind all muddled, disappearing for days at a time, always either gambling or using. By the time I realized something was wrong, when there was no money left to buy raw materials, he still lied and said he'd lent it to friends. I asked who he lent it to, and he rattled off a few names, even dragged a yuan into it as a scapegoat. At first, I believed him, told him to hurry and get the money back, even gave him some of our savings. Who knew he'd just take that and gamble it away too? Not only lost it all, but racked up a mountain of debt. Later I thought, how could a yuan possibly be short on money? And so many people borrowing at once. The more I thought about it, the more suspicious I got, so I checked the accounts, only to find he'd stolen all our savings. That bastard. He got mixed up with a bunch of thugs, and when he couldn't pay them back, they threatened him. I called the police, but then those thugs retaliated. They set fire to the factory. The whole place burned down, and only then did that idiot realize what kind of people he'd gotten involved with. He regrets it now, but it's too late. The money's gone, the factory's gone. These days I've been running to the police station every day, but those thugs aren't easy to catch. They've already taken a boat out to international waters. The police say it's hard to track them since they're not local and all use fake names. Now that they're out at sea, it's even harder. All we can do is wait for news, but whether we'll ever get the money back is a complete unknown. Those people probably already spent it all. What's left to recover? Even if they're caught, at most they'll go to jail. What do we get? What can we recover? Shan Yu begged me not to tell the police about his drug use. I don't even dare mention it. Luckily he's not addicted yet, but he looks like a walking skeleton, like he's about to die. He still says he'll make a comeback. But the factory's machines are all destroyed. The place is a blackened ruin. There's nothing left but the land. All I can do is cry. There's nothing else. Damn him. I must have done something terrible in a past life to end up with a man like this. Heaven help me. I can't take it anymore. Sob, sob, sob. Cheng Tianyuan and Shui Ling listened, both angry and heartbroken. Months ago, the shipments from South Island started slowing down, Cheng Tianyuan said. At first I thought it was just a technical problem. Every time I called, Shan Yu said the machines were being repaired. Once, twice, but a machine can't be under repair for months. I started to feel something was off. Shi Ling sighed. The worst thing is going down the wrong path. It's so hard to make money. 10 years of hard work to build a factory, but if someone goes bad, they can lose decades of effort in just a few days. Cheng Tianyuan tried to comfort her. Chen Jie, don't be too sad. It won't help. You still have to take care of Shan Yu. You can't fall apart now. Chen Shuiyu sniffled. I've already told him. I'm taking my daughter and moving to the capital. With a father like that, she'll be ruined if she stays. His reputation here is already destroyed, and I don't want to stay and be gossiped about or let it affect my daughter. I'm booking plane tickets tomorrow and bringing Shan Yu to the capital. A Yuan, Lingling, please help me find a primary school for her, just a regular one so she can start right away. I'll look for a job in the capital and support us both. As for that bastard, I want nothing more to do with him. Xie Ling hadn't expected her to be so resolute. Don't make any rash decisions out of anger. You still have 2 apartments in the capital. You can come anytime. Shan Yu can enroll here, but think carefully. Once she's officially enrolled, don't move her around too much. Kids need a stable environment for living and learning, or it'll be hard on her. I know, Chen Shuiyu choked. But I have no choice. His reputation here is ruined, and he even sold our house. If I don't go to the capital, I'd have to rely on my parents or siblings, but they're old and I can't burden them.
Since we still have a place in the capital, I might as well take this chance to escape. He sold the house too? Ling sighed. Then just pack up and come. Don't worry, you can stay here as long as you need. And if you need anything, just ask. Chen Shuiyu said quietly, There's one more thing I need to discuss with you. Go ahead, Ling said. We can talk tomorrow or now if it's urgent. Chen Shuiyu said, There are 2 apartments in Ronghua Mall. One is already renovated, enough for me and Shan Yu. I want to sell the other one. Ling, the mall is yours. Can I return it to you? I have no cash now and we need to live. I understand, Ling said. Of course you can. There are plenty of people looking to rent here. I'll take it back and rent it out. Don't worry, once you're here, I'll have Director Liao refund you and we'll sign the contract. Anything else you need? Thank you. Thank you, that's all. Once I book the tickets, I'll bring Shan Yu right over. All right, Cheng Tianyuan said. Let me know your arrival time and I'll pick you up. I'm free these days, so don't be shy. Thank you, Chen Shuiyu said again and again. Please help with Shan Yu's school for now. Ling agreed and told her to get some rest. Take care of yourself. As long as you're okay, that's what matters. Money can be earned again. Don't be too sad. Chen Shuiyu sighed. With you here, I have to be strong. No matter what, life goes on. As for that bastard, I want nothing to do with him for now. After hanging up, Ling glanced at the clock. It was already past 10. I'll go look for a school first thing tomorrow. Renan's school is pretty good. I'll ask the principal. If you're not a local, you just need to pay a sponsorship fee. Before, Shan Yu wanted to go to an art school, so it was hard to find a spot. Cheng Tianyuan said. Now she just needs a regular primary school. It'll be much easier. Ling sighed. With the family in such turmoil, her education will have to take a back seat. Let her get a solid foundation in primary school, and when she's older, she can apply to an art school. The night was deep, but neither of them could sleep. Cheng Tianyuan said quietly, Shan Yu and his wife really have had a rough time. Fate can be so hard. Ling shook her head. It's not fate. It's a lack of strength and stability. I said it before. Last year when Shan Yu came, I felt he'd changed. Too flashy, too arrogant. That's never a good thing. It makes you careless and lets bad people take advantage. That makes sense, Cheng Tianyuan said quietly. He really does need to learn a lesson. I hope this time he can make a comeback. He's never really failed before, Ling explained. He always made steady profits in business. Even when he switched to running the paper factory, it was only tough at the start. After that, everything went smoothly. It's exactly because he never truly lost before that he became so arrogant, and in the end, lost everything. Cheng Tianyuan sighed. Good thing you advised him to buy 2 apartments here back then. At least now they have a place to stay and one to sell for cash. Otherwise, what would his wife and daughter do? Ling nodded. It's fine. Even if they had nothing, we're in a position to help them out. Cheng Tianyuan said softly, Let him handle the pig transport business to the provincial capital or Rongcheng himself. I'm not getting involved. As long as there's pork, it'll sell. I'll just give him a heads up. He'd originally thought about making some money from this opportunity, but now he decided to let it go. Shan Yu needed this chance, and the money, far more than he did. I've got my hands full with the family and all the tissue wholesale orders anyway. Ling chuckled, leaning on his shoulder. Just think of it as helping an old friend. We don't care about a little money. Cheng Tianyuan laughed. And what do you consider a little money? Now that you're earning more, you don't even notice the small amounts? That's a dangerous way to think, wife. Ling laughed, nuzzling his neck. Big money is just a pile of small money. Without the small amounts, where would the big money come from? I only make a few yuan on each pair of jeans, but with thousands and thousands of those, that's real money. Cheng Tianyuan closed his eyes and chuckled. You've got 4,000 or 5,000 workers now, all working shifts and overtime. This year's income must be pretty good. It's all right, Ling said softly. This boom should last until mid-next year. After that, I'll end the contracts with the other 2 factories and just keep one team going. I might branch out into something else. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. You want to try something else? Dad and Mom handed you the factory and you're not going to stick with it? No, Xueling replied. I'm staying in the capital. There are so many opportunities here, I'd never want to leave. I'm still holding on to the 3rd phase of Wangjiangyuan in Rongcheng. When you all want to move back, I'll build it up, and we can retire by the river. Cheng Tianyuan raised an eyebrow. Retirement? You're thinking that far ahead? How can I not? Xueling squinted, her voice soft. Life goes by so fast. In a blink, it's all over. I've already been married to you for over 10 years. Yeah. Cheng Tianyuan kissed her forehead gently. It really does feel like it's flown by. Before I met you, life was tough. Every year felt so long, just waiting for New Year's. Since you joined the family, every day's been better, and it feels like New Year's comes in a flash. 10 years have gone by just like that. Xueling snuggled into his shoulder. When the kids are grown, our parents might not be as healthy. If they want to retire in the countryside, we'll go with them. The kids can go to school, and we'll be with the elders. With all these properties and shops for rent, we'll never have to worry about money. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. The dads can play chess together, the moms can cook, chat, and knit. They couldn't help but imagine their middle and old age together. The next morning, Cheng Tianyuan woke up late, and Xueling even later. If Xiao Chong hadn't started crying for food, they might not have woken up at all. Zhu Achun and Liu Ying had already made breakfast. We made some mung bean cakes and rice porridge today. Xueling ate with relish, praising, Achun, your mung bean cakes are sweet but not cloying, so fragrant, better than any chef's. Oh, it's nothing, Achun said shyly. They're just fresh out of the oven and the ingredients are all fresh. The old lady prepared everything, I just mixed it together. It really is delicious, Cheng Tianyuan said, feeding his daughter on his lap. Xiao Xin is loving it. Liu Ying was feeding Xiao Chong porridge and turned to smile. I told Achun, when Xiao Tietu grows up they should open a snack shop. It'll be a hit. I'll be their regular customer. Everyone laughed. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but ask, by the way, did Uncle Jillian and Auntie go to work? They left half an hour ago, Cheng Muhai explained. They had breakfast here and also praised Achun's cooking. Liu Ying snorted. That girl overslept again, didn't she? Yesterday she slept till noon. She'll probably do it again today. Good thing she starts work the day after tomorrow or she'd drive me crazy. Xueling said softly, Mom, don't be like that. Afang knows what she's doing. Cheng Muhai shook his head. No, she's the type who needs a push or she'll lose track. Exactly, Liu Ying said. Let her be for these 3 days off. If she's late for work, I'll be the first to congratulate her. After breakfast, Xueling hurried off to work. Cheng Tianyuan finished feeding Xiao Xin and headed out too. He went to Ranan's school to ask about enrollment, then called Chen Shuiyu. The sponsorship fee is 500 yuan, the lowest possible. All students without local registration have to pay, no exceptions. I was worried about the rush next week, so I already registered Shanyu and paid the fee. Chen Shuiyu was deeply grateful. Thank you. Thank you. I bought the plane tickets. Our flight is at 2 this afternoon. We're packing now, and that bastard will drive us to the airport. We should arrive in the capital around 6. Cheng Tianyuan said quickly, I'll be waiting for you at the arrivals gate. Chen Shuiyu thanked him again. That evening, Xueling and Cheng Tianyuan went to the airport to pick up mother and daughter. Chen Shuiyu's eyes were swollen from crying. It was clear she'd shed a lot of tears. Xueling sat in the back with them, speaking softly. Don't cry anymore. The child is still young. She'll be scared. Chen Shuiyu choked. I can't help it. Our whole family ruined by him. How could he be so stupid? He just listened to whatever people told him. Why doesn't he just die? Xueling sighed. All right. Even if you killed him now, it wouldn't change anything. He's learned a hard lesson. He'll have to work even harder from now on. Try to look on the bright side. Don't be too sad. Thank you, Chen Shuiyu sniffled. Ling Ling, A yuan already helped with the school. I still owe him 500 yuan. And our other apartment next door isn't even renovated. Don't worry, Xueling explained. I already called Director Liao and he's got the contract ready. Since it's under your name, we'll just do a buyback. Tomorrow morning, we'll sign the contract and he'll handle the rest. I've got the money ready. Once you're settled in, I'll bring it over. You two just get comfortable first. Chen Shuiyu kept thanking her. Thank goodness for friends like you. I don't know what I'd do otherwise. Suddenly, little Shan Yu, who'd been quietly looking out the window, piped up. Mom, I see the noodle shop. Look, it's right there. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled. Yu, do you like ramen? Yu was a little shy and replied softly, Yes, I really like the ramen and dumplings in the capital. We don't have those back home. Seeing her daughter, Chen Shuiyu finally managed a smile. This child loves noodles. It's funny. Back home, we mostly eat rice, hardly any noodles. But ever since she came to the capital, she's fallen in love with the ramen and dumplings here. She's always asking for them. I make them for her sometimes, but they're never as good as the ones from the local chefs. Sometimes she even wants ramen 3 times a day. Oh, Xueling laughed, gently stroking the little girl's hair. Ramen in the capital is famous. If Yu loves it so much, it means she's meant to stay here for a long time. I'm a local, and even I can't eat ramen every meal like her. Cheng Tianyuan asked. Should we go get some ramen now? Yu cheered. Yes, I want to eat at that place we just passed. It's so good, I still remember it. Cheng Tianyuan immediately turned the car around, saying warmly, It's just ramen. No problem. Uncle will take you right now. Is that okay? Chen Shuiyu hesitated. Don't you need to get home for dinner? The elders and kids must be waiting. Don't worry, Xueling explained. They all know we're picking you up, and since we weren't sure if your flight would be delayed, we told them to eat first. We'll just eat out. With Achun and my in-laws at home, everything's under control. Chen Shuiyu, not remembering Zhu Achun well, asked, Is this nanny good with the kids? How's her cooking and cleaning? She's not lazy, is she? No, Xueling replied. She's very diligent and careful with the kids. She's well educated, speaks gently, and is always polite and warm. Not only are we happy with her, even Uncle Zheng's family next door benefits. If the kids are awake, she helps look after them. If they're asleep, she cleans. She comes early every day and only leaves after the kids are in bed. With her around, both our homes are spotless and the kids are well cared for. Cheng Tianyuan, who rarely praised people, couldn't help but add, She really is capable and meticulous. She never shirks work. If she sees something that needs doing, she just does it, and does it well. That's rare, Chen Shuiyu said. When the factory first started, I was so busy I had to hire a distant relative to help with Yu. But she was lazy, she'd only watch the child and wouldn't do anything else. I didn't want to get angry since she was family, so I just put up with it. Then one day I came home and found Yu's clothes all wet, and she just said it was fine. They'd dry soon. I quickly changed her, but it was too late. She caught a cold. Shan Yu was furious and paid her off on the spot. It's really hard to find a good nanny. We thought the same, Xueling said. We were picky at first, but after getting to know Achun, my mom suggested we hire her. She's been wonderful. Chen Shuiyu nodded. Your mom's got a good eye for people. If she says someone's good, they must be. She really is, Xueling said, ruffling Yu's hair. Taking kids to and from school every day is a lot of work. The money from selling your apartment will last you a while, so don't rush to find a job. If you need anything, just ask me. Thank you, Chen Shuiyu said, her eyes reddening again. But I can't just sit around and spend money. Even a mountain of gold will run out if you don't work. He says he'll work hard and earn money, and I believe he can. But I need to do something too. Otherwise, when the child's at school, I'll be too lonely at home. At that moment, Cheng Tianyuan said, We're here. Let's get some ramen. They went into the ramen shop and got a big table by the window. The 3 adults and 1 child ordered 4 bowls of noodles and 2 big plates of dumplings. Xueling couldn't help but ask, If you're worried about being bored, I get it. But what kind of work do you want? It might not be easy to find something right away. Chen Shuiyu shook her head. Anything's fine. I can do accounting, bookkeeping, none of that is hard for me. Shailing's eyes lit up. Why not look for something in the mall? It's close by, and you can still take care of things at home. Great idea, Chen Shuiyu smiled. There are so many shops in the mall, there's bound to be something. That's the good thing about living in a big, busy city. Cheng Tianyuan advised, just settle in for now, don't rush. Even if you want to work, there's no need to hurry. Chen Shuiyu said softly. With you two here, I feel much more at ease. Shailing smiled. Don't be too pessimistic. You have an apartment here, a house and car back home, and even the factory land. You're far from rock bottom, just stay positive. Chen Shuiyu sighed. I know. But losing so much money all at once, it's hard not to feel the loss. We used to be worth millions, and now, in a blink, we're back to square one. All we have left are a few assets. Cheng Tianyuan said, Shan Yu's got a good business mind and plenty of connections. There's really nothing to worry about. Hearing all this, Chen Shuiyu felt much more at ease, and her appetite returned. She finished a whole bowl of ramen and plenty of dumplings. Yu ate a lot too, especially the ramen, slurping it down happily. After eating, Cheng Tianyuan paid the bill and took them home. The apartment hadn't been lived in for nearly a year and was quite dirty. Liu Ying brought over a clean quilt and sheets, saying, These are clean. Stay here tonight and tomorrow we'll come help clean up. Chen Shuiyu was very grateful. Cheng Tianyuan helped open the windows, tidy up the rooms, and clean the bathroom. Xie Ling helped clean the wardrobe and balcony. Chen Shuiyu smiled. It's fine. There's not much left. I'll do the rest tomorrow. It's late. You should go take care of your kids. We'll talk more tomorrow. Xue Ling said, I told my mom to prepare breakfast for you tomorrow. You just got here and there's nothing in the kitchen, so come eat with us first, then we'll go to the market for groceries. Okay, thank you, Chen Shuiyu replied, closing the door. Yu was in the living room watching TV, looking excited. Mama, we're finally back. I miss this place so much. Chen Shuiyu smiled gently. With such good friends here, I missed it too. Sweetheart, we'll be living here for a long time, until you grow up. We're not going back? Yu asked quietly. What about Dad? Will he come find us? We'll go back, Chen Shuiyu said softly. We'll visit for holidays. Your dad is busy, but when he's free, he'll come see us. Though she was angry with him, he'd begged and repented, even slapped himself in remorse. He'd lost his way, but if he could turn things around, that would be best. After all they'd been through, she wouldn't divorce him just because they lost their money. Before boarding the plane, she'd already told him, once things got a little better, he could come join them in the capital. On the weekend, Xue Ling's parents brought Renan and Yang back home. The climate and environment in Spring City had been great for the elders. Both looked rosy and full of energy. Renan and Yang were both fair and sturdy, their faces brimming with confidence. Dad, I went to play on the water wheel. It was so much fun. Grandpa even taught us to swim. There are little streams everywhere, and the water comes down from the mountains, so clear you can see the sand at the bottom. The water only comes up to my chest, just below my shoulders. Swimming there is amazing. Mom, when I was swimming, I found a bright green stone. Grandpa said it might be valuable. I brought it back as a gift for you. Dad, I have a present for you too. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling were delighted, each holding one child's hand as they chatted with Xue Ling's parents. Xue Ling's mom explained, Autumn in the capital is crisp and pleasant, really a nice place to live. We plan to stay for a while, and when Renan's winter break starts, we'll head to the southern island. Mom, I want to go to the southern island too. Me too. I love it there. Xue Ling's dad laughed. We'll have Grandpa and Grandma come with us. Uncle Jillian and Auntie are planning to vacation there for the new year, so let's all go together. Mom, you have to come too. Dad, you both have to come. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. Grandpa and Grandma can go, but your mom and I aren't sure yet. Zhao Xin and Zhao Chong are still too little. Flying would be a hassle. Xue Ling shook her head with a wry smile. And I have to work. Last New Year I had to work overtime. If I don't have to this year, that's already a blessing. Then let Grandpa and Grandma go with us. Xue Ling nodded. All right, whatever you say. Cheng Tianyuan loaded 3 or 4 big suitcases into the trunk. Xue Ling's dad looked at the big car in surprise. A 7-seater? It's so spacious. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. Ling Ling bought it, said our family's getting bigger and the kids are growing, so she asked Uncle Zheng's friend to help find a 7-seater. The seats are high, but the view is great and it's comfortable to drive. Xue Ling's dad nodded. Looks great. Must have cost a lot? Xue Ling's mom raised an eyebrow at her daughter. These things are expensive, right? When did the price drop? Xue Ling grinned. You make money so you can spend it. The price didn't really drop, but our family needed it, so we bought it. Her dad smiled. Makes sense. If you need it, you buy it. Spending big is a habit she can't break, her mom said, shaking her head with a smile. Earn a little money and she's driving a fancy car. People might think she's a nouveau riche. Xue Ling patted her chest. I am nouveau riche. Cheng Tianyuan, a bit embarrassed, explained, Mom, I'm the one who drives this car most of the time. Ling Ling still drives her old one. She's not wasteful. Her mom smiled, giving her son-in-law face. I just have to say something, so she doesn't get too proud. Xue Ling laughed. That's my real mom. Her dad glanced at his wife and said quietly, She earned the money. She can spend it how she likes. It's nice to have a big, comfortable car for us all. Let's just enjoy it and not say too much. The kids know what they're doing. Her mom had to let it go. Cheng Tianyuan knew his mother-in-law loved to tease her daughter, so he quickly got the kids in the car. Dad, Mom, you sit in the front row. Her parents got in, smiling, and so the whole family happily headed home. Cheng Muhai and Xue Jilian were waiting at the stairwell, each holding a child. As soon as Xue Ling's parents came out, they each took a child and greeted everyone with laughter. Renan and Yang Yang excitedly handed out gifts. Grandpa, I brought you a beautiful pebble. If you put it in water, it makes pretty patterns. Wow, really? Renan and Yang Yang are so sweet. Uncle, will you come to the southern island with us for New Year? It's so much fun. You and Auntie have to come. All right, I'll definitely go. That night, there were so many people at home that there wasn't enough space. Xue Ling booked a banquet downstairs and called third uncle, asking him and Xue Huan to come after work. They arrived right on time. Xue Ling's dad was delighted and pulled third uncle aside. Third brother, I got you a really nice calligraphy brush. You'll love it. Third uncle beamed. If it's a gift, I'll love it. The brush was beautiful and well made. He couldn't put it down. Wonderful, I love it. Once I practice my calligraphy a bit more, I'll write you a couplet. Deal! I'll be waiting. Xue Huan came in and joked. Uncle Wu, what about me? I heard from my mom that even my brother and sister-in-law got gifts. Don't tell me everyone gets one except me. You can't play favorites. Xue Ling's dad laughed. You rascal. Of course I didn't forget you. Here, a little inkstone. It's small but looks great. Maybe it's not worth much now, but it'll be a treasure in the future. No, Xue Huan said, laughing. I was just joking. I can't accept such a valuable gift. I'm always eating your food and bothering you. How can I take your gift too? Her dad said, I told you it's not expensive, just rare. I gave your brother a bigger one. This one's especially for you. You work so hard, you deserve a reward. Really for me? Xue Huan was overjoyed. I knew you wouldn't forget me. Thank you. Her dad said warmly. Just help us look after third uncle. Of course. Xue Huan nodded quickly. You got it. Her dad turned to third uncle. This winter, you have to come to the southern island with us. We're planning to rent the same seaside house as last year. Plenty of rooms for everyone. No, third uncle said apologetically. If I'm gone for a month, someone has to look after the old house during New Year. At least come for half a month, her dad insisted. You can go back for New Year's. I'll cover your expenses, so don't refuse. We're old friends. Don't be so polite. He knew third uncle's 2 sons often needed his pension to help out, and the travel costs added up, so he was always careful with money. Xue Huan chimed in. Third uncle, just go with Uncle Wu and my dad. Uncle Wu's retired, he can afford it. Lingling makes so much money you've got a strong backup, just go and have fun. The two old men laughed. Third uncle lowered his voice. Woo, that denim business Lingling runs. So many young people love it. She must have made a fortune this year. Her dad grinned with pride. She's outdone me. I don't have to worry about her at all. I bet she made more this year than I did in many years. I can't even compare. If the younger generation surpasses us, that's something to celebrate, Third uncle said, giving a big thumbs up. Everyone gathered downstairs for the banquet, chatting happily. Sheling slipped over to Third uncle and asked, Why haven't I seen Cousin Kong lately? Has she been in touch with you? She has, Third uncle replied. Her husband took half a month off and they went abroad to visit their daughter. They should be back soon. Before the trip, she was busy working overtime to wrap things up, so, with all that, it's been over a month. How nice, Sheling smiled. When she's back, let's invite her over to join the fun. Third uncle smiled. As I get older, I find I'm more afraid of being lonely. If I don't go to the hospital to see Ah Huan and the others, the little courtyard feels too quiet. Having people to talk to and some lively company makes the days go by faster. Xueling couldn't help but ask, Third uncle, how much longer will your research project take? Not so soon, Third uncle replied. The medicine needs constant trials and observation. Luckily we have good equipment now and the young people are diligent, so things are moving along well. Xueling nodded. Take your time. Third uncle grinned. Those jeans you make are really popular with young people. I like the color. Looks good and wears well. When are you going to make a pair for your old uncle? Ha ha, Xueling replied. You're too slim and short, I don't have your size. Third uncle feigned annoyance. Getting old means getting rejected everywhere. Even buying clothes, I'm told I'm too skinny and short. Xueling couldn't stop laughing. Third uncle nodded toward Xue Huan across the room and whispered, That kid's been in a great mood lately. Looks like he's in love, all smiles and bright eyes. Truly, the older the wiser. Xueling stifled a laugh. Young people don't say anything, so you just pretend you don't know. When there's a wedding and candy to share, you won't be left out? Third uncle laughed and agreed. Xueling thought for a moment and whispered, Uncle, you never really celebrate your birthday, do you? No, Third uncle replied. Your two cousins used to get the families together for my birthday, just for a meal and some fun. But later, their wives would always be at odds, so I told them to stop. I'd rather have some peace. When you're old, you don't want to celebrate birthdays. Xueling smiled wryly. My mom is 67, and my dad turns 70 this year. 70 is a big milestone. His birthday is next Wednesday. I'm thinking of throwing a little party. Nothing fancy, just our families together for a nice meal. You want me to ask your dad? Third uncle teased. Afraid he'll refuse? Xueling nodded. Your generation is always thinking of the kids, never wanting to fuss over yourselves, but 70 is a big deal, a real milestone. It deserves a celebration. If it's simple, he'll agree, Third uncle said warmly. I'll talk to him, he'll say yes, and I'll get a drink out of it, right? Xueling grinned. Of course. I went wine shopping with Uncle Zheng the other day and found a bottle of really nice red. Not too strong, perfect for you all. Oh, I'll look forward to it. Third uncle laughed. After dinner, everyone went upstairs for tea and conversation, not dispersing until around 10. Xue Huan walked Third uncle back to the courtyard, then returned to stay at his parents' place. He had an apartment next door, but it wasn't renovated yet, so he couldn't live there. The hospital had dorms, so he rarely came home. Xue Jilian asked, Why did you decide to come back tonight? Xue Huan's face flushed slightly. I'll come back on weekends when I can, to spend more time with you. Good, Xue Jilian said warmly. Your mom's retiring at the end of the year, so she'll be home more. Try to come back when you can. There's plenty of space and rooms for you to read and relax. Xue Huan nodded and went to his room. Mrs. Chen watched her younger son's back and nudged her husband. Did you notice? Don't ask too much, Xue Jilian said calmly, not looking up from his newspaper. Young people need their own space. If he wants to talk, he will. If not, we just pretend we don't know. He's grown up and knows what he's doing. We don't need to worry. Mrs. Chen pouted and yawned. It's late. Let's get to bed. I have an early shift tomorrow. What about you? Me too. Xue Jillian put down the paper and said gently, Let's tidy up and get to bed. Mrs. Chen smiled. With the in-laws making breakfast, we can sleep in a bit. It's so convenient. Xue Jillian glanced at her. They're very kind and hospitable, but we can't always rely on them. The two youngest are practically living over there. When I retire, I'll handle all the meals, Mrs. Chen said quickly. Ah Heng and Ah Fang can come eat breakfast and dinner here. You all go to work, I'll take care of the house. Xue Jillian smiled. We'll see. You'll have to brush up on your cooking. Everyone's gotten picky, and they might not like your thrown-together dishes. Mrs. Chen huffed. I'll learn, all right? Xue Jillian chuckled. For decades I've eaten whatever you cooked, but others might not be so easy. Mrs. Chen giggled, her eyes full of happiness. Meanwhile, Xue Ling's parents were unpacking and chatting with their daughter. Xue Ling was coaxing Xiao Xin to sleep, but the little one was too excited, sneaking glances at her grandparents. She napped for over an hour this afternoon, so she'll probably be up late tonight. Her dad teased Xiao Xin. It's fine, she's so little, no need for a strict schedule. Let her eat and sleep as she likes. Xiao Xin hit her head on her mom's shoulder, giggling but too shy to get closer. Her mom teased, It's only been 2 months. How is she already shy? Xiao Xin peeked at her again. Xue Ling stroked her head. These are Grandpa and Grandma. You remember, right? She keeps giggling. Her dad loved his cheerful granddaughter so much he stopped unpacking and picked her up, lifting her high. Xiao Xin giggled and laughed. Her mom couldn't help but laugh too. Having kids at home is wonderful. It's always lively. With Yang Yang and Ranan around, we talk so much more. Last time your dad had a cold, they brought him tea and water, sitting by the bed with worried faces. It made me want to laugh and cry at the same time. Xue Ling chuckled. That's touching, isn't it? You love them, and they love you back. It's good for kids to learn to care for their elders. Her dad swung Xiao Xin, making her laugh even more, and he couldn't help but laugh too. The room was filled with laughter. Her mom asked, Are you home every night? Don't you have night shifts? I found a couple of people to help with the night shifts, Xue Ling said. I can't do everything myself. The kids are still little. I have to come home at night to spend time with them so they don't feel distant. Her mom asked, You said you found 2 big factories to help with production. Where are they? Is the quality good? Are you keeping an eye on things? Yes, Xue Ling replied. They're both in the suburbs of the capital, so I can keep an eye on them. I have a few skilled workers stationed there to watch over things, so quality is tightly controlled. Yes, Xue Ling's mom said. You have to keep quality under control, or you'll be the one to suffer in the end. Xue Ling's dad, still playing with Xiao Xin, asked, How much longer do you think the boom will last? Are orders dropping off? People have started copying us already, Xue Ling explained. Luckily, we were the first, so we have a good reputation and consistent quality, so orders are still pouring in. I think by next summer, things will start to slow down. I've already asked the designers to work on trendier styles, hoping to keep it going a bit longer. But eventually we'll be overtaken and phased out. That's just how it is. Her mom gave her a mock stern look. Then you should fight not to be phased out. Your dad and I are old. Our tastes can't keep up with the young. But you're still young. If you can't even last 2 years, that's pretty useless. Xue Ling laughed. Mom, the market is competitive. No matter how hard I work or how creative I am, there will always come a day when the market moves on. All I can do is keep innovating and see how long I can last. So by the end of the year, how much do you think you'll make? Her mom asked in a low voice. 4 big factories, thousands of workers, 3 shifts a day, a whole year of work. You must be making a lot. Xue Ling grinned, a little embarrassed. Her mom rolled her eyes. What's there to hide from your own parents? Your dad and I don't need your money to live. We have enough in our accounts. As long as we don't gamble or waste it, we'll have enough for a lifetime. How much roughly? her dad asked, curious. You can tell us. We won't say a word. Xue Ling propped her chin and smiled. Tens of millions, probably. Her parents exchanged a look. More than 50? Yes, Xue Ling nodded. Her parents both smiled quietly. They'd thought the factory might be on its last legs, but who would have guessed that after their daughter took over, not only did it come back to life, but she made a fortune. Not bad, her dad said with a smile. We worked our whole lives and still can't match what you made in a year. Xue Ling shook her head. It's just luck. Finding the right opportunity. Now there are small factories popping up everywhere. By mid-next year, I'll probably have to close 2 of the outside factories. The main factory in Ah Heng's place can probably keep going for another 2 or 3 years. Her mom couldn't help but say, as long as you're making money and paying the workers, it doesn't matter how much. Even if it's just 100 or 200,000 a year, that's still good. The factory and land are yours, so you don't have to worry about rent. That's not enough, Xue Ling countered. If I only made that much, it wouldn't be worth it. I'll probably switch industries soon. Her parents exchanged another look. Switch again? Xue Ling was a little embarrassed. What do you mean, again? If the market's bad, you have to adapt. I've been doing well lately, so I'm planning to build a small factory on the land by the lake. What for? Her dad asked. Cassette tapes, Xue Ling replied. Her mom raised an eyebrow. What's so good about that? There are so many from out of town. That's exactly why there's still a chance, Xue Ling explained. The out-of-town ones are expensive. If we make them locally with our own supply chain, we can make a lot. Her dad asked, when will you start building? It doesn't need to be very big, right? 2 mu is plenty, Xue Ling said. I've already asked Uncle Zheng to find workers. We'll clear the land next week. If things go well, the building will be up in 2 months, hopefully before the winter snow. Her mom was still skeptical. Not many people can afford tape recorders. Is this business really good? It is, Xue Ling said. People's lives are getting better. Tape recorders and TVs are everywhere now. Even the fancy tape recorders are being upgraded. Look, a few years ago we watched black and white TV. Now it's all color. That's progress. Fine, if you want to do it, go ahead, her dad said. It doesn't cost much, and you have plenty of land. Even if you fail, it won't hurt you. Her mom couldn't say more, so she just played with Zhao Xin. The little one seemed sleepy, yawned, and crawled over to her mom. Mama, Xue Ling picked her up. I'll take her for milk and bed. It's past 10. Don't worry about cleaning up, just shower and sleep. You can tidy up tomorrow. All right, her dad replied. The next morning, Xue Ling went to work. Her dad and Cheng Muhai took the 2 grandsons to the park, while her mom and Liu Ying took the 2 little ones. Yu Yu arrived, shyly peeking in. Grandma Lu, Grandma Xue. Her mom quickly invited her in. Yu Yu grinned and went to play with Zhao Xin and Zhao Chong. Zhao Chong stared at her, as if trying to figure out who she was and where she came from. Zhao Xin, excited, crawled over and grabbed her big sister's dress. Yu Yu gently stroked her little face, smiling happily. Chen Shuiyu came in and said Yu Yu would stay and play with the little ones while she ran downstairs. No problem, go ahead, Liu Ying said. She's old enough to help watch Zhao Chong and his sister. Chen Shuiyu thanked her and hurried off. Xue Ling's mom asked, Yu Yu, when did you move here? A few days ago, Yu Yu replied. I'm going to school here now. We'll only go back to the southern island for New Year. Otherwise, we'll stay here. That's what Mom said. Her mom nodded, a little suspicious. Liu Ying, not knowing the details, smiled. Just do what your mom says. Yu Yu nodded obediently. Her mom looked at the sweet little girl and couldn't help but ask, Yu Yu, do you still sing? Yu Yu replied brightly. I practice every day. Her mom said warmly, Can you sing for us? Any song you like? As soon as singing was mentioned, Yu Yu became confident. She stood up, took a deep breath, and began to sing. Her voice was clear and sweet, like a little yellow warbler in the trees, pure, bright, sometimes high, sometimes low, utterly enchanting. Both grandmas were entranced. Zhao Xin was stunned, then grabbed a toy and waved it around. Zhao Chong held down his sister's hand, still listening. Zhao Xin got mad, shook off her brother's hand. He wouldn't let go, so she smacked his hand, again and again. Zhao Xin, angry, raised her chubby hand and smacked her brother's face. Zhao Chong burst into tears. The crying interrupted Yu Yu's song, and everyone burst out laughing, quickly separating the two. Her mom praised, "Yu Yu, your singing is wonderful." Ju Achun poked her head out of the kitchen, smiling and clapping. "It really is. Yu Yu, you're amazing." Yu Yu nodded shyly. "Thank you, everyone." Zhao Chong stopped crying and ran over to her. Yu Yu squatted down, trying to pick him up. He looked at her, realized it wasn't comfortable, and quickly ran to Grandma for help. Yu Yu giggled. "Little ones are so cute." Ju Achun laughed. "Tell your mom and dad to give you a little brother. Then you'll have company." "Okay." Yu Yu grinned. The two grandmas, knowing the real situation, exchanged awkward glances and quickly looked away. Soon, the new school term began. Zhao Tietu started 5th grade this year. At 11, he was still a bit short for his age, but about the same height as the tall Renan. Renan, just over 9, was in 3rd grade. Yang Yang was only 7 and hadn't started primary school yet. Since he hadn't had any preschool education, Xue Ling sent him to a nearby kindergarten for the senior class. He didn't want to go at first, but with his brothers off at school, only 4 grandparents and 2 little ones were left at home. At first, he didn't mind, but after a while, he couldn't stand the boredom. Xue Ling sent him to a high-end kindergarten, where the school day wasn't long. He started at 9 in the morning and finished at 4 in the afternoon. There was only an hour of class in the morning. The rest of the time was play. Lunch was served at school. "The food is terrible," Yang Yang grumbled. "But the kids are nice. They all like playing with me and listening to my stories." "Oh?" Liu Ying laughed. "You tell stories? What kind?" Yang Yang answered proudly. "Stories about my adventures." Renan, doing homework, looked up and teased. "Stories, more like tall tales." "You're the one telling tall tales." Yang Yang rolled his eyes. "I tell real stories, and the kids love them. They even want me to be their big brother." "Oh?" Renan raised an eyebrow, smiling. "Then I'm the big brother of their big brother." Everyone burst out laughing. Cheng Tianyuan arrived at the door, hearing the laughter from inside. He walked in. Both sons called out, "Dad!" He smiled and greeted the elders. Seeing Zhao Chong and Zhao Xin crawling toward him, he quickly changed his shoes and went to wash his hands in the kitchen. "Daddy! Daddy! Daddy!" The 2 little ones rushed over, each hugging one of his legs, then stood up, looking up at him with eager faces. His heart melted instantly. He squatted down and scooped them both up, one in each arm. Zhao Xin giggled, babbling away. Zhao Chong twisted his head, looking all around. Xue Ling's dad laughed. "That's the treatment dads get. As soon as you come home, the kids swarm you. Good thing there's a big age gap or they'd be fighting all the time." "They have fought," Cheng Muhai added. "Not long ago, Zhao Xin and Zhao Chong fought over their dad, slapping each other with their little hands. I nearly died laughing." "Oh, that must have been hilarious," Xue Ling's mom laughed. Cheng Tianyuan, holding one child on each side, wore a beaming, fatherly smile. "They're the same age, so they'll probably fight even more as they grow?" Renan, a little jealous, asked, "Dad, when Yang Yang and I were little, did you carry us like this?" Cheng Tianyuan raised an eyebrow. "What do you think?" The elders all laughed. Xue Ling's dad said, "You were in your dad's arms every day. Even when you first came to the capital, he carried you the whole way." Renan grinned. Yang Yang looked up and asked, "What about me?" "Of course," Liu Ying laughed. "Before your little brother and sister were born, you were the one who got carried the most. Your brother probably got carried less than you." Cheng Tianyuan glanced at his 2 sons. "Homework done? If you're finished, take Grandpa and Grandma downstairs for a walk." "Almost done," Renan said, burying his head back in his work. Liu Ying said, "The weather's nice. Why not take Xiaoxin and Xiao Chong down too?" "Good idea," Cheng Tianyuan agreed. "Give them some water, then take them down." So, the little ones had some water, The older brother finished his homework, and the 4 grandparents took the 4 kids downstairs. Chung Tianyuan went to the kitchen to help with dinner. Ju Achun was busy making osmanthus cake and asked, "Sir, there's not much meat tonight. How about slicing up the lamb you bought yesterday and stir-frying it?" "All right," Chung Tianyuan said, then added, "Actually, let me slice it thin and grill it." Ju Achun was surprised. "Grill? With what?" Chung Tianyuan explained, "We bought a small grill before, made of bricks. It's in the bottom cabinet in the kitchen." Ju Achun hesitated. "But we don't have charcoal or alcohol for the fire. I'm afraid we can't grill." "Oh, then just slice and stir-fry it," Chung Tianyuan said. "Add some pepper and chili to get rid of the gamey taste." "Okay," Ju Achun said, quickly getting back to her osmanthus cake. "I'll take care of it in a bit." Chung Tianyuan pulled out the cutting board and got to work. "Achun, I smelled something herbal by your window earlier. Is someone not feeling well?" Ju Achun smiled and shook her head. "Zhao Tietu has a bit of heat, so I asked him to buy some herbal tea to brew. Southern herbal teas are a bit bitter and sometimes smell like medicine, but in this dry weather it's good to have some." Chung Tianyuan thought for a moment. "Where did Zhao Tietu buy it? My wife said she felt a bit heated this morning. I should brew some too. Everyone can have a bowl." Ju Achun laughed. "You have chrysanthemum at home. Brew some with honey, that's even better. Most kids can't handle herbal tea, it's too bitter." "We have chrysanthemum?" Chung Tianyuan said. "I'll brew some first. If it's not enough, I'll buy herbal tea later." Ju Achun said, "Once dinner's ready, I'll make some. It'll be ready later." Just then, voices came from outside. It was Zheng Sanyuan and Shui Ling. Ju Achun turned her head. Shui Ling and Zheng Sanyuan came in, chatting and laughing. Zheng Sanyuan greeted Ju Achun. "I brought some dried squid from the seaside for everyone and a bag for you and your son. There's also a big bag of oranges from a friend. Share them around and make sure Zhao Tietu gets a few." Ju Achun blushed. "You're too kind." "No need to be polite," Zheng Sanyuan said. "Last time I was in a rush to catch the bus, and those zongzi and cakes you gave me saved me from starving. Even if the bus stopped, there was nothing good to eat on the street." Ju Achun smiled. "As long as you didn't mind. Thank you for the oranges." Zheng Sanyuan grinned, then greeted Chung Tianyuan. "It's the weekend, so the kids come home after their extra classes. Xiao Yi is already back, and Datong should be home too." Shui Ling asked, "When does Datong graduate?" Zheng Sanyuan replied, "He could have graduated this year, but he took a year off, so he'll finish next summer. He says after the new year he can start his internship." Shui Ling poured 2 glasses of water, handing one to Zheng Sanyuan. "What's his major? Where does he want to work?" "Journalism and media," Zheng Sanyuan said. "I suggested he work at a newspaper, but he wants to try TV. I told him Aunt Fang works at the TV station. He should talk to her. If the prospects are good, he can choose for himself." Shui Ling smiled and gave a thumbs up. "Datong has good instincts. Newspapers seem good now, but in the future, TV will definitely be better." Zheng Sanyuan trusted Shui Ling's judgment. "If Lingling says so, it must be right. After the new year, I'll have him look into it. If he needs help, I'll ask some friends." "Sounds good," Shui Ling nodded. "There's still a few months to go, plenty of time." Zheng Sanyuan said, "Xiao Yi is already cooking at home. There are a lot of people tonight, so I also bought some cooked meat." Shui Ling couldn't help but ask, "Achun, what are you making at home? If there's extra, send some over to Uncle Zheng's family." Ju Achun smiled shyly. "I made some osmanthus cake tonight. Quite a lot, actually." Chung Tianyuan quickly said, "Once it's steamed, we'll send some over to Uncle Zheng." Zheng Sanyuan looked at Ju Achun and asked, "Achun, you made it, right?" "Yes," Ju Achun nodded. Zheng Sanyuan praised her with a smile. "You're really talented. I'll have Xiao Yi come get some later. We won't be shy." "No need to be polite, just come and get it," Shui Ling said. Zheng Sanyuan glanced at Ju Achun again before heading home. Shui Ling noticed the glances between them, but pretended not to see, taking off her bag and asking, "Honey, where are the kids? Did they go downstairs with Mom and Dad?" "Yes," Chung Tianyuan said as he worked on the lamb. They went for a walk in the park. The weather's nice, so the little ones went too. Xueling washed her hands. Need any help? Zhu Achun smiled. The vegetables haven't been picked yet. Could you help with that? Of course, Xueling laughed. It's my own housework, no need to be so polite. I'm only good for helping out. Ever since we got married, my husband's been the one cooking and washing dishes. I don't think I've ever stir-fried a dish. I really can't cook. She picked up the basket and started picking vegetables. Zhu Achun was surprised. I never would have guessed. You seem so capable and efficient. This isn't hard. You'll get the hang of it. I'm lucky my in-laws spoil me, so I don't have to cook, Xueling said, glancing at Cheng Tianyuan and laughing. And him too. Cheng Tianyuan met her gaze, both of them smiling. Zhu Achun laughed softly. A loving couple, supporting each other. That's what everyone envies most. Xueling couldn't help but say, Achun, life is long. You shouldn't stay stuck in the past. You're still young, and Zhao Tietu is still little. You really should consider finding someone to take care of you both. Zhu Achun blushed, not daring to look up for a while, quickly working on the osmanthus cake. Well, it's all about fate. Someone like me with a child, it's not easy to find the right person. Zhao Tietu is very filial. If I just spend my life with him, that's good enough. When he grows up and gets married, I'll help take care of his family. Xueling disagreed. When kids grow up, they have their own lives. You shouldn't pin your happiness on your son. You should find someone you like and live well. Cheng Tianyuan, not good at these topics, quietly sliced ginger. It's true. You should find someone suitable. Zhu Achun smiled shyly. Finding the right person. That's too hard. I'll just take things as they come. With your family's help, a stable job, and a good place to live, I'm already very content. You can't be too greedy, or fate will turn on you. Xueling could tell from her tone that things had changed. A year ago, after leaving her terrible ex-husband, she'd been numb, just wanting to raise her child. Now she was talking about fate. Her mindset had clearly shifted. If that's the case, maybe she could play matchmaker. But matchmaking means running between both sides. She'd have to sound out the other party too. Not long after, Daetong and his brother came home, and laughter from the boys drifted over from next door. Xueling finished washing the vegetables. Zhu Achun got ready to make stew, busy chopping. Cheng Tianyuan said, The osmanthus cake is ready. Xueling wiped her hands, licking her lips hungrily. I'm having a piece first, then I'll take a plate over to Uncle Zheng's. Careful, it's hot, Cheng Tianyuan said, quickly putting a piece on a small plate for her. Eat slowly. Xueling, hungry, finished it in a few bites. Want another? Cheng Tianyuan asked quietly. No. Xueling grinned. Just a snack. The rest can stay in the steamer for everyone else. I'll take some to Uncle Zheng's now. Cheng Tianyuan quickly put 10 or so pieces on a plate and handed it to her. Xueling hummed a tune as she headed next door. The iron gate was closed, but the wooden door inside was open. Xiao Yi and Zheng Sanyuan were busy in the kitchen. Xueling called, Uncle Zheng? Xiao Yi, open up. Osmanthus cake is here. Xiao Yi quickly put down what she was doing and ran out, beaming. Lingling, I'll get the door. She'd changed a lot in just a short time. Her face was all smiles, her eyes bright, clearly a girl in love. Xueling handed over the cake. Achun just made this, fresh out of the steamer. Try it. Zheng Xiaoyi gasped. Achun's cakes are the best! Brother Duo, come out! Zheng Datong and his brother rushed out, grabbing pieces to eat without even bothering with chopsticks. Thanks, Lingling, so good. Zheng Sanyuan came out, wiping his hands. Dinner's not ready yet, so have a snack, but don't eat too much. Xueling raised an eyebrow. It's almost gone already. The kids all laughed. Dad, we saved you a piece. Zheng Sanyuan gave them a mock stern look, then took some chopsticks and joined in. Lingling, Achun's cooking is amazing. I can't get cakes this good even at a big restaurant. Xueling smiled. Achun is so skilled. Right, Xiao Yi agreed. She's so gentle and kind. Da Tong said. She treats everyone the same, like she never gets angry. Duo wiped his mouth, grinning. Everything she makes is delicious. Xiao Tietu is a lucky kid. All right, back to work, Zheng Sanyuan urged. You haven't been home in a week. There's plenty to clean, don't forget the balcony. The three kids laughed and went off to their chores. Zheng Sanyuan watched Zhao Yi's cheerful figure and said quietly to Xue Ling, It's like she's been reborn, so much more lively and open. We don't know anything, Xue Ling said, pretending to be serious. Zheng Sanyuan shrugged. Me neither. They exchanged a glance and both laughed quietly. Xue Ling thought for a moment, then asked, Uncle Zheng, how old are you now? 55, he replied. Xue Ling smiled. Still young. You look even better since you recovered, especially with your hair growing back. You look 10 years younger. Don't exaggerate, Zheng Sanyuan laughed. Lingling, you must have honey on your tongue today. Xue Ling lifted her chin and winked. No jokes. Uncle Zheng, you always think about your kids, but what about yourself? When they're grown and married, each with their own family, what about you? You can't live alone forever. While you're still young, you should find someone you like and get married. Zheng Sanyuan, rarely embarrassed, blushed and quickly swallowed his cake. A middle-aged guy like me, with 3 kids, how easy do you think it is to find the right person? Don't tease me. Xue Ling rolled her eyes and whispered, You must have someone in mind, right? You can't be that clueless? Zheng Sanyuan's face flushed bright red again, and he stammered, Lingling, you can't just say things like that. Xue Ling shrugged. I didn't say anything at all? Zheng Sanyuan chuckled softly, suddenly less shy than before, and said in a low voice, I just don't know how she feels. Besides, she has a child, and I have 3. For her sake and for the sake of my family, I need to hear what my 3 kids think. After all, it's not like when we were young, when liking each other was enough. Now it's about 2 families, a lot more people involved. I think you have a good chance, Xue Ling said honestly. She cares about you a lot. A year ago, she'd pretty much given up on life. She was so calm and detached. But now she says she's waiting for fate. That means her mindset has changed. Zheng Sanyuan's eyes widened in surprise. Really? Are you serious? Really? Xue Ling replied. If there was no hope, I wouldn't have brought it up. Uncle Zheng, you're working and raising 3 kids on your own. It's not easy. Even though they're older now and you don't have to worry as much, the family still needs a woman's touch. You'd have a hot meal when you come home, and the kids could come back more often instead of always staying at school. The house would smell of food, be clean and tidy, and feel warm and cozy. That's more important than anything. Zheng Sanyuan's eyes turned red as he said quietly, I've wished for this for years. The kids boarding at school all the time isn't a solution. It's been tough enough getting the 2 older ones into college, but there's still Duo. If he could come home at night, at least he'd eat better. The older 2 could come home more when they don't have classes. A home needs someone to look after it. All these years, I've had to be both dad and mom, and I just can't do it all. I owe them a lot. I really do like Akun. She's gentle and kind. I also think she'd treat my kids well. But I'm more than 10 years older than her, and I'm not good looking. I'm not worthy of her. Whether you're worthy or not depends on her, Xue Ling said softly. If she likes you, then you're worthy. If she doesn't, then there's nothing to say. But you're the man. You have to take the initiative. I don't dare, Zheng Sanyuan muttered. I'm old now, not good looking, not much money, and I have 3 kids. I can't just blurt it out. Xue Ling rolled her eyes, amused. Can't you have a little confidence? Your factory makes you at least a few $100,000 a year. You have a house, a car, and even a plot of land by the lake. You're not doing badly at all, Zheng Sanyuan mumbled. But I'm so much older and I've been sick. It's not like Achun doesn't know, Xue Ling said. When you were in a wheelchair, didn't she take the initiative to look after you and help keep your house clean? She even helped you walk. Jung Sanyuan blushed again and said quietly, "If she doesn't mind me, I must have done something good in a past life." Xue Ling laughed. "Then find a chance to talk to your kids. If they agree, you should go for it." "Okay." Jung Sanyuan hesitated, then said awkwardly, Ling Ling, how should I say it? I can't just ask them if they want Akun to be their stepmom, right? I don't think I can say it." Xue Ling couldn't help teasing, "Uncle, where's that bold, generous Jung Sanyuan gone?" "That's different," Jung Sanyuan said quietly. "After I got sick, I'm not even half the man I was, and I lost all my savings. How can I take the initiative?" Xue Ling blinked. Sure enough, Jung Sanyuan's next words were, "Ling Ling, why don't you ask for me?" Xue Ling laughed. "You have to talk to your kids yourself. As for Achun, I'll help you sound her out." Just then, a cute voice with a laugh came from the kitchen door. "Dad, why are you so timid? Sister Ling Ling, you have to help my dad." They looked over and saw Zheng Xiaoyi leaning on the doorframe. Who knows how much she'd heard. Zheng Sanyuan glared at her. "What are you sneaking around for?" Zheng Xiaoyi giggled. "If I didn't listen, how could I help you? Bro, duo, come out. Dad has something to say to us." The next moment, Zheng Datong and his younger brother came out of their room, one holding a broom, the other a mop, both a bit dirty. Zheng Xiaoyi hurried over and whispered to her brothers. Zheng Datong's eyes widened in surprise. Duo blinked his big eyes. Xue Ling grinned and asked, "Well, do you agree? Your dad really likes Achun. What about you? If you're okay with it and like her too, I'll help play matchmaker." Zheng Sanyuan was so embarrassed he couldn't look up. Zheng Datong was a bit embarrassed too, but smiled. I don't mind. Achun is great." Zheng Duo was excited. "I think it's great. That way we'll have lots of pastries and braised meat to eat." "All you think about is food," Zheng Sanyuan scolded with a smile. "Be serious. If we really like her, we have to respect her, understand? Also, there'll be another little brother in the family." Zheng Duo said confidently, "I already think little Ironhead is my brother. I even helped him with math last time. He's smart, learns fast." Everyone laughed. Zheng Xiaoyi gave a thumbs up. "Dad, we all agree. If you like her, go for it. As long as you're happy, we'll support you unconditionally. And for the record, we all really like Achun." Zheng Datong and his brother nodded in agreement. Xue Ling clapped her hands, laughing. Zheng Sanyuan's eyes were a little red as he stammered, "Then I'll let your sister Ling Ling ask. She's so good your dad isn't worthy, don't know if it'll work." "I'll ask," Xue Ling said, making a shushing gesture. "Everyone, just act normal. Don't let anything slip. Uncle Zheng, even if she says no, don't be embarrassed, just treat her as a sister." "Okay." Zheng Sanyuan was still a bit unwilling, muttering, "You have to help me more. Try to make it work." Xue Ling almost burst out laughing, waving her hand. All right, I get it." Back next door, she found the 4 elders and 4 kids had all returned. Xue Heng and Cheng Tianfang were back from work, one holding little Xin, the other helping in the kitchen. Zhu Achun was busy stir-frying, sweat beading on her forehead. Cheng Tianyuan was tidying up the dishes, saying, "Wife, wash your hands first. These 2 bowls of porridge are for Zhao Xin and Zhao Chong. We'll each feed one." "Okay." Xue Ling quickly turned to wash her hands. With so many people, the table was big, and they made 8 dishes, just enough. After dinner, Zhu Achun took the well-fed Zhao Chong and Zhao Xin to play in the living room, while the others chatted as they ate. After dinner, Ran and Yang went to bathe. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling bathed the 2 little ones. Liu Ying and Xue's mom helped clean up the dishes. Cheng Muhai and Xue's dad cleaned the kitchen. Everyone had their job. No one slacked off. Once everything was done, they all sat in the living room to watch TV. Zhu Achun finished washing and hanging the kids' clothes, then wiped down the balcony. After that, she went to the kitchen to brew chrysanthemum tea with some rock sugar. Cheng Tianyuan went in to take over, speaking gently. "The 2 little ones are asleep. Achun, I'll handle this. You go rest." "All right." Zhu Achun smiled and nodded, then went back next door. Xueling had planned to take advantage of the night to chat with Achun, but unexpectedly, Ran came over, clutching his cheek and looking miserable. "Mom, my tooth hurts!" Xueling quickly checked and found that one of his front teeth was already loose. "You're just losing your baby teeth. Don't worry, it's not a cavity. Once it falls out, a new tooth will grow in." Ran grumbled, "But it hurts. When I bit down at dinner, it hurt so much I didn't even dare eat meat." Xueling stroked his head, feeling sorry for him. "People only grow 2 sets of teeth in their life. The baby teeth you got as a little kid usually start falling out around age 3, but you're a bit late. It's fine, they'll fall out one by one. When your new teeth come in, remember to brush them well and take care of them, because your adult teeth are for life." "Okay." Ran nodded, but still frowned and muttered, "But when will it fall out? It still hurts a lot." Not wanting her son to suffer, Xueling took him to the elders. "Should we take him to the dentist to have the old tooth pulled?" Liu Ying shook her head. No, it'll fall out on its own. It'll get looser and looser, and when it can't hold on anymore, it'll drop. If you go to the dentist, they'll just pull it out and there'll be bleeding and more pain." Xueling's mom agreed. "No need, it'll come out by itself." But Cheng Huanran looked pitiful. "But it hurts so much now. What should I do? I can't even sleep." Xueling's dad, feeling sorry for his grandson, said, "Isn't there some remedy or something? Toothache isn't an illness, but when it hurts, it's unbearable. The kid can't sleep, we have to think of something." "I've got it." Cheng Muhai thought hard. "I remember Zilan once said something about boiling some herbs." Cheng Tianyuan brought over some chrysanthemum tea for his son. "It's late now. Zilan's probably already asleep. If we need herbs, we'll have to buy them tomorrow. Let's call and ask in the morning." Xueling's dad comforted, Ran, you'll have to bear with it for now." After drinking the chrysanthemum tea, maybe because he was distracted, Ran felt it didn't hurt as much. "Okay, I'll go to bed now. Good night, Grandpa, Grandma." Xueling's mom said gently. "Good boy, go to sleep." With all the commotion, by the time Xueling went to find Zhu Achun, she found their lights were already off, and they were asleep. She had no choice but to get ready for bed herself. Early the next morning, Xueling's dad called his third brother. "Third brother, I woke up in the middle of the night and suddenly remembered that when we were kids and losing teeth, you'd always make us a big pot of delicious herbal tea. After drinking it, the pain would go away. What was in it?" Ran's losing his teeth now and was complaining of pain last night. Third brother laughed and explained, "That was loofah root with old dried persimmon, plus a bit of winter melon. Back then we didn't have much to eat, so the old persimmon was sweet, and the winter melon was sweet too, so you kids liked it." "No, I still remember the taste," Xueling's dad laughed. "It really was good." Third brother said, "I have loofah root here. I don't have to go to the hospital today, so I'll bring it over to you. I'll pick up some old persimmon and winter melon on the way." "No," Xueling's dad replied warmly. "You wait at home, I'll drive over and we'll go buy it together." "Have you had breakfast?" Third brother asked. "I was just about to cook some rice. Stay and eat with me." "No need," Xueling's dad laughed. "I'm craving the sesame paste at the end of the alley. Don't cook, let's go have sesame paste and meat buns." Third brother laughed heartily. "All right." Xueling's dad went off to find the remedy, telling Ran to go to school and that he'd have the tasty, pain-relieving herbal tea in the afternoon. Then he drove off. Xueling's mom fed Xiaoxin porridge, while Achun fed Xiaochong buns and soy milk. Seeing her brother eating a fluffy white bun, Xiaoxin was reluctant to eat her porridge and kept reaching for the bun. Xueling's mom had no choice but to carry her away. Cheng Tianyuan asked, "Why not let her have a bit of bun?" Xueling's mom smiled wryly. "Her stool's a bit loose, so she can't have buns." Cheng Tianyuan quickly took the porridge and said gently, "Mom, you hold her, I'll feed her." Once the little one couldn't see the bun, she stopped wanting it and ate her porridge properly. Xueling came out holding Yang hand. "I'm taking him to kindergarten, then heading to work." "What about Ran?" Cheng Tianyuan asked. "Who's taking him to school?" "Your dad," Liu Ying explained. Elementary school starts early, so he took him and went out to buy some meat for lunch. Everyone had their tasks, and soon breakfast was done and cleaned up. Liu Ying couldn't help scolding her daughter. "You're going to be late again. Why aren't you up yet? It's not the weekend, you have work." Just then, Cheng Tianfang came rushing in, putting on her jacket as she ran. "Mom, I don't have time for breakfast. Achun, meat buns, right? Give me 2. Liu Ying grumbled. "Can't you get up 5 minutes earlier? If you dare drive in a rush, I'll break your legs." I won't. Cheng Tianfang grabbed the buns and dashed off. Seeing her daughter running and eating at the same time, Liu Ying couldn't help cursing. "That girl! Always making me worry." Zhu Achun quickly comforted her. "Ma'am, don't be angry. There's still more than 10 minutes before 8, and it's plenty of time to drive to the TV station, don't worry." "The problem is she never changes. Every day is like this." Liu Ying was furious. Shelling's mom didn't dare chime in and awkwardly took Xiao Xin to change her diaper. Cheng Muhai came back carrying a big basket. Seeing his wife fuming, he immediately knew she was scolding their daughter. "What are you mad about? When she comes home tonight, just tell her to make her own breakfast and dinner and stop coming here for free meals. If she has to cook breakfast, she won't be able to sleep in. You've spoiled her, and now you're mad at yourself?" Liu Ying thought about it and realized he was right. "I'll talk to her when she gets off work." At the door, Xue Heng pulled a long face and complained, "Dad, Mom, don't kick us out. When Fang gets off work, it's already 5 or 6, and she still has to buy groceries and cook, which takes at least half an hour. Then there's washing dishes, cleaning up, and she'll be busy until who knows when." "Are we supposed to help her forever?" Cheng Muhai retorted. "You're married now. You need your own home and your own sense of responsibility." Xue Heng was embarrassed. This time, Liu Ying was determined. "If you work overtime and it's too late, you can call and come for dinner, but breakfast you have to make yourselves, even if it's simple. She always sleeps until the last minute, then rushes to work and drives in a hurry. Is that safe? Have you forgotten the lesson from the last car accident?" Xue Heng didn't dare argue with his in-laws and just nodded. Cheng Muhai said sternly, "She has to get up at least half an hour earlier, make breakfast, then go to work. You've been married almost 2 years and haven't cooked a single meal. Does that look like a real home? As her husband, you should help out. You both need to learn to live independently or you'll be at a loss when you have kids." Xue Heng didn't dare say a word, just nodded and nodded. Zhu Achun noticed Zhao Chong had crawled out and hurried to pick him up. At that moment, Zheng Sanyuan from next door opened his door. The moment he saw her, his face turned red. "Morning," Zhu Achun smiled. "Morning. Off to work?" "Yes." Zheng Sanyuan quickly turned and rushed to the elevator. Zhu Achun found it a bit odd, but didn't think much of it. That afternoon, Xue Ling's father came back with third uncle, bringing back a bunch of food. "We spent the whole morning wandering around the old part of town, eating and shopping as we went, and bought a ton of snacks for you all." Xue Ling's mom hurried to bring third uncle inside. Little Xin saw her grandpa was back and rushed over to greet him, but both grandpa and third uncle went to wash their hands, so she missed them. Little Chong, busy playing, saw grandpa put down a big bag and quickly crawled over, curiously rummaging through it. After washing and drying his hands, third uncle came out and found little Xin sitting at the kitchen doorway, staring at them with her big, adorable eyes. "Well, the little one's come over." Third uncle bent down, gently picked up little Xin, and slowly stood up. "Careful, careful!" Sheling's dad hurried over to help. "Third brother, you're getting older. You shouldn't be carrying kids." Third uncle shook his head and laughed. "It's fine. I can still manage." Little Xin was at the age of babbling and loved to mimic words, so she kept repeating, "Move, move, move." Both Xue Ling's dad and third uncle burst out laughing. Third uncle pinched the little one's cheek and said warmly, "She looks just like Ling Ling did as a child." Xue Ling's dad explained, "She's the youngest sister." "Oh," third uncle smiled. "Twins always look alike." Cheng Muhai joked, "You brought back so many snacks, we probably won't have room for lunch. How about we make hand-pulled noodles for lunch?" "Great," third uncle and Xue Ling's dad said in unison. Noodles sound good. Seeing the sun was out, Xue Ling's mom took the kids' clothes outside to dry. Suddenly, she noticed Xiao Yi walking along the corridor across the way. She seemed to pick up a white strip of something and slip it through the window of Xue Jilan's apartment. Then, giggling, Xiao Yi ran back. Xue Ling's mom didn't think much of it, assuming she'd seen wrong, and went back inside after hanging up the clothes. Third uncle explained, "It's been busy the last few days, but I have today off. Huan was exhausted too. He spent a whole day and night rushing a research report the day before yesterday. He's off today as well. Probably came home last night." "Didn't see him," Xue Ling's dad said. "He must have come back late, we were already asleep." Third uncle smiled. "Let him catch up on sleep, don't worry about him." By evening, Xue Ling was back. She'd gone to the branch factory to check the accounts that afternoon, so she was running late. By the time she got to the mall downstairs, it was already dark. As soon as she stepped out of the elevator, she heard a sharp female voice up ahead. It sounded like her mother-in-law, Liu Ying. It sounded like a fight. Xue Ling was surprised and hurried forward. From a distance, she could already hear her sister-in-law crying. Ran Ran and Yang Yang were standing at the door across the hall, frozen, not daring to go in. Cheng Tianyuan was standing at their own door, holding Xiao Xin in one arm and Xiao Chong in the other. The two little ones looked terrified, their eyes wide and confused. "Mama!" Yang Yang saw Xue Ling and ran over to hug her waist, eyes red as he whispered, "Grandma and Auntie are fighting." Ran Ran quickly came over to explain, "No, Grandma was scolding Auntie." Auntie started crying, and then they started arguing. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling exchanged a look and shook their heads. "Don't worry about it for now. Go wash your hands and help me hold one of the kids." Xue Ling quickly put down her bag, washed her hands, and came out to take Xiao Xin. Little Chong stared wide-eyed and murmured, "Mama." "Don't be scared," Xue Ling soothed. "Daddy's holding you, I'll hold your sister." At that moment, Cheng Tianfang's crying grew even louder, almost a wail. "I'm always wrong. Everything's my fault. This isn't right, that isn't right. I'm not a full-time housewife. I don't have 3 heads and 6 arms. How am I supposed to do everything by myself? I work hard every day. Why can't you think about me for once? Why is everything always my fault?" Liu Ying shouted, "Am I wrong? You're tired when you work, but what about when you're not working? Isn't it just laziness? The house is always a mess, except for the living room sofa. Can you even find a place to step anywhere else? Heng even comes here in the morning just to get a drink of water. You're married now, you have your own home. If you can't take care of your own place, what excuses are you making? Work? Who doesn't have to work? You're just lazy, that's all." Seeing things were getting out of hand, Xue Ling asked, "Where's Dad? Where are my parents?" Cheng Tianyuan replied, "Dad and the others went to the park. Ran Ran and Yang Yang ran into Datong, so he brought them upstairs first. Mom's inside trying to calm things down and Achin is there too." Xue Ling whispered, "The little ones are scared. Why don't you take them across the hall for now? It's quieter there. Ran Ran, Yang Yang, you go too." Ran Ran picked up Xiao Xin and followed his dad and brothers across the hall. Just then, Xue Ling's mom's voice came from inside, trying to mediate. "Don't fight. There's nothing worth arguing about between mother and daughter. If you have something to say, talk it out." "Ah Fang, you shouldn't be so harsh with your mom. She's only saying this for the good of your own family." Cheng Tianfang, still sobbing, said, "Auntie, my mom is so biased. She only cares about my brother. She only wants to cook for my brother and sister-in-law. I'm married off, so she doesn't care about me anymore." "That's right. I don't care about you," Liu Ying snapped. "You know you're married off, huh? A daughter married off is like water thrown out. But you have no self-awareness. You live nearby. I make breakfast and dinner for you. You don't clean your place. I have to help. You eat. I wash the dishes. I have to take care of you and your husband." Xue Ling's mom quickly tried to calm Liu Ying. All right. Don't say things you don't mean when you're upset. Of course you love your daughter as much as your son." "I don't love her. She's not worth it," Liu Ying fumed. "Now she's making money, she's got skills, and she's putting on airs. She's lazy to the bone. Works during the day, tired at night so she doesn't do any housework? Her in-laws live in their own place, and every time they come back they clean up. Look at her. There's dust everywhere. Other people work too, but their homes are spotless. Why can't you do it? Cheng Tianfang choked out. It's not like I live there all the time. Do I have to clean every day? I'm busy at work, and at night I have to handle the bakery's accounts. Pah, Liu Ying shouted. That bakery was doing fine until you messed it up. Business was good at first, but now there are fewer staff, fewer bakers, and the place is always empty. If your sister-in-law hadn't given you the shop rent-free, it would have closed long ago. Cheng Tianfang muttered, What do you know? The baker went back home, 2 staff quit, and I just haven't been able to hire new people yet. It's only been like this for a few days. A shop with no staff isn't a shop, Liu Ying sneered. If you can't handle your family and your work, you shouldn't have gotten married. Luckily, Ah Heng is easygoing, and your in-laws are nice people. Otherwise, who would want someone as lazy as you? Fine. I'll cook for myself from now on, okay? Cheng Tianfang snapped. It's just breakfast and dinner, right? Do you have to humiliate me like this? It's not like I can't do it. That's more like it, Liu Ying shouted. Then do it yourself. Provoked by her mother, Cheng Tianfang tried to storm out, but Xueling quickly stopped her and held her back. Cheng Tianfang broke down in tears, throwing herself into Xueling's arms. Sis-in-law, woo! Liu Ying came out shouting, Ling Ling, don't bother with this lazy girl. If she keeps being lazy, she's hopeless. If I, as her mother, don't scold her and teach her, then I'm the one at fault. Don't go easy on her. Xueling frowned and sighed. Mom, let's talk things out calmly. Don't shout like this. If Fang's not doing well, teach her patiently, but yelling like this will just scare the kids. Liu Ying, still fuming, said, She's gotten out of hand lately. The house is always a mess. She sleeps in so late she doesn't even have time for breakfast. She has no self-discipline. And on top of that, the bakery downstairs is a mess. Your dad says the bakery is closed more often than it's open. How can you do business like that? This was news to Xueling. She took Cheng Tianfang's hand and said, Don't cry. Let's talk it out. You know how Mom is. She gets angry, but it passes quickly. Cheng Tianfang, ashamed, whispered, Sis-in-law, I really do have my faults. As long as you know and can change, it's not a big deal, Xueling said gently. Xueling's mom pulled Liu Ying aside, smiling. It's really nothing serious, just little things. Come on, don't be angry. Ah-chun's the only one in the kitchen. She might not be able to handle all the dishes. Let's go help her. Xueling pulled Cheng Tianfang toward the kitchen. Let's go help too. No, Cheng Tianfang choked out. Starting today, I won't eat at my parents' anymore. When Ah Heng gets back, we'll eat out, then buy utensils and groceries and go home. Xueling said quietly, Fang, that's not necessary. Sis-in-law, Mom's right, Cheng Tianfang said through tears. I really have been spoiled by them. All 3 meals are made by my parents, and I just show up to eat. Not only do I rely on them for food, but my own place is a mess. I've gotten lazy again, and if I don't change, I don't know how I'll manage in the future. Xueling thought it wasn't the right time to ask about the bakery, so she let it go. 1 meal won't make a difference. Stay for dinner tonight. When Ah Heng comes, you two can get ready together. But Cheng Tianfang was too upset and wouldn't agree. Just then, the elevator opened and Xue Heng came out with his briefcase. Cheng Tianfang ran straight to him. Xueling, seeing her throw herself into Xue Heng's arms, felt awkward staying, so she slipped into the other apartment. Both Moms and Zhu Ah-chun were preparing dinner. On the big dining table were already 2 plates of braised pork and a dozen char siu buns. Xueling washed her hands and went to help. Liu Ying said, Go pour 2 bowls of millet porridge for the little ones. Ran Ran and Yang Yang said they want rice. There's noodles and rice and some leftover hand-pulled noodles from lunch. Xueling quickly went to ladle out the porridge. Just then, Cheng Tianyuan came in carrying Zhao Chong. Ran Ran was carrying Zhao Xin, but he wasn't as strong as an adult and was sweating from the effort. Zheling quickly took chubby Xiao Xin from him and said, Let's feed the little ones first. The 2 older brothers can help. But Cheng Tianyuan stopped her and said quietly, Don't worry about Fang for now. Let's take care of the little ones. Xueling was uneasy. She seemed really upset just now. She needs to learn a lesson, or she'll only make things harder for herself later, Cheng Tianyuan said seriously. I told you, just leave it for now, Xueling whispered. Mom was a bit harsh. If it was Dad, he'd be even louder, Cheng Tianyuan replied. She's had it too easy these past 2 years. She always talks about working hard, but what's the reality? The 2 shops you gave her are both closed now. The house is a mess, and she can't even be bothered to cook. If this keeps up, her marriage will run into trouble sooner or later. No matter how much Ah Heng loves her, how long can he put up with it? It's better to realize her mistakes early and start managing her home and life. Then she'll be better off in the future. Xueling listened and stopped insisting. All right, let's feed the little ones. Ranran was already a big boy and could read the room. He took his brother and quietly peeked at their uncle and aunt in the hallway, seeing their uncle comforting their aunt and then leading her downstairs. Ranran came back and told his parents. Cheng Tianyuan said gently, Grown-up matters are not for kids to worry about, so don't ask or talk about it, okay? Okay, the brothers nodded. Xueling smiled. Go wash your hands and set the table. The brothers went to the kitchen to help. Cheng Tianyuan and Xueling fed the 2 little ones. A while later, Xueling's dad and Cheng Muhai came back. Xueling's dad said quietly, We ran into Ah Heng and Fang downstairs just now. She was still crying. They're eating out tonight, and said they'll start cooking for themselves from tomorrow. I didn't say much, but Muhai said it's about time. Ah Heng didn't look too happy after his father-in-law said that. Xueling made a shushing gesture and whispered, Ah Yuen said we should pretend we don't know and just leave it for now. All right, her dad nodded. Just then, footsteps sounded at the door. Shi Zilan and Mrs. Chen were back. They'd called ahead to say they'd be home tonight. Liu Ying came out smiling and took Mrs. Chen's hand. Ah Chun made your favorite fried meatballs tonight. Mrs. Chen laughed. Thank you, thank you. Shi Zilan said, Wu Ge, in-laws, we have to play a few rounds of chess tonight. Of course. Been waiting for you. Great. Let's do it. Yang Yang called out, Uncle, Grandpa, time to eat. Everyone washed up and took their seats. Mrs. Chen, sharp-eyed, immediately noticed her son and daughter-in-law weren't there. Is Fang working late again? Everyone looked a little awkward. Liu Ying looked up and sighed. In-law, I just scolded her and told the 2 of them to eat at home from now on. Shi Jilan and Mrs. Chen were surprised and exchanged a look, not quite sure what to say. Did they do something to upset you? Mrs. Chen asked. Cheng Muhai answered quickly, Yes, Fang's gotten too lazy. She used to be all right, but since she got married, she's gotten worse. She sleeps in so late, she's almost late for work, comes home at night just to eat and leave. Her own place is always a mess, and her mom even has to help her clean. The bakery downstairs was doing well, but she couldn't be bothered to manage it, so business got worse and now it's closed. You can't spoil kids too much, or when we're old, who will help her? Liu Ying said quietly, I know you both love her. As her in-laws, it's hard for you to say anything, but she's our daughter. If she's not doing well, we have to teach her, even if it means scolding her. Shi Jilan said, a little embarrassed, Heng probably has his faults too. No, said Cheng Muhai, Heng is fine. As a father-in-law, he couldn't criticize his son-in-law in front of the in-laws. Liu Ying, who doted on her son-in-law, said warmly, Heng doesn't know how to cook, but he's not the type to do nothing at home. It's not really anyone's fault, Xueling said with a smile. Just some small bad habits. Mom's just worried that when they have kids, they'll be overwhelmed, and she doesn't want them to always rely on the elders. She wants them to learn to be independent. She also said if they work late or come back late, just call ahead and she'll always make extra food for them. That's already good enough, Shi Zilan said with a smile. Back in our day, I didn't have any family around, and she was far from her parents, too. The 2 of us worked and raised the kids on our own, busy from morning till night, juggling both work and life pressures, but we still managed. They don't even have kids yet. If they can't take care of themselves now, all the more reason to let them learn. Cheng Muhai chuckled at that. You said exactly what I was thinking, Liu Ying asked quietly. You don't blame us, do you? Of course not, Mrs. Chen said, a little embarrassed. You've already done so much for them. These past 2 years, you've taken care of them and us too. My in-law is right, you can't spoil kids too much. But honestly, compared to Fang, Ah Heng is even less capable. We should be learning from you. Not at all, Cheng Muhai and Liu Ying both laughed. Ah Heng is great, really. The mood lightened and everyone continued eating and chatting. After dinner, Xue Ling's dad, Cheng Muhai, and Xue Zhelan took Yang Yang and Ran Ran downstairs for a walk. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling took the 2 little ones for a bath. When they finished, Xue Ling came out holding Xiaoxin and noticed that Xue Heng and Cheng Tianfang still hadn't come back. The apartment across the hall was dark. Just then, Xue Ling's mom and Liu Ying came out. The kitchen's pretty much done. Come on, let's take Xiaoxin and Xiaochong downstairs to play. Xue Ling reminded them. It's chilly and windy, put a vest on them, they just had a bath. All right. Her mom went back in to find vests. Zhu Achun was mopping the kitchen floor. When Xue Ling came in, she smiled. You're finally free? Yeah, Xue Ling asked. Anything else you need help with? No need, Zhu Achun replied. Just the floor left. I can handle it. Seeing no one else was around, and Cheng Tianyuan was across the hall, Xue Ling half closed the door. Achun, you've been helping out at our place for a year now. We have a big family, lots of kids. It's been a lot of work for you. Zhu Achun smiled gently. Don't say that. It's not hard work at all, really. Besides, every adult in your family helps out, so I'm not that busy. Last night I measured little Ironhead's height. He's grown 5 or 6 centimeters this year. He said I've gotten a bit chubbier too, and I look healthier. A stable home, steady work and income. She and her son had no more worries and lived happily every day. Even though the family was big, no one was lazy. Everyone pitched in, never treating her like a maid or expecting her to do everything. I'm really happy working here. Xue Ling laughed. That's because you're such a good person, with a good temper. You can handle all these elders and kids. Zhu Achun blushed and said softly, Your family is full of kind people, all with good hearts. Xue Ling changed the subject at the right moment. Little Ironhead is only 12 or 13 and you're still young too. You can't help us forever. You should start thinking more about your own and little Ironhead's future. What else is there to plan? Zhu Achun smiled. Work, life, that's about it. When Xiaoxin and the others are older and you're less busy, I'll go back to work at the property management office downstairs. Director Liao is a good person too. What about your personal life? Xue Ling smiled. Haven't you thought about finding someone to spend the rest of your life with? Zhu Achun laughed quietly. There you go again. It's not that easy. I'm a divorced woman with a child. Who would want me? Uncle Zheng, Xue Ling said bluntly. He's always wanted to be with you, but he's too shy to say it, afraid you'll mind. Zhu Achun froze, her face quickly turning red. Don't say that. He's such a good man with a good family. Why would he look at me? Xue Ling giggled, peeling an apple as she spoke softly. He's modest, but you're even more modest. He's afraid you'll mind, and you think he wouldn't want you. You two are really a pair. Zhu Achun didn't dare say anything, head down, mopping quickly. Xue Ling chuckled. Achun, Uncle Zheng is very serious. I've known him for years. We've worked together, made money together, looked out for each other. He's straightforward, kind, responsible. He divorced his ex-wife, who's remarried, so there's no more entanglement. And his 3 kids all really like you. They told me themselves they'd welcome you and little Ironhead. Everything's ready, just waiting for you to say yes. Zhu Achun kept her head down, scrubbing the floor so hard it squeaked. Xue Ling sliced the apple and moved closer. Achun, just give me an answer, yes or no. Uncle Zheng is waiting anxiously for you. He's been urging me for days to play matchmaker. He's so nervous. This is my first time matchmaking, so I'm not very experienced. But I can see you both care for each other, and you're both kind and genuine, so I dared to help. If you two get together, you'll make a wonderful family. Zhu Achun was so embarrassed her face and ears were red.
She Ling laughed. So, Achun, do you agree or not? Nod if you do, shake your head if you don't. I'm not blind. I've seen it for a while. You both like each other, you're just too shy to say it or take the first step. But happiness is something you have to reach for yourself. Some people, if you miss them, it's for a lifetime. When the chance comes, grab it. Maybe you'll meet someone even better in the future, but it might not be someone you like or someone you can trust. Uncle Jung, aside from his health, is great in every way. Ju Achun still kept her head down, blushing furiously. I don't know what to say. Xue Ling lowered her voice. Just nod if you agree. The rest is up to Uncle Jung. He's just afraid you'll say no, so he doesn't dare take the first step. If not, he said you can just stay good neighbors. Ju Achun was flustered, whispering, How could I know right away if it's okay or not? You want to talk to little Ironhead first, right? Xue Ling asked. Ju Achun nodded shyly. Xue Ling smiled. Of course. Uncle Zheng said the same. It's not just about you two. It's about two families. Don't worry, he's always loved kids. You see how much he loves his own. And even my little ones. Ju Achun said softly. As long as he doesn't mind me, that's good. But little Ironhead is very independent. He's never said he wanted a dad. He might not agree. If it were someone else, maybe not, Xue Ling said softly. But Uncle Jung is someone he knows well, so he probably will. Little Ironhead, though young, had been through a lot and was more mature than most kids his age. If it were a stranger, he might not accept it. But he got along well with Uncle Jung, often helping him walk, and they were close. Hearing this, Ju Achun clearly felt more confident. Then I'll talk to him. Please don't reply to Uncle Jung just yet. Little Ironhead is my life. If he doesn't agree, I'd rather starve than find another man to take care of us. Xue Ling nodded. All right. That night, after dinner, Cheng Tianfang and Xue Heng bought a bunch of kitchenware, plates, bowls, chopsticks, and so on. Since they both had to work the next morning, they picked up some buns to steam for breakfast. Xue Heng thought for a moment and said quietly, Let's just keep breakfast simple. But we can't just eat buns, Cheng Tianfang pouted. How about making some millet porridge? It only takes about 20 minutes. Xue Heng gave a wry smile. But that means you'll have to get up more than half an hour earlier, and if you want to wash all the dishes after, you'll have to get up almost an hour early. Cheng Tianfang frowned at that. Work started at 8, and it took at least 10 minutes to drive to the TV station. If that was the case, she'd have to get up a little after 6. Normally, she didn't get up until 7:30. Seeing her frown, Xue Heng quickly said, How about this? After we eat, just leave the dishes for later. We can clean up after dinner. It's just the two of us, so there won't be much. As if, Cheng Tianfang huffed. You need a pot for porridge, a steamer for the buns. It's not just 2 bowls. Xue Heng coaxed. It's fine. I'll help clean up after work. And if we're ever too busy, we can just eat out. There are dozens of places to eat behind the mall. All right. Cheng Tianfang finally managed a smile. Xue Heng added, When we have kids in the future, if we're too busy, we can always ask Mom and Dad for help or even hire a nanny. Money won't be a problem. Cheng Tianfang nodded. They carried their things inside and turned on the lights. Except for the living room, which was barely passable, everywhere else was covered in dust. They rolled up their sleeves and started cleaning the kitchen. When was the last time we cleaned? Cheng Tianfang muttered. Oh, right. It was the day after I got back from training. It's only been a month. How did it get this dirty? Xue Heng explained. This isn't bad. If it were the factory in the suburbs, there's so much dust you'd have to clean every day. They chatted as they cleaned. After more than half an hour, the kitchen was finally done. Cheng Tianfang said, troubled, No one's home most of the time. Using coal briquettes is such a waste. And the air's not good either. Xue Heng thought for a moment. Why not use a gas stove, like my brother's family? Lots of people in the city use gas now. Mentioning her older brother made Cheng Tianfang feel a little sour. My parents only ever dote on my brother.
It's always been that way. She Heng frowned slightly and said quietly, "That's not fair to your parents. You're the youngest daughter. They definitely dote on you more. Your brother is independent and very filial. You can't just take out your frustration on them." Cheng Tianfang pouted. "But it's true. They cook all the meals for my brother and sister-in-law, do all the housework. My sister-in-law never has to cook. It's always my brother and my parents." She Heng said quietly, "But your sister-in-law is the one who buys everything they need, and she gives them money for daily expenses. Just the other day, I went with Dad to pick up a transfer from the photo studio in Rongcheng. It was over 1,000 yuan a month, sometimes several hundred more. Dad said they haven't had to ask your brother for money for years. What your sister-in-law gives covers everyone's food, and there's even some left over." Cheng Tianfang was surprised, then muttered, dissatisfied, "It's just money. I have money too. So do you. We can give them living expenses, can't we?" She Heng laughed. "You think you have enough? Supporting a whole family is expensive. Your salary alone wouldn't be enough." Cheng Tianfang couldn't help thinking of the bakery downstairs. At first, the shop made some money, over 1,000 a month, sometimes even 2,000. She Heng advised. "Running a shop takes time and energy. You've been traveling a lot for work this year, so the staff slacked off. I think you should just rent out the shop. The rent will probably be more than your salary and you won't have to split your attention." "Good idea," Cheng Tianfang said after thinking it over. "Is the rent really that high?" "It is," Shui Heng replied. "Ronghua Mall is the busiest shopping center in the city. You've seen how many shops there are." Cheng Tianfang nodded. "All right, let's rent it out." Shui Heng finished wiping the table and chairs. Just then there was a knock at the door. "Ah Heng, Ah Fang." It was Mrs. Chen's voice. Cheng Tianfang hurried to open the door. "Mom, when did you get back?" Mrs. Chen smiled. "We got back this evening, had dinner at your in-laws' place." Cheng Tianfang's smile faltered a bit. Mrs. Chen noticed, and seeing her son wiping chairs, she secretly found it funny. "Still cleaning this late? Don't overdo it. Get some rest." Shui Heng called out. "Mom, want some water? I'll boil some." Mrs. Chen shook her head. "No need. I just came to say hi." "Ah Heng, you should get a thermos for here. Boil water and keep it in there so you can have a drink any time. Luckily you don't have many guests, or they'd have to wait half an hour for water to cool." Shui Heng laughed. "Okay, I'll buy one tomorrow." Mrs. Chen added, "Don't worry about cleaning everything. Just the living room and your bedroom for now. Do the rest on the weekend. You both work during the day and have chores at night. Don't wear yourselves out." "Got it," they both replied. Mrs. Chen tugged her son's sleeve and whispered, "Your in-laws let you eat with them because they care about you. But Fang is married now. She can't just take it for granted. You need to explain that to her." Shui Heng murmured. "I know." Mrs. Chen smiled and left. Cheng Tianfang closed the door and muttered, "Honey, I think your mom and everyone else already knows." "So what if they do?" Shui Heng coaxed. "We have to be independent sooner or later. You married me and now we're our own little family. We have to take care of our own home." Cheng Tianfang kept cleaning. One swept, one mopped, and soon the living room and bedroom were tidy. "I'm exhausted. Let's shower and get to bed early." The next morning the alarm went off. They were used to waking up at 7 or 8, so getting up an hour earlier left them both yawning. One started the porridge, the other washed up. Cheng Tianfang exclaimed, "This stove is so slow. It's still cold after ages. Where's the steamer? How are we supposed to steam the buns?" Seeing her flustered in the kitchen, Shui Heng hurried in to help. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Shui Heng went to open it. There was Xue Ling, holding a plate of steaming hot zongzi. She explained, "Ah Chun made these early this morning. They're fresh. Eat them while they're hot." Xue Heng was so grateful he almost cried, "Sis, I love you." Xue Ling rolled her eyes and went back. That morning the two of them had zongzi for breakfast, then went off to work. Looking at the still messy kitchen, Cheng Tianfang thought of how, at her parents' place, she could eat whatever she wanted. whenever she wanted, and take whatever she liked. She felt a mix of emotions. She'd been spoiled by her parents and just took it all for granted. Sigh. Day after day, Jung Sanyuan waited and waited and waited, but still didn't get a reply from Xue Ling. Secretary Gong couldn't help but shake her head and smile wryly. "Boss, what's up with you these days? You're either staring out the window or anxiously watching your phone. What's going on?" Jung Sanyuan was startled, then gave an embarrassed smile. "It's nothing." Secretary Gong said, "You're just like a kid waiting for his report card." Jung Sanyuan muttered to himself, "This is even more nerve-wracking than waiting for grades." He rubbed his hands together, pacing back and forth in his office. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and went straight to the main factory to find Xue Ling. Xue Ling was in a meeting with her team. The secretary smiled. "Uncle Zheng, please wait outside for a bit." Jung Sanyuan thought about leaving, but he was too anxious, so he stayed. Xue Ling's meetings were never long. She quickly finished giving instructions and wrapped up. Jung Sanyuan hurried in. "Ling Ling." Xue Ling saw him and smiled. "Uncle Zheng? What's up? Come, let's talk in my office." Jung Sanyuan followed her in. Xue Ling deliberately took her time, slowly boiling water, slowly taking out the tea canister, slowly making tea. Jung Sanyuan, "Nay." He gave a bitter laugh and said quietly, "Yes or no, good or bad, it's just one word." "Ling Ling, how long are you going to keep teasing your uncle?" Xue Ling giggled and asked, "Uncle, if this works out, you'll give me a matchmaker's red envelope, right?" "I will." Jung Sanyuan's eyes lit up. "A big one." Xue Ling burst out laughing. Jung Sanyuan groaned. "Come on, just tell me already." Xue Ling finally stopped laughing and explained. "Achun agreed. She just needs to talk to Little Ironhead. She hasn't given me a reply yet. I think she's shy and hasn't found the right moment to ask him." "She agreed?" Jung Sanyuan couldn't believe it, asking again and again, "She agreed?" Xue Ling nodded. 100% sure." Jung Sanyuan smiled, a little lost, a little excited, but overjoyed inside. Xue Ling explained, "A couple days ago, it was my dad's birthday. Our whole family went downstairs to eat, and she and Little Ironhead came too. Little Ironhead even asked me why your family didn't come." "Your dad's birthday? How come I didn't know?" Jung Sanyuan frowned. "Why didn't you tell me?" Xue Ling quickly explained. "My dad didn't want anyone to know. I wanted to throw him a party, but he refused. I even asked my third uncle to help persuade him, but he said the older he gets, the less he wants people to know his age. So we just had a family meal, didn't tell anyone else." Jung Sanyuan laughed. "I get it. I really do." Xue Ling said quietly, "Achun is on board, so you don't need to worry." "But what if Little Ironhead doesn't agree?" Jung Sanyuan nervously rubbed his hands. "That kid is so independent and strong. Suddenly having a stepdad, he might not like it." Xue Ling thought for a moment and said, "You can try talking to him yourself, see how he feels. Kids are happy when someone cares about them. But don't force him to call you dad. He's not just indifferent to the idea of a father, he actually resents it." Jung Sanyuan nodded quickly. "I won't force him to call me dad, but I'll treat him as my own, raise him well and care for him. He's so tough and hardworking, carrying so much at such a young age. It breaks my heart." Xue Ling smiled and gave him a thumbs up. "If you really think that way, even if he never calls you dad, he'll still respect and love you." Jung Sanyuan grinned happily. Soon after, Jung Sanyuan quietly found Little Ironhead for a talk. Little Ironhead listened and finally caught on. "Uncle Jung, what are you really trying to say?" "My mom, she's been acting weird lately, like she wants to say something but can't. You know what it is, don't you?" Jung Sanyuan was surprised. "She hasn't told you? Really?" Little Ironhead nodded sincerely. Now Jung Sanyuan felt awkward, especially looking into those pure black eyes. His face turned red and he stammered. Little Ironhead eyed him suspiciously. Uncle, what do you want to say? It's okay, just say it. Zheng Sanyuan smiled, swallowing nervously. It's like this. I want to take care of you and your mom. Your mom and I like each other, but she's afraid to say yes because she's worried you won't be happy. Since you don't know, I'll just say it. Ironhead, you know my family situation. I'm divorced. My ex-wife has remarried. Your mom is a wonderful person, very kind. My 3 kids all like her and they like you too. I hope you'll join our family. However I treat my own kids, I'll treat you the same. Little Ironhead was stunned. Zheng Sanyuan nervously fiddled with his hands, glancing around, only to see Cheng Tianyuan holding Xiao Xin at the door, apparently having stood there for a while. Cheng Tianyuan. Zheng Sanyuan. Xiao Xin saw Little Ironhead and giggled, waving her chubby hands. Cheng Tianyuan quickly came to his senses and tried to leave with Xiao Xin. Ah, Yuan, Zheng Sanyuan called out, laughing. Since you're here, help me talk to Little Ironhead. My wife was the one who played matchmaker for this. Cheng Tianyuan gave an awkward smile and came over with Xiao Xin. Uncle Zheng, I just happened to come out, didn't hear much. He was a straightforward guy. He had no idea any of this was going on. Zheng Sanyuan put a hand on Little Ironhead's arm and smiled. I want to take care of them. Achun has already agreed. I wanted to talk to Little Ironhead myself. Cheng Tianyuan looked at the still stunned Little Ironhead and said quietly, He's probably as surprised as I am. Never saw this coming. Little Ironhead seemed startled, pushed Zheng Sanyuan's hand away, and quickly hid behind Cheng Tianyuan. Zheng Sanyuan jumped. Ironhead, don't be mad. Cheng Tianyuan, holding his daughter with one arm, put the other around Little Ironhead and said quietly, Uncle Zheng, don't worry, he's just caught off guard. Little Ironhead blinked a few times and lowered his head. I don't know what to say. Cheng Tianyuan smiled and patted his head. How about we go inside and talk? It's quieter. Zheng Sanyuan got the hint and quickly agreed. Yes, let's go in and chat. Little Ironhead followed Cheng Tianyuan inside, with Zheng Sanyuan behind, closing the door. Zheng Sanyuan took Xiao Xin and played with her, laughing. Little Ironhead watched him, feeling a mix of emotions. Cheng Tianyuan gently ruffled his hair and said quietly, Ironhead, your mom is only in her 30s. She's still got a long life ahead. She didn't get to choose her own path before, so she wasn't happy. It's been hard for her raising you alone. Luckily, you're a good, thoughtful kid. But you have to understand, when you grow up, you'll have your own family and kids. Your mom deserves her own happiness, too. If she can have a companion like my parents or my in-laws, she won't be lonely in old age. Little Ironhead didn't say anything, just kept his head down. Zheng Sanyuan, worried he would refuse, said softly, Ironhead, Uncle won't force you to call me Dad. I'll take responsibility for raising you all the way until you're grown and married. You know I care about you. I just hope I can look after you and your mom openly and properly. Cheng Tianyuan smiled and flicked Little Ironhead's forehead. Why so quiet? Even if you don't agree, Uncle won't blame you. If you like Uncle and like your new siblings, just nod. Little Ironhead's eyes were red, his mouth moved, but no sound came out. Zheng Sanyuan looked at Cheng Tianyuan for help, embarrassed. Maybe I should step out for a bit. But Little Ironhead quickly grabbed his hand. Uncle! Zheng Sanyuan smiled and gently patted his hand. No matter what happens, I'll always be your Uncle Zheng. That will never change. Your mom said if you don't agree, she can't say yes. You mean everything to her. We're lucky to be neighbors, and you and your mom have helped me so much. I'm truly grateful. When I was at my lowest, it was your family and you two who helped me. I'm really thankful. If you don't agree, I won't bring it up again. No! Little Ironhead said, eyes red, embarrassed and quiet. I really like you, Uncle. Your kids gave me toys, and Duo is really nice to me, always playing with me. Zheng Sanyuan beamed. Cheng Tianyuan lowered his voice. Then just nod and agree. But Little Ironhead asked, I really like it here. If we do this, will we have to move? Won't we be able to live here anymore? Of course not, Zheng Sanyuan laughed. My home is right across the hall. I already bought it from Lingling, that's my house now. For now, you'll have to share a room with Duo. When Datong gets married, he'll move out and start his own family, and then you can have his room. When Xiaoyi graduates college, she'll probably get married too. When Duo grows up, he'll have his own family. And when you grow up and get married, it'll just be your mom and me together. Little Ironhead gave a shy smile. Zheng Sanyuan said softly, "You can just keep calling me uncle." Little Ironhead nodded. Cheng Tianyuan laughed heartily. "This is all great news!" Zheng Sanyuan was overjoyed, pulling Little Ironhead into a hug and patting him on the back. Half a month later, Zheng Sanyuan took Zhu Achun to the Civil Affairs Bureau to register their marriage. At first, Zhu Achun was hesitant, but Zheng Sanyuan insisted. "Our marriage needs to be recognized by law, so your rights are protected, and so are Little Ironhead's." Sitting in the passenger seat, Zhu Achun said quietly, "What's there to protect? I'm not after anything from you. We don't need to register, this is fine." "No," Zheng Sanyuan insisted. "This is for your own good. You're only in your 30s marrying an old guy like me. This way, it's all proper. If I go before you, at least you'll have something left. I already told Lingling I want to buy the apartment you and your son rent and put it in your name." "No, that's too expensive." Zhu Achun quickly refused. "Don't do that. You have 3 kids. You can't just give things away or they might feel upset." Zheng Sanyuan smiled. "I already discussed it with them. Last night at dinner, I brought it up. They all agreed. That apartment is close to Lingling's family, and they're all good people. If I'm gone one day, that place will be your safety net. If anything happens, they'll definitely help you." Zhu Achun's eyes turned red. "Why are you thinking so far ahead for me?" Zheng Sanyuan smiled gently. "If you're willing to be with me, I have to think ahead for you. Right now I'm still in charge, but in the future it'll be Datong and the others. While we're all on the same page, I want to make sure you and Little Ironhead are taken care of. You're honest and kind, and I worry you might be wronged in the future." Zhu Achun shed tears, but her heart felt warm and sweet. Her ex-husband had never cared about her, only ever eating, drinking, and playing, coming home just to hit her or ask for money. But this man truly wanted to treat her well, always thinking of her and Little Ironhead. Zheng Sanyuan turned the steering wheel and explained, "My parents are still in good health, but they can't travel far. I've told them and they're very happy. If you want a big wedding—" "No big wedding," Zhu Achun said, blushing. "Just a simple registration is enough. I don't like big events and there's no need to waste money." Zheng Sanyuan chuckled. "All right, we'll do as you say. How about we just book a couple tables at the restaurant downstairs, invite old Xue and Lingling's family? Lingling is our matchmaker, so just their family and ours, everyone together for a happy meal. How's that?" "Okay," Zhu Achun nodded. The next day at noon, Zheng Sanyuan booked 3 tables at the restaurant downstairs. Xue Ling's whole family and their new blended family all gathered for a big, joyful meal celebrating Zheng Sanyuan and Zhu Achun's marriage. Afterward, Zhu Achun and Little Ironhead moved into the Zheng home. Little Ironhead shared a room with Duo, and the 2 boys, both in their teens, played together every day. Liao Zongnian handled the house purchase contract, put the deed in Zhu Achun's name, and brought it to her in person, offering his congratulations. Zhu Achun thanked him. Zheng Sanyuan quickly handed out wedding cigarettes and candy. Thank you, have some candy." Liao Zongnian accepted with a smile and said goodbye to Xue Ling. Every day, Zhu Achun cleaned the house, went out to buy groceries, cooked, and kept everything tidy and the meals delicious. Datong and Xiaoyi were both in college, but whenever they had a free afternoon, they'd come home for a meal. Duo gave up boarding at school, taking the bus to and from home every day. The house, once messy with dirty clothes and socks everywhere, and a chaotic kitchen and living room, was now neat and fresh, with the scent of sunshine on the laundry and hot meals ready every day. Their dad was all smiles, and the siblings were secretly delighted. Zheng Sanyuan drove to work at the factory every morning and came home every evening. Little Ironhead still went to and from school as usual, but with his mom at home cooking and cleaning, life was much easier. Not only did he have less to do, but now he had Duo to study and play with, and life was much happier. In her spare time, Juachun often went over to Lingling's house to help out, cleaning or watching the kids. The elders always shook their heads, embarrassed, but Juachun didn't mind at all, smiling. "We're all neighbors, no need to be so formal." In the blink of an eye, autumn turned to winter, and soon it was the end of the year. Datong and Xiao Yi came home early for break, and as soon as they walked in the door, they called out happily, "Dad, Auntie Achun, what's for dinner?" Ju Achun smiled from the kitchen. "Your favorite fried chicken wings and osmanthus cake." "Wow, awesome!" Laughter filled the house, while next door, Ling's parents were busy packing. "It's hot in the South Island, just bring short sleeves, maybe 1 or 2 light jackets at most." Liu Ying came in holding Xiao Xin and Xiao Chong and asked nervously, "Are we really all going to the South Island?" Ling's mom nodded quickly. "Of course. The tickets are all booked, so you can't back out now." Liu Ying hesitated. "But are such little kids really okay on a plane?" "Of course." Ling's dad laughed. "When Ron was just a few months old, we carried him on a plane to the capital. The airline will give the kids ear covers so their ears won't hurt. Just bring some snacks and toys and keep them happy and comfortable." Ling's mom agreed. "They'll be surrounded by familiar faces, and their 2 big brothers will be with them, so there's nothing to worry about. When we take them to the park, they're never shy." Chung Muhai, packing his grandson's clothes, poked his head out. "You, going on a trip, and you've been fussing for days? We're heading south tomorrow, and you're still hesitating? You're the classic homebody." Liu Ying grinned sheepishly. Ling's mom quickly played peacemaker. "Don't worry, Jilan and his wife are coming too, and they'll help out. Ran and Yang are big enough now, we don't have to carry them. They can even help look after their little siblings." "That's true," Liu Ying smiled. "Just last night, Ran fed Xiao Chong dinner." Jilan was already on his New Year's break, and Mrs. Chen had retired a week ago. Their luggage was all packed. Mrs. Chen was making dumplings in the kitchen, with Jilan helping out. Liu Ying brought the 2 kids over. "Gong Gong," Xiao Xin called to Jilan. Xiao Chong echoed. Gong Gong. Jilan was used to Shu Gong being shortened to Gong Gong, and nodded. "Good kids, dumplings will be ready soon." Chung Tianyuan was in the back, rolling out dumpling wrappers. Liu Ying asked curiously, Yuan, the kids are off school this afternoon. Shan Yu is on break too. Why aren't they going back to South Island for New Year?" Chung Tianyuan replied, "Shan Yu is coming here to spend New Year with them." Shan Yu's factory had burned down and he'd sold the machines for scrap, then used the money to buy and sell pigs in Rongcheng and the provincial capital, making a bit of money. With some savings, he had the factory fixed up and rented it out. With 2 years' rent in hand, he came to the capital to buy jeans to sell in South Island. He didn't make much, but gradually things got easier, and he could spend more time with his wife and daughter. Chen Shuiyu had wanted to go out to work, but Shan Yu persuaded her not to. Her health wasn't great, and Shan Yu was still young and needed care. As Shan Yu sent more money home, Chen Shuiyu finally felt at ease. Recently, Ling had talked with Chen Shuiyu about letting little Shan Yu learn to sing New Year's songs. Not only did she hire a professional teacher, but Shan Yu would also earn 1,000 wen for the recording. When Chen Shuiyu heard it was for a tape recording, she agreed right away. Ling also promised that for every tape sold, Shan Yu would get a share of the profits. Shan Yu was thrilled, saying she'd be happy to learn to sing even without pay. The recording took about half a month, all done at Ling's new factory. At first they thought it was just a regular factory, but it was beautifully decorated, with several sets of equipment, very high-end. Ling explained that Liu Xincheng, old Liu's daughter, had bought the new equipment, and the total investment for the factory and gear was several 100,000 yuan. A lot of people were shocked. After all, this was a brand new industry. No one really knew it, and not many were investing. To throw so much money at a few machines and instruments that didn't look like much. But Ling insisted on investing. no matter how expensive the equipment. It was her own money, so no one could stop her. Even so, Xue mom didn't scold her, just said, "A tape for 10 yuan is too expensive, it won't sell." Xue just grinned. "That's exactly why we have to produce and sing ourselves, so we can sell it cheaper." It was a huge investment, and unless sales were high, it would be hard to make the money back. No one tried to stop her, but many advised her to be cautious. Xue was calm and determined, even asking if anyone wanted to invest, but no one answered. She didn't mind, saying she wasn't short on money and would just invest and earn herself. For the last few months of the year, she was busy with the main factory and her new era media company, and was hardly ever home. She was busy, and so was Cheng Tianyuan, who was wholesaling tissues, so the two of them decided not to go to South Island, just let the elders and kids go. So, 3 seaside cabins were booked, 10 plane tickets bought, but not for the couple themselves. Xue mom listened and asked, "Did I just hear Shan Yu singing?" Cheng Tianyuan replied, "The mall downstairs is playing New Year's songs, probably from the tapes Ling's company is selling." Shi Jilan, making dumplings, laughed. "Shan Yu sings beautifully. Last week Ling gave me a tape, and when I played it in my office, my colleagues all said it was great. A child's voice with festive New Year's music should be very popular." "Really?" Xue mom asked. "Why'd she only give you one? Didn't bring one home?" Xue dad retorted, "When she wanted to do this, didn't you mock her? If it were me, I wouldn't bring you one either." "I was just worried she was being impulsive," Xue mom explained. "Spending hundreds of thousands on equipment isn't a small thing. If everyone supported her, she might lose her head. How much can you make from tapes? How long would it take to earn back that much?" Xue dad squinted and said quietly, "They started selling last month, but I don't know how it's going." Cheng Tianyuan smiled. "She hasn't said. There's still half a month till New Year, probably too soon to know." "How much is a tape?" Xue mom wondered. "I'll go downstairs and buy one to listen." Mrs. Chen laughed. "I think it's 7 or 8 yuan. 8, Xue Jilan corrected. Xue mom thought for a moment. 8 is still a bit pricey. Mrs. Chen didn't mind. "It's a little expensive, but you can listen over and over for a year or more and it won't break. It's actually a good deal." Cheng Tianyuan used Xue logic. "Mom, people used to only spend on rice and wheat, but as incomes rose, they started buying meat. Now, with better living standards, people want TVs and tapes and will want more in the future. Right now, all tapes are made elsewhere and shipped in, so they cost over 10 yuan. 8 is a bit expensive, but most families can afford it." "10 or 8? Of course I'd pick 8, Liu Ying said. Xiao Xin ran over and hugged her dad's leg, calling sweetly, "Daddy, want meat? Meat!" "All right," Cheng Tianyuan said gently. "There's minced meat in the dumplings. I'll cook some for you soon." Xiao Chong ran off to find Grandpa. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Liu Ying opened it. Zheng Xiaoyi was there with a plate of mung bean cakes, saying she'd just made them and brought some to share. Liu Ying quickly thanked her. Zheng Xiaoyi saw Xue Jilan and Mrs. Chen were there, blushed, greeted them, and went back next door. A little while later, Shi Heng arrived. He was shivering from the cold. "It's freezing even at noon." "Why didn't you wear another sweater?" Mrs. Chen scolded, frowning. "It's 10 below zero outside, you know that?" I know. Shi Heng hurried over to the radiator to warm up. Liu Ying quickly brought him a cup of hot water. "Here, drink something warm." "Thanks, Mom." Xue Heng sniffled and grinned. "Chive dumplings, right? Are they almost ready? I want some too." Liu Ying replied, "Yes, stay for lunch. The water's already boiling. We'll cook them soon." Shi Jilan raised an eyebrow. "What brings you home at noon?" Shi Heng explained, "It's busy collecting payments at year-end. I just went to the bank to check on some payments, and since it was almost lunchtime, I came over to mooch a meal." Recently, Cheng Tianfeng had to work night shifts and couldn't manage breakfast or dinner at home, so Xue Heng usually ate at the factory, but sometimes came here for a change. His mom was retired now, but she loved a lively house, so she came over almost every day to help cook and wash dishes, eating with everyone. Cheng Tianyuan asked, "Is it hard to collect payments at year-end?" "Not really," She Heng said. "Orders have been steady all year, and we use a deposit plus final payment system. Only 2 or 3 payments are still outstanding, the rest have all come in." Mrs. Chen smiled. "So this year you can finally have a prosperous new year? Back then Ling Ling gave you a 20% share. How much is that?" Everyone here was family. The branch factory was managed by Xue Heng, and everyone knew Ling Ling had given him a 20% stake, so Mrs. Chen didn't avoid the topic. Xue Heng looked a little embarrassed and chuckled. "A bit over 2 million. Wow," Mrs. Chen beamed. "That's great." Liu Ying and Cheng Muhai also smiled. Xue Jilan smiled. "No matter how much money you have, you should still spend carefully." Xue Heng said generously, "I withdrew 30,000 in cash, 10,000 for mom and dad, 10,000 for you and mom, and 10,000 for uncle and aunt. When you're in South Island, don't scrimp. Eat well, drink well, stay in the best places, and eat the freshest seafood." Everyone laughed. Heng is so filial. "It's all thanks to Ling Ling's good business. Our son benefits and so do we." "Wait, if 20% of the branch is over 2 million, then Ling Ling's share is over 8 million. Plus the main factory and the other 2 factories, she must have made a fortune this year." "No idea, but it must be a lot," Xue Dad said, chuckling. Xue Heng gave a thumbs up and lowered his voice. "I estimated for her. No less than 50 million. Everyone was stunned. Xue Mom felt a little embarrassed and whispered, "But she started that New Era media company a few months ago. She probably lost money on that." "Even if she lost, it's just a few 100,000, Mrs. Chen laughed. "A drop in the bucket, nothing to worry about." Xue Heng rolled his eyes and said loudly, "Who said she lost money? That new company is making a killing." Everyone, who'd just been discussing this, was suddenly curious and crowded around Xue Heng. He put down his cup and explained, "Don't be fooled by how fancy the company looks or how expensive the equipment is. It's actually easy to make money back. Last month, after the tapes came out, Ling Ling advertised on the radio. It didn't cost much, but the results were great. As soon as the ads aired, suppliers started placing orders. I checked it out. The production line is simple, 1 tape at a time. With just 10 workers, 2 for packaging, they can do 10 tapes at once, and soon a box of 100. Labor costs are low, and the factory price is 5 yuan per tape. I think they make about 4 yuan profit per tape." "Is that possible?" The others were skeptical. Xue Heng nodded. "I checked the costs. Really not much. I estimate the profit is over 4 yuan per tape." Cheng Tianyuan smiled. "If the profit's that high, as long as they sell, they'll make the money back fast." "They already have," Xue Heng said. "Last time I was there, Liu Xincheng said they'd already gotten tens of thousands of orders. Now it's almost a month later, and with New Year's coming, the New Year's songs are really popular. If they get over 100,000 orders, the investment will be recouped." "No," Cheng Tianyuan added. "Liu Xincheng is not just the general manager, she also gets a 5% share. Ling Ling can't run everything herself, so she gave her a stake to keep her motivated." Xue Jilan said warmly, "If you can make back your investment in 1 new year, that's a great profit. In the future, whatever they sell, the equipment cost is already covered, so it'll be easy to make money." The dumplings were going into the pot, and the house was filled with the smell of chives. Everyone set the table and got ready to eat. Mrs. Chen said, "Heng, your brother has to work, so remember to come by tomorrow morning to take us to the airport. Yuan's car is big, but with all the kids and luggage, 1 car won't be enough." "I'll definitely come," Xue Heng said. "I'll come for breakfast, then take you all to the airport." "Ah, Juan doesn't have to work this year, right?" Xue Dad asked. "How many days off does he get?" Xue Heng replied, "He said he gets 3 or 4 days off and can work every other day until Lantern Festival. Don't worry about him. I think he's got a girlfriend now. If he's free, he's probably out on a date." "Really? He has a girlfriend? Are you sure? Who is it?" Everyone was excited, all smiles. Xue Heng shrugged and grinned. He won't say. Just says it's not the right time yet. I guess they're just dating, not official yet. Then it's true. That's great. Ah Huan has a girlfriend too. Xue Jilan and Mrs. Chen were happy. He's almost 30. If he didn't find someone soon, we'd be worried. Mrs. Chen tried to get more details from her eldest son, but Xue Heng really didn't know. He just smiles and won't say. Don't worry, they're already dating. He'll probably bring her home soon. Everyone looked forward to it. It was New Year's, and everywhere you went you could hear Shan Yu's Happy New Year song. Shan Yu, bundled in a thick coat, came upstairs with a pile of things. When he got to the 18th floor, he stopped. The whole hallway was quiet. Only Zheng San Yuan's and Cheng Tian Yuan's apartments had lights on. Shan Yu knocked hard, calling, Ah Yuan! Ah Yuan! Cheng Tian Yuan was making lunch and quickly wiped his hands to open the door. Come in, it's freezing out. No need, Shan Yu said cheerfully. It's New Year's Eve tonight and I bought a bunch of good stuff. These big prawns are really fresh. Take them for you and Ling Ling to enjoy tonight. Prawns are expensive. Cheng Tianyuan hesitated. You already brought coconut powder and other South Island specialties the other day. We've got plenty. Keep these for yourselves. Shan Yu glared at him, laughing. Your wife helped my yo-yo make money. This morning Ayu and I took her to the company to get paid. Besides the 1,000 yuan, there was over 10,000 in bonuses. Wow, my kid is only 8 and already earning so much. We're over the moon. If it weren't for Ling Ling, we'd never have this extra income. This is to thank her. You have to take it. Cheng Tianyuan, hearing this, had to accept. Shan Yu headed upstairs. Just as he was about to close the door, he saw Little Ironhead's mischievous, smiling face at the window across the hall. Uncle Yuan, my mom says we're making braised goose this afternoon. She'll save you a leg. And we're making spring rolls for you too. She wanted me to tell you early so you don't make the same dishes. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't refuse, so he nodded and thanked him. Cheng Tianyuan took a couple of phone calls, checked the accounts, and realized it was already around 4 in the afternoon. Xue Ling was surely still busy, and Xue Heng hadn't come back yet. But then Xue Huan arrived, arms full of bags, grinning. Brother-in-law, my parents said I'm your responsibility for the next few days. Sorry to bother you again. Cheng Tianyuan gave him a look. There's already a ton of stuff at home, why'd you bring more? Don't worry, I'll make sure you're well fed these days. Xue Huan explained. These are the New Year's gifts from the hospital, and some are from colleagues. Before my parents left for South Island, they cleared out all the food at home. Just a few packs of biscuits left. If I leave this stuff at home, it'll go bad. So I brought it here, since I'll be eating here anyway. Cheng Tianyuan went to the kitchen and ladled out a bowl of bone broth. It's cold outside, have some to warm up. Xue Huan thanked him and took the bowl. Cheng Tianyuan explained, The kitchen here is big and well-equipped, so my wife and I live across the hall, but we eat here. For the next few days, just come here for all your meals. There's always food. Thanks, brother-in-law. Xue Huan thought for a moment. I have 2 packs of cured meat. I'll give one to Uncle Zheng's family. Cheng Tianyuan reminded him, Give them both. We have plenty here. All right. Xue Huan finished his soup, grabbed the cured meat, and went to the Zhengs. A moment later, he was back. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but ask, You left so soon? Didn't even rest your feet? Xue Huan blushed a little. There are a lot of people over there, so I didn't want to stay too long. Just then, the phone rang. Cheng Tianyuan wiped his hands and went to answer. Xue Huan took off his coat and sat in the living room, snacking on peanuts. Cheng Tianyuan nodded on the phone. No problem. Huan just got back. I'll have him go pick up third uncle. He hung up, frowning. Huan, that was Ling Ling. Third uncle's 2 daughters-in-law had a fight this morning, and he got so upset he kicked both families out and locked himself in the old courtyard. Your eldest cousin called Ling Ling, hoping third uncle could spend New Year's with us. No one wants him to be alone in that old house on New Year's Eve. Go pick him up. Got it. I'll go right now. Xue Huan clapped his hands, quickly put on his coat, and left. Cheng Tianyuan thought for a moment and stopped him. It's cold these days, and there's no heating in the old courtyard. Ask third uncle to pack a few more clothes and stay with you. That way, when we go visit the old house for New Year's, we can drive him. Good idea. Xue Huan smiled and hurried off. Cheng Tianyuan went back to preparing the New Year's Eve dinner. He steamed the big prawns, steamed the rice cakes, sliced the braised goose and put it in the steamer. Spring rolls were fried and set on the table. He made a plate of water chestnut cakes. Knowing third uncle liked dumplings, he went to the balcony to get some vegetable dumplings and put them in the steamer. He'd made a lot of dumplings yesterday, following the northern custom of leaving them out on the balcony to freeze. It was cold outside, so the dumplings were rock hard and had to be cooked slowly. Next, he cleaned a fish, sliced ginger, scallions, and garlic, made a sauce, and put the fish in the steamer. Finally, he set up the small kerosene stove, put on a small pot of bone broth with mushrooms, corn, carrots, and ribs, and washed some greens to the side. Just then, Xue Huan and third uncle came back. Third uncle didn't look well, his face red from the cold. Xue Huan carried a bag of New Year's goods and a small suitcase. Third uncle gave a wry smile. The two of us, old and young, were supposed to rely on each other, but he's already come to stay with you, so I had no choice but to come too. Cheng Tianyuan quickly helped him in, smiling. You're more than welcome. Come in, come in. Xue Huan put the suitcase in the corner. After dinner, I'll take it over to my place. Third uncle, smelling the food, finally smiled a little. He looked at the Fu character and window decorations and recognized them right away. These are Aunt Wu's paper cuttings. Her handiwork is still the best, Cheng Tianyuan explained. I put up the couplets at noon. Huan, I bought some for your place too. They're all here. The tape is here. I'll go with you to put them up, and we'll put a Fu on the door too. Third uncle laughed. Let's all go. With everyone helping, it only took a few minutes to finish. Cheng Tianyuan looked at the darkening sky. It's getting cold. Let's all go back. When Lingling gets home, we'll start the reunion dinner. No, we're still missing my brother, Xue Huan laughed. Can't forget him. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. The TV station has to prep for the New Year's gala, so Fang hasn't had a break these days. Heng will definitely eat with us. Don't worry, there's plenty of food. Let's go back and wait. All over town, Shan Yu's Happy New Year and The God of Wealth Arrives were playing, festive and joyful. Third uncle sipped corn and rib soup, watched TV, and listened to the music from the mall downstairs, unable to help but smile. Life is so good now. Every meal is filling and there's something to watch and listen to. Xue Huan grinned. Third uncle, don't eat too much. There's still lots of good food and drink coming. Cheng Tianyuan was slicing potatoes and glancing out the window. Suddenly, he saw the elevator doors open in the distance. He saw Xue Heng helping Xue Ling, who was limping. Cheng Tianyuan was startled, quickly put down the knife and rushed out the door. He didn't even bother with a coat, running as he called, What happened? What's going on? Xue Ling looked up and gave a tired, wry smile. I slipped in the warehouse this afternoon. Luckily, it's nothing serious, just twisted my ankle, hurts a bit. Xue Heng quickly added, Don't worry, big brother. We've already iced and warmed it. It should be fine. Cheng Tianyuan quickly squatted down and carried Xue Ling on his back. It's cold out. Let's get inside first. Third uncle and Xue Huan, both medical professionals, quickly checked Xue Ling's hands and feet. No broken bones. The ankle sprain is a bit bad, though. Better rub it with medicated wine right away, or it'll swell up. Cheng Tianyuan hurried to get the medicine. Xue Ling lounged on the sofa, explaining with a wry smile. The warehouse was being cleaned, and I slipped while checking. Luckily, there was no water there, or I'd have been soaked. Third uncle saw the dark circles under her eyes and scolded, You're not getting enough rest. That's why you lost focus and fell. Heh, Xue Ling shrugged. I really haven't had time to sleep properly, third uncle. I haven't been home in days. There was a mountain of year-end work, accounts to settle, endless trips to the bank, people below chasing payments, people above pressing for reports, phone ringing non-stop. Even at night, she was often woken up. Third uncle sighed and massaged her ankle. Xue Ling gritted her teeth and hissed in pain. Cheng Tianyuan, heart aching, said softly, Third uncle, be gentle. Third uncle smiled. You have to rub it to get the blood flowing, or it'll swell up even more and take longer to heal. Xue Heng munched on corn cakes. How much longer? I'm starving. All done. Third uncle wiped his hands and smiled. Rest at home for the next couple of days and try not to walk. Sis, you can take time off, right? Xue Huan asked. Your health comes first. Work can wait. Xue Ling replied, I can rest until the 5th. The clothing factory isn't rushing production like last year, so everyone's off until the 5th. At the New Era Media Company, Zhao Lu is on duty and will start work on the 3rd. She can handle things. I'll stay home until my ankle's better. On New Year's Eve, every family was reunited, every home aglow with lights. Third uncle brought a bottle of wine from Xue Kong, saying mysteriously, Kong brought this back from his vineyard abroad. I heard there are only 3 or 4 bottles, and he gave me one. It's a red wine that's been aged for over 10 years. Wow, Xue Ling blinked in amazement. An 82 Lafite, huh? Third uncle squinted and laughed. You little rascal, yes, it's Lafite. Xue Heng and Xue Huan, both having studied abroad, knew their wine and helped open the bottle, pouring everyone half a glass. Third uncle couldn't help but say quietly, My blood pressure is normal, and so are my cholesterol and blood sugar. Then have a little more, Xue Huan said with a grin. No wonder they say at 90 you're like a 3-year-old. Now we have to coax you like a child, third uncle. Everyone laughed. Third uncle protested, I'm only turning 88 after the new year. Xue Ling said seriously, So you're still 2 years away from being 3. Everyone burst out laughing. The food came out of the steamer, every dish piping hot. Everyone dug in, and third uncle was the happiest of all. It's so cold. Most things get cold as soon as they're served. Old folks don't like cold food, and even if they're hungry, they lose their appetite. This big steamer is great. Everything comes out hot and steaming. This little kerosene stove is great too, Xue Huan said. It's like eating hot pot, so warm. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. Back in Rongcheng, winters could get cold too. South of the Yangtze, there's no central heating. At mealtimes, we'd use a little coal or kerosene stove to keep the food warm. Xue Heng gnawed on a goose leg, mumbling, This is so fresh, so good. Slow down, Xue Ling teased. No one's fighting you for it. Look at you, like you've been starving. Hey, Xue Heng huffed. No unlucky talk at New Year's. Xue Ling ignored him and kept eating. Cheng Tianyuan gave her a piece of goosefoot, then ladled some hot soup for third uncle. Third uncle thanked him, then said to Xue Huan, Tomorrow morning I'll go to the old house to wait for everyone to come pay respects to the ancestors. I already brought everything over and cleaned up. Okay, Xue Huan said quietly. Just call me in the morning. Cheng Tianyuan quickly added, Third uncle, I'll make millet porridge in the morning. Come over for some. All right. Third uncle nodded. Anyway, I'll be bothering you all these days, so I won't be polite. Everyone laughed. Xue Ling couldn't help but ask, Third uncle, how's cousin Kong lately? I heard from Fang she went to study. Yes, third uncle explained. She and her husband came back from abroad, stayed for a while, then went to study for a month. I heard it was to learn about TV station management in the South, but I didn't ask for details. Cheng Tianyuan put down his bowl. Cousin Kong came by the day before yesterday. She wanted to visit Mom and Dad, but they'd already gone to South Island 2 weeks ago. With Uncle Zilan and the 4 kids all gone, the house was empty. I invited her to dinner, but she politely declined, just dropped off some New Year's gifts for Mom and Dad and left. Achun happened to bring over some hot zongzi, so I gave her some, along with a jar of Mom's pickled vegetables. Oh, Xue Ling smiled. If I see cousin Kong tomorrow, I'll have a good chat with her. I haven't seen her in months. You've been too busy making money, Xue Heng said sourly. Making so much? No doubt you're the richest woman in the capital. Xue Ling giggled and shook her head. There's no such thing as richest. Wealth, like people, is always changing. I'm just an early mover, not the one at the top. Third uncle smiled kindly. That's good. Whether you reach the top or not, you have to keep working hard. Everything fades except age, which only accumulates. Everything else slips away. Work hard, Xue Heng said. With Ling Ling's help, I made a lot this year. It's the best year I've ever had. My parents are healthy, mom's retired, my brother and I have stable jobs, and Fang's doing well too. Everything's going great. Right, Shehuan smiled. This year was a good one for me too. Work went well, I got promoted, and my research projects made progress, and, well, I gained a lot. The others exchanged glances and teased. What else? Why not say it? Shehuan blushed and said quietly, It's not the right time yet. Everyone laughed, and except for Xie Ling, they were all curious. Third uncle, always open-minded, patted his shoulder. When the time comes, bring her over for us to meet. Okay. Shehuan nodded. Xie Heng didn't press his brother, figuring it just wasn't time yet. May you meet your match this year and another next year. Keep it up. Shehuan chuckled. Cheng Tianyuan smiled. The elders are healthy and can travel, which makes us happiest. The kids are growing up. Xiao Xin and Xiao Chong are already 16 months old. As long as the old and young are healthy and happy, that's all we need. Business is good too, right? Third uncle asked. Cheng Tianyuan explained. All old customers. Business is steady. There was a period when supply was unstable, but I found 2 new suppliers. Profits are a bit lower, but income is steady. Steady is good. Third uncle smiled. You spend more time with family. Xie Ling summed up. Everything's gone well for me too. Family's good, work's good, just too busy and a bit worn out. Next year I want to relax a bit and spend more time with the elders and kids. Yeah, right, Xie Heng teased. As long as there's money to be made, you'll never relax. Your new company just started, you're even busier now. Xie Ling shrugged. The new company doesn't need me that much. After New Year, the jeans market will definitely slow down. After summer, the peak will be over and our volume will drop. The second half of the year will be easier, but we'll earn less. Xie Heng was still confident. Didn't you have the designs redone? There's been no real innovation in fabric, Xie Ling explained. We're trying to innovate in style, but that can only go so far. In the last few months, more than a dozen small factories around the capital have started making jeans. The market's big, but there's too much competition. We try to innovate, but we'll eventually be replaced. It's inevitable. I think we can last until the end of next year, maybe not even that long. Sigh, Xue Heng said. The old folks used to say, 3 years new, 3 years old, patched and mended for another 3. Our denim is so tough, but it can't even last 3 years. Xie Ling paused as if thinking of something. Third uncle was calm. There's more fabric now and more styles on the market. No need to worry about wearing out clothes. People used to worry about having enough to eat, now it's just about what to eat. Life really is so much better. If this doesn't work, do something else. Aunt Wu always changed up her styles, kept quality high, and always made some money. The factory's ours, no rent, and we have savings. No need for so much pressure. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. That's right. Xuehuan raised his glass, smiling. All right, let's sum up the past and look to the future. Wishing everyone prosperity next year and good health to third uncle. Everyone laughed and raised their glasses. After the reunion dinner, Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Heng helped clear the table. Xie Ling stayed with third uncle and Xue Huan, making tea and watching TV. Cheng Tianyuan was used to housework and moved quickly, efficient and skilled. In contrast, Xue Heng was clumsy, making the dishes clatter. Cheng Tianyuan couldn't help but ask, You two have been living on your own for a while now. How come you're still so unskilled at this? Don't tell me Fang does all the housework herself? He knew his sister worked during the day and sometimes had night shifts. There was no way she could handle all the meals and cleaning alone. Xue Heng gave a wry smile. I do help, mostly with cleaning, mopping and such. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. You don't cook much at home, do you? Xue Heng admitted. I come over here for meals sometimes, but most of the time I eat out behind the mall. The TV station is busy at year-end and Fang often works late, so I usually eat at the factory. Cheng Tianyuan wasn't surprised. I guess it's been a while since you cleaned at home too? Xue Heng could only smile bitterly. Cheng Tianyuan raised an eyebrow. How did your life end up like this?
Do you think this is good? Sheheng shrugged. No choice? It's just how it is for now. We're focused on our careers. Once we have kids, we can't keep living like this. We can't be wandering around with a baby every day looking for a place to eat. Cheng Tianyuan reminded him. You've been married 3 years. Yeah, Sheheng said. We just had our 3rd anniversary a few days ago. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head and said quietly, It's fine to be a bit rough when it's just the two of you. Do things your own way. But once you have kids, you can't keep this up. Sheheng seemed to think of something and sighed softly. We don't know why, but we still don't have kids. Whenever I bring it up, she says I'm pressuring her. But I'm in my mid-30s and she's almost 30. If we wait much longer, she'll be an older mom. Cheng Tianyuan's eyes flickered. After the new year, I'll have Lingling talk to her. Thanks. Sheheng looked hopeful. Mom says she's the best person for it, but Mom also scolds her. Now that Fang's career is going well, her pride is stronger. She's not the same girl she was. If Mom scolds her, she gets upset and tunes everything out. But she respects Lingling, so Lingling is the best choice. Cheng Tianyuan knew his sister well. Fang isn't a bad person, but she's got laziness in her bones. If no one keeps an eye on her, she'll slack off and still think she's doing great. Maybe she needs a tougher environment or she'll never change. You and your parents are too good to her, so she's gotten spoiled. Really? Sheheng chuckled quietly. Cheng Tianyuan shot him a look, scrubbing the pot noisily. You think I'm joking? She's my only sister, I should dote on her, but she's not the type you can spoil openly, so I'm strict on the outside but care for her inside. She used to have a bad temper and a narrow view. Maybe her foundation wasn't solid. If you let her slack off for a year or two, her bad habits come back. Laziness isn't scary, but staying lazy is. You can tolerate the mess now, but what if one day you can't? Will you just keep fighting? I do help with chores, Sheheng said. If I see it's too messy, I clean up. I'm busy too, though. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. That's why I'm not blaming you. Fang's work is regular, either day or night shifts. If she works days, she comes home and says she's tired, puts her feet up and watches TV. If she works nights, she sleeps during the day, says she's too tired, and doesn't do chores. But who really has a big chunk of time for housework? You have to squeeze it in. My job isn't regular, but I have to get up early and go to bed late. Before the kids wake up, I clean and make breakfast. When they're up, I have to watch and feed them. When they nap, I do laundry. And that's not even counting cooking and washing dishes. Sheheng shrank his neck, mumbling, Big brother, I know Fang can't keep this up, but if I say too much, she'll just argue with me. I've thought about it. If she gets pregnant, I'll hire a housekeeper to clean and cook. Cheng Tianyuan raised an eyebrow. You think it's easy to find a housekeeper as good as Chun? Sheheng was speechless. Cheng Tianyuan snorted. Don't let old problems go unsolved and create new ones. You have money for a housekeeper? So do we. Lingling makes plenty and I earn enough. But bringing someone new into the house, what's their character? How will they treat the elders and kids? If they're rude to the elders, at least the elders know. But kids don't understand. What if they're kidnapped or abused? Who can guarantee? After Chun married Uncle Zheng, we thought about hiring another helper, but after asking around, we gave up. Sheheng sighed helplessly. Big brother, what should I do then? Cheng Tianyuan shot back. It's your life. Why are you asking me? Sheheng. Cheng Tianyuan said, Don't overthink it. Just focus on living well as a couple first. Sheheng sighed and nodded. I'll try talking to Fang. Cheng Tianyuan said quietly, She's not someone you can spoil. Don't indulge her too much. Don't worry, I know your situation, and so do Mom and Dad. Even if she comes crying to us, we'll be fair. Sheheng smiled. With your support, I feel much better. He was right to love his wife, but if he spoiled her too much, not only would his in-laws be upset, but his own newly retired mom would be unhappy too. If they needed to make changes, it might cause more complaints. But with his in-laws and brother-in-law's support, it would be different. Cheng Tianyuan soon finished washing the dishes, wiped the table and stove, swept and mopped the floor.
After half an hour of work, Xue Heng couldn't help but mutter, "Cooking and cleaning takes so much time. Besides eating, it's another half hour just to wash and wipe everything." Cheng Tianyuan explained, "Breakfast and lunch are simpler, so they don't take as long. If you're in a hurry, just eat something quick. Tonight's New Year's Eve, so there were more dishes and it took longer. With just 2 people, you don't need to make so much, and it won't take as long." Xue Heng nodded. Outside, third uncle called, "Are you done yet? Come watch the show and have some tea." "Coming!" Xue Heng hurried out. Cheng Tianyuan saw the water on the stove was boiling again and took it off. "Third uncle, do you want a bath tonight? The house has heating, and I've got hot water ready. Why not bathe here first, then go sleep with Juan next door later?" Third uncle nodded eagerly. Yes. It's been so cold lately. Even snowed a couple days ago. The old courtyard has no heat. I've been too cold to bathe." "Then get your clothes ready and I'll bring the water in for you," said Cheng Tianyuan. After a warm, relaxing bath, third uncle stretched comfortably and walked out. Cheng Tianyuan poured him a cup of hot tea and handed it over. "Third uncle, come sit and watch TV." "Thank you." Third uncle leaned back on the sofa, squinting his eyes. "Whenever I come here, I never want to leave. I really love the atmosphere in your home, so lively and warm." Xue Ling's eyes flickered as she exchanged glances with her 2 cousins. They all understood. Third uncle's 2 daughters-in-law were unfilial, always quarreling and constantly pushing the responsibility of caring for the elder onto each other. Fortunately, third uncle had his own pension and was still healthy, so he didn't have to rely on them. But if he ever got sick, there might be no one at his bedside. Third uncle sighed. Other people say, no filial children by a sickbed after a long illness. But in my case, I haven't even gotten sick, and the filial children are already nowhere to be seen. Xue Huan forced a smile and handed him a candied date. "Don't be too pessimistic. Your sons are good to you. Daughters-in-law aren't like daughters, so it's understandable they're not as attentive. Your sons were all raised by you. You should have faith in them." Third uncle shook his head. "But it's nothing compared to pillow talk. Their wives are too strong-willed, and my sons are all henpecked. Can't control their wives, don't dare to. I taught them to be honest, kind, brotherly, and filial. But now, from doting on their wives, they've become afraid of them and forgotten everything else." He usually cooked for himself, sometimes ate at the hospital canteen. He washed his own clothes, cleaned the old courtyard, did everything himself. On New Year's, he just wanted a family reunion dinner, but his 2 daughters-in-law ended up in a huge fight, cursing and bickering. Rather than watch them snipe at each other, with his sons and grandkids all silent, he'd rather eat alone. At least he wouldn't be angered to death. He didn't know how things had gotten this way. "I have my own income, and I try to be fair to both sons. But fingers aren't all the same length. You can't do everything exactly the same. As a father, I love both sons equally. They're both my flesh and blood. How could I be biased? The older one says I favor the younger says I favor the older. They've had their own households for years, but still drag up old grievances. What's the point? How far back do they want to go?" He frowned, frustrated. "I told them all to leave me alone. Give me some peace and quiet, and I'll be better off. Today I kicked them all out. I said from now on, no more family gatherings at my place. They can do as they like. It's got nothing to do with me anymore." Xue Heng said quietly, "Every family has its troubles. It's not just yours." "I know that," third uncle smiled. "Heng, what's your family's trouble?" Xue Heng thought for a moment. "We don't have kids yet. Too slow." "True," third uncle said. "It's been 3 years, right? That is a bit slow." Xue Huan couldn't help but say, "Bro, why not have third uncle prescribe you some herbal medicine to help with fertility? It's good for your health anyway." "Good idea." Xue Heng looked to third uncle for help. Third uncle smiled. "When you take me home in a few days, I'll write a prescription for you." He added, "If both you and your wife come for a pulse diagnosis, it might be even more effective." Xue Heng hesitated, then said awkwardly, "Fang definitely won't want to. She says just let things happen naturally. She's busy with work and not in a hurry for kids. Can't you talk to her? Xue Huan said quietly. This is something you both have to face. You can't have a child on your own. Cheng Tianyuan shot Xue Heng a look. If you don't want kids, fine. But if you do, you can't keep putting it off. Uncle Jilan and Auntie don't say it, but they're already anxious. How could I not want kids? Xue Heng muttered. I'm not one of those dinks. I love children. Third uncle chuckled. I read in the paper about these foreigners who are dinks and even no marriage types. What's with young people these days? Sure, children might not always be filial, but continuing the family line is human instinct. If everyone went dink, wouldn't the world soon be empty? Our lives aren't eternal. Even the longest lived only make it a bit past 100. But if we have children, and they have children, and so on, life continues. Xue Ling nodded. Humans are part of nature. We have to follow its rules, or life gets harder. I don't like being lonely. When I got married, I secretly decided to have a big family with Yuan. Xue Heng laughed. 4 kids isn't a big family. Raising kids takes work and energy, Xue Ling said. You have to do what you can handle. Xue Huan thought for a moment. 2 is good. The policy is 1 child, but I think only children are too lonely and can get self-centered. Having a sibling means more sharing and even fighting, which is good. I'll try to apply for a 2nd child in the future. Great idea, Xue Heng said. I want 2 too, ideally a boy and a girl. Cheng Tianyuan asked Xue Huan, can you just apply and have one? If your wife works for a state unit, it might not be allowed. Xue Huan blushed. We'll see when the time comes. Xue Ling stifled a laugh. Third uncle, watching TV ads, asked in surprise, I heard there are foreign mobile phones on the market now, huge things. You can carry them around and when someone calls you can answer anywhere, no wires needed. Xue Ling replied, I've heard of them. They're called Big Brother phones. Each one costs tens of thousands. Everyone was shocked. That expensive? Xue Ling nodded. They're expensive now, but they'll get cheaper, smaller, and have more features over time. How do you know? Xue Heng asked. Xue Ling paused, then replied, That's just how technology develops, right? Everything new gets cheaper and better over time. It's inevitable. Cheng Tianyuan rubbed his hands. Sounds great, but it's just too expensive. His work required staying in touch with clients, and sometimes he missed calls when out. Luckily, the warehouse had a phone, but it still wasn't convenient. Xue Ling took note of this. Xue Huan clicked his tongue and joked, I only make about 1,000 a month, plus some bonuses. If I wanted to buy one, I'd have to save for 2 or 3 years without spending a cent. If I buy one, I'll get you one too, Xue Heng said generously. Xue Huan laughed and shook his head. I don't need it. I don't have business to handle. There's a phone in my office, that's enough. You're the one who needs it for work. Hey, the dance show is starting, Xue Ling called out. The Spring Festival Gala is on. Everyone quieted down and watched intently. A little after 10, Xue Heng and his brother took third uncle home. Cheng Tianyuan heated some water for Xue Ling to wash her hands and face, and also to soak her feet. Does it still hurt, honey? Xue Ling nodded. Still a bit sore, but not as bad as before. Cheng Tianyuan looked at her ankle. It's still a little swollen. Xue Ling felt the warmth on her feet and closed her eyes in comfort. Cheng Tianyuan went to the other apartment to turn on the heat. I'll tidy up the kitchen. Once it's warm next door, I'll carry you over. Xue Ling asked. The kitchen isn't cleaned up yet? Cheng Tianyuan explained. I'm prepping breakfast for tomorrow, soaking some wood ear mushrooms and quake seeds. Xue Ling pouted playfully. Hubby, you work so hard. With the elders and kids all off in South Island for the winter, at least until after the Lantern Festival, he was holding down the fort alone. It really was a lot of work. But Cheng Tianyuan was used to being busy. He called out from the kitchen, Once the kids are older and can help, it'll get easier. Ranan and Yang could already help sweep and mop, and sometimes play with their younger siblings, but they were still too rough to be much help. In another couple of years, when Zhao Xin and Zhao Chong could feed and dress themselves, things would be much easier. Xueling yawned and continued soaking her feet. Soon, Cheng Tianyuan finished up and came back to dry her feet. The water's getting cold. I'll carry you next door. Xueling, half asleep, lay on his back and nuzzled his neck. Cheng Tianyuan shrank his neck, whispering, "Don't get me worked up." She giggled mischievously. Cheng Tianyuan chuckled, carrying her straight to their room. Then he went to check the kitchen next door, turned off the heat, the lights, and locked up. Laughter still rang out from the Zhengs next door, with Duo and Little Ironhead's giggles the loudest. Cheng Tianyuan smiled as he came back in and closed the door. Warm light glowed from the window. The night was icy cold, but their hearts were warm. On the morning of the first day of the new year, She Huan and third uncle came early for breakfast. Cheng Tianyuan made a lavish spread, both sweet and savory. Third uncle ate the hot steamed cake, muttering, "Delicious! Yuan, your cooking just keeps getting better." She Huan agreed. "You're at chef level now." Cheng Tianyuan smiled. "There might be more people at lunch." Lingling said she'd book 2 tables downstairs and invite cousin Kong to join us. Third uncle waved his hand. "1 table is enough. Don't bother with my 2 sons' families." Cheng Tianyuan pretended not to hear and quickly went to boil more water. She Huan and third uncle headed out early. She Heng and Xue Ling slept in, only getting up after being called twice by Cheng Tianyuan, then lazily ate breakfast before heading out. The old family house was lively for the new year. Xue Ling walked a bit awkwardly, and Cheng Tianyuan supported her the whole way. Third uncle handed out red envelopes, and everyone gave red envelopes to the elders in return. Xue Kong arrived with her husband, hand in hand, shoulder to shoulder. Her husband was tall, imposing, and dignified, but very warm and polite, shaking hands with everyone and giving third uncle a big red envelope. Xue Kong leaned happily against her husband. Xue Ling invited her to lunch. She politely declined, explaining that her daughter was home for the holiday and they were heading to her husband's family to pay respects. "No worries next time," Xue Ling said with a smile. Near noon, third uncle's 2 sons arrived with their children to pay New Year's respects, but their wives didn't come. Third uncle ignored his sons, only giving red envelopes to his grandchildren. Xue Ling invited them to join for lunch at Ronghua Mall. The brothers exchanged glances and both declined. Xue Ling didn't push, and in the end, she drove third uncle and the Xue Heng brothers home. Business at the mall was booming for the holiday, with lots of people out for a big meal. Their group was just 5, so the manager gave them a small table and apologized. "It might be a bit tight, but don't worry, Boss Xue. The food is top-notch. The kitchen brought in loads of fresh seafood this morning. You'll be happy with the meal." As soon as third uncle heard seafood, he immediately thought, expensive. "Don't order too much." Xue Ling pressed his hand, smiling. "Just pick a few fresh, tasty dishes." Third uncle glared at her, whispering, "The food at home is so good. Why waste money here?" Seafood and drinks, plus the festive day, would probably run over 200 yuan, maybe more. Xue Ling shook her head. "We work so hard to earn money so we can spend it when it matters. It's not often I get to treat you. Don't worry about the cost. I can afford this meal." Everyone laughed. Xue Heng whispered, "Third uncle, she made tens of millions last year. This meal is barely 100 or so. You don't need to save for her." Cheng Tianyuan reassured, "Just enjoy yourself, uncle." Third uncle laughed. All right. You young folks are in charge now. I'll listen to you." On the afternoon of the second day, the temperature started to rise and the sun came out. Xue Ling's foot was still healing, so she stayed home. Xue Heng and Cheng Tianfang were both on holiday, and with their parents away, they came over for every meal. Xue Huan only came back in the evenings, looking very cheerful. Everyone knew why, but no one said anything, just smiled and pretended not to notice. On the morning of this 5th day, Xue Ling drove to the main factory and Xue Heng went back to work. Cheng Tianyuan's work phone started ringing again as customers began placing orders. Everything returned to normal. 2 days later, Xue Ling came home and handed Cheng Tianyuan a big box. He looked at the English letters on top, but only recognized 1 or 2. He couldn't make sense of it. "Honey, what is this?" Xueling took off her coat, smiling. Open it and see. Cheng Tianyuan slowly opened the box. Inside was a big, black, heavy phone, just like the Big Brother phones from the TV ads. Xueling explained, the number is X6, a very lucky number. Mine is just 1 digit off from yours. Yours ends in 9, mine in 8.
You bought one too?
Cheng Tianyuan exclaimed. That must have cost a fortune. For people in those days, even 10,000 yuan was a huge sum. Xueling quickly shushed him. We're both in business, always running around. With this, clients can reach us more easily. You won't have to worry about missing orders when you're out. As long as you're in the city, the signal's good. In remote places, like the mountains or fields, you might have to climb a hill for a signal. Cheng Tianyuan touched the shiny, solid case and hefted it. Wow, it's heavy. Xueling smiled wryly. A real brick. Right now it can only make calls and send messages, no other features. But it's convenient. From now on, whether you're in the car, on the road, or at the warehouse, you can always answer calls. Then I'd better tell all my clients my new number? Cheng Tianyuan said with a smile. Xueling nodded. Cheng Tianyuan turned to go make calls. Xueling called after him. Hey, this is a gift from me, and you're not even going to say thank you? With just the two of them at home lately, things had been sweet and affectionate. He paused, then quickly turned back, pulled her into his arms, and kissed her. Honey, thank you. My wife is amazing at making money and spending it. Xueling, get out of here. He laughed heartily. After the Lantern Festival, the elders returned with the 4 children. All of them were tanned from the sun, but in great spirits. Zhejilian went back to work. The kids started school again, and only chubby little Xin and Chong stayed home, happily playing with their toys. Spring blossomed, then faded into summer, and soon the summer holidays were approaching. The elders began planning to spend the summer in Spring City. The weather there is wonderful. Even in summer, the mornings and evenings are cool. The breeze on your face and body is refreshing, but not chilly like autumn winds. Every household grows flowers, fields, hillsides, everywhere. When the flowers bloom, they're picked and dried, then sold. If we go now, there'll still be plenty to see. Chen and Liu Ying were both tempted, nodding eagerly. Great! Let's go there, Yang Yang asked excitedly. Grandpa, can I stay there longer? No way, Ranan reminded him. You're starting 1st grade next term. You're already 8. If you don't start school now, it'll be too late. Yang Yang looked embarrassed. Chung Muhai laughed, gently patting his head. This time, we're not just going to Spring City. We'll visit Guilin too. We can play in the water, ride boats, and I heard there are lots of bamboo rafts. It'll be fun. And the scenery is beautiful. 2 months of fun. Isn't that enough? Liu Ying teased. Yang Yang giggled. Shu's father said, I'll book the tickets tomorrow. Yang Yang's already on break. Ranan finishes exams the day after tomorrow, so let's plan to leave in 5 days. Great! Everyone was delighted. No! Little Xin ran over, crying, Third brother hit me! Third brother hit me! Shu's mother quickly picked her up and soothed her. Don't cry. Xin, you're almost 2 now. Not a little baby anymore. If you keep crying, you won't be pretty. Hearing not pretty, Xin was startled and stopped crying. Grandma, third brother is bad. He hit me. Little Chong turned his head, pouting. You hit me first. You're too much. Jin wriggled out of Grandma's arms and charged at him. Everyone hurried to calm them down and separate them. Chen pinched Shin's fair skin and laughed. You all got tanned in South Island. Last time, Jin and Chong were back to normal in a month, but we're just now losing our tans and soon we'll be out in the sun again. Ha ha! Liu Ying waved her hand. We're old, our faces are wrinkled, who cares about a tan? Everyone laughed. Just then, Cheng Tianyuan came in, carrying a briefcase in one hand and his big brother phone in the other. Daddy! Shin ran over and hugged his leg. Daddy, you're finally home! Third brother hit me! Cheng Tianyuan set his things down and picked her up. Did you bully third brother? No! Jin pouted. Yes! Chong ran over. Daddy! Sister took my ball. I wouldn't let her, so she hit me. Cheng Tianyuan gave his daughter a look. Don't snatch toys next time, learn to share. Shin huffed, hugging his neck. Daddy, I want watermelon. Shua's mother quickly reminded, no more watermelon, they already had some this morning. It's hot, but watermelon is cold. They can't have too much. Chung Tianyuan patted his daughter's bottom. You can have more tomorrow. You already had some today, so no more. Shin's eyes filled with tears. Daddy doesn't love me. Chung Tianyuan laughed. If I didn't love you, I wouldn't give you any watermelon tomorrow, right? Shin pouted and buried her head. Shua's father came over and picked up his granddaughter. Chung Tianyuan smiled. Dad, she's getting heavy. Don't carry her too much. It's fine. Shua's father asked, Yuan, is Ling Ling coming home for dinner tonight? She just called. She's busy and won't be home for dinner. She'll probably be back after 10. Chung Tianyuan explained. Then let her work. No need to wait for her for dinner, Shua's father said. Liu Ying poked her head out from the kitchen. I saw a lot of young people at the mall wearing jeans with holes right at the knees. Aren't jeans supposed to be tough? How do they get holes? Shua's mother shook her head. You don't know? That's on purpose. The first time I saw it, I just wanted to shake my head. Perfectly good pants, and they cut a hole so you can see the knee. Chen laughed. But young people love it. I heard from Zhao Yi that summer jeans are thinner and softer, and with a couple of holes, people think it's fashionable. Liu Ying shook her head. Only poor people wore torn clothes in our day. If that's fashion, then all our patched clothes back then were the height of style. What a joke. The elders all laughed. Chung Tianyuan explained. Ling Ling said those ripped jeans sell really well. Orders are up from last year. As long as they sell, that's good, Shua's father laughed. We're old now. Of course the younger generation's taste is different. I think ripped jeans look bad, but I'm not selling them. Young people love them, so what can you do? Chung Tianyuan thought of something. Dad, is third uncle going to Spring City with you? He doesn't want to, Shua's father said quietly. He's getting older and can't handle the travel. Plus, staying there for 2 months costs a lot. Chung Tianyuan asked, even if you pay for him, he won't go? He'd never accept that. Shua's father sighed. Besides, he's not in the mood for a trip. His eldest son, Ah Sheng, just retired, but there's some issue with his pension, so he's busy checking records and payslips. Lots of trouble. Chung Tianyuan didn't press further. Just then, outside, Zheng Xiaoyi's cheerful voice rang out, Auntie, Dad, I'm home for break. She came in, dragging a suitcase, wearing a t-shirt and light-ripped jeans, beaming at the door. She stopped and bowed slightly. Hello, Uncle Cheng, Uncle Shui. Hello, Auntie Lu, Auntie Shui. Hello, Auntie Shui. Hello, Brother Cheng. Oh, Xiao Yi's home for break. You're a sophomore now, right? Time flies. Wow, Xiao Yi's getting prettier. So tall, so slim, so fair. Chen couldn't help but ask, Xiao Yi, how tall are you? You look about as tall as Ling Ling. Zheng Xiaoyi blushed. I'm 1.65 meters, about the same as Ling Ling. Shua's mother smiled. Youth is wonderful, such a pretty face, so fair. The kids crowded around Xiao Yi, chattering away. Just then, Zhu Achun hurried in, smiling. Xiao Yi, you're back. It's hot outside, come in. Auntie made water chestnut cake to cool you off. Ranan, Yang Yang, Jin, Chong, you all come too. There's some for everyone. Wow, water chestnut cake. The kids all rushed inside. Xiao Yi smiled happily, said goodbye to the elders, and hurried next door. Auntie, where's my dad? He went out, Zhu Achun explained. Your big brother had to report for work, so your dad went with him. She took out small bowls, putting a piece in each for the 4 kids. Renan thanked her and led the siblings home. Auntie, I'll bring the bowls back later. Zhu Achun nodded and half-closed the door. Zheng Xiaoyi was washing her hands in the kitchen and asked with a smile, Auntie, is it true that Big Brother can really get into the Imperial Capital TV station? I heard their recruitment is super strict. Zhu Achun replied gently. Datong did a few great interviews during his internship, so the TV station decided to keep him on. It was Ling Ling from next door who helped make the connection. Her cousin is a big boss at the station. She looked over Datong's file, read his articles, and watched his interview videos. She said Datong has a good image, tall and handsome, so she quickly agreed to hire him early. That's wonderful! Sister Lingling is really a great benefactor to our family. Zheng Xiaoyi giggled. Dad's always hoped we could get good, proper jobs. Now that big brother's graduated and earning money, he must be over the moon. He's been grinning from ear to ear these days, Zhu Achun said with a smile. Yesterday, he specially asked me to make some big chicken drumsticks to reward Datong. Titu and Duoduo also ate a lot. They got to enjoy the treat too. She picked up 2 pieces of water chestnut cake and handed them to Xiaoyi. Zheng Xiaoyi took them beaming. Thank you, Sister Achun. Looking at her sweet smile, Zhu Achun said warmly, Eat a bit more. Oh, by the way, I made fried fish for Titu at lunch, and there are 2 pieces left. Have some to tide you over. Datong and your dad might be back late, so dinner will be a bit delayed. Yay, Zheng Xiaoyi said happily. At the school cafeteria, I can only just fill up. Nothing compares to your cooking, Auntie. I couldn't come home last week because of exams, and I've been missing your food. Zhu Achun brought over the fried fish and said softly, Eat slowly. There's a big bone in the middle, so be careful to pick it out. Zheng Xiaoyi nodded, ate the water chestnut cake, and then started on the fish. Suddenly she frowned, then rushed to the bathroom and started vomiting loudly. Zhu Achun was startled and hurried after her. Xiaoyi, what's wrong? Did a fishbone get stuck? Or is your stomach upset? Zheng Xiaoyi shook her head, took a deep breath and patted her chest. I just suddenly felt nauseous. Zhu Achun helped her up and quickly poured her a glass of warm water. Here, rinse your mouth first. Zheng Xiaoyi thanked her. Zhu Achun said quietly, Go sit down, Auntie will clean up. No, Auntie, it's too dirty. Let me do it, Zheng Xiaoyi said, a little embarrassed. Zhu Achun shook her head and smiled. We're family. Don't worry about that. Go rest. I'll take care of it. Still feeling unwell, Zheng Xiaoyi didn't insist. After cleaning up, Zhu Achun asked, Xiaoyi, is your stomach upset? No, Zheng Xiaoyi replied. My stomach's always been fine. Zhu Achun chuckled. Maybe the fish was too fishy. I'll remember to use more ginger when I make braised duck tonight. Zheng Xiaoyi pushed her suitcase into her room. Auntie, I'll go unpack first. I'll help you cook later. All right. Zhu Achun nodded. They thought it was just a one-off. But unexpectedly, Xiaoyi threw up again the next morning after getting up. As long as she ate anything fishy or greasy, she'd start vomiting non-stop. Not only that, her appetite was poor, and she barely ate at all for 3 meals. Zhu Achun and Zheng Sanyuan were both very worried. Zheng Sanyuan said, I'm free this afternoon. When I get back, I'll take her to see a doctor. But Zhu Achun's expression was a bit odd, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. After all, they were husband and wife. Zheng Sanyuan immediately sensed something and asked, What's wrong? Just say it. Zhu Achun pulled him into their room and closed the door. Sanyuan, I wonder if Xiaoyi might have a boyfriend at school. She's almost 21, so it wouldn't be too early. Zheng Sanyuan's face darkened. Chunner, what are you trying to say? Zhu Achun awkwardly tugged at her lips and whispered, I think Xiaoyi's symptoms look a lot like pregnancy. Zheng Sanyuan. Zhu Achun quickly shook her head. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. Should I quietly ask Xiaoyi? If we go to the hospital, we can't just do any tests. If she's pregnant, she can't take random medicine. Wait! Zheng Sanyuan slumped onto the bed, breathing heavily. Let me calm down for a bit. Zhu Achun hadn't expected to scare him like this and quickly patted his chest. Sanyuan, are you all right? Take a few deep breaths. Take it slow. Don't panic. Zheng Sanyuan took a few deep breaths, his eyes darting nervously as he looked at her. You really think it's likely? Zhu Achun lowered her eyes and said softly, I'm a woman, and I've been through pregnancy myself, so I have some idea. But let's not jump to conclusions. You take her to the hospital. If it turns out to be, she's still unmarried, how will she face anyone? So don't rush. Let me talk to her first. Maybe it's just a stomach issue and we're overthinking. Zheng Sanyuan swallowed and grabbed her hand. Chunner, there's something I haven't told you. Xiao Yi likes Xue Huan, and he likes her too, but there's a big age gap, so he turned her down at first. Xiao Yi was heartbroken. This was last summer, and she was really down, crying all the time. Later, Xue Ling helped as a go-between, letting them date freely for now but keep it quiet. If it works out, we'll make plans after Xiao Yi graduates. If it's just a passing thing, then let it go. I pretended not to know and let them be. For over a year, I haven't asked about it, but every time Xiao Yi comes home, she's happy, so I think things are going well. I kept my promise and never said a word. Zhu Achun stared in surprise, then asked, You mean Xue Huan, the one across the street? Xue Heng's younger brother? Yes, Zheng Sanyuan said with a wry smile. He's a real catch, and his family is respectable. Xiao Yi isn't really a match, and there's a 10-year age gap. At first, I tried to persuade her to give up, but she's stubborn and said she just likes him and will never change. Chunner, I promised Ling Ling, so I couldn't tell you before. Now that something might have happened, I had to say it. Zhu Achun shook her head and said gently, Keeping promises is important. I'd never blame you. But right now, you're her father, so it's hard for you to bring it up. I'm a woman, and Xiao Yi's always respected me, so I'll talk to her first. Maybe we're just overthinking and it's just her stomach. What if it's true? Zheng Sanyuan rubbed his forehead, feeling overwhelmed and at a loss. Zhu Achun lowered her eyes and said softly, If she really is pregnant, then it's not just Xiao Yi's problem, it's both of theirs. We can't keep it secret anymore. Both families will have to sit down and quietly discuss what to do. But Xiao Yi's still in school, Zheng Sanyuan said anxiously. She's only a sophomore and she has so much coursework. If she has to stop studying, what will she do in the future? It's different for girls. They always get the short end of the stick. If she can't finish school, what will her future be? I've worked so hard to support her. Also, she could get a good education and a stable job. Let's not talk about it yet, Zhu Achun said with a forced smile. Maybe I'm just overthinking. Look at you, getting so worked up. Things will work out in the end. Besides, our Xiao Yi is a lucky girl. Zheng Sanyuan's heart wasn't in great shape, and he couldn't handle too much stress, so Zhu Achun quickly calmed him down, telling him not to overthink and to let her handle things for now. All right, Zheng Sanyuan said quietly. You go ask her first, see if it's true. Zhu Achun nodded gently. Datong has already started working and his work clothes need to be more formal. He's off duty today, so take some extra money and go with him to the mall downstairs to buy 2 or 3 sets of formal clothes. Oh, Zheng Sanyuan nodded. Okay. Zhu Achun saw the father and son out the door, reminding them, Remember to buy a shirt or 2 and make sure the shoes are durable. Zheng Datong couldn't help but say apologetically, Aunt Achun, maybe we shouldn't buy shirts. White shirts get dirty easily and it's a hassle for you to wash them. It's no trouble, Zhu Achun smiled. It's just a shirt. Auntie can handle it. Workplaces require a more formal look, so shirts are a must. Don't worry, just buy 2. Since she insisted, Zheng Datong could only agree. Zheng Sanyuan, still distracted, left with his eldest son. Duoduo's school break hadn't started yet, and little Taitu had already left 2 days ago to do odd jobs for Director Liao downstairs. The house quickly became quiet. Zhu Achun headed to Xiao Yi's room. She knocked on the door. A muffled voice came from inside. Come in. Zhu Achun entered and found the room a bit dim. The curtains were still drawn. Zheng Xiao Yi was lying on the bed, looking unwell. She said dully, Aunt Chun, is it lunchtime? I don't have any appetite. You all go ahead and eat. Zhu Achun noticed the fan was blowing hard and said gently, The weather's so stuffy, no one really has much appetite. Your dad went to the factory this morning and just got back. He said he wasn't hungry either. Zheng Xiao Yi sat up, rubbing her temples. I feel like I'm sick. No energy at all. I don't know what's wrong. I feel hungry, but as soon as I eat I can't help but throw up. It's been 2 or 3 days now, and now I don't even feel hungry anymore. Ju Achun's eyes flickered. She pulled open a bit of the curtain, letting more light into the room. Then she sat down beside Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, Auntie wants to quietly ask you something. Xiao Yi mumbled, and asked, what is it? Ju Achun looked a little embarrassed and asked in a low voice, do you have a boyfriend? Zheng Xiaoyi's eyes widened in surprise, and her cheeks instantly flushed. Why are you asking that? Ju Achun chuckled softly and said gently, Auntie's asking because I care about you. Xiao Yi, I was a girl once too, and I understand girls better than your dad does. The way you are now, it's obvious you have someone. Xiao Yi muttered, how did you know? Did my dad tell you? Ju Achun didn't answer, but asked softly, Xiao Yi, is your period normal? It's late this month, isn't it? Xiao Yi froze for a moment, then replied in a low voice, it's always a bit late, but this month it's over half a month late. No, almost 2 months now. After all, she was studying medicine, so it wasn't like she had no idea. With Aunt Chun's question, Xiao Yi instantly stiffened, her face turning red, then white, then red again. Ju Achun saw this clearly and quickly guessed what was likely going on. Xiao Yi, how about this? Auntie will go with you to see a gynecologist just to check quietly. Xiao Yi was startled and panicked, waving her hands. No, I don't want to go, I don't want to. Ju Achun quickly held her hand and said softly, Xiao Yi, don't be afraid. Auntie and your dad aren't blaming you. Don't panic. Even if you really are pregnant, Auntie and Dad will help you. You're still young, and it's normal to feel scared and lost when something like this happens. But don't be afraid. Auntie is here with you. Xiao Yi swallowed and clung to her arm. Aunt Chun, we only ever held hands before. During New Year's, we stayed in his room. Later, I was in his dorm a few times too. I never thought I'd really get pregnant. My period is always irregular, so I didn't pay attention. Oh no, Auntie, what should I do? What if I really am? Woo! As she spoke, she couldn't help but cry, panicked and helpless, clinging tightly to Ju Achun. Ju Achun comforted her. Don't cry yet. Maybe it's just your stomach. Let's not take any medicine for now. Let's go see a gynecologist first. If it's really true, we'll figure it out together. Maybe it's just the hot weather and your stomach's upset. But Xiao Yi was still terrified, sobbing quietly. Ju Achun coaxed and comforted her, finally managing to get her out the door. She put a hat on Xiao Yi and led her downstairs. There was a bus stop right outside the mall, so the two of them got on and slowly made their way to the central hospital. By the time they arrived, it was already noon, but luckily there were still doctors on duty. After an examination, the doctor explained, according to the urine test, your daughter is indeed pregnant, almost 2 months along. Xiao Yi was struck like thunder, her face turning red, then white. Ju Achun hugged her and managed a smile. Thank you, doctor. Is the baby healthy? The doctor replied, it's very stable, but you still need to be careful. Is this her first pregnancy? She probably doesn't have much experience, so as elders, you should give her more guidance. For the first 3 months, don't do any heavy work. Just take care and eat well. Thank you, doctor, Ju Achun said. She helped Xiao Yi out and whispered, don't panic, let's go home first. Xiao Yi was completely flustered, shaking her head. No, I don't want to go home. I can't go back. Auntie, what should I do? If I go home, my dad will find out. He'll definitely be angry, definitely. Woo! Don't be afraid. Ju Achun held her hand and said gently, your dad won't be angry. Don't worry. Auntie is here to protect you. You'll be fine. Auntie doesn't blame you. And your dad won't either. Xiao Yi threw herself into her arms, panicked and lost. Auntie, what should I do? Should I tell him? Woo-woo! I still have to study. I shouldn't have done this. We were so careless. It's all my fault. Woo! Ju Achun patted her back and said softly, don't panic. Don't panic. This is a hospital. We can't stay too long. Let's go home first. No. I don't know how to face my dad, Xiao Yi cried uncontrollably. Ju Achun was at a loss, but quickly thought of someone. Xiao Yi, let me call Mrs. Xueling and ask her to come pick us up, okay? It's so hot outside, and you can't be wandering around like this or you'll get heat stroke. Zhao Yi was stunned for a moment, then nodded. She had deep trust and admiration for Xue Ling, and since Xue Ling had helped bring her and Xue Huan together, she felt even more that Xue Ling could help her now. Seeing her agree, Zhu Achun hurried downstairs to find a public phone. Xue Ling always kept her big brick cell phone with her. She was just about to eat when it rang a few times and she quickly answered. Ah? Sister Achun? I was just about to eat. What? Where are you? What happened? Oh, I'll drive over right now. You two wait there. Don't go anywhere. She hung up, quickly went upstairs to grab her purse and hurried down. Her secretary poked her head out and asked, Miss Xue, where are you going? Xue Ling replied, I was just about to find you. I have an urgent matter and need to leave right away. I don't know when I'll be back. Keep following up on everything at the main factory. If you need me, call my cell. Okay, the secretary replied. Xue Ling knew that Zhu Achun wasn't the type to ask for help lightly, so as soon as she heard there was something urgent, she guessed it must be serious. Zhu Achun said that something had happened to Zhao Yi, and they were now at the entrance of the central hospital, hoping Xue Ling could come quickly to help. Xue Ling immediately sensed something was wrong. She didn't bother eating and drove straight to the hospital. She had given birth to her second child at Central Hospital, and later had her third and fourth children there as well, so she was very familiar with the place. It was midday, so there wasn't much traffic, and since she drove fast, she arrived at the hospital entrance in just over 10 minutes. She got out of the car and walked into the inpatient building. Auntie! Zhu Achun was holding Zheng Xiaoyi's hand, standing by the public phone. Xue Ling saw that Zheng Xiaoyi's eyes were red and her face looked off. She was nothing like her usual lively self and seemed very upset. She hurried over. Sister Achun, Zhao Yi, what's wrong? As soon as Zhao Yi heard her voice, 2 tears rolled down her cheeks. Zhu Achun quickly lowered her voice. Madame, it's stuffy here. Why don't we get in the car and find a cooler place to talk? Xue Ling nodded. The 3 of them got in the car. Xue Ling started the engine and drove slowly, asking, Have you eaten? Zhu Achun gave a wry smile. Not yet. Xiao Yi has no appetite and I'm a mess inside. We were going to go home, but Xiao Yi didn't want to. Xue Ling thought for a moment and said gently, There's a southern-style snack shop up ahead. The food is light, mostly steamed. Should we go in and try to eat something? Zhu Achun held Xiao Yi's hand, but seeing her shake her head, she sighed. Madam, neither of us really has an appetite. If it were anything else, our family would probably try to keep it quiet. But this isn't just Xiao Yi's problem anymore. There's no hiding it. You're involved in this too, so I have to tell you first. Xiao Yi? She's pregnant. Screech! The car came to a sudden stop. Zhu Achun was startled and quickly hugged Xiao Yi. Xue Ling hurriedly parked the car and turned around. Are you both all right? Are you okay? Zhu Achun shook her head, meeting Xue Ling's slightly panicked gaze. The 2 women looked at each other, both feeling a mix of emotions, suddenly at a loss for words. A while later, at an old town tea house. It was a hot, stuffy summer afternoon, so hardly anyone was out. Cicadas droned weakly in the trees as the 3 of them entered the tea house and sat by the window. The owner brought good tea and warmly asked what they'd like. Xue Ling thought for a moment. Bring us some nice fresh pastries, please. The owner, seeing that Xue Ling didn't ask about the price and had a fancy brick cell phone, nodded eagerly. Of course, I'll get you the freshest, tastiest ones. Xue Ling rinsed the cups and started making tea. The fragrance of the tea and the cool environment helped calm Xiao Yi's anxious heart a little. Zhu Achun also felt more composed. Seeing that the place was quiet and elegant, she felt more comfortable speaking. Madame, you're smart and reasonable. We really need your help to figure out what to do. Xue Ling nodded quickly. Don't worry. Uncle Zheng is my elder, and I've always cared for Xiao Yi like a little sister. Xue Huan is my cousin, and I was the one who introduced them. I'll definitely help you all the way, don't worry. Hearing that Xue Ling was willing to help, Xiao Yi was deeply moved. Thank you, Sister Ling Ling. I'm so ashamed. I don't dare go home and face my dad. Xue Ling shook her head and said softly, No, this is something your dad and I should have thought about more carefully. You're still young and inexperienced. I should have warned you ahead of time. It's my fault for not thinking it through and not reminding you both." She had thought that, with such a big age gap, it was uncertain whether the two would even end up together. She didn't want to interfere, and wanted to respect their space, so she and Uncle Zheng had both kept quiet and never asked. Looking back, not asking, not interfering, and not caring was also a mistake. Everything needs balance. Too much or too little is never good. Xieling also felt a bit of blame toward her cousin. He was already 31, yet still so careless. Even if they were together, he should have taken precautions to protect Xiao Yi. As a doctor herself, she couldn't believe she hadn't even thought to warn them about this. If Xiao Yi had already graduated and had a stable job, then even if she got pregnant, they could just hurry up and get married. But Xiao Yi was still in school, and the university didn't encourage students to date, let alone get married and have children. If Xiao Yi had to drop out to get married and have a baby, it would be a huge blow to her life. A career is just as important for a woman as it is for a man. Ah Huan had achieved a high position at a young age, and if Xiao Yi didn't have a job, the gap between them would only grow, which wouldn't be good for their future family. Her mind was a mess, and she couldn't decide what to do. Zhu Achun held Xiao Yi's hand and said gently, "Your dad loves you very much, and he knows you're dating Xue Huan. He won't blame you, so don't be afraid. And you still have Auntie Achun. No matter what, I'll protect you, even if your dad gets angry." Xiao Yi was deeply moved and leaned into her embrace. Xieling exchanged a glance with Zhu Achun and smiled slightly. Thank goodness Sister Achun was so steady. Otherwise, Xiao Yi would probably be a wreck, and Uncle Zheng would be half crazy by now. A while later, the pastries arrived. Xiao Yi drank some tea, and before she knew it, her appetite returned. She ate a few crispy cookies and 2 pastries. Seeing her eat, Zhu Achun felt relieved and ate some too. Xue was also hungry and had a few cookies. "Xiao Yi, this isn't just your problem anymore. In a bit, I'll take you and Auntie Achun home, then I'll go find Xue Huan." "Gee." Xiao Yi's eyes were red as she whispered, "Please don't tell his parents." Xue was taken aback, then shook her head. "I'm afraid that's not possible. Xiao Yi, let me ask you a few questions. How have things been between you and Ah Huan this past year? Has your relationship been stable?" Xiao Yi replied softly, "We've always been good. We only had one argument, nothing else. Whenever he's free, he drives to my school in the evening. If I have trouble with my studies, he helps me. On weekends, he takes an afternoon to go to the movies or the park with me. We've gone hiking and played by the river." Xieling said gently, "If you truly love each other, then things will be much easier to handle." Zhu Achun thought for a moment and said quietly, "But Xiao Yi is still in school. Her studies should come first. She's still young, and it's not the right time to have a child." Xiao Yi was still young and inexperienced, so her mind was a mess, afraid of others finding out, afraid of her dad's anger, and just generally confused. Xue thought for a while and said, "If you're afraid to go home, I'll have Ah Huan come here. I want to hear what he thinks first." "But he's still at work," Xiao Yi said softly. Xue snorted. "Work isn't as important as this right now. Your situation is the top priority." With that, she grabbed her brick phone, found Xue Huan's office number and dialed. As it happened, Xue Huan was in his office and his assistant called him to the phone. Xue lowered her voice. "Ah Huan, it's Xue. I'm with Xiao Yi and Auntie Achun at the XXT house in the Old Town. You need to take leave and come here right now. We have something very important to discuss with you." Xue Huan was no naive young man. The moment he heard the tone in his cousin's voice, he sensed something was wrong. He quickly asked for leave, instructed his assistant to take over, and drove straight to the Old Town. He parked next to Xue car and hurried into the old tea house. As soon as Zheng Xiaoyi saw him, her face flushed bright red, her eyes reddened, and tears started falling non-stop. Xue Huan frowned, wanting to reach for her, but with Aunt Achun present, he didn't dare be too forward. He greeted Xue and Aunt Achun first. Aunt Achun's face didn't look good. Xie Ling's expression was also grim. Sit down first. Xiao Yi, sit next to him, Xue Ling said. Xue Huan felt uneasy. He took out his handkerchief and handed it to Xiao Yi, his voice gentle and full of concern. Why are you crying? Don't cry. Hearing his gentle voice, Zheng Xiaoyi only cried harder. Xue Ling frowned and gestured for him to wait, then leaned in and whispered in his ear. In the next moment, Xue Huan froze, his face flushing with embarrassment and awkwardness. But he wasn't a kid anymore. He quickly regained his composure. Gee, since things are like this, let's just get married first. Hearing that he didn't try to make excuses or shirk responsibility, but immediately wanted to take responsibility, Aunt Achen was even more satisfied with him. He took Xiao Yi's hand and said softly, She's already over 20, so we can get a marriage certificate. Let's get married first. As for the baby, considering Xiao Yi still needs to finish her studies, we might have to terminate the pregnancy. Xue Ling blinked, troubled. Aunt Achen hesitated and said quietly, Let's not rush into a decision. If you want to get married, it's a matter for both families. We should ask the elders for their opinions. Your parents have raised you with love, and something this important should be discussed with them. That's basic courtesy and respect. No! Xiao Yi covered her face, sobbing. We can't let them know. Xue Huan knew his beloved was terrified. He quickly put his arm around her shoulders. Don't get upset and don't cry. Aunt Achen is right. Don't worry, I'm here, and Ling Ling and Aunt Achen will help us. Everything will be sorted out soon. Xiao Yi buried her face in his arm, sobbing uncontrollably. Xue Ling felt bad seeing this and said softly, Ah Huan, I think we still need to hear what the elders have to say. Your parents and Uncle Zheng are all reasonable people. If you two secretly end the pregnancy and then get married, the elders will be upset. Take Xiao Yi to your place and take good care of her. I'll go talk to Uncle Zheng, then your dad. Xue Huan breathed a sigh of relief and said earnestly, Jia, I'll leave it to you. Please tell Uncle Zheng for me. I'm really sorry. I know, Xue Ling replied. She knew there was no point in blaming him now, but his willingness to take responsibility and put Xiao Yi first was admirable. Don't worry, I'll help you both. She added gently, Take Xiao Yi away for now. Aunt Achen and I will talk to Uncle Zheng, then your dad. Thank you, Jie. Xue Huan nodded to Aunt Achen, then left with Xiao Yi. Xue Ling paid the bill and left with Aunt Achen. She first tried calling Zheng Sanyuan's home, but no one answered. Aunt Achen said quietly, Datong probably went out. Try calling the factory office. Sanyuan is likely there handling something. While waiting at a red light, Xue Ling quickly dialed the factory number. After a moment, the call connected. Uncle Zheng? It's Ling Ling. Little Xue, I was just about to call you. Uncle Zheng, don't get worked up. I'm with Aunt Achen and I already know about Xiao Yi. So, is it true? Xue Ling sighed. Yes, it's been almost 2 months. The other end of the line went silent, not even a stammer. Xue Ling said softly, Ah Huan just came by and took Xiao Yi with him. She's very upset and can't face you or anyone else right now. Only Ah Huan can calm her down. Uncle Zheng, as soon as he heard, Ah Huan said he wants to marry Xiao Yi. Marry? What about her studies? Huh? As a father, it was impossible not to be upset in this situation. Xue Ling understood and gave a wry smile. Uncle Zheng. Ah Huan also said that for the sake of her studies, they've decided not to keep the baby. Xiao Yi's future comes first. Zheng Sanyuan let out a long sigh. What a mess. These kids, why can't they just let us have some peace of mind? Xue Ling said softly. Uncle Zheng, are you free now? Aunt Achun and I were planning to come see you. No. Zheng Sanyuan replied in a low voice. I have an old client coming this afternoon. I can't get away. Take Aunt Achen home for now. We'll talk about this tonight when I get back. Xue Ling had no choice but to agree and drove Aunt Achen to the Ronghua Mall building. Aunt Achen couldn't help but ask, Madam, where are you going? Aren't you coming up with me? Xue Ling shook her head. My parents and aunt are flying to Spring City tomorrow. Since my aunt is a woman, I should talk to my uncle first. All right. Aunt Achin paused, then turned back. Madam, can I ask your opinion? The child is innocent. Since they truly love each other and plan to marry, is there any way to keep the baby? Xue Ling was taken aback, then said softly, Only if Xiao Yi can take a break from school. But many schools now strictly forbid students from dating, let alone showing up pregnant. She'd face a lot of pressure. Then, let's discuss it more. Aunt Achin sighed. Madame, we're both women. We know how much a child means and how hard it is. As a mother, especially a soft-hearted one, I can't bear to see a child not wanted. I went through so much myself, and even though I hated that man, I never disliked little Taitu. If not for him, I might not be here. My child gave me hope and the courage to live. So I really hope Xiao Yi doesn't have to abort. Xue Ling nodded. I understand how you feel, Sister Achin. Aunt Achin smiled and went upstairs. Xue Ling started the car and headed straight for Central Hospital. She'd just been there 2 hours ago, and now she was back again. With a wry smile, she went directly to the orthopedics floor. She asked a nurse for Xue Jilan's office. It was already past 4 in the afternoon, and he happened to be free. Dressed in a white coat, he was writing up medical records in his office. Ah, Lingling, what brings you here? Xue Jilan stood up with a smile. Are you feeling unwell? What's wrong? You don't look so good. Xue Ling gave a bitter smile. Uncle, could you close the door? I need to talk to you. Xue Jilan raised an eyebrow in surprise but did as she asked. It's hot outside. Let me pour you some water. Xue Ling shook her head. Uncle, please, let me talk first. A moment later, Xue Jilan's face had turned grim, and he was silent. Xue Ling said quietly, Uncle, about their relationship, I didn't say anything before, and that was my mistake. Now that something's happened, I think you need to know. Xue Jilan's face was ashen, clearly furious, and he didn't speak for a long while. Xue Ling could only give a wry smile. Uncle, now's not the time to be angry. We need to figure out a solution. Ah Huan knows you and Auntie will blame him, and he's scared. He knows how to be scared, Xue Jilan fumed. He did something like this? How could he face Xiao Yi? How could he face old Zheng? How are we supposed to face old Zheng in the future? That brat? He's lost his mind. Xiao Yi is still so young, still in school. Even if she didn't know better, how could he not? He's 31, has been working for years, and yet he's still so careless. Xue Ling shrank her neck and said softly, Uncle, I didn't know Ah Huan would be so reckless either. But what's done is done, and they really do love each other. So, of course he has to take responsibility. Xue Jilan stood up, took off his white coat and said sternly, Your aunt was supposed to fly to Spring City, but that's off now. Lingling, you drove here, right? Let's go. We need to go apologize to old Zheng right away. Xue Ling nodded and said quietly, Uncle Zheng is busy at the factory this afternoon and can't leave. Uncle, please don't get too worked up. Maybe talk to Ah Huan first and figure out what to do. Xue Jilan frowned and thought for a moment. The child is a member of our Xue family. As elders, we can't be the ones to say the child should go. It's our own blood. How could we bear to just give it up? Xue Ling said softly, But Ah Huan thinks the baby can't be kept, since Xiao Yi still needs to finish her studies. Xue Jilan frowned and shook his head. That's easy for him to say. Unless it's absolutely necessary, how can you just abort a child? As a doctor, he should know how much harm that does to a woman's body. Studies are important, but health is even more important. If she doesn't recover well, it could have serious consequences later. So you mean? Xue Ling asked. Xue Jilan said quietly, We need to give Xiao Yi a proper status as soon as possible. Even if it can't be public, it should be done quietly. As for the baby, your aunt and I need to discuss it. We can't just say no right away. Unless there's no other choice, we shouldn't do that. His eldest son had been married for years and still had no children. The younger son was already 31, not 21, and at that age many people already had several kids. Having a child now wasn't early at all. But for Xiao Yi, who was still a student, it really was too soon. See if Xiao Yi can take a long leave, or suspend her studies for a year. If she's afraid of people finding out, we can help keep it secret. Some schools strictly forbid students from dating, so we'll just keep it quiet. Once she graduates and starts working, there's nothing to worry about. Your third uncle and I both work in this field, and so does Ah Huan. We'll make sure she gets a good job. Xue Ling's eyes flickered and she said softly, Uncle, I'm a mother too. I didn't really agree with Ah Huan's decision from the start. The child is innocent. Besides, abortion is so harmful. If anything went wrong, we'd owe Uncle Zheng and Xiao Yi even more. Half a year ago, Xue Heng had gone to third uncle for medicine and a checkup, and was told his condition was normal. Third uncle had also checked Cheng Tianfang's pulse and found her periods were very irregular. She was busy with work and didn't think much of it, so she never paid attention. Third uncle prescribed medicine to help her recover, but she still hadn't returned to normal. Xue Ling had once asked her privately why she didn't take it seriously. Cheng Tianfang confided that ever since she lost her baby, her periods had always been late. She didn't notice any other problems, so she didn't worry. But her baby had been quite far along, and losing it had caused serious harm. Even after 3 years of marriage, she still hadn't conceived, probably because of that. So Xue Ling agreed with Uncle Zhilan. Unless there's no other way, never talk lightly about not keeping a child.
Exactly, Xue Zhilan nodded. We can't say that. That brat is just being thoughtless. If he truly loves Xiao Yi, he should think of her first. He's already made one mistake. He can't keep making more. He needs a good scolding. Xue Ling quickly said, Uncle, don't be angry. How about this? Call Ah Huan and have him take Xiao Yi home. Then you and I can go buy some nice gifts, and tonight, when Uncle Zheng is home, we'll go apologize. I'll go with that brat, Xue Zhilan said apologetically. You've already run around and helped plead for us. How can we trouble you to apologize too? It's my son's fault and my fault for not teaching him well. Tonight, your aunt and I will take him to apologize and discuss what to do. Xue Ling smiled and shook her head. Let me come too. With me as a go-between, things won't be so tense. But Uncle Zheng is a good man, very kind. You know that. I do, Xue Zhilan said with a bitter smile. But with something like this, no one can just laugh it off. It's not just about Xiao Yi's reputation and future. It concerns both families. Even a saint couldn't be indifferent. He was a parent too, and knew how deeply parents plan for their children. Zheng Sunyuan had worked so hard to support his kids through college, all so they could have stable jobs. Now, after just a year of university, something like this happened. Even the calmest person would find it hard to accept. Xue Ling took out her car keys and said quietly, Uncle, this can't wait. Let's go buy gifts and hurry home. Auntie's plane ticket will have to be cancelled. She'll need to stay and help take care of Xiao Yi. Of course, Xue Zhilan said quickly. It's almost time to get off work. I'll tell the head nurse and we'll go home. On the way, Xue Ling tried calling Xue Huan's office, but his assistant said he wasn't there. Xue Zhilan reminded her, He's probably at the dorm. His colleague next door has a phone. Call there and ask for him. Remind him to bring Xiao Yi home, but don't say too much on the phone. Okay. Xue Ling dialed the number Zhilan gave her, and soon someone fetched Xue Huan. She spoke in code. Take Xiao Yi home with you. We'll be waiting for you there. Xue Huan immediately agreed. After that, Xue Ling and Xue Zhilan bought some health supplements and hurried home. The elders were all happily checking their luggage, getting ready to fly to Spring City the next day. Cheng Tianyuan was home too. Ever since he got his brick cell phone, work had become much easier. When clients wanted to place orders, he could contact the warehouse directly, and it was much more convenient. He was helping the kids check their clothes and shoes. Xiao Chong was lying on his back, and Xiao Xin was riding on his shoulders. Dad, Mom's back, Ranran called from the window. Cheng Tianyuan asked, Why is she home so early today? Usually she didn't get home until evening. Ranran replied with a smile. She came back with Uncle. Cheng Tianyuan didn't think much of it. Ranran added, Mom and Uncle went into Uncle's house.
Aunt opened the door. Chung Tianyuan kept helping the kids pack, not paying it any mind. What? Mrs. Chen was dumbfounded, unable to react for a long while. She Zhilan sighed. Don't just stand there in shock. That's how it is. We didn't teach our son well enough, so the responsibility is on us. When he gets back, we'll scold him as he deserves, and then take him over to old Zheng's house to apologize. Mrs. Chen stammered, but... She was completely stunned, her mind a mess. Xie Jilan patted her arm and said softly, "Calm down first." She could have retired years ago, but because of a transfer at work, the central hospital wanted her to stay on a few more years, so she only retired half a year ago. At least now she could help look after Xiao Yi for their younger son. Mrs. Chen anxiously grabbed his hand and asked in a trembling voice, "So what do we do? What about Ah Huan and Xiao Yi?" Xue Zhilan comforted her gently. "They should be on their way home. That rascal Ah Huan wants Xiao Yi to give up the baby. He doesn't want her to interrupt her studies." "No!" Mrs. Chen became agitated. "How can that be? The baby, that's our grandchild. Old Xue, we absolutely can't let them do that. This is our first grandchild." Xue Zhilan shook his head with a wry smile. "Of course I don't agree. This is our family's blood, our descendant. How could we just give it up? I've already said unless there's absolutely no other way, we can't go with that option." Yes. Mrs. Chen suddenly smiled, murmuring, "I never imagined Ah Wan was dating Xiao Yi. They've been together a long time, haven't they? I knew he must have someone. Wait, Xiao Yi, she's so young. Such a good girl, we know her well, but she's so young, not even graduated yet." Xue Ling quickly soothed her. "Auntie, please don't get too worked up. Sit down and let us explain." Oh. Mrs. Chen sat down, still at a loss. Xue Zhilan set the supplements aside, poured tea, and said, "Old Zheng isn't home yet. My thought is that tonight, Ah Huan and I need to go over and apologize, and then we can discuss the best solution and resolve this as soon as possible." "This can't be delayed," Xue Ling said quietly. "Xiao Yi's pregnancy is already almost 2 months along. If she's not keeping it, it can't be put off. If she is, we need to arrange for her to take a leave from school." "She's definitely keeping it. She is." Mrs. Chen laughed. "We can't give up the baby. I've been hoping for a grandchild for years. Who would have thought? Really, who would have thought? The eldest has been married for years and still no kids, and now the younger one is ahead. Ha ha." Xue Zhilan shot her a look and said quietly, "Don't get too excited. Whether to keep the baby or not still depends on Xiao Yi's wishes and old Zheng's opinion. She's still his daughter and still in school. We have to consider their side too." Yes, Mrs. Chen nodded. "Let her take a year off from school. Xiao Yi's almost 21, she can get married. The age gap is a bit big, but they're a good match. Xiao Yi's a lovely, polite girl. I've always liked her." Xue Zhilan made a shh gesture and said quietly, "This isn't something to brag about. Only our family on the 18th floor should know. No one else." Yes. Mrs. Chen, a little too happy, giggled. "It's such a surprise. We're going to have a grandchild. Just us. We won't tell anyone. I never planned to tell anyone. Just us." Xue Zhilan looked at his wife with amusement, then turned to Xue Ling and said gently, "Ling, don't blame your aunt. She's been hoping for a grandchild for years but didn't want to pressure Ah Heng and his wife. Having a child is a matter of fate. Now that this child has come early, we shouldn't see it as a bad thing. It's a blessing." Xue Ling smiled and said softly, "I understand. Uncle, Auntie, you stay here. I'll go talk to Aunt Achen and let her know what's going on. She can help persuade Uncle Zheng, and I'll let her know that after dinner tonight we'll come over to apologize." Yes, Xue Zhilan said warmly. "Sorry to trouble you again. Aunt Achen is an old friend. Please ask her to help. Soon we'll be in-laws." "How wonderful!" Mrs. Chen beamed. "One in-law across the street, another across the street too. Our families have always been close and now we'll be even closer. What a blessing. What a fate." Xue Zhilan and Xue Ling exchanged a smile. Xue Ling went home, washed her hands, and without chatting with her family, headed across the street. After hearing what the elders had said, Ju Achun smiled quietly. I knew it. They're all kind-hearted doctors. How could they bear to give up their own grandchild? Xue Ling took her hand and said softly, Then I'll leave it to you. Try to help keep the baby, and help Xiao Yi apply for a year's leave from school. I hope Uncle Zheng will agree. Ju Achun nodded quickly. Don't worry. It's for Xiao Yi's good. Giving up the baby could hurt her health. Besides, Ah Huan is the man she loves. If they get married, it's the best outcome. Yes, yes, Xue Ling laughed. And I'm even their matchmaker. Ju Achun called Zheng Sanyuan to ask if he'd be home for dinner. He explained he was having dinner with an old friend and would take him to the hotel afterward, so there was no need to wait for him. Xue Ling said quietly, No problem. We'll come over when Uncle Zheng gets home. She went back across the street. Auntie, you'll need to cancel your plane ticket. No matter how this turns out, you're the key person here. You can't go traveling right now. No problem, Mrs. Chen laughed. I'll go another time. Spring City and Guilin aren't going anywhere. Just then, the sound of a key turning in the door came from outside. Mrs. Chen hurried to open the door. She saw She Huan leading Zheng Xiaoyi in, both looking awkward. Mom, She Huan said softly. Xiao Yi, blushing, kept her head down and hid behind She Huan, whispering, Auntie. Mrs. Chen pushed her son aside and quickly took Xiao Yi's hand. Come in, dear, come in, let's go inside. Xue Zhelan shot his son a look, then smiled kindly at Xiao Yi. Xiao Yi, come sit down, don't just stand there. Xiao Yi said shyly. Hello, uncle. Xue Zhelan nodded quickly. Good, sit. Poor She Huan was left out, but didn't dare say a word, and obediently sat next to Xiao Yi. Xue Ling said gently, Now that things have come to this, we need to find a solution. She Huan said awkwardly, We've thought it over carefully and decided not to keep the baby. Xiao Yi still needs to go to school, she can't interrupt her studies. No, Mrs. Chen glared at him. What are you saying? This is your child, how could you bear to give it up? Don't you know how much harm an abortion does? Xiao Yi is still young, she doesn't understand, but you should. You've been a doctor for years. Don't you know how dangerous this could be? Especially since Xiao Yi is so young, you can't be careless. Auntie, don't blame him, Xiao Yi said softly. He's just thinking of me. He doesn't want me to interrupt my studies. She couldn't bear to see Xue Huan being blamed, since she had been willing too. It takes two to tango. The fault wasn't his alone. Mrs. Chen quickly shook her head. No, Xiao Yi, you don't understand. I've been a doctor for decades. Many young women thinking they're healthy casually give up their babies. If they recover well, there may be little impact. But for many, after an abortion, their reproductive system is damaged, and when they really want a child later, they can't conceive, suffering through medicine and treatments. These are things you have to consider. Don't do something impulsive that you'll regret for the rest of your life. Xue Zhelan shot his son a fierce glare. Xue Huan was startled and quickly lowered his head. There are risks, but it's also out of necessity. She's still young, hasn't finished her studies. We could get married now and wait until she graduates and starts working to have a child. If you're going to be together, having a child is only a matter of time, Xue Zhelan said sternly. This child just came a little early. The right thing is to find a way to welcome it, not just run away. If Xiao Yi's health is harmed, how will you answer to her or to Sanyuan? Xue Huan hung his head, embarrassed. I'll go apologize to Uncle Zheng. And what can he do to you? Xue Zhelan retorted. A simple sorry doesn't solve anything. This child is our grandchild and Sanyuan's grandchild too. If we can't bear to lose it, do you think he can? If the child is lost and Xiao Yi's health is harmed, even if you take responsibility, how could we ever face them? Luckily, Sanyuan knows our family well. If it were someone else, they might have already come to beat you up. You don't even realize it. Xue Huan didn't dare say another word. Xue Ling quickly tried to mediate, speaking softly. Uncle, please don't be too hard on Ah Huan. When they got together, Uncle Zheng was aware, and he's always liked Ah Huan. That doesn't make this right, Xue Zhilan said sternly. They trusted you. That's why they let you be with their daughter, but you weren't worthy of that trust. Xue Huan knew he'd lost control and made a mistake, and couldn't argue. His handsome face flushed red. All right, Xue Ling said gently. Uncle Ah Huan knows he was wrong. He'll have to apologize to Uncle Zheng tonight, and I'm sure he'll get an earful then. Let's leave it at that for now. Since Xue Ling spoke up, Xue Zhilan couldn't say more. He turned to Xiao Yi. Don't make any decisions too soon. Uncle knows this is a private matter between you two, but now it concerns both families. We'll need to discuss it carefully with your dad and Aunt Achen. Okay, Xiao Yi replied obediently. Xue Ling reminded them, Auntie, you should get ready for dinner. I'll go home to eat, and when Uncle Zheng is back, I'll come get you. Ling, stay and eat with us, Xue Zhilan and Mrs. Chen said. Xue Ling shook her head. No need, it's just a few steps away. I need to help watch the kids. All right, see you later. Xue Huan took Xiao Yi to his room. Xiao Yi had been there a few times before and was familiar with it. She rubbed her waist and lay down on his bed. Xue Huan closed the door and turned on the fan. Is your back sore? Are you uncomfortable? Xiao Yi gave a wry smile. It gets sore if I sit too long. I just feel tired and heavy. Xue Huan felt sorry that she was so young and already suffering for him. He came over and gently massaged her waist. His eyes softened and he said quietly, If you insist on not keeping it, I'll be the one to say so. Don't feel guilty. If my dad scolds me, don't try to defend me. If he scolds or even hits me, I deserve it. I really did do wrong. Later, if your dad scolds me, you mustn't speak up, okay? Xiao Yi's pretty face scrunched up. But seeing you get scolded? It hurts me. I can't bear it. Silly girl. Xue Huan stroked her hair gently. I'm a grown man. I can take a scolding or a beating. This really was my fault. I didn't take proper precautions and made you suffer. Xiao Yi grabbed his hand, frowning softly. I'm a little scared, but I don't want to give up our baby. Brother Huan, I just don't know what to do. Not that I don't want the child. Xue Huan felt his heart melt. He said gently, Xiao Yi, I want our child too, but you're still young, and you can have more children in the future. If you're not ready, if you don't want to be tied down by a child right now, I'll wait for you for 3 more years. This sweet, innocent girl liked him and always thought of him, and he'd fallen for her without realizing it. In a blink, they'd been together a year. It had flown by. 3 years wasn't long. He was willing to wait for her, to wait until she was ready. I'll think about it, Xiao Yi whispered. I really am not ready, but I do love children. Xiao Xin and Xiao Chong are so adorable, aren't they? You like kids too, right? Of course I do, Xue Huan said softly. I like Xiao Xin and the others, and I'd love our own child even more. She smiled quietly, happy. She placed his hand on her still flat belly and whispered, Brother Huan, this is our baby. Xue Huan was stunned, his long, pale fingers trembling. This was the fruit of their love, their shared blood, the continuation of his life. His palm felt warm, carrying her body heat. He took a deep breath, torn inside, but didn't dare try to persuade her. Xiao Yi watched his every reaction, her eyes wide. In that moment, her heart melted, and she quietly made up her mind. After retiring, Mrs. Chen took charge of all the family meals. If her husband and son weren't home for lunch, she'd eat with the elders next door. Cheng Tianfang couldn't be bothered to cook, so she and her husband often came over for meals. Tonight she was on duty, so she didn't come home. Just before dinner, Xue Heng came home with his briefcase. Mom, smells so good. I can smell the fried pork chops. Xue Zhilan was helping in the kitchen and ignored his eldest son. Mrs. Chen directed, Crack 1 more egg, it'll taste better. Xue Heng washed his hands, happily grabbed his chopsticks, and tried to sneak a pork chop. Stop, Xue Zhilan scolded quietly. The guests haven't sat down yet. What are you doing? Wait and set the table first. Xue Heng was confused. What guests? Who? Where? Mrs. Chen smiled. It's Xiao Yi. She's in the room with your brother. Xue Heng said, Oh, and asked, Xiao Yi? She needs something from Ah Huan? Is Ah Huan eating at home tonight? Mrs. Chen made a shh gesture and whispered, Let me tell you. Turns out Ah Huan's girlfriend is Xiao Yi. They've been dating for a year. Xue Heng. So that's what was going on? No wonder Ah Huan was always so secretive. He was dating that Xiao Yi girl. Mrs. Chen giggled, excitedly waving her spatula. And there's more. Great news! Xiao Yi is already pregnant, almost 2 months. Your brother's going to be a dad. I'm going to be a grandma. Your dad's going to be a grandpa. Xue Heng was utterly stunned. Xue Heng had been married for over 3 years and had always hoped to have a child soon. Hearing that his younger brother had beaten him to it, his mind went blank for a moment, buzzing with shock. But soon he was happy again. So I'm going to be an uncle? Mrs. Chen nodded enthusiastically. Yes, you're about to be an uncle. Hearing the mother and son's conversation, Xue Zhilan couldn't help but smile a little too. Xiao Yi is still young and still in school. We'll need to help her apply for a leave of absence. Also, the wedding needs to be put on the agenda. They need to take responsibility for Xiao Yi and give San Yuan a proper explanation. You're the eldest brother, so you'll need to help out wherever you can.
Of course, Xue Heng said cheerfully. That Ah Huan, always so serious. Who would have thought he was with that Xiao Yi girl?
Shh. Mrs. Chen glared at him. Xiao Yi is shy, so don't say anything silly. If you scare her, I won't forgive you. Xue Heng could only nod. Don't worry, I won't say anything. Xue Zhilan instructed. Set the table, serve the rice, and then call Xiao Yi and your brother out for dinner. Xue Heng hurried to do as he was told. A little while later, Xue Huan led Xiao Yi out for dinner. She didn't have much appetite and only ate a bowl of soup. Mrs. Chen encouraged her. The fried pork chops are delicious, try some. Xiao Yi blushed and said softly, The smell makes me nauseous. I can't eat it. Xue Huan quickly picked some greens for her and said gently, Eat slowly, fruit and vegetables are good too. If there's anything you like, just say so. Don't be shy, Xue Zhilan said kindly. You're family now, no need to be so polite. Xiao Yi's face was bright red as she nodded shyly. Xue Heng snickered to himself. Xue Huan shot him a look, nearly making him choke, and quickly lowered his head to eat. Xiao Yi didn't eat much. When everyone finished, she quickly got up to help clear the table. Mrs. Chen wouldn't let her, saying softly, Go lie down in Ah Huan's room for a while. I'll take care of it. Xue Huan came over. Mom's right. You get dizzy sometimes. Don't bump into anything. Xiao Yi felt a little embarrassed. Mrs. Chen smiled and told her younger son, What are you waiting for? Go with Xiao Yi to the balcony for some fresh air and remember to hold her hand. Okay. Xue Huan led her back to his room. By now, night had fallen. The balcony was breezy, the city lights twinkled, and neon signs shone brightly. Xue Huan explained gently, When Ling Ling finished building the mall, she reserved the 18th floor for family. My dad and brother thought it'd be good for everyone to live close. My brother bought 3 apartments in one go. My parents are in the middle, my brother and his wife in front, and mine is over there. I rarely stay there, so for now I live with my parents. Each apartment has 3 bedrooms, so there's plenty of space. I've saved up these years. However you want to decorate, I'll have it done. Once it's ready, we'll have our own place. Looking at the tall, handsome man so close to her, Xiao Yi couldn't help but feel emotional. We are really getting married? Xue Huan smiled dotingly and tapped her nose. What? You're already having my baby and you're still not ready to marry me? Xiao Yi blushed and leaned against his arm. I just feel like it's not real. I thought I'd have to wait a long, long time. He hugged her and kissed her forehead. Now you don't have to wait so long. A little while later, Xue Ling's voice called from outside. Xue Huan said softly, Go rest and read in the room. I'll go with Dad and Sis to talk to your dad. But Xiao Yi couldn't help but worry, grabbing his hand. I want to go with you. He shook his head. I'll handle it. You just stay here and rest. Xiao Yi bit her lip, reluctant to let go. He comforted her. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Your dad is a gentle, open-minded man. He's always treated me well. He won't do anything to me. I respect him, and he'll be my father-in-law. She finally let go, whispering, I'll go back when Dad isn't angry anymore. He patted her head, feeling guilty for putting her in such a difficult, anxious spot. It was all his fault. He let go and said, There are lots of books in the bookcase. Read whatever you like. The wind is strong by the window and balcony, so don't turn the fan up too high. Suddenly she grabbed his hand as if making a firm decision. Tell my dad and auntie, I want to keep this baby. He was stunned, about to shake his head. Listen to me. Xiao Yi's eyes were red as she said softly, This is our baby, I can't bear to lose it. And I'm scared of going to the hospital for an abortion. I'm afraid. He hugged her, patting her gently. Don't be afraid, I'll listen to you. But we need to find the best way to arrange your studies and future. She hugged his neck, acting spoiled. You have to love me and the baby most from now on. He laughed softly and kissed her head. If I don't love you and the baby, who would I love? Just then, Shi Ling's voice called from outside. Huan! He quickly let go. I'm going. Xiao Yi nodded obediently and helped him close the door. Xue Zhilan and Xue Ling were talking outside. When Xue Huan came out, they waved him over. San Yuan is back. Your sister already spoke with him, and Aunt Achen has helped persuade him too. He's much calmer now. Xue Huan was deeply grateful. Thank you, sis. Xue Ling stood up and straightened his collar. A real man takes responsibility. If you don't take this step, the knot will never be untied. Let's go. Bring the gifts. Uncle and I will go with you. He nodded firmly. The three of them went to Zheng Sanyuan's home. In the hallway, Duo and little Titu were playing with Ran, while Xiao Xin and Xiao Chong chased after them. Grandpa Xue and Cheng Muhai stood nearby, chatting and laughing. They saw Xue Zhilan and the others go into Zheng Sanyuan's home, exchanged glances, and guessed something was up, but wisely said nothing. Tomorrow's flight is at 9. We'll get to Spring City around noon. No problem. The luggage is all packed. We can leave after breakfast. Just then, Xiao Chong ran over, shouting, Grandpa! Grandpa! I need to pee! Grandpa Xue bent down and took his hand. Let's hurry home to the bathroom. Xiao Xin ran over too, sweat on her forehead. I need to pee too. Cheng Muhai squatted down. All right, let's all go home. With the two little ones gone, Duo cheered. Now that they're gone, let's play hide and seek. Okay, the others agreed. Inside the Zheng home, Zhu Achun and Zheng Datong sat on one side, Xue Ling and Xue Zhilan on the other. Xue Huan sat next to Zheng Sanyuan. The atmosphere was a little awkward, but everyone wore faint smiles and spoke quietly. As the elder, Xue Zhilan was the first to express his apology and sincerity. This is my failure as a parent. I didn't know they were dating. Sanyuan, the kids truly love each other and our families are already close. Now that things have come to this, I suggest we let them get married. Zheng Sanyuan managed a smile and said quietly, We have to support them, whether we want to or not. It's just that Xiao Yi is still young and our family's upbringing isn't the best. After she marries into your family, I hope you elders can be more tolerant with her. You're too modest. Xiao Yi is such a sweet and lovely girl. Xue Zhilan replied with a smile. My wife and I both like her very much. Hearing this, Zheng Sanyuan patted Xue Huan on the shoulder. Huan is an outstanding young man. My Xiao Yi is lucky to marry up. Xue Huan's handsome face flushed. He said softly, Uncle Zheng, I'm really sorry I didn't take better care of Xiao Yi. Zheng Sanyuan sighed. Well, what's done is done. There's no point in blaming anyone now. Lingling is right. When a problem comes up, it's not the time to assign blame, but to find the best solution. Zheng Datong, a little embarrassed, asked, Why didn't Xiao Yi come back? What does she want? As far as I know, most universities don't allow students to date or get married. If Xiaoyi gets married, will it affect her future job prospects? No, Xue Jilan replied gently. I've mentored many graduates. Some rural students even got married in high school, but after graduating from university, their job assignments were no different from anyone else's. The only difference in their records was that others were single and they were married. Zheng Sanyuan breathed a sigh of relief but still hesitated. And the baby? Of course we can't bear to lose it, Xue Jilan said, shaking his head. Xiao Yi is still young, and we can't let her risk an abortion. It could harm her health. She's already an adult, almost 21. The legal age for marriage in our country is 20, so she can get a marriage certificate. Xue Huan said softly. Uncle Zheng, at first I didn't dare want this child, since Xiao Yi's studies are so important. Her education is tied to her future, and I didn't want to be selfish. I do love children very much. That's why I hesitated. But Xiao Yi, she wants to keep the baby. Before I came over, she made it very clear. Zhu Achun smiled, her voice full of relief. You two truly love each other, so of course you want to keep the baby. Zheng Sanyuan nodded. That's how it should be. If she were 2 or 3 years younger, I'd never agree. The college entrance exam is too important to risk, but now she's already in medical school and doing well. When I was sick, Daetong took a year off to help me in the business, then went back and graduated just fine. Now we just need a good reason to help Xiao Yi take a leave, Zheng Datong said quietly. She's shy, so let's not tell the real reason. Her classmates might laugh at her. Xue Jilan thought for a moment and said, If that's the case, when school starts, I'll write Xiao Yi a certificate from orthopedics. She can use it to apply for a leave of absence. Great, Xue Ling smiled. A bone injury takes 100 days to heal. Uncle, just make it sound serious and she'll definitely get the leave. Yes, Zheng Sanyuan agreed. Let's try for a year off so she can rest and recover. Xue Jilan nodded, making a quick promise. Leave it to me. If there's any trouble, I'll ask third brother for help. As far as I know, 3 of the medical school's leaders were his students. If he steps in, they'll listen. Good, Zheng Sanyuan said with a smile. Thank you. Xue Jilan laughed. What's with the formalities? Sanyuan, we're going to be in-laws now. Ha ha, Zheng Sanyuan shook his hand. You're my lifesaver. If it weren't for you and Lingling, I wouldn't be here. Living together is already fate, and now we're family. I'm really happy. Xue Jilan laughed heartily. My family is the luckiest. My eldest son and Lingling are already family, and now my youngest too. Soon the whole 18th floor will be one big family. Xue Ling grinned. I had the foresight. I put all the families together, and now we're all one big family. You all have to praise me. Everyone burst out laughing. Xue Ling added, Since we're all on the same page, let's pick a good date and set the wedding. No need for anything fancy. Just keep it simple. Yes, Xue Jilan told his younger son. You need to take Xiao Yi to get the marriage certificate first. As for the date, your mom and I will ask third uncle to pick it. He was your brother's wedding witness, and he'll be yours too. He's respected and loves you. He's the best choice. Okay, Xue Huan said happily. Zheng Sanyuan quickly added, Simple is best. No need for anything elaborate. Weddings are for show. What matters is that the couple is happy. Everyone laughed. Zhu Achun said quietly, Sanyuan, we need to prepare a generous dowry for Xiao Yi. Yes. Zheng Sanyuan agreed, laughing. Next door, Grandpa Xue and Cheng Muhai were playing chess, while Grandma Xue and Liu Ying watched TV. Ran and Yang words startled them. What? Getting married? Who's marrying who? Xiao Yi and who? Cheng Tianyuan had Xiao Chong on his left leg and Xiao Xin on his right. He raised an eyebrow. Where did you hear that? Don't spread rumors. Ran blinked excitedly. We heard it while playing hide-and-seek. Yeah, Yang added. Uncle and Uncle Xue Huan brought a bunch of gifts. Mom was there too. Mom said the wedding should be simple. Uncle and Uncle Zheng Sanyuan were laughing so hard their eyes disappeared. Ran added. Aunt Achun was really happy.
Oh, and Uncle Shua Huan said he loves kids. He also said Aunt Xiaoyi wants to keep the baby. Everyone. Cheng Tianyuan asked in surprise. So, Shua Huan's girlfriend is Xiao Yi? Yeah, Ranran explained. Uncle said they'll ask third uncle to be their wedding witness. Grandpa Shua laughed. Looks like they're really getting married. Good news. Liu Ying and Grandma Shua exchanged glances, a little embarrassed but happy. Looks like she's already pregnant, so they're rushing to get married. Shotgun wedding. Good news. Double happiness. Good news. If that's the case, I wonder if Auntie can still go to Spring City and Guilin with us. No worries. Family comes first. Exactly. Spring City and Guilin aren't going anywhere. Ha ha. A while later, Xue Ling came home. As soon as she walked in, she saw everyone smiling. Ranran and Yang Yang ran over and hugged her from both sides. Mom, Uncle is marrying Aunt Xiaoyi from next door, right? Getting married, and having a baby. Xue Ling laughed. How did you know? Cheng Tianyuan, coaxing Zhao Xin to sleep, chuckled. They were playing hide and seek and overheard. Xue Ling rolled her eyes and nodded. Liu Ying asked, eyes wide, a shotgun wedding, really? Xue Ling smiled and nodded. Everyone burst out laughing. Later, Mrs. Chen came in, beaming. I have good news and bad news to share. Everyone covered their mouths, quietly snickering. Mrs. Chen rolled her eyes and asked, Did Ling Ling already tell you all? Everyone burst out laughing. Grandpa Shua said, We knew early on. Ranran and Yang Yang were playing hide and seek and heard everything. Sister-in-law, congratulations. Congratulations, in-law. Mrs. Chen couldn't stop smiling. Congratulations to all of us. Our family is finally going to have a grandchild. Ranran, Yang Yang, Zhao Chong, and Zhao Xin are all going to be big brothers and sisters. By the way, where are the kids? Grandpa Shue explained. They've all gone to bed. We have to get up early for the flight tomorrow so they can't stay up late. Grandma Shue took her hand and smiled. Sister-in-law, we stayed up just to wait for your good news. Thank you, sister-in-law. Mrs. Chen shook her head, smiling. The bad news is I can't go to Spring City with you all. Ah Heng already helped me refund my ticket, about 60% back. It's fine. I'll go next time. Liu Ying asked quietly. So how are you arranging the wedding for now? My husband and I just discussed it. They'll get their marriage certificate first, Mrs. Chen said softly. Xiao Yi's having a tough time. She can't eat and feels dizzy. My thought is, after they get the certificate and she feels better, we'll all have a meal together downstairs. Third uncle will come too, to be the wedding witness. Grandpa Shu said, We'll only be gone 2 months. We should be back in time. No worries, Grandma Shu said gently. If the date is set, just let us know and we'll come back early. This is a big, happy event. We have to be here to share the joy. Of course, Mrs. Chen said excitedly. I never imagined it. We're neighbors and now in-laws too. What a wonderful fate. So lucky. Liu Ying gave her a thumbs up. That's your good fortune. It's everyone's good fortune, Mrs. Chen said quickly. I've always liked Xiao Yi. It's just that she's 10 years younger than Ah Huan, so I felt awkward bringing it up to San Yuan. But who would have thought the kids would get together on their own? It's really fate. Grandma Xue lowered her voice. So when will it be? End of the year or early spring? Mrs. Chen thought for a moment. Probably the end of the first lunar month or the beginning of the second. I just asked Xiao Yi. She's already 2 months along. A good time. Spring when the flowers bloom, Grandma Xue said happily. It won't be too cold. Good for the mother and the baby. Yes, Mrs. Chen was overjoyed. I'm finally going to be a grandma. I won't be able to sleep tonight. Jilan is just as happy. He's been grinning like a fool ever since San Yuan's family left. We're all happy for you, Grandpa Xue laughed. Double happiness. Grandma Xue said warmly, We'd better get to bed. We have to get up early for the flight. Sister-in-law, you take good care of Xiao Yi. Oh, wait a moment. A moment later, Grandma Xue brought out some bird's nest.
This was for Ling Ling a couple years ago, but she didn't finish it, so I put it away. It's good for pregnant women. Supposedly makes the baby's skin nice. Mrs. Chen hesitated. Sister-in-law, it's too precious. Jilan can buy some, I can't take this. No wonder Yang Yang and Zhao Xin have such good skin. It's the bird's nest. Take it, Grandma Xue insisted, pressing it into her hands. We're all family, no need to be polite. Zhao Yi is so fair and pretty and tall. She and Ah Huan are a great match. Their careers match too, Grandpa Xue added. Zhao Yi's in medical school, so you'll have lots in common. Yes, Mrs. Chen said happily. Then I'll accept it. Thank you, Wu Ge and sister-in-law. You're welcome. Just take good care of Zhao Yi. We'll be waiting for the wedding and the red eggs. A while later, Mrs. Chen went home, beaming. Grandpa and Grandma Xue went to bed. Liu Ying turned off the lights and went to the apartment across the way. Cheng Muhai was already in bed, but not asleep. Liu Ying set the ceiling fan to low and got into bed. Cheng Muhai sighed quietly. Liu Ying raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? Sighing in the middle of the night? Can't sleep? It's hard to sleep as you get older, and sometimes you wake up at 4 a.m. Cheng Muhai closed his eyes and murmured, Do you think Ah Feng and Ah Heng will ever have a child? It's been years. Liu Ying was stunned, then snorted. That girl never lets me say a word. I've nagged her so many times I've lost count. Has she ever listened? She's always busy or says wait. The emperor's not in a hurry, but the eunuch is. What can anyone else do? Have the baby for her. Cheng Muhai sighed. Heng was already over 30 when he got married. Now Ah Feng is 32. Why is that girl always so worrisome? Liu Ying felt the same, sighing. These years, she's relied on Ah Heng's love, and her in-laws don't want to interfere, so she's gotten lazy and stubborn again. What can I do? What can you do? Cheng Muhai murmured. Ah Huan is a few years younger than Ah Heng. He's only 31, and he's about to get married and already has a 2-month-old baby. If they were all still young, it wouldn't matter, but they're both in their 30s now. Jilan and the in-laws won't say it, but I bet they're getting impatient. Liu Ying turned over, annoyed. What good is impatience? They're educated people, so they only hint at it. If she were smart, she'd be anxious by now. She got louder and louder, and Cheng Muhai quickly shushed her. Children have their own blessings. We can't worry too much. She's married and out of our hands. That's just how it is. Liu Ying took a deep breath. It's our fault. We didn't raise her well, and now she makes us worry every day. No need to be upset, Cheng Muhai said. We raised her, gave her an education, and she has a stable job and income. At least she won't starve. Luckily she married into a good family, or she'd have been scolded to death by now. Liu Ying sighed again. I almost wish she'd married into a really strict family, so someone could keep her in line. She needs someone to manage her. But her in-laws aren't like that, Cheng Muhai said softly. They're all kind, considerate people. Even if she's lazy, no one says a word, let alone scolds her. Liu Ying muttered, Look at Zhao Yi, such a good girl, a college student, pretty, from a good family, and already pregnant. Marriage and children are the most important things for a woman, and she'll have both in 2 months. Cheng Muhai was thoughtful. Maybe this happy event will give her a wake-up call or even a sense of pressure. With one son, there's no comparison. With 2, people start to compare. She used to be the only daughter-in-law in the Xue family and felt good about herself. Now there's another, who's more educated, prettier, richer, and already pregnant. Will she really stay indifferent? That's true, Liu Ying said quietly. She deserves a little pressure. She's so stubborn. Maybe a little hardship will do her good. She's 30, not 3, Cheng Muhai murmured. She has to figure it out herself. Liu Ying yawned. Let's sleep. We'll take the grandkids out to play and relax. Forget about that girl. Cheng Tianfang was on the night shift tonight and still hadn't come home. Xue Heng was home alone, watching TV in the quiet house. He didn't think much about it. He was just happy. After all, his younger brother was getting married and becoming a father. It was a big, happy event for the family. Earlier, after Xue Huan walked Zhao Yi back across the street and returned, he'd gotten a good scolding from their dad. Xue Heng had been there too, trying to smooth things over and say good things on his brother's behalf. Later, their mom came in to help calm things down, saying what's done is done. Scolding the son wouldn't help. Since they were going to get married anyway, they might as well hurry up and do it. After all, their son was already 31, which was considered a late marriage. There was no need to keep scolding and ruin everyone's mood. Even though their dad was harsh with his words, he couldn't hide the smile at the corners of his mouth. His son was grown, successful in his career, about to start a family and become a father. Even if the process was a bit bumpy, it was still a wonderful thing. So after sending his brother back to his room, Xue Heng returned to his own place. His parents were probably still next door, excitedly discussing the wedding, with all the lights on. He yawned, looked at the dusty table and TV stand, and feeling bored, turned off the TV. The living room was quiet. He thought about how tomorrow his in-laws and parents would be taking the kids to Spring City, and he might have to help take them to the airport, so he hurried off to bed. When his wife got home from work tomorrow, he'd have to tell her the good news right away. Soon there would be another sister-in-law in the family and a little nephew or niece. What a happy thing. Thinking this, he went to bed. The next morning, Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan were busy getting the kids dressed and washed. Zhao Xin and Zhao Chong were almost 2 years old and could feed themselves, but still needed help washing up. Ran and Yang got ready quickly, changing into shorts and t-shirts. Zhao Chong was easy too, shorts and a t-shirt. Zhao Xin was different. She was a girl and liked to wear dresses. So there were little pants, hair to braid, and a dress to put on, keeping Xue Ling busy. Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh and complain. "Raising a daughter is so much work." Zhao Xin rolled her eyes, her chubby fair face full of disdain. "Mommy's so clumsy, too clumsy, always says I'm no good." Xue Ling giggled and gave her a playful smack. "Go, hurry up and eat breakfast." Zhao Xin ran off. Cheng Tianyuan had already packed the kids' pajamas and checked their clothes and daily items again. "Everyone should bring an extra vest and light jacket. The rest are short sleeves. Remind Mom and Dad to bring more long sleeves, just in case it rains or gets chilly in the mountains." "Okay," Xue Ling said. "I'll go tell them." Cheng Muhai and Liu Ying had been up since 5, making breakfast early. The 4 elders never slept in, and by 5-something, they'd already eaten. They called the kids to breakfast. "Xiao Xin, be careful not to spill." "Xiao Chong, eat a little faster." "Yang, that's your 3rd bowl, don't eat too much." "Ran, finish your meat bun, don't waste food." Xue Ling came to take over the kids. "Go check your luggage again, make sure you have an extra set of autumn clothes. Don't forget your IDs and tickets, and bring enough cash. Did you hide the 10,000 yuan I gave you yesterday? If you need more, just call and I'll transfer it right away." Grandpa Xue waved her off. "Don't worry, we could travel for decades and still have enough." Xue Ling gave a thumbs up. "So rich." Grandma Xue glared at her. "It's hot. Don't skip breakfast just because we're not here. You're skinny as a monkey. Good thing we all live together or people would think your in-laws mistreat you." Got it. Xue Ling nodded. "Orders aren't so rushed now, I'm not that busy. Tianyuan and I plan to go for more walks and take more breaks." "Don't overwork yourself," Cheng Muhai said gently. "Don't wear yourself out." "Don't worry, Mom, Dad," Xue Ling grinned. "The little troublemakers are all yours. Don't be stingy on the road. Take cars or boats, don't go hiking or walking too far. You're all getting older. Don't tire yourselves out." "We know," Grandpa Xue nodded. "We're planning to stay in one place for a while, take it slow and not overdo it." Cheng Muhai laughed. "We can't walk much now, but the kids are big enough to help. Ran and Yang are tall. They can help carry or support the little ones." "Exactly," Liu Ying said. "When we went to the southern island for New Year, they each took care of a sibling. We didn't have to worry at all. If the little ones got tired, they'd carry them. It was so much easier for us." Xue Ling smiled at her 2 older sons. "While we're gone, take care of your grandparents and your little brother and sister." "Got it, Mom." "Don't worry, Mom." Xue Ling's eyes widened at the word mom. "I'm not even 35. How am I old already? Take it back." Yang and Ran laughed and ran off. Cheng Tianyuan was feeding Zhao Xin millet porridge and laughed. Little rascals, getting bold, teasing their mom like that. By 7, everyone was ready. Before leaving, they checked tickets, IDs, and essentials again. Liu Ying glanced across the street. Heng said he'd help take us to the airport. Maybe he overslept? There was a happy event last night, probably too excited to sleep, Grandma Xue said. No worries, Ling Ling is free. She and Tianyuan can take us. Jua Chun and Zheng Sanyuan came out. Safe travels, everyone, Jua Chun said. She handed over a bag. I made rice cakes this morning, just steamed. Take them for the road in case you get hungry. Thank you, Liu Ying and Grandma Xue said. I'll help carry the luggage, Zheng Sanyuan offered. No need, Cheng Tianyuan smiled. I'm driving the 7-seater and Ling Ling's helping. There's plenty of room. Xue Ling came out with her bag, smiling. Uncle Zheng, really, no need. Next time you can help pick us up from the airport. All right, Zheng Sanyuan helped with the luggage. I'll see you off downstairs. Just then, Xue Zhilan and Mrs. Chen arrived. We're here to see you off too. Everyone chatted as they took the elevator down in 2 groups. Soon, Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan drove out of the parking lot, heading straight for the airport. A little after 8, Cheng Tianfang came home yawning. She hurried over to her parents' place, but both doors were tightly shut. They'd clearly left early. She yawned again, went back to her own apartment, and took out her keys. She Heng was changing in the bedroom and poked his head out. Wife, you're back? Cheng Tianfang lazily grunted, and asked, Did you eat? She kicked off her shoes, tossed her purse aside, and flopped onto the sofa. Xue Heng, straightening his tie, explained, I ate already, had breakfast at Mom's earlier. I meant to get up early to take my parents and uncle to the airport, but I overslept. Big Brother and Ling Ling took them. They're probably on the plane by now. Cheng Tianfang stretched. No big deal. My brother and sister-in-law can take them. I only got off shift at 8, so I couldn't make it anyway. Xue Heng raised an eyebrow. Did you eat? I did, Cheng Tianfang replied. I had wonton noodles with my coworker after our shift. Xue Heng glanced at her slightly plump waist and chuckled. Wife, I think you've put on a little weight lately. Get lost, Cheng Tianfang kicked him lazily, grumbling. Are you busy today? I'll be sleeping this morning, but I'm free this afternoon. Want to go out later? I'm free in the evening, Xue Heng said as he fixed his shirt. I have to settle accounts with Ling Ling this afternoon and hand over last month's orders. I'll be free around 5, then I'll come pick you up. Great, Cheng Tianfang grinned. Let's go have some fried chicken and cola. We'll come back late. Xue Heng nodded. Sure. You don't work until tomorrow morning anyway, so it's fine if we're out late. Cheng Tianfang had a few night shifts each month, but otherwise her schedule was pretty stable, with weekends off. After a night shift, she'd get a day and a night to rest. It's so hot. Let's go somewhere cool, she said. Last night at work, a coworker bought ice cream for everyone. I ate 2 bars in a row. Xue Heng frowned slightly, reminding her, that stuff's too cold. Don't eat too much. 1 at a time is enough. All right, she said. But it's summer, so a few more won't hurt. Xue Heng finally finished getting ready, then hurried over, excited. Wife, I have huge news for you. Cheng Tianfang lay on the sofa, asking lazily, What? Xue Heng's eyes crinkled with a smile as he rattled off the news. My brother's off tomorrow, so they're going to get their marriage certificate in the morning. Xiaoyi's having a tough pregnancy, no appetite, so Mom rushed out to buy ingredients to make her some dishes she'll like. Cheng Tianfang was stunned, sitting up abruptly. What did you say? Zhao Yi is with your brother? Zhao Yi? Uncle Zheng's daughter, that Zhao Yi? Yeah, Xue Heng laughed. What other Xiao Yi could it be? She got into the capital's medical school last year, and that's when she and Huan started dating. She's young, so they kept it secret, planning to go public after she graduated. But my brother couldn't hold back, and after a few times together, she got pregnant. It's understandable. They're young and passionate, and after dating for a while, it's only natural. Cheng Tianfang was shocked. She got pregnant? Really? Just a few times and she's pregnant? Yeah. Sheheng said quietly. It's already been 2 months. They confirmed it at the hospital yesterday. Mom did the math. She's due early February next year. Cheng Tianfang was a bit dazed, her mind blank. So your parents, they must be thrilled? Sheheng laughed. They're over the moon. Mom said she and Dad were so happy last night they couldn't sleep. Even though Dad scolded my brother for being impulsive, after all, Xiao Yi is only 21 and still in school. It can't hide how much he wants to be a grandpa. He just can't stop smiling. Cheng Tianfang's expression darkened, her eyes flickering. Xiao Yi is still in school. What will they do? Sheheng replied, The parents have already discussed it. She'll take a year off. Her health and the baby come first. School can wait, and it won't affect her graduation or job prospects. Cheng Tianfang nodded slowly. Sheheng chuckled. Soon everyone on the 18th floor will be family. It's such fate. At first it was just our family and big brothers, but then Uncle Zheng got sick, so Ling Ling sold him an apartment for convenience. Then Achun and little Taitu moved in, and they all became one big family. Now we're in-laws with Uncle Zheng's family too. What a connection. Cheng Tianfang absent-mindedly touched her own slightly rounded belly. They'd been together for over 3 years, dating for half a year before that, but still no sign of a baby. At first she wasn't in a hurry, but after a year or two of letting things happen naturally, there was still nothing. Xiao Yi was only 21 and already about to be a mom, while she was 30. Her sister-in-law had married Big Brother at 20 and had a baby the next year. Ran was almost 13 now, and her sister-in-law still looked so young. She was only 30, but her figure was already starting to get chubby. Sheheng glanced at the clock and smiled. Wife, I have to get to work. I'm already running late. But Cheng Tianfang didn't respond. He turned and saw her looking upset, so he hurried over. Wife, what's wrong? Zheling shrugged. She was being serious, but no one ever believed her. They just thought it was the biggest joke. Cheng Tianyuan, who had learned a lot about tea from his father-in-law, now made tea with practiced skill, quietly washing cups and listening to the two chat. Zheling raised an eyebrow and asked, Is Afang on night shift tonight? I don't think so. Sheheng's eyes flickered. She's probably at home watching TV. I haven't gone home yet, so I'm not sure. Zheling rolled her eyes. Why lie to us? It's not like we don't know you. He'd been eating alone, lost in thought, and hadn't even noticed them standing outside for a while. Sheheng shook his head and sighed, lowering his head. Cheng Tianyuan raised an eyebrow. What's up with Afang this time? As her big brother, he knew what his sister had been like these past couple of years, but since she was grown and married, he tried not to interfere too much. Sheheng looked troubled. She started a fight for no reason. Said my mom treats Xiao Yi too well, like she's mocking her for not being able to get pregnant. I told her she was being too sensitive, but she didn't believe me. We argued, and I got so frustrated I just left so my parents wouldn't hear. Cheng Tianyuan and Xue Ling exchanged a look. They could guess what was going on. Xue Ling, as the sister-in-law, didn't say much, but Cheng Tianyuan was blunt. What? She's been married for years with no kids and she's jealous of Xiao Yi? Xiao Yi's young and pregnant, of course your mom should take care of her. Is Afang a pregnant woman in need of special care? Sheheng shook his head and sighed. Big brother, I'm just tired. I try to talk to her nicely, but she won't listen. If I say anything even a little harsh, she blows up. Marriage can't go on like this. I don't even want to argue anymore. Cheng Tianyuan said coldly, She's been spoiled by you and the family. Sheheng lowered his head. She's my wife. It's my job to spoil her. That's fine, but not to excess, Cheng Tianyuan said sternly. I've told you before, everything needs moderation. Afang isn't someone you can just indulge endlessly. She needs boundaries. Sheheng sighed. Maybe I haven't done well either. Cheng Tianyuan poured him a cup of tea. Drink up. After this, let's go back. I'm her big brother. Our parents aren't around, so I can play the father figure. I'll go scold her for you. Really? Sheheng perked up. Cheng Tianyuan glared at him. When have I ever lied to you? Sheheng immediately brightened. Great, let's go right now. One thing, Cheng Tianyuan added. Just go along with whatever I say. Okay, Xue Heng agreed. Go along with what? Cheng Tianyuan paused, then said quietly, If I tell you to get a divorce, just nod. Xue Heng. Xue Ling couldn't help but laugh. After tea, the three each got in their own cars and drove out, one after another, toward the city center. They pulled into the underground parking lot of Ronghua Mall. Xue Heng checked the time. It was already past 9. Bro, should we go up together now? Come with us first, said Cheng Tianyuan. I'll go get her. Uncle Jilan and Auntie are right next door. If you argue, you'll disturb them. Okay, Xue Heng nodded. The three went upstairs together. The lights were still on in the apartment across the hall. Uncle Jilan and his wife were still up, and Cheng Tianfang was in the living room watching TV. Xue Ling and Cheng Tianyuan went into their own place, letting Xue Heng in too. Xue Heng didn't stand on ceremony and flopped onto the sofa. Cheng Tianyuan turned on the ceiling fan and TV, while Xue Ling changed her shoes and went to the kitchen to boil water. It was stuffy, so Cheng Tianyuan opened the front and back windows for a cross breeze, quickly cooling the place down. The couple busied themselves for a while. Xue Heng couldn't help but recall how Cheng Tianfang would just flop on the sofa as soon as she got home. He muttered, No wonder the place is always a mess. Cheng Tianyuan, coming in from the balcony with laundry, heard him. That's because you two are too lazy when you get home. It was a direct hit, and Xue Heng felt a little embarrassed. Xie Ling poured some water into a thermos and some into cups to cool. It's normal for young people without kids to be tired after work and just want to crash. That's understandable. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. No, it's not. Work is work, home is life. What's the point of working if you don't live well? Don't get your priorities backwards. Xue Heng pondered this. Cheng Tianyuan got up and went across the hall. A while later he returned. Xue Heng peeked out. Bro, where is she? She's coming, said Cheng Tianyuan. Soon, Cheng Tianfang arrived, wearing wrinkled pajamas, her hair messy, looking tired. She glared at Xue Heng. Sister-in-law! Xue Heng ignored her, watching TV. Xie Ling came out, smiled, and said, Afang, you're here? Have a seat. I'm all sweaty. I'll go shower first. You and your brother have some water. She slipped away to her room. Cheng Tianyuan turned off the TV and looked at his sister coldly. Another fight, right? Cheng Tianfang glared at Xue Heng again and huffed. If things aren't good, of course we fight. Xue Heng kept his face calm and said nothing. Cheng Tianyuan nodded. Just because you're married doesn't mean you have to stay together forever. If it's not working, you can get divorced. Why keep making yourselves miserable? Xue Heng just said he's not happy, and you say you're not happy. If it's that bad, why stay together and be resentful? You married for love, but if it's not working, just split up. No one's forcing you to be miserable. If you really can't go on, go get a divorce tomorrow. Cheng Tianfang was stunned, her face going pale, unable to react. Xue Heng, remembering his brother's instructions, nodded obediently. Bro's right. If we can't go on, there's no point in being miserable together. Better to split up while we're young and find someone better suited, instead of dragging this out. Panic surged in Cheng Tianfang's heart. No! Her brother called her over. Wasn't he supposed to help Xue Heng plead with her, tell her not to be mad? Divorce? She'd never even thought about it. It was just a fight. Why wasn't Xue Heng acting like before, coming home to coax her, buy her favorite things, apologize? Instead, he came here with her brother and sister-in-law, and now they're talking about divorce. Divorce? For what? She had never even thought about getting a divorce. Big brother, it's nothing. Just little things. Cheng Tianyuan glared at her coldly. Little things? You make a fuss over little things, turning them into big things. Does that make you happy? Aren't you tired of living like this? Fighting every 3 days, a big argument every 5? How do you expect to keep going? Do you think you're the only woman in the world? Without you, Cheng Tianfang, Ah Heng could still find a good, virtuous wife. Cheng Tianfang's face flushed and paled, fuming. Big brother. Did he talk bad about me to you? She Heng, how dare you? You went behind my back and complained to my brother. What did you say? Xue Heng ignored her, murmuring, I just told Big Brother the truth about today. Ah Heng didn't say much. Cheng Tianyuan said sternly. I'm the one who told him he should divorce you. What's the benefit of living with a woman like you? Selfish, always thinking of yourself. Lazy. Besides going to work, you do nothing at home. Bad temper. Yell whenever you want. Throw tantrums whenever you please. Cheng Tianfang, do you think you're so great? Tell me, what's so great about you? Cheng Tianfang was mortified, stammering. Cheng Tianyuan's face stayed cold. I don't see anything special about you. First, you're from the countryside. Your household registration was only moved to the capital because your sister-in-law helped you. Second, are you highly educated? You only have a technical diploma. There are college graduates everywhere now. Ah Heng studied abroad. Third, are you beautiful or capable? Look at you, messy hair, a belly as big as a pregnant woman's. Where's your beauty? You're just a regular TV station employee, and you only got the job because of family connections. Fourth, as a wife, how much have you fulfilled your duties? Years of marriage and still no children. The house is always a mess. Not even a pot of hot water to drink. All these years, you've freeloaded at your parents' place, and when they got tired of it, you went to your in-laws. How many meals have you cooked at home? How many times have you mopped the floor this year, huh?
Cheng Tianfang's face was red with embarrassment. Xue Heng kept his head down, not daring to speak. Cheng Tianyuan went on, Your sister-in-law gave you 2 shop fronts, and you managed to run a once-thriving bakery into the ground. Both shops were rented out, the bakery equipment sold off. You used to boast about your dream of being a baker. Don't you feel embarrassed? Go look at yourself. How are you any different from when you lived in Chengjia village? Sloppy, fat, bad-tempered? Now even your parents don't want to deal with you. Are you going to make everyone hate you? Even your in-laws? Let me tell you, if your in-laws kick you out, don't expect your family to take your side. Someone like you should have been kicked out long ago. Cheng Tianfang started sobbing. Cheng Tianyuan snorted. So, you know how to cry? Take a good look at yourself. Think about who you were when you were still in school. You've spoiled yourself rotten. Now you just take advantage of Ah Heng's feelings. When he finally gets tired and divorces you, do you think you'll find another husband like him? Will you? He works hard all day, helps out at home, and you take it all for granted. No one can give endlessly. People get tired too. He's not perfect, but you're way worse. She Huan is 31, fell in love with Xiao Yi, and now the whole family is celebrating. Before the parents left, they were all happy for Uncle Jilan and his wife, and for the young couple. As the eldest daughter-in-law, you haven't helped at all. And now you're picking fights at a time like this. What right do you have to cry? You're just being thoughtless. Bro, She Heng murmured, feeling that Cheng Tianyuan's words were a bit harsh. Cheng Tianyuan ignored him, glaring at his sister. Think about it. Was anything I said wrong? If you disagree, say so now. If you haven't completely lost your mind, I suggest you pull back before it's too late, otherwise no one can help you. Cheng Tianfang covered her face, sobbing. Cheng Tianyuan snorted. If you're being bullied or mistreated, you can come home and complain. We all live together. If anything happens, we'll know right away. But if you're the one at fault, how can your family help you? Luckily, Uncle Jerlan and his wife are educated and generous. If this were back in the village, the gossipy ants would have torn you apart. As your family, we just feel ashamed. Who would dare speak up for you? Cheng Tianfang kept crying, unable to say a word. Xue Heng saw how upset she was. After all, she was his beloved wife, and felt a little sorry for her, unsure if he should comfort her. But Cheng Tianyuan shot him a look, and he immediately stayed quiet. Cheng Tianyuan said, Ah Heng says he's tired, physically and emotionally. He doesn't want to keep living like this. I told him to divorce you sooner rather than later, so he doesn't waste his life. Bro, Xue Heng said softly. Cheng Tianyuan looked at him and said, If 2 people can't live together, it's better to separate early. Luckily, you don't have kids yet, so you don't have to worry about custody. With kids, a family is stable. Without them, it's easier to split. I've known you for years, and I understand you.
If I were you, I'd have divorced her long ago. I admire your patience. Xue Heng's eyes flickered, looking hesitant. Ah, Heng, Cheng Tianfang cried. I don't want a divorce. We can't get divorced. I'll change. I was wrong, I'll change. Give me a chance, please. We can't get divorced. We just can't. I know I have a bad temper, but I'll fix it. I don't want a divorce. She was panicked and scared. She'd never wanted to divorce Xue Heng, never even thought about it. It was just a fight. How could it get this far? If only he'd coax her a little, it would be fine. No. Even if he didn't coax her, it didn't matter anymore. Ah, Heng, I was wrong. I was really, really wrong. I shouldn't have been jealous of Zhao Yi. Shouldn't have gotten mad at your mom for no reason. Shouldn't have taken it out on you and said such awful things. I was wrong. I really was. Xue Heng looked embarrassed, not daring to speak, sneaking a glance at Cheng Tianyuan. He gave him a look to stay calm, so Xue Heng kept quiet. Cheng Tianyuan said, So what if you know you're wrong? You have to actually change. If you just know you're wrong but don't change, who can stand it? Bro, Cheng Tianfang pleaded, help me, don't just scold me. Cheng Tianyuan snorted, You deserve to be scolded. Ignoring her brother's scolding, Cheng Tianfang moved closer to Xue Heng. Ah, Heng, I was wrong. Please don't be mad, okay? I'll really change from now on. I won't throw little tantrums anymore. My brother was right to scold me. I'll change. Let's not get divorced, okay? Xue Heng had already softened, but didn't dare go against Cheng Tianyuan's intentions, so he kept up a stern front. Are you really sure you want to live a good life with me? Look at our home. Does it look like a home? Does it? The floor was swept last month, right? There's a thick layer of dust on the floor and on the table. Our kitchen. How long has it been since you cooked a bowl of noodles? Do you even know? Other than boiling water, you do nothing else. When was the last time we washed the bedding? Every day I throw our clothes in the washing machine, hang them up, and bring them in when we need them. Have you ever folded the laundry? Do you know I haven't had new socks in ages? Cheng Tianfang was embarrassed, her face red, unable to answer. Xue Heng sighed. I understand you're busy with work, but I'm even busier, and I never complain. I don't expect you to keep the house spotless every day, but at least don't let it look like a garbage dump. Now we don't even eat at home anymore. You get half a day off after every shift? Can you at least tidy up a bit so it doesn't look like no one lives there? Yes, I won't do it again. Cheng Tianfang nodded quickly. Xue Heng said quietly, My family all like things clean, and so do I. If we're both free in the evening, let's clean together. If not, we work first. Clothes need to be changed and washed every day. Whoever's free does it, no pushing it off. Household chores are both our responsibility, not just mine or yours. Don't always blame me or snap at me. If I talk back, you say it's my fault and get mad. If I don't, you feel stifled and miserable. This isn't the life I want. I'm sorry. Cheng Tianfang sniffled. I won't do it again. Xue Heng sighed and said nothing more. Cheng Tianfang stopped crying and whispered, Let's not talk about divorce anymore. Ever. It's not that I want to, Xue Heng said quietly. But if you keep this up, I really can't promise I won't want a divorce. Afeng, we've known each other for years, been married over 3. We're not an old couple, but it's not just a few days either. In these years, I've never asked you for your salary. You spend what you earn, as long as you're happy. Most of what I earn, I give to you. We're both new at marriage, but we can learn together. We used to be happy, but now it's turned into this. Do you think that's okay? Cheng Tianfang shook her head, tears in her eyes. Xue Heng said softly, Let's both try to change. A happy family doesn't come from wishing or envying others. Look at your brother and sister-in-law. They work hard too, but never slack off or get lazy. They work outside, then come home and take care of the kids, never blaming or pushing things off on each other. Only by working together can a family be harmonious and happy. We may not be as good as them, but we have to try. Cheng Tianfang nodded. Chung Tianyuan waved his hand. All right, enough. Go home. I told you last year when you were fighting at midnight. Your life is your own. You have to live it yourselves. Last year you were talking about having a baby, and it's been over a year with no news. Whether a family has a child determines if it's stable. If you have a chance, seize it. Don't wait until it's too late. Yes, big brother, Chung Tianfang said quietly. Xue Heng took her hand and stood up. Bro, sorry to trouble you again tonight. We'll go back now. Chung Tianyuan nodded. Go on. We have our own lives to live too. Xue Heng smiled and closed the door. At that moment, Xue Ling poked her head out and asked quietly, They're gone? They're gone, Chung Tianyuan replied, glancing at her. Why were you hiding so well? You could have come out and scolded her too. You're her sister-in-law. That's true, but it's not really my place, Xue Ling said honestly. Her parents are still around and you're her big brother. It's not my turn. Sisters who grow up together can fight and make up. But I married into the family, so I have to be careful. She has parents, in-laws, a big brother, and a husband to keep her in line. She doesn't need me. If she gets mad, it'll be hard to get along later. Chung Tianyuan snorted. If she doesn't want to get along, why should you care? The less she comes around, the less trouble for us. Has she ever done us any favors? She eats, drinks, and takes for free and comes to us when there's trouble. I'd rather she didn't come at all. Xue Ling laughed softly, knowing he was just venting. Chung Tianyuan sighed. It's my parents' fault for spoiling her. As the saying goes, a leopard can't change its spots. If you don't set boundaries, bad habits come right out. Xue Ling said quietly, It'll be different when she's a mom. Once a woman has a child with all the housework and work, she won't have time or energy to be spoiled or throw tantrums. Maybe, Chung Tianyuan said, shaking his head. We can only advise her. Whether she changes is up to her. Xue Ling yawned. I'm tired. I'm going to bed. Okay, Chung Tianyuan said gently. I'll shower. You go sleep first. They'd all gotten up early to catch the flight, and she'd worked all day. She was definitely exhausted. Xue Ling turned to go to the bedroom but quickly came back. Brother Yuan, Sister Chen and Shan Yu are flying back to the southern island tomorrow. Their flight's at 3 p.m. Can you take them to the airport? Chung Tianyuan thought for a moment. I should be free. Why? Didn't Shan Yu say she was looking for a teacher to learn singing? They're only going for a few days, Xue Ling said. They'll be back next week. The company found a vocal coach for Shan Yu and is paying for her lessons. Sister Chen is thrilled that her daughter can make money singing. Last year, Shan Yu recorded a few New Year songs and became an instant hit, earning quite a bit. Shan Yu's parents, Shan Yue and Chen Shuiyu, were overjoyed and doted on her even more. After that, Shan Yue kept traveling for business, while Chen Shuiyu stayed in the capital to support her daughter's studies and singing. Chung Tianyuan raised an eyebrow. Why only a few days? Something at home? Not sure, Xue Ling said. Sister Chen just said she wanted to go back for a few days during the summer break. Didn't say why. They lived on the same floor and saw each other often, but since Chen Shuiyu's family lived upstairs, unless they made a point to visit, they rarely ran into each other. Chung Tianyuan seemed lost in thought and said quietly, It's nothing. I'll take them to the airport tomorrow. The factory's busy. You go ahead and get back to work. Xue Ling raised her eyebrows, curious. What do you know? Don't tell me something's happened again? There really was always something going on with Shan Yue and Chen Shuiyu, and the ups and downs were huge. If you weren't careful, they could really give you a fright. Chung Tianyuan shook his head. I don't know the details. The day before yesterday, I ran into Sister Chen in the elevator. She didn't look well, her eyes were red. I asked her what was wrong if she wasn't feeling well. She shook her head and said she'd had a fight with Shan Yue, nothing serious, nothing to worry about. Another fight? Xue Ling asked. What are they fighting about? They've been married for years and they're still arguing all the time? If they have that much energy, they'd be better off putting it into business. Shan Yue has been running around for most of the year, and I bet he hasn't made much money. Last time I heard from Sister Chen, She said luckily little Yu Yu made quite a bit singing, so she could give her dad some capital and cover the household expenses. Cheng Tianyuan explained, I told her too, to try to let things go, and not to argue if they can help it, especially in front of the child. Last time they fought, little Shan Yu was so scared she cried. Xue Ling tugged at her collar and asked, So what are they fighting about? Money? They shouldn't be short for now, right? They are, Cheng Tianyuan said with a wry smile. Who in this world isn't short of money? Rich families want more, poor families need it even more. Xue Ling giggled and rolled her eyes. The company signed a profit-sharing contract with little Shan Yu, not a lump sum. Every time a cassette sells, she gets a cent. She sings well, so she gets a share from time to time. Last month I heard from Xiao Lu that she got over 2,000 yuan again. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head and lowered his voice. But it's probably not enough. I heard from Sister Chen that Shan Yue's father fell ill and is in the hospital, which costs a lot. They're always being pressed for money. Sister Chen was angry and scolded Shan Yue, saying he's not an only child, so why should he pay so much while his siblings don't? She said that when they had money, it didn't matter if they gave more, but now they're barely getting by, and it's all on little Shan Yu to earn money. How can they keep asking for more? Shan Yue got annoyed and argued with her. Xue Ling shook her head with a bitter smile. Every family has its own problems. No, Cheng Tianyuan said gently. It's more like misfortunes never come singly. After Shan Yue lost everything gambling, the factory didn't burn down, but they didn't have much capital left, so business has been tough, and they haven't made much. Now his father's sick, and his siblings have always relied on him. Poor couples have endless woes. Even if they don't argue, they're still frustrated inside. Xue Ling sighed. Sister Chen really has it tough with Shan Yue's family. After her mother-in-law drugged her, she swore never to deal with them again, and wouldn't let Shan Yue have contact either. But Shan Yue can't stand his parents pleading, so he secretly helps them. Over time, how could Sister Chen not notice? Every time she finds out, they have a big fight, sometimes small, sometimes huge, and there's no peace at home. When money was good, it was bearable, but now that things are tight, how could they not fight? Their life together really has been full of bumps. When they had money, they tried for a child. They didn't succeed and ended up divorcing. After the divorce, they found out she was pregnant, so they remarried to take care of the child. Later, they went back to Nandao to start a paper mill, which brought a whole new set of troubles. When they finally made some money, Sister Chen was poisoned by her mother-in-law and nearly died. She barely survived, but even now she has to take medicine every few days. The year before last, Shan Yue lost everything gambling again, and the troubles just keep coming as if there's never an end. Honestly, marrying Shan Yue, even if they were childhood sweethearts, even if they loved each other deeply, no amount of love can withstand so many waves of trouble. Cheng Tianyuan shook his head. That's just fate, I guess. Sometimes that's all you can say. Look at my sister. Everyone thinks she lives a charmed life, but she never appreciates her blessings and spoils herself. If Ah Heng didn't truly love her, she'd have been kicked out long ago. Shan Yue loves his wife too, but he's not attentive enough to her feelings. In that, he can't compare to Ah Heng at all. True, Xue Ling said softly. Compared to Sister Chen, Ah Fang is luckier. Cheng Tianyuan glanced at the clock on the wall and said, It's getting late. I'm going to shower. You should get some sleep. On this side, the lights were turned off early, but in the suite where Xue Heng and Cheng Tianfang were staying, the lights were still on. Diagonally across, the lights in Zheng Sanyuan's house were also bright, staying on late into the night. After holding a family meeting, Zheng Sanyuan pulled Zhu Achun to make him a bowl of noodles. Datong Xiaoyi, do you want a bowl too? Zheng Datong shook his head. Auntie, just make some for Dad. I'm still full. Zheng Xiaoyi had no appetite at all and said quietly, I'm tired. I'll go to bed first. Go on, all of you. Zheng Sanyuan waved his hand. Duoduo and Titu have been asleep for ages. Don't wake them. Zheng Datong tiptoed away. Zheng Xiaoyi also quietly went back to her room. In the kitchen, Zhu Achun was busy cooking noodles and said gently, San Yuan, it's almost 11. Just have plain noodles, no meat. Eating meat at night is too much for your digestion, best not to. Okay, I'll listen to you. Zheng San Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Where'd you hear that? I never knew. Zhu Achun smiled. It was on a TV show this afternoon. The speaker was a doctor. Zheng San Yuan nodded. That kind of show is good. You should watch more. Zhu Achun chuckled. I was watching with Xiao Yi. She gets bored at home. Zheng San Yuan's face darkened a little. It's going to get even more boring. She needs to rest and take care of the baby so she can't go running around. There's still a long way to go. Zhu Achun shot him a look and said quietly, Don't always look so angry. It'll make Xiao Yi feel bad. She's young and doesn't understand things. What happened is embarrassing for her. You need to be mindful. Oh. Zheng San Yuan rolled his eyes and said quietly, Earlier I don't think I was that harsh, was I? It was fine, Zhu Achun said softly. You were just discussing her dowry with everyone, and even if you didn't look happy, you care about her. Xiao Yi knows that. Zheng San Yuan sighed and said gently, She's a girl, and as her father, it's hard to get the balance right sometimes. If it were Da Tong, I'd have beaten him already. It's a bit soon, but a daughter grows up and has to get married, I know that. I just tell myself it's only 3 years early. I get to be a grandpa sooner. Everything else is about the same. Zhu Achun laughed. I knew it. With the kids, you always act tough but have a soft heart. Zheng San Yuan smiled. You know me best. Zhu Achun blushed slightly and said quietly, The noodles are almost ready. Go sit down. I'll bring them over. No, Zheng San Yuan said, staying in the kitchen. There's a breeze by the window. I'll cool off here and keep you company. Zhu Achun laughed sweetly and said softly, I plan to buy a gold necklace for Xiao Yi as a wedding gift. Zheng San Yuan nodded eagerly. All right. Whatever you decide is fine. If I have time, I'll go with you to buy it. Get a big one, bright and golden. It's meaningful for a wedding. Zhu Achun said softly, No. I have my own money. I want to buy it for Xiao Yi myself, because it's a token of my affection for her. Zheng San Yuan gave her a playful look and said, half joking, You have money? More than me? I don't believe it. You're my wife. It's only right for you to spend my money. Zhu Achun blushed and replied quietly, I know. Don't I spend your money every day and rely on you to support me? It's just that this is a private gift from me to Xiao Yi, so I want to pay for it myself. Zheng San Yuan shook his head. No need for you to pay. I'll buy it for you and you can give it to her. It's still from you. Whether you give it or I give it, there's not much difference. There's definitely a difference, Zhu Achun smiled. If I give it, it's a private gesture. Seeing her insist, Zheng San Yuan nodded. All right, do as you like. By the way, do we still have enough household money? If not, remember to ask me in advance. Zhu Achun smiled and nodded. Got it. You've said that 1,000,000 times. Don't worry, we still have enough at home. Zheng San Yuan chuckled. With you at home, I really am at ease. Every meal is delicious. The clothes are always clean, the house spotless, the kids are happy, and so am I. Zhu Achun countered, Isn't that how it should be? You earn money outside, and I take care of the home. Zheng San Yuan couldn't help but think back to the days when it was just him and the kids, sighing to himself. His ex-wife would go off gambling and often never come back. Sometimes the house would go a month or 2 without being cleaned. Everything was a mess. The kids would just scrounge up whatever to eat, and their clothes were filthy, like little beggars. Ever since he married her, the house finally felt like a home, and the kids finally experienced the warmth of a family. Life used to be hard, but in the end, heaven didn't treat him too badly. It sent him such a good woman. Zheng San Yuan said quietly, Since Da Tong has no objections, let's do it this way. He's the eldest, and Duo and little Taitu are still too young to discuss these things with. You really don't mind? Are you sure this is okay? No objections, Zhu Achun replied gently. As long as you and Da Tong agree, I'm fine with it. Dr. She's family is quite well off, so Xiao Yi can't marry over there with too little. Her dowry affects her standing in her new family, so we should take it seriously. Zheng Sanyuan nodded. Even though Jillian and his wife aren't materialistic, we still need to give our daughter the proper respect. When Xueheng married Ah Fang, I remember young Xue gave her 2 storefronts downstairs as a dowry. Ah Yuan also prepared quite a bit, including some cash. Oh, and she has an apartment in Rongcheng, also from her family. Zhu Achun couldn't help but ask, those storefronts downstairs? They must be worth a lot, right? Very valuable, Zheng Sanyuan explained. Storefronts in the city center are all expensive. Places like Ronghua Mall are in prime locations, on a commercial street, with shops above and below, very high commercial value. Zhu Achun asked softly, then should we add a bit more to Xiao Yi's dowry? Zheng Sanyuan thought for a moment. A car costs over 100,000, plus an apartment in Dongfang Garden, with taxes and everything. It'll be about 200,000 in total. The suite above young Xue's place is already rented out. I want to buy her 2 units, but the leases aren't up yet, so I can't buy them now. Once some leases end, I'll try to buy a few, 1 for each of the 4 kids. Zhu Achun's eyes softened and she said quietly, Taitu doesn't need one. He can't be compared to Duo and the others. What are you saying? Zheng Sanyuan scolded, frowning. Taitu is my son too. Whatever Datong and the others get, Titu gets too. They're all my children, and I love them all the same. Don't ever say things like that in front of the kids, or I'll be angry. Zhu Achun blushed and smiled. I know you care about him. That's enough. Zheng Sanyuan took the noodles and walked out. Taitu is a good kid. How could I not care about him? Since you married me, he's my son too, and I'll love him just the same. Zhu Achun followed him out, lowering her voice. That's how you feel. But what about the kids? Isn't that unfair to Datong and the others? She married him not just because she liked him, but also for a sense of security. But Titu wasn't his biological son. Even if he treated Titu as his own, if he was completely fair in everything, Datong and the others might not agree. Even if they agreed on the surface, if they held a grudge inside, that wouldn't be good either. Sanyuan, Titu and I are both part of this family, and of course we want it to be harmonious. Zheng Sanyuan smiled, slurping his noodles. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Datong is the eldest, so he'll naturally get a bit more, but otherwise everything's the same. Taitu is even more capable than Duo and Datong. Don't be fooled by his age, he's sharp and perceptive. I'm telling you, out of all our kids, he's the one with the brightest future. Taitu is very resilient and hardworking, and more importantly, he has a calmness and tenacity that other kids his age don't. Just for these qualities, he's bound to be outstanding in the future. He cares for Titu not just because he's now his son, but because the boy truly deserves it. The little guy never said it, but at first he resisted him. But for his mother's happiness, he tried hard to adapt and fit into the family. He's flexible and resilient. Being able to do that at such a young age is really impressive. Zhu Achun couldn't help but smile and said softly, He's only 14. It's hard to tell what's good or bad yet. Don't spoil him too much, or you'll ruin him. Zheng Sanyuan shook his head. Don't worry, he won't be spoiled. If he were 4, then maybe you'd have to worry. Look, in the past 6 months, he's shot up. He looks taller than Duo now. Zhu Achun laughed gently. He's at least a head taller than last year. He used to be short and thin from malnutrition. Since moving to Ronghua Mall, he's grown like a weed, especially in the past 6 months. He's almost taller than Duo, who's 3 years older. Zheng Sanyuan smiled. Give it a few more years, and when he's grown, he'll be taller than both Duo and Datong. Datong is just over 1.7 meters, which is above average for a man. Duo should be about the same as his brother. In the future, Titu will be the tallest in the family. Zhu Achun smiled happily. As long as the kids are all well, that's the best thing. Zheng Sanyuan asked, Titu will be in 8th grade next semester, right? Yes, Zhu Achun explained. He started 4th grade when he first enrolled, so he's a year younger than his classmates. Zheng Sanyuan said warmly, Make sure to encourage him to study hard, and aimed to go abroad for university. He's always been top of his class. If he keeps it up, he's sure to be a top scholar.
I doubt it.
Ju Achun shook her head. That's for the very best students. Taitu's still a long way off. Don't underestimate him, Jung Sanyuan said. Just have him focus on his studies. Don't worry about anything else. As long as he keeps his grades up, he'll do great things. He should follow his brother-in-law's example and go abroad for graduate school. Hearing the words brother-in-law, Ju Achun couldn't help but laugh softly. Half a month later, Chen Shuiyu returned to the capital with Shan Yu. Cheng Tianyuan got the call and drove to the airport to pick up the mother and daughter. Chen Shuiyu was deeply grateful and apologized in a low voice. Yuan, I'm really sorry. The weather is so hot and I made you come all this way to pick us up. It's no trouble, Cheng Tianyuan said, helping Shan Yu into the car and putting their luggage in the back seat. He spoke gently. I settled accounts with a few old clients this morning, so I'm free this afternoon. It's hot out. Calling me was the right thing to do. You don't want to get heat stroke. Chen Shuiyu got in the car and quickly unscrewed her water bottle to give her daughter a drink. Shan Yu took it and gulped it down. Cheng Tianyuan started the car and slowly drove toward the city center. Didn't you say you'd only be gone a few days? Why are you back early? And why didn't Shan Yu come back with you? Chen Shuiyu's expression wasn't good. She said quietly, His father died. Shan Yu and I went to see the old man. 3 days later, he passed away. Shan Yu and Shan Yu stayed to take care of the funeral. Shan Yu still has training here and can't delay too long, so after the funeral I brought her back. Shan Yu still has to stay. According to our local customs, the children can't leave until after the 7th day. Cheng Tianyuan nodded in understanding and offered his condolences. I'm sorry for your loss. Chen Shuiyu forced a smile. I was never close to his parents, and later I just cut off contact. I only took the child to the hospital to see the old man. As for the funeral, Shan Yu took Shan Yu, there's no way I'd go. Cheng Tianyuan smiled slightly. With Shan Yu and the child there, that's enough. Sister Chen, as time goes by, some things are best let go. Holding on to them only makes you upset and uncomfortable. It's not that easy, Chen Shuiyu said quietly. Yuan, it's easy to say, but so hard to do. Being related to Shan Yu's family feels more like being enemies. Every time we meet, there's mutual resentment. They don't like me, and I don't like them. But Shan Yu can't cut ties with them, so we end up fighting, mostly about his family. I get so angry, but as long as this relationship continues, I have to deal with his awful relatives. Cheng Tianyuan turned the steering wheel and explained, Shan Yu and them are family. Blood is thicker than water. It's not something you can just cut off. You're a parent too. Maybe Shan Yu's parents don't love Shan Yu as much as you do, but they're still his parents, and that will never change. No matter how bad parents are, children shouldn't sever ties. He never thought Chen Shuiyu was right about this. You're the daughter-in-law. If you don't get along with them, you can skip the funeral and ignore them most of the time. But Shan Yu is their son. He was born and raised by them. Supporting his parents is his responsibility and duty as a son. Chen Shuiyu said angrily, But they have so many sons and daughters, why do they always cling to Shan Yu? Just because he has money? But he doesn't have money anymore. They still rely on him for everything. Don't the other sons and daughters have any responsibility? What I can't stand most is how they always ask Shan Yu for money, never treating everyone equally. Cheng Tianyuan gave a wry smile. That's the parents' fault. But you can't blame it all on Shan Yu. You can't take out all your anger on him. When his parents ask, it's hard for him to keep saying no. I'm sure he wishes his siblings would help out, but they don't have the means or the will. Shan Yu being filial is something you should actually feel proud of. Fighting with him about it just makes him more upset. I can't fight with his parents, Chen Shuiyu fumed. If I can't fight with them, I can only fight with him. I'm so angry. What, I'm not even allowed to vent a little? Shan Yu is just too weak, too blindly filial. Cheng Tianyuan cleared his throat and said gently, Sister Chen, the child is here. Don't say things like that or lose your temper. Shan Yu, a very sensible child, tugged at her mother's sleeve. Mama, don't be mad at Daddy anymore. Chen Shuiyu sighed and patted her daughter's head. In the blink of an eye, Shan Yu is already 9 years old. The two of them had this daughter in their late 30s, and now, as they neared 50, their daughter was only 9. Cheng Tianyuan said softly, "For the child's sake, try to let go of some things. Don't make things too hard for Shan Yu. You're living apart now, and he's running around every day for business. It's really tough. He's in his 40s and his career took a big hit. The pressure is huge. Try not to argue, so he can focus on work and give the child a warm, peaceful home." "Okay," Chen Shuiyu nodded. Life was stressful, and they were getting older. It was easy to lose her temper for no reason. Sometimes she knew it wasn't right, but she just couldn't hold it in. She knew Shan Yu was working hard, but if he hadn't gambled everything away, the family wouldn't be in this mess. They used to be a happy family of 3, but now they were separated and money was always tight. Shan Yu kept saying he'd make a comeback, but he had no capital, was getting older, and didn't have the sharp eye he once did. He'd make a little, lose a little. If it weren't for Shan Yu's income from recording songs this past year, she couldn't imagine how they'd have gotten by. That income was thanks to Xue Ling looking out for them. She'd heard that other singers just got paid and left, but Xue Ling insisted on giving Shan Yu a share of the profits. Not only that, she hired professional teachers to train Shan Yu, truly wanting to help her succeed. Cheng Tianyuan dropped them off at the entrance of Ronghua Mall, then drove off. Lingling made dinner plans with third uncle. "I'm going to pick him up now. Do you want to join us for dinner? It's at the restaurant on the first floor." Chen Shuiyu shook her head. "After the train and the flight, we're exhausted. We'll just have some rice milk at home and rest early. Shan Yu has training first thing tomorrow." "All right then." Cheng Tianyuan helped unload their luggage. "See you later?" He hurried off. Chen Shuiyu took her daughter upstairs. Shan Yu couldn't help but ask, "I wonder if Brother Ran and little Yang Yang are back yet?" Chen Shuiyu replied, "Definitely not yet. They'll probably come back when summer break is almost over." Shan Yu pouted and said softly, "Mom, I want to go play too." Chen Shuiyu was taken aback, her eyes turning red. "All right, when we have more money, Mama and Daddy will take you to play." If the factory was fine, they'd be making hundreds of thousands a year and wouldn't have to worry about anything. They could go wherever they wanted. But years of savings were lost to Shan Yu's gambling, and the factory burned down. Now, they relied on their daughter's singing income to cover expenses, and she really didn't dare spend money carelessly. Luckily, Lingling gave them a big discount and would send money from time to time. But Shan Yu always secretly took some, and this time, when his father got sick and passed away, he took money from her again. Now, with little savings left, she really couldn't spend freely. Shan Yu said sweetly, "Don't worry, Mama. I'll sing well and work hard to earn money." Chen Shuiyu smiled with relief and stroked her hair. "Just focus on learning to sing and listen to Auntie Shuiling. Try to improve quickly. This time your children's song sold really well. There should be more money coming soon." "Yay!" Shan Yu grinned. "Mom, when we get the money, buy me a dress, okay?" Chen Shuiyu nodded quickly. "I'll buy you one." Just then, the elevator arrived. Mother and daughter dragged their luggage out.